When it's been hours of grinding to the top and the world is watching, yet with a simple distraction, the moments can be lost entirely. Clear Men eliminates all distractions, on or in your head. Here is your moment of confidence and clarity. Clear Men. Keep a clear head.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hello, I'm Clément Desplanches, my nickname is Clem, and I play StarCraft 2 for Team Liquid.
Hello, my name is Ricardo, also known as Raynor, and I play StarCraft as well.
Hello, I'm Astrea. My voice died a little bit yesterday on the plane ride, but I play StarCraft for Virtus Pro.
Hello, this is Solar. I'm from Korea. My name is Minsu, well known as Solar. Nice to meet you guys.
Okay, who wants to
You go, Clem.
Yeah, you're a
since,
star.
since you're the...
Alright, what's the first card? Surg
I see. I
You got it?
understand, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
tell us, we're your team.
It's Zergling Rush.
Zerglin Rush.
Zerglin.
Oh, I'm so glad we have an American here.
Zerglin
Oh,
Rush.
yeah.
Yep,
Good one.
This is the type of game it is. Okay.
very well played, Max. So that's 1 point for us, right? We
Alright,
go with the next.
You go ahead.
What? Do triple crown.
Triples?
Do triple...
Wait, do triple crown.
Wait,
Do triple crown.
Yeah, it's a
But
triple crown, but what does that mean in StarCraft?
Triple crown?
Yeah.
Do triple.
I don't think...
Really?
That's not really a StarCraft thing, is
Do
it?
triple crown.
It's a StarCraft thing. So.
What is
Crown?
triple crown?
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 Cone?
The triple crown?
That has to be crown, right?
Crown.
Not really sure about that one.
Do triple crown.
Yeah, just do it.
Do triple crown. Correct. 2 points for us. Oh, you go, Max. Sorry.
Legacy of the Void.
Legacy of
Legacy
the
of the Void, yeah.
Very nice.
Okay.
Well played, Max.
Crumbs Quart.
Crimson Court.
Crimson
yeah.
Court.
What?
Yeah,
Crimson Court?
It's Crimson Court.
Crimson Court. Alright, that's 4 points for us then.
Very nice.
4 points for us. 0 for the cards.
That's the next one. Dark Templar. Dark Templar.
Dark Templar, yeah.
Alright, we figured this one out as
Well
well.
played.
So fast.
Marine Prince.
Marine.
Marine
Prince.
What is
Max?
Preance?
Marine Prince.
When you preempt your Marines.
What?
Marine
Push Marines?
Prince.
Push Marines?
Marine Push?
Marine
No.
Prince. Prince.
Marine Prince?
I
Marine
don't know what
Prince.
that means.
Yes.
Wait, what was
What
it?
is it?
Marine Prince.
Marine
You're just
Prince.
printing Marines
Oh.
from your barracks?
It's like Gabe. You go, Max.
Okay. We'll just say we got that one, I guess.
We got it.
Dinaj T. Kinji. Dinaj T. Kinji.
I think it's Dina
Oh, Dynasty Kinji?
I don't know.
Kinji?
I don't know
I don't know
what
what Kinji is.
Dynasty
Kinji is the shit.
Kenj.
Dynasty Kings. I don't know what that
Kings?
is.
Kings in Dynasty?
Kinji.
I think this one is a tie.
Yeah.
Dynasty.
What does that mean?
Dynasty Kenj.
I think we got it.
That's it. No?
I don't know. You figure it out.
Want a hint?
Yes.
Yeah, hints.
Sure.
All right. It's a nickname for one of your competitors,
Oh?
a player.
Di Mauer? I don't know.
Clem?
Yilmaz.
Nickname for a competitor?
nickname.
Dynasty Kinji.
This player, also known as Dynasty Kinji.
I've never heard that.
I don't know.
Maybe commentators.
Oh,
are
is it Korean player or like foreign player?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
The Night King.
Ah!
Dynasty King.
Dynasty Kinj. Dynasty
Whose turn
Kinj.
is it?
It's mine.
Oh, this one.
Macro Ter on May Jens.
Macro.
It's probably nickname.
Macro.
Macro Terran.
Macro Gut.
on
Macro.
Macro Terran.
Mayant.
Mayans.
What's main?
Macro Terran. Mayant.
Management. No.
I don't know.
Terran Management.
Macro.
Macro
Macro.
Terran.
We already figured half of it, right? It has to be
May-
Macro Terran. Macro.
What is Mayant? Mayant? Mayant. Sounds like a song.
What's the nickname again?
Mayan?
The macro player. Macro Terran.
It's probably nickname, I think.
Who?
Gave?
Mayant.
People call him the Mayans.
Imagine they just made up a word and were like, yeah, figure it out,
They're
guys.
just trolling us on the last one.
Oh, yeah.
Mayan.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran.
Macro Terran Mayant. Mayant.
Are we dumb?
No way.
We're not stupid. We're programmers. Can't be.
Sure.
Surely we're not.
That's why we're smart.
It's macro management.
Macro.
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 What?
No, it cannot be macro. Okay, we're dumb, but not that dumb. Like Macro Terran Mayant.
I think Mayant is management.
Yeah, that was
My-
a trick one.
I told you they made it up. I did say management at some
Yeah,
point.
we did.
You
So
did.
as a conclusion, how would you rate yourself? Did you do good?
I think we did amazing.
I think we did the best we could.
Alright, I think we're done.
All right, let's get to work.
Rachel? What the heck are you wearing?
I feel like I should ask you the same thing, Cats.
Well, I'm obviously wearing some Team Liquid merch.
The last
Okay, quick. Merc.
Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Rolling. 3, 2.
Rachel? What the heck are you wearing?
I feel like I should ask you the same thing, Cats.
Well, I'm obviously representing Team Liquid. My boy Clem already made it to the Final Four.
Yeah, well, I'm shopping for Talon merch because Dark also already made it to the top 4.
Well, last time that happened at Atlanta, Clem actually came on top to win the finals against Dark in pretty crushing fashion.
Well, doesn't that sound like excellent narrative for Dark to come back and win this one against him?
Maybe if Clem wasn't the fastest player in the tournament.
Yeah, but wait, check this out. Dark's actually got 1 point over Clem.
No way.
Yeah, way.
All right, it's time. Day number 4 here, and we are at the Esports World Cup. We are going to figure out now who is going home. Some dreams will be dashed against the rocks like ships in the night, as we have got ourselves an opportunity not only for one player to move through into that Final Four, but for everybody else, it is done today. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Esports World Cup for the StarCraft 2 World Championship. My name's Kyle Lars. Joining me to get things a-rolling, I have Dimu, I have Pig, and I have Lambo to talk about everything. Ben, honestly, yesterday, the games were fantastic. Wall-to-wall, great StarCraft here to get us to this knockout bracket.
You really couldn't dream of a better day, you know? Like some of these days, you might start off with some 3-0s here and there, but honestly, the amount of close games and long series we had between the players, yesterday was absolutely vying for not just one, but multiple series of the year. Yeah. It was just great stuff out of the players.
Lambo, the Zerg, you've got to be kind of happy with some of the stuff we watched yesterday. It was kind of crazy, back and forth all over the place.
100%. I got to see so many great Zerg series, and I also got to see my good friend Yona advance, but it wasn't easy for him whatsoever. Hero really brought the fight to him. It was probably my favorite series of the entire year, honestly. The series of the year for me. Also with the game of the tournament so far, just pure back and forth. So many series that went down the wire, it was amazing.
And Pig, somehow, some way, Protoss is still alive because we haven't eliminated anybody just yet.
Indeed. I mean, there's been some nasty plays out of these guys. Kyo knocking Classic down, Cyril stopping Hero despite Hero coming out with some of the best play he has in the last 5 years. But we've still got those Protoss dreams alive. I mean, that 3-0 over Reynor, what a shock that was from Hero. He came out looking so good yesterday.
Yeah. Huge reactions across the board from players. And I mean, even all the way to the very end of the day, you could see that, you know, things like fatigue may have been setting in. We were going deep into the night, Ben, of course, as we had a Cyril versus Maru match, which, you know, we've seen many, many a time. Some of us thought it might be disappointing. Some of us thought it might be a 3-0 bop. Maru fought back in that, and just getting that one map alone might actually, in a weird way, be Maru's saving grace mentally against someone like Cyril.
Oh, no, absolutely could. I mean, yesterday was so bitter and grueling, right? And like, it's so, what's the word? It's so sad to see a player like Hero take down all those names in a row as well. It's like he beat Cure, he beat Reynor, came so close to beating Cyril, and he's back to ground 1 today. Like, he could literally finish last in the tournament, which is so weird to say.
No, yeah, for the players yesterday trying to get in for the second place match, or trying to get through as first in the group, it really was the difference between guaranteeing yourself $80,000 or going back to square one, as you're saying here, Pig, and then maybe even just taking $15,000 away, which is great. That's really nice, $15,000. But when there's the opportunity to strike out at $400,000, it kind of puts things in perspective a little bit.
Yeah, competition is more than a little bit brutal, isn't it? And I mean, you get a better seed, so you go in there with a slightly better potential run through that bracket.
Yeah.
But it is brutal today. It's best of 3s now. The chances are up. There are no extra lives. You've used them up, and obviously you've used them up against immense opposition. We've talked a bit about Hero saying, you know, hey, he didn't come into this tournament with the highest seed. And because of that, he's had an absolute just killer's row. His bracket's been incredibly hard. I still believe in Hero, man. After what he showed yesterday, I think he can make it out of this knockout bracket.
Cats have 9 lives. StarCraft players have 3. Let's take a look, though, at the Esports World Cup standings here for the club championships, because this is once again important. We alluded to it yesterday in terms of where Team Liquid has been able to move thanks to Clem. He was a needle mover as well last year for Team Liquid and was able to gain them literally hundreds of thousands more dollars here, Lambo. But now Clem has moved them up in second place. But there's other players today that are vying for organizations looking for big points throughout this tournament.
Yes, I'm especially looking at Team Vitality, who are not quite in the top 6 yet, but they still have Maru and Solar left in the tournament, both of them good enough to make a run for their money. Even Gaming Gladiators has someone like Shin, who could move up a couple of spots still in the tournament. I think he's not to be underestimated. We haven't seen him at all yet, but I think he's in a great shape right now.
Yeah, completely agree. Through that qualifier that he came through, Ben, of course, now Shin, we've seen him go deep in almost every single tournament he's actually been able to attend in the last year or two. So definitely a huge threat. And considering that Gaming Gladiators currently is in 4th place, if he gains big numbers, that is actually millions of dollars potential here that Shin could make for the team.
No, absolutely. And he's got a pretty doable bracket for him as well, if I'm not mistaken. Like, his ZVT's always been pretty sharp because he's a very fast mechanical player.
Yeah.
I think he starts with Cure, if I'm not mistaken, then the winner of Beyond and Coffee. So it's definitely doable to make a real deep run and get Gaming Gladiators way more points. And we can't forget about Spirit as well. Na'Vi was mentioned there, 5th place, but He's up against Hero in first round, so I mean, that's pretty brutal for him.
Hey, Twisted Minds, they still have a lot of players as well as teams here in the competition overall. If you're looking at someone like Classic, I was, memeing a little bit in terms of Protoss not being eliminated just yet, but Classic's a great prospect to try and move forwards, Pig.
If Classic can just dodge Cure, man, Cure is just a problem for him in Riyadh. Like last year, it looked like he had Cure. Cure somehow brought it back. He did it as well yesterday. But Classic's looking fantastic outside of that one Terran opponent that's been very much a problem for him. So definitely they need a lot of points, of course, Twisted Minds to climb up those rankings, but he's one that's in there with a damn good shot.
I've got a feeling in another game they might get a lot of points. Just gonna hold on to that for a moment. We'll see that next week, of course. But anyway, that's by the by. People like Astrea as well for Virtus Pro. Maybe a few opportunities for him to try and strike. It is difficult in a lineup like this, but I feel like Ben, honestly, Astrea has impressed me so much at this tournament. Some of his series might not have been wins, but even in the ones that he lost out on, he's impressed me.
He's gone toe-to-toe with some very big opposition.
Yeah.
Like Gumiho in round 1, if I'm not mistaken, and then Bioni had a really good series with him.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a rough draw with Solar in the first round here, which Solar's a big name, but it's not undoable for him. I know we got kind of smoked by Dark, but Dark's a very different PvZ opponent. It's like PV Dark at that point, so Astrea has been very good at this matchup.
Right.
Can't forget his top 3 runs in Home Story Cups and stuff. He can do it.
We'll get to, he's our first match, so we'll get to go a bit more in depth in a little bit. Ben's getting a bit ahead of himself.
Apologies.
All right, let's take a look at the Aramco highlights coming in from yesterday as well. They are zooming in thick and fast here to show you exactly what was going down. Let's take a look at number 5 here, Lambo. It's going to be Bjorn going up against Oliveira.
Yeah, this fight was actually super hard to judge because it looked like Oliveira was just pushing forward and destroying Bjorn, but Bjorn had way better Raven usage. He used the auto turrets to tank, he used the buildings to tank, and he kept his Ravens alive for later on in the fight, and he just had more Vikings in the air, and that's what ends up winning you these fights. He really didn't lose that much in this battle, and he outplayed Oliveira in the late game, which usually Bjorn never is the guy to go into the late game, and now he showed me he can actually do it.
Yeah, we've had spectacular TVTs wall to wall. It's been a real treat to watch here, and Oliveira is the kind of guy that, again, we get to see him also kind of step up to the likes of Maru in TVT, but Bjorn showing masterful control. Number 4, though, we head over to Serral versus Hero, Ben.
Yeah, this was actually an absolute mess of a match, wasn't it? Like,
yes, it
there
was.
were so many turns and swings, and over here, this is a point where Hero, I don't think he really needed to take the fights at some point. If he's over in the bottom left here, I'm going to get closer to the monitor, but he was actually making a real dent in Serral this game. He was just playing so damn well. Is this where Serral just comes in with a bunch of neurals? Oh,
it was
entirely.
Yeah, it was actually a nice reposition.
he got so close to the screen. All right, anyway, we got Serral versus Maru, Pig.
Indeed. I mean, this here, that fungal from behind. This was Maru inches from victory in Game 2 to tie up the series, and Serral just destroyed his entire army. 60 supply in a second. It was brutal.
Number 2, Reina versus Solar, Lambo.
Yeah, one of my absolute favorite moments yesterday. In the very first series of the day, Reina really brought it back with 3 hold fire lurkers.
Yeah.
At the very end of the series to close it out, he was really up against the ropes in that match, and that single play completely turned the game on its head.
Yeah, very important. But of course, let's check in with number 1. I'm going to stick with you, Lambo, for this one, as we want to do a little bit more of a pro perspective on this one.
Yes, this will be Serral versus Hero, and for anyone who missed it, this is a wild moment in the game.
Yes, it is.
So if we look at it, the supplies are relatively even, and if we take a look at the upgrades, Serral doesn't really have any upgrade, right? He has no upgrades, he has Roach Ravager, so how is the game exactly going to end in the next 20 seconds? You might ask. Well, can you see anything here? I'm going to zoom in for you. I can't really see anything, but Hero also couldn't, and that meant that he lost 7 Void Rays at once to the Corrosive Bile. Here we can see it once again, and I mean, all I can say is that this man right here, that's just good sportsmanship, because I would be crushed after that.
Thank you for the arrows. I wasn't aware exactly where he was in this image. That's some great breakdown there from Lambo. I appreciate that. But yeah, it was a wild moment. Like, when those kinds of things happen, it's the perfect disaster, Pig, unfortunately, for a player.
Yeah, it's such a moonshot. You know, we always talk about, like, Dark kind of just throwing biles at air units and hoping in, like, 1 in 20 he'll kill a Prism or a Void Ray. 7 Void Rays? I mean, especially because Serral wasn't even aiming for it. He was just aiming for the shield battery. That was, I think Serral, I almost wish we could have got his reaction shot there, because I'm sure he also was kind of eyebrow raised going, did that just happen?
Yeah, it doesn't often happen at all. Let's check in with the Doritos reactions then. Maybe Serral's is in here, who knows? As we have plenty from yesterday. Just so many magical moments, not only, again, as I said before, in victory, but also defeat. You can see it on everybody's faces when they're in these games, Dimo.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's so tense. Like, I've never seen Serral sigh so many times, and it was out of pure relief.
Yeah.
So many pop-offs as well. And you see how much the relief on all these players, the desperation, the sadness. Like, it's just amazing to see. Even the sad moments are amazing because it means so much to these guys.
You actually make a really good point, because a lot of the times when we see like a Serral pop-off, for example, Lambo, sometimes it looks, he's finished. It looks very reserved. He's like, haha, yes, I've won. And then puts his fist up. However, yesterday when Serral won some of these games, you could see genuine relief. Just wall-to-wall relief from a guy like Serral, because he knows what it means.
Yes, I don't think I've seen Serral like that since he won the first BlizzCon in 2018.
Yeah.
There he also popped off when he managed to get into the top 4. There he popped off when he went into the finals. And that was the very first time a foreigner ever won such a big event against the Koreans. And now he's done it ever since, like every single year. He wins so many tournaments. You would think he starts to get used to it, but you can see how much it means to him to just make it into that top 4. Because it wasn't sure at all for him, right? He got 3-0'd by Clem, he almost lost to Hero, and then he got Maru. He had a really tough bracket.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Well, he has been able to make it through, but another name that is looking to make it through down here in the knockout bracket is our current reigning world champion, Oliveira. Let's check in with him about his thoughts on that Katowice win, as well as coming into EWC.
其实最开始当时计划的我真的是就是如果我这次没有拿到成绩，可能就退役了，然后可能需要去干其他事情，因为当时已经是打了第6年、第7年了，但是我还是没有在就是国际大赛上拿到任何的成绩。然后那次其实备赛的状态也不是很好。其实我这次也有点，就是我最近自定义和天梯其实打的挺多的，但是就是胜率都很低，也不知道哪里出了问题。然后但是就是可能就是这种心态吧，就是学着放松着打。就那次的话，要说真是预期，就只是预期到小组出线，就是而且是将能够小组出线就好。其实有一种心态，当时说不上来吧，就真的是很放松，但是其实在我每次上台之前，其实我腿都是发软的，就是从不管是12进8、8进4一直打到上面，其实每次在台下等的时候，上台的时候就整个人都在就紧张到腿在发软，但是一上去之后就也不知道怎么着，就一点都不紧张了。然后如果真的说有夺冠的预感的话，就是在8进4我赢了雷诺之后，其实有一种预感，就心理状态感觉今天可能有了，就是这种感觉我也说不上来，但是就真的是感觉可能有了，然后就是反而就很放松，就是甚至当时在总决赛第1局，我当时印象很深刻，就是打马尔的时候，我上来第1局就很快的输掉了，但是就是有一种。这无所谓，反正后边就有一种自己要夺冠的那种感觉，说不上来。其实唯一的畏惧感可能是，因为我天梯上有时候老是后期输给他，但是我就想着我今天就也没有赢不赢冠军，其实当时就觉得无所谓。但是唯一我要想的就是，我今天只是想在当时想的就是我一定要有一把后期赢过他，然后我只要其他开局我像就是前面几把我只要像我平时练习的那样把该做的东西做出来就没什么问题，就整个人都很放松的那种状态。其实我甚至是我当时举奖杯的时候都没有意识到，其实是意识到是在我自己当时比完赛回到房间的时候，然后刷到手机，然后是我爸给我打的电话，然后还有一些家人的祝福。那个时候说实话自己哭了，比当时在舞台上哭的还激动一点，就是有一种，就真的我哭了很久，就是有一种我终于这好像真的还是有点不真实，但是有一种，就是我脑子里终于成了世界冠军的这个感觉。但是其实就对我现在来说，就是之前看的话，其实每次看自己夺了冠录像会很开心。但其实自从今年年初吧，就是有时候还是会刷到自己的一些夺冠录像什么的，就是会有一种很难受的感觉，反而说不上来很伤心的感觉，就是会有一种为什么我当时能做的事情现在做不到了。就是回到前面的问题，就是说实话，我真的好像就是再拿一个世界冠军。就拿我自己来说吧，就是其实我很早之前就在一个，我记得是当时国内那个 应该是网易举办活动上我说过，就是我很羡慕当时雷诺还有 Clam 他们那样的剧本，就是年纪轻轻出来，然后一下就拿了世界冠军，然后或者世界亚军。但是我其实回顾我的整个职业生涯而来，就是其实失败是偏多的。拿 IEM 冠军之前，然后0杠6输掉比赛，然后好不容易感觉拿了冠军，要开始自己的一段就像DOTA一样 Spirit 他们那样的王朝，或者，但是又一下回到了现实，就是我基本上那年 Gamerstate 被小组淘汰，然后西安的线下赛被0比3，然后去年的卡图维兹又是小组没出现，但是我觉得就跟我练习的一样嘛，就是我即使输给那个人1000次，我也会想去赢那个人1次，就别放弃就好。其实吧，就是真想说的话，就对自己未来的自己说吧，就是其实你现在已经做得很好了，但是我还是想说，就是我感觉，就是至少我现在自己心里感觉，就是我感觉我如果拿不到另一个世界冠军的话，其实我觉得我自己的人生毫无意义。但是我觉得其实各位在看直播或者在看就是 VO 后边 VOD 的朋友们，其实你们远比我更优秀很多。我其实是一个很容易放弃的人，但是我这样的人都取得了今天的成就，我觉得你们可以比我做得更好。
What can I say? Ever the eloquent speaker truly shows that hard work and determination can pay off and create magical moments. Let's see if he can survive, though. It's time for the knockout bracket here, as we have got potentially more magical moments on the way. This is a difficult time for all of these players. Today, Pig, we eliminate 14.
It's heartbreak row. It's going to be just so many tears, so much joy today. Every single series is going to be intense. Any slow starters will be brutally punished because it is a best of 3 stage. Every mistake is going to be something you will be regretting for the rest of the year. Of course, it is your last final chance, but we do have a few players who didn't qualify through the regular season, Shin and Showtime.
Yeah.
They've been waiting on the sidelines, watching, practicing. They finally get to show what they've prepared.
Yeah, let's talk about them for a moment here, because Shin's road was excellent. I always call him kind of the hope ender for a lot of players, Lambo. And then on the other side, Showtime, he had a great series against Shin, but then played a blinder of a series against Bunny to be able to qualify here.
Yes, I think Shin is at such a high level. He's actually on the Korean ladder right now. He's the highest ranked Zerg. And that's already been the case for quite a while. He just got his straight up solid macro game to another level, because he used to be a little bit more of a cheesy Zerg, a very aggressive Zerg, but now he can also play the longer games. He even beat Showtime in some of those later stage games when it really mattered the absolute most. Because if you drop down to the lower bracket, there's always a chance that you still lose to Bunny. So both of them played their absolute A strategies and brought their A game. And that's when Shin relied on his macro strategies as well. So he became more of a complete player.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule, then we'll blast through this. We've got a B stream as well, don't forget. So you guys at home can have 2 streams open at the same time, keeping an eye on all the matches that are going to be going down. Here is our stream B. We start things off with Coffee versus Beyond going on there. Move into Hero versus Reina there as well. Hero, Spirit, and then, of course, we don't know what is coming up there as time goes on. Let's move on to stream A. Here's what we've got as a sampling for you here today. Now, again, do bear in mind, it's best of 3s all the way until that best of 5 match, which will determine who our last player will be in the Final 4. Anything that piques your interest there, Ben?
I mean, I really like Astrea Solar just because the winner then goes in to meet Maru. So, like, your fate's already sort of decided a bit. But I really feel the quarter of the bracket with Shin, Cure, and Beyond is incredibly close. Like, any one of those 3 players making it out would not surprise me at all. I think that is the most closely matched quarter of the bracket.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's get hyped. It's our first match of the day here. It is going to be Astrea representing Virtus Pro going up against Solar representing Vitality. Both of these players not only looking to survive in the tournament, but looking to gather big EWC points for their teams respectively as well. Pig, talk to me about this matchup coming in.
Well, I mean, Astrea is absolutely heat resistant right now, wearing a hoodie and a cap right now there in the heat in Riyadh. What a beast. Honestly, I think it's an interesting matchup. Basically, Solar preys on Astrea. Historically, he wins a lot more of their series. These guys play so many online tournaments against each other, which means a lot of best of 3 experience. Recently, Astrea has a couple of wins against him. So if you look at just the last kind of couple months, you go, oh, Astrea's done pretty well. But there are some streaks before that where Solar has really just beaten him 4 or 5 times in a row. So The real problem historically is Solar's timing attacks are brutal. His queen walks, his surprise big attacks, he just will shove across there, and Astrea will be just a little bit too greedy sometimes.
Well, let's hear from Astrea coming into this match as to what he thinks in the knockout bracket.
I am here with Astrea, the American Dream. How are you, Max Angel? And yeah, how are you feeling for your match today?
I'm feeling a little bit anxious right now. I've got a few nerves, but I think they'll sort themselves out by the time I play. I'm feeling good.
All right. I mean, you did fall to Dark, not to add to the nerves or anything, but it was a PVC. You did have very strong performances defeating Gumiho before that and a very close series against Beyond in the PVT matchup. Is it an issue of the matchup itself or the players or your mindset, or how are you feeling against Solar in any case, as he is also a Zerg player?
I'm not too sure, but Dark is just a tough matchup. He's just really powerful, and it's been a while since I've beat him in a tournament match. Solar, I've been doing better versus. I practiced some custom games with him in Korea, and I played with him a little bit here before we realized we were going to play each other. And it's definitely closer than versus Dark, so I think you can expect a good series.
All right, awesome. Then you know what to expect.
All right, things are getting hectic here. You guys at home can get hectic too as you head over to sdcplay.gg and tell us who you think is going to be winning out this game. Lambo, I want to come to you. Any potential predictions for this one whilst things get loud?
My personal prediction is it's going to be a close series. We just heard that both of them played against each other while Astrea was staying in Korea.
Yeah.
So I think it's closer than on paper in their history it might seem. My honest prediction would be is a 2-1 for Solar. I still favor Solar slightly.
Yeah.
I think it should be a very close one.
Ben, how about you?
Lambo's a true professional, man. Like, I know he hasn't done much of this stuff, but having this go on right now, But no, I think this is going to be very close between these guys. I mean, Solar for me is he has been Mr. Consistent for so many years, and Mr. Consistent against Mr. Crazy. I feel that when it comes to the pressure, this kind of situation, I would give Solar the edge.
Yeah, I mean, he's the big game player that a lot of people say he is sometimes. But anyway, will the powerful clown from America get the buzzsaw out and start cutting up Solar here? We're about to find out. Let's head over to the stage. Astrea versus Solar.
It's day 4 of StarCraft 2 at the Esports World Cup. Fancy, and as excited as I am to get this day started, there is a bit of a somber note today, isn't there?
Absolutely. It's going to be 15 players playing at the knockout bracket. No other chance for any of them. 14 of them will be going home and getting their keys crushed, their hopes and dreams.
It's going to be a tough one, but whoever does make it through today's grueling gauntlet makes it on to Sunday, where they get to face off against Clem and Dark and Cyril, which actually kind of sounds pretty scary when you think about it.
Exactly. Like, I have no idea how today's matches are going to go, but it's definitely going to be an exciting one. We've got a lot of StarCraft to get to, and a chance for all of these 15 players. One of them will be the first ever Esports World Cup StarCraft 2 champion and get their hands on this trophy. So how about we welcome the first set of players on the stage. It is going to be Astrea versus Solar.
Representing Team Veritas Pro, we've got Astrea, the #1 US player and winner of the Spring ESL SC2 Masters America. His opponent, Solar of Vitality, 2023 GSL Season 2 Co-Host Champion.
Players are now taking their seats and getting ready for their first match. As we said, no other chance, no other opportunity to get to the playoffs. It is the Final Four knockout bracket. Casters, take it away.
What's up, everybody? Tasteless and Artosis here, ready to bring you this best of 3 with Astrea versus Solar.
This is going to be very exciting. This is the first time we're going to eliminate anyone from the tournament. So everyone that you see lose today is out. That's it. Yep. They're not going to be the world champ.
Kind of a scary moment here. We've had so many great games over the last 3 days, but we're at the phase now where we're going to start taking these players out. This is a pretty treacherous part of the group here. We've had a couple guys that have managed to basically coast by, narrowly escaping getting to this phase, but now it's going to be an absolute all-out bloodbath.
Yeah, and every single match is looking really good, really nice. Of course, we're going to have 2 streams today, so make sure you're checking them both out. But this is a great first match to start at, right? This is our only North American player, a very strong Protoss. He's put out some great games so far. Even the games he lost against Dark, he was playing very nicely. He's going to be going up against Solar, who is a Zerg that I think is strong enough to make it to that Final Four, but isn't quite as good as someone like Dark. So I think he gives Astrea a bit better chance.
Yeah, I think this is doable for Astrea. I think Solar slightly favored. We see even in the player points, Solar a little bit ahead, I think by 5 points overall in stats. But, you know, if Astrea can bring it all, those stats are going to be meaningless, right? No matter what happens with these two, it's going to be a crazy, difficult road ahead here. Again, this is a best of 3. I know if you've been watching over the last couple days, it's been nothing but best of 5s, but this is really where it gets dangerous because in a best of 3, you don't have that much room to try to figure your opponent out, to make the right adjustments. You really have to come in much more prepared.
Yeah, you got to have your plans set and ready to be actioned. It looks like we are getting into game number 1 here. It's going to be on Site Delta. Astrea versus Solar. The winner goes home. And the loser goes home.
And the loser dies. All right, guys, introducing our player as we go into game 1 in this best of 3 in the upper left, in the red, from the United States of America, he is Astrea. And in the bottom right here, in the blue, from South Korea, one of the best Zergs in the entire world, he is Solar. It should be noted as we go into this match, Astrea spends, I would say, almost half the year training in Korea. I see him pretty regularly, whether he's playing in GSL or just, you know, we'll spend some time together in Korea. So, you know, he's not somebody who's been siloed out of the Korean scene or the Korean meta. So, you know, whenever we go into something like the Esports World Cup, it's very easy to look at players and their nationality. And therefore their respective server you would imagine they come from. But the truth is that Astrea plays with a lot of Korean players and Asian players in general, and trains with the very best Europeans. So he's going to have a very good idea of how to approach Solar.
Yeah, and already we're seeing something cool out of him. He's going for a Nexus first here.
Right.
Not expecting that there's not going to be something crazy like a 12 pool. And of course he's right. You really don't expect that in this matchup. So I like the Nexus first very, very much. It's going to give him a little boost in terms of economy. So when you look at the openers, you do have to give a little nod to Astrea.
So Astrea going to wall in over at his ramp here. This is Site Delta, where you have not only a ramp up into your main, but a ramp up into your expansion. So it's a good map to try to fast expand on. Solar's going to scout here with the Overlord, and when you see the infrastructure here at the front, it's no secret. You know this is going to be a quick expand build. I was talking to Artosis about this. I think, you know, before we even actually started this broadcast, I think this is going to be a close one. It's tough to call.
Yeah.
It could go either way. I think a best of 5, maybe. Solar should come out 3-2. A best of 3, I think it's too hard to call. Game 1, obviously going to be pivotal.
Yeah.
You know, these players don't have a lot of time to prepare because they don't know until, you know, they finally end up in this part of the bracket who they're up against. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two open up here, especially in game 1, because, you know, if you do cheese and it backfires, it really puts you in a tough spot trying to recover in the next 2 games.
Well, when you look at their styles, right, like Astrea brings more different strategies than probably anybody else.
Yeah.
Solar, in the meantime, is like a very good macro Zerg, but leans towards aggression, I would say, right? So Honestly, I would like to see him play this a little bit aggressively. I think if you're going to try to play a reactive macro-type play, that's going to be what Astrea does best against, right? Because you're not going to be threatening his build, which may have some different optimizations than a lot of others. So just throwing that out there. Right now, a couple of Adepts did get chrono boosted out pretty quickly. I don't know that he's going to get any damage done. A Ling comes up and will scout around and, of course, find that Stargate. But nothing like too weird other than the fact that, you know, he got that very fast Nexus first. And, well, he is making 2 Adepts at a time, whereas right now in the game, normally you're making 1.
Yeah, and the double Adept thing. You know, that puts a little bit of extra pressure. If you're not totally prepared for that, you can get zoned back. It kind of reminds me of some of these now commonplace, but, you know, aggressive Reaper openings where you get 3 to 5 or even more Reapers and just put a little bit more pressure on than you would normally have to deal with. The Lings are going to get in here. The Stalker's on the outside. The Probes, at least one does get taken out here. Not a bad run by here by Solar. He'll also get in the main. Now he's going to try to, actually he does kill a Probe, but also you get to scout. He saw that Oracle leaving the base. There is a second one being made now, which he can see as well.
Yeah, I think that was a very good move by Solar. Like, these are the types of things you want to do just because Astrea's play is a bit different from everyone else's. A little bit more attacking, a little bit more aggression is going to help you to feel out, like, what your opponent is doing exactly. And, you know, he gets a reasonable idea. But right now, Astrea is getting that third base. He's making Oracles, everything looking pretty good, while Solar is actually making a reasonable amount of Zerglings.
Yeah, Solar's still making more and more Lings. We got a couple drones on the way here as well. You know, Astrea, it's interesting because a lot of times we talk about players like Stats or these other really conservative Protoss players that have long games that tend to win that. Astrea also makes for some very long games. Let's park that thought for a second here. We've got some Lings coming in. Going to harass these Probes. But I wouldn't say that Astrea is like Stats and that he defaults into longer games.
Yeah.
You were saying this earlier, Artosis, and I think it's worth repeating. He has, it feels like, more styles of play than maybe any of the Protoss right now.
For sure he does,
yeah.
And Protoss are generally very creative players, but, like, he makes all his own stuff. He can do all the normal stuff, but he makes so many builds, so many strategies that no one else uses. He's truly the most strategic player in this World Championship. There's just not even a question about it.
Okay, the Lings are going to come up here now. Going to get another probe. I mean, these are little victories for sure. The Ling's also going to come and hit this location where the Stalker is. We got some Oracles that are going to come in here and try to help out. And I think Solar made the right call trying to pull away. He will get a couple Lings snipped off there. And the Templar Archives is starting. So this has been a pretty slow, kind of development-oriented game. You know, the Protoss is pretty buttoned up back at home. But the Zerg is moving out now. We've got, was that Queens put in the Overlords there?
I thought that was actually Roaches, but it should have been Queens, so. Yeah, I think it must be. Yeah,
it must be Queens. So this is going to be a timing attack. There's a lot of Lings coming in over here, and he's going to try to either break down the natural or break down the third base. And we just got a shot of Astrea's face here, and he didn't seem too happy about this. No. Now, the Queens can be used to transfuse, but they can also hit the Oracles. The Queens just beat Oracles straight up, and it seems like the third base is going to be the target. We've got Lings coming up now. Ravagers firing into the very congested area behind the Nexus now. I don't know that Astrea can control this position, Artosis.
No, it looks pretty bad for him right now as Oracle's unable to really help the Queens, sniping them down oh so quickly. A lot of the shield batteries going down. The Photon Cannon coming in a little bit late, and I think Astrea is going to take critical damage here.
Yeah, I think so. We've got some more shots coming down. There's no way that Astrea can really salvage this position. And, you know, it's bad enough losing the Nexus, but the fact that there's 4 gateways here is even worse because now he's going to lose about half of his development back at home. So all those gateways unpowered. And I think that blow alone should be fatal. We'll probably be going into game number 2 as there is just no way to sandbag the progress that Solar's already made.
Yeah, this looks like Astrea is just about dead. You're so right about unpowering those gates, too. Maybe if those were in his main base or still powered, he could make enough units to rally out and get this area under control, but the Nexus is already gone. Most of his production is gone. He's trying to do something, because don't forget, you know, you're doing a rush like this, like from Solar, you don't have that much at home. So you always feel like maybe there's some way to come back, but for us, looking at these numbers, looking at the quality of play that Solar puts out, doesn't seem very likely.
Yeah, he does have the Robo here. He's making Immortals, but I think with the number of Ravagers here, you can see the creep is blanketing the area outside of Astrea's base. Astrea got to try to come in here, and this is not a bad idea. Get some drones, but I don't know that there is an easy way to recover here. We're talking about a 4-base Zerg versus a 2-base Protoss. Protoss trying to recover as well as you can. Again, 4 gateways unpowered is huge.
Yeah.
It does seem like Solar, I think, being a pretty smart player, doesn't go for the win more move. Although he is going to be able to surround this Archon, which is insane. That's so bad. In fact, can he trap the other Archon and maybe pelt that with Corrosive Biles? That doesn't matter. GG. Game 1 is won very easily by Solar. Sniffing out an opportunity to get a really good timing attack. I didn't see exactly what prompted Solar to do that, or maybe that was the plan all along.
Yeah. He does stuff like that pretty regularly. I think that he looked at that and said, okay, first off, he had 2 Adepts over across the map really, really quickly, so Solar was able to sneak Lings in. He saw that it was into Oracle, and he saw that it was a very fast third. So I think he just decided to put on the aggression. This is a build that Solar does from time to time. This has been a bit more popular lately as well. And like we were talking about before, sometimes it's really smart to just lean into aggression a little bit against these creative players.
Yeah.
There's a reason why a lot of the builds Astrea does, no one else does. And that's because the standard metagame is better at stopping some of these attacks.
Yeah, when you get aggressive enough, you don't even have to deal with the headache of whatever weird stuff Astrea is going to do. You kind of kill the strategy in its crib, so to speak. So Solar winning that game pretty easily. We saw Astrea moments ago shaking his head in frustration, probably regretting putting those gateways over there at the 3rd base, maybe not trying to preempt any kind of rush and going for a more conservative game before letting his strategy blossom into whatever it was going to be. So now we go into game 2. I want to remind everybody, this is a best of 3.
Yes.
This phase of the tournament, I know we've had best of 5s the whole time. This is all about survival right now, so Astrea needs to turn this around, or Solar's going to close this out 2-0.
Well, let's get into game number 2 here. Astrea on his last life here in the bottom right. It is our Protoss player from America. It is Astrea. If he loses one more game here to Solar, he is out of this tournament. His opponent in the top left, a GSL champion, someone who may be able to make the whole run through this bracket. It's Solar.
I think a pretty even match, but just a great opening there from Solar to kind of go in there with a gut punch to a macro Protoss. Certainly in this tournament, everybody has characterized Astrea's play as slow Protoss play. So anything that's going to be kind of a long game that's focused on development, on ticking all the boxes in tech and getting all the bases on your side of the map, rushes can be pretty good then.
Yeah.
The mistake you don't want to make is trying to rush into a player who also might be aggro, and you might end up with kind of a weird interaction that doesn't really make sense. It does seem like, although we've talked about Astrea having a wide range of play, they've all been long games.
Yeah. It's not like he's creating new rushes or something, right? They're mostly macro-based plays. So I guess you're right about that, right? Like another reason to lean into some more aggressive plays. Now, to mention here on Oceanborn, Astrea has once again gone for a Nexus first. So, yeah, he's going to be, I think, throwing down that second gateway again. He might just look at that last game and say, I just didn't quite get my build.
Yeah, he might have looked at the loss and been like, that was a fluke. I can make a couple adjustments. Maybe not probe as hard, maybe make the right defenses, and probably get to where I want to be. Now, that doesn't mean that Solar is going to have to rush in here again. There's so many ways to play this out. But yeah, Astrea, once again, going for the macro play. It is that double gate like Artos has said, so you're going to have a couple more adepts than normal. We did see a little bit of this evolution in TVZ over the last 2.5 years, where it's been a little bit more of, instead of one Rax Reaper just getting 2, it kind of changes the dynamic of the early game.
Absolutely.
And that'll just cause Zerg to adjust. In these matchups, it's always both races kind of chasing each other around and what the other one's trying to do and figure out whatever the next step is. We call that the meta. It's why the games are always looking different over the years as players adapt to their approach in each of the matchups.
Yeah, you find something generally strong, everyone kind of starts doing it, then you figure out how to beat it, and everyone starts doing that, and so on and so forth. Now, this is kind of cool. He goes for double Adept with the double Chrono again. starts the Warp Gate upgrade right away and then goes into the Stargate, right? So in regular like fast expansions from Protoss that aren't Nexus first, you definitely see that Stargate come up before the Warp Gate upgrade. That's something that Zergs can very easily check. Of course, there can be some mind games around there, but there generally isn't too many. It's more about the optimization of the build. But Solar, you know, playing against a Nexus first, he may not be completely sure of what all these timings mean. Now, that being said, a Zergling just runs right up through once again.
Yeah, Ling comes in here. Look, this is annoying. You know, there's no denying it. You always want to at least keep the Zerg guessing, at least force them to sacrifice as much as possible. So the second Ling scout comes in here. This is preventable, by the way. You know, there's no rule that says a Ling has to get inside of your base. So, you know, maybe it was actually the Ling scout in game 1 that prompted that attack. I don't know.
Yeah, could have been.
I still don't think we're going to see Solar do the same thing twice, right? But let's see.
Yeah, well, we're seeing Astrea do the same thing twice. That part we know.
But I think we haven't gotten to the part where we get to see it in action,
yeah.
right? So,
I mean, for sure.
He can definitely, you know, take a couple steps slower here and maybe hold it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we got to rush again.
I don't think we do. Like, Solar right now is just droning up a little bit, making some queens, right? The Oracles will come in and try to get a bit of scouting intel, try to kill a few drones here and there. I'm not sure how much damage he's going to be able to pull out. But, you know, just getting in here and being able to scout is a big, big deal. If you can get in there and recognize, like, oh, okay, there's, like, not a Roach Warren, right? He's not... It doesn't look like he's making extra queens to come drop on me. You know, you can play it a little bit more greedily as Astrea. But that all being said, you know, Roach Warren is on the way. A few more Lings, but still pretty heavy droning here from Solar.
Okay, we've got a couple snipes over here on some drones. You know, not great, to be honest, giving up half health for 2 drones there with the Oracle. The Phoenix is going to be clearing the map here of the Overlords. We've got Adepts coming out. Doesn't appear that this is going to be any kind of committed attack. This is more kind of generating the illusion of a possible powerful rush coming out here. Because the Phoenix can clear out the Overlords, a lot of times a good Zerg player goes, oh no, what are you hiding?
Yeah.
You know, and this is where you get really high-level players. Like if you're against a bad player, this doesn't do anything. You're like, that's too bad, I lost my Overlord. They just go on with what they're doing. But, you know, against very good players, this can prompt them to overreact.
Yeah, sometimes. Now, the layer is about to finish up. He did just scout that 4th hatchery going down at the 4th base. Astrea, you know, he has his 3 bases up and mining. Everything looking pretty good. Templar Archives is going to be finishing up here. Robo is on the way. He's already getting charged in +1. I'm not sure what the plan is. Like, this could be like a Charge Archon type attack, right? Like that. Yeah, it looks like it might be, in fact. I think he's going to get a Prism, and he just added 4 more gateways. So, like, Charge +1 Archon.
Look at this.
So sneaky.
So the idea is that it's very unlikely that this is going to get scouted. You drop the creep there, you make a Spire, and you're trying to blindside the Protoss. Because right now these Oracles are actually crazy amount of damage.
Wow.
8 kills.
Wow.
It's insane. But they're also scouting. Right?
Yeah.
And so you're harassing, but you're kind of glimpsing into their base and going, all right, are you up to anything weird? All right, I don't see a Spire. And when you don't see a Spire as Protoss, you think, okay, well, then I got to go into anti-ground. So this could completely, like, judo flip the game as the rush comes in here. Oh, my God, and the one big anti-air unit, the Archon gets surrounded. Oh, you can see Astrea
He's not
feeling
happy
the
about
pain.
that.
Yeah.
Well, right now, he is getting a 2nd Robo as well. He does have a Prism. It's really unfortunate that he lost that 1 Archon. That adds so much to this army quality-wise. But he's moving out. Blink is on the way, and he's actually making another Phoenix. So I don't know if he saw the Spire, but just the fact that he's making another Phoenix makes me... Okay, he's reading this even though he doesn't see the Spire. He's reading this and saying, you know what, I think a Spire's on the way. Actually, one of the ways to tell is if they don't have a ton of Roaches, a lot of times that does mean that they're going for that Spire. So he's going to push in right now. The Roach count is okay, but there's a lot of Zealots there.
Okay, this is another huge blow. He gets the Robo.
Ooh.
I mean, we've just seen 2. Oh, my God, hold on, maybe 3. He's going to, oh, my God, he's going to get the Warp Prism.
Oh, man.
And you can see he sees the last second. This is a train wreck. and he doesn't even know about the Mutatech switch.
Well, he's still making Phoenixes, so like he definitely hasn't seen a Mutatech switch.
Yeah,
but
he might suspect it.
Yeah. It's like he's maybe he's hedging his bets here because he is making Immortals. But yeah, losing that Robo, losing the Archon early on, losing the Prism with Zealots in it. There's a lot of things that have gone wrong, and there's going to be a ton of Mutas showing up at his base shortly.
Okay, he sees the Spire, which is upgrading air attack. The question is that going to be enough? You know, they talk about a plane crash. It's not one mistake. It's several in a row, like 7 or 8 that cause it to go down. We're close to that happening in this game for Astrea. I mean, losing the Archon, losing the War Prism. All these mistakes that have happened right now are just so bad. The Mutas are out, and this really puts Protoss on the back foot. So I think what we thought was going to be a timing is going to be a very turtled up Protoss. Instead, this is going to allow Solar to grow, to grab other spots on the map. And we've got this Oracle Harass coming in still. Oh my god, he's not microing the Phoenixes.
Yeah, looks like he was doing something else in there. So a little bit unfortunate losing those Phoenixes, still warping in a lot of Blink Stalkers here.
Stuck here?
No, there's a Changeling in the wall.
All right.
Oh man, a lot, like Solar's playing a magnificent game. Astrea's having a hard time against it.
It does seem like Astrea's choking a little bit here.
A little bit, yeah.
Like things are just kind of fraying at the seams here. He does open that back up. Here come the Roaches. The Archons are definitely going to be able to swat back the Mutalisks that have come up. Now, Astrea's not dead.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play for the long game. He's going to take a base at 6 o'clock. You see that little Nexus hologram there. I was about to say, that can't be a strategy to send 2 beats across the map. So somehow those got caught in some control group and we're moving out on the map. But they're going back home now. Solar spots the expansion. The Mutalisks can basically keep harassing. Now, long term, the Protoss can always beat Mutalisks. Mutalisks are never a thing you're trying to accumulate enough of to where they'll never stop you, at least in a game where the Protoss' economy is this healthy.
Yeah.
But it does force Protoss to respect the Zerg. And so the Zerg can freely take these other bases on the map.
He's actually made so many Mutalisks and he's getting Baneling speed, so that makes me think he might stay on Mutas and like force a base trade if Astrea attacks. That can be a very strong way to play. Like speed Banelings are surprisingly good against Blink Stalkers. But yeah, sometimes situations like this just turn into a massive, massive base trade later on. But the thing is, I think Astrea, like if he doesn't end up dying, if he does approach max supply, I feel like he's the type of player who will make very good decisions in that base trade. Normally, creative players are the ones that are very good at that.
Okay, he's going to come down here now and hit. I just don't know that Astrea actually has enough here. It looks like he is going to just get squished in this position. We've got the one Immortal, but the Mutas are going to come in here. They're now sniping the Stalkers. The Nexus falls before the rest of the units can even defend it. And Astrea looking defeated in this moment here as Solar is maxed out, has so much of the map, and it doesn't look like he could be stopped.
No, those Biles hitting all the Immortals and everything. So many things have gone wrong for Astrea within this game. Kind of sad to see because he had some cool ideas. I really enjoy watching Astrea play, but this time just not enough here at the World Championships.
Mutas back up. More Banelings are coming. This is kind of a 1-2 punch here, right? The 4th base has fallen. Astrea scrambling to try to get anything to hold off this next attack. And it looks like this is just going to battering ram its way in here. I mean, there's so many, but yeah, GG. It doesn't matter what the Banelings connect to. There's just way too many. And Solar, swiftly and decisively, is victorious there in a 2-0 versus Astrea. No question that Solar is the better player. Cleaner play overall, a better understanding of how to react to his opponent. And especially in game 2, to be honest, just a kind of a sloppy play from Astrea. He just had a lot of fumbles back there. Whereas game 1, I think, is a little bit more forgivable. The time and attack just sliced through him.
Yeah. I think Astrea's not going to be happy with his performance here today, and I think he can be happy with his other days of performance.
100%.
But yeah, Solar looking very on point, but he has maybe his hardest match coming up next against Maru.
Shortly here, we're going to go to a interview with Solar and see how he's feeling. No doubt confident, definitely not a tough match for him. But it is still a long road ahead. It's going to be a very, very brutal day here. We're going to go to an interview now. Or we're going to go to an interview in a second. So a quick review here of just what happened in that last game. So interview now, sorry.
Wow, Solar. We just got here and already you are standing victorious after your first knockout match. You are the first player on stage to send another player home. So before we get into this, Astrea, I must invite you to take your key and deliver it to Solar, the winner of your match. And Solar, you will be taking this key over to the hydraulic press and you will be crushing it just like you crushed that match. So, Astrea, my friend, this is the first time this has happened here on the StarCraft stage here at the Esports World Cup. And this is our unique tournament system. The keys from the defeated players will become part of the trophy that does ultimately go to the winner of this tournament. And speaking of winning this tournament, Solar, after a performance like that, how likely do you think you are to make it all the way to Sunday and to take it through those players?
Yeah, I just beat first opponent, but there's still so many opponents that I beat. Like, there's so many good players still, so I didn't feel like, not yet. I'm not sure that I can make it Sunday, but I will do my best.
But you'll have to make it through Maru next to get to Sunday. Do you bring anything special for him? Something in the back pocket, or are you just going to pull out some regular Solar games?
Yeah, Maru is really good player, probably best Terran. And I played him so much and we are teammates, so I feel like we know very well against each other. So I hope we can make a great game this tournament.
I think for certain it'll be an excellent game. I'll invite you to take that trophy now onto the hydraulic press. I'll send this one over to the analysts. Take another look at that match.
Solar wastes no time at all in sending someone home. We had to wait a few days here, Cats, to send someone back, but when it came to it, it didn't take much time, just showing us how cutthroat this knockout bracket is.
Really, there's something visceral about the handing of the key. I wasn't expecting for it to hit me like this, and I mean, neither player is really looking forward to Maru. I talked to both of them before the games, and you know, it's going to be a tough match.
Maru is super difficult to play against, and Solar has a pretty terrible track record against him. But if there's anything that goes his way, surely it's maybe this best-of-3 format that can give Solar something of a chance.
Yeah, and he's an excellent CVT player, so I think, you know, it's the big stage. Anything can happen. I'm excited for it.
We're going to be continuing to press a lot more keys today. Let's head on over to the desk to see what they have to say about that first series.
All right, full steam ahead then here as we have got ourselves Solar 2-0 victory. He wasted no time in dispatching of Astrea, and unfortunately, Ben, Astrea is our first victim of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad for Astrea, right? Like, today was not the same Astrea that we saw turn up for the rest of the tournament. And I mean, this system is so brutal because after having so many amazing and close best-of-5s, a best-of-3 against Solar to seal your fate, brutal.
Yeah, Solar had his number, really, Pig here, looking very strong with it. Even in the second game as well, a cheeky hidden Spire makes things quite complicated.
Yeah, Solar channeling his old Pro League performances. I mean, he first came into prominence as a player who was a ZVP sniper in Pro League.
Yeah.
He would come out and snipe players who were much more established than him for a couple of years before he himself became a champion. And you could see it with his build planning here. Lovely Queen, Roach Ravager pushes to start things off. Proxy Spire in the corner. Just felt like he had great plans to really get in there. Astrea never got going.
Yeah, 100%. I think there were a bunch of mind games that we obviously can't know, but Astrea stayed for a month in Korea and they practiced a lot together. And what I'm expecting is that in these games, Astrea also went something like that with charge lots and Archons. And Solar didn't play exactly like he did here, and instead played to his image. He knew what Astrea's strategies would be bad against, and I think in game 1 it was just a straight up build order loss. Astrea's build was not safe against what Solar was doing, so he gambled a little bit. In game 2, you just can't make that many mistakes at this stage. Solar is so strong, he's so solid. If you lose a unit here, you lose a unit there, it just starts adding up too quickly.
I think it's also very important when it gets to the best-of-3 stage where it's like do or die. You know everybody's feeling the pressure. Absolutely everybody is. So doing these strategies where your opponent has to react to you as opposed to the other way around, very smart prep by Solar.
do you think of that interview? Do you think Solar feels bad about having to crush this key? I was looking at his face and I was like, oh, Solar's such a nice guy. I don't think he wants to actually crush it.
I think he wanted to do it with his foot right there.
Oh,
And then
yeah. What do you think, Pig? He looks so...
I mean, I don't know. I think the players, you're going to be nice. These are your mates. You don't want to be rude to them. But at the same time, dude, getting to destroy like a trophy of the people you've destroyed in the tournament, this is awesome. I mean, it's kind of cool, especially if you win and you get like literally to pick the 3 people.
Yeah.
Crushed trophies there, like inside your thing. It's awesome.
That's something that we really didn't ever talk about that much here on the desk. I mean, okay, Lambo, imagine you didn't qualify. Imagine you win the Esports World.
Wow, James. Wow.
Which 3 trophies would you pick, Lambo?
I would pick the ones that beat me the most often. So I would pick Jonas, Clems, and then... Well, Maxpex is not here. He usually owns me as well, so I'm going to pick Maru as well.
Okay, fair.
I would pick Reyners. I would absolutely crush Reyners.
Just so every time you saw him, like, still got your key.
Yeah, I'm like,
still got your key. And he's like,
10 years on, mate. 10 years on, I still got you.
This is like the old Warcraft 3 stories you and Rotterdam tell me. They'll live forever, apparently.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we've got plenty more games coming up, of course, as this one is concluded. Now Solo goes up against Maru here, Pig, which is scary.
Historically, I was saying yesterday, setting the story for how great a player Solar is, that he would be about 10 more championships deep in his career if it wasn't for his teammate Maru. These guys always run into each other. It's a bit of a shame for Vitality. And historically, it's 9-1 roughly in Maru's favor. Solar gives him great series. I mean, Solar is the best defensive, just purely defensive ZVT player in the world, in my opinion. The problem is that Maru is just so good at adjusting his playstyle to be greedy at the right time, to be aggressive at the right time, and really, I feel like he plays the flexible mental game just a little bit better than Solar. We'll see if Solar can change the story up and maybe have some extra preparation, some nice special all-ins for this one.
Right, well, from one powerful Zerg to another, our next match is upcoming here, as we are going to have Shin as he makes his debut here at the Esports World Cup. However, his task is no small feat whatsoever as he goes up against Cure. It's right after this break here for the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I am joined here by Cure and Maddox. Cure, your next opponent is Shin, a practice partner of yours. Are you ready for that matchup? It is a TVC. It wasn't so easy against Rainer, so are you feeling confident?
일단 김도욱 선수 다음 상대가 아무래도 연습 상대이신 신이범 선수를 만나게 되셨는데 탈전에 사실 순탄치 않았어요. 레이너 선수 상대로도 좀 아쉽게 패배하셨는데 오늘 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 신이범 선수가 좀 변칙적으로 잘하는 스타일이어가지고 지금 뭘 할지 모르겠어서 좀 뭐 할지 궁금하고 솔직히 좀 편하지는 않은 상대인 것 같아요.
I mean, Shin, of course, he has a very fluid play style, so I don't know what he's bringing, what gameplay what he's going to bring, and he has a lot of tactics in his sleeve, so I have no idea what will be going on. So it's going to be tough.
Do you have some? Do you have some tactics?
혹시 김도욱 선수는 따로 뭐 전략 같은 거 가지고 계시나요?
저는 그 연습하면서 다 쏟아 부었어가지고 희범이랑 하면서 그래서 솔직히 쓸 게 딱히 없긴 한데 그래도 좀 평소에 열심히 했으니까 좀 기본기 위주로 하려고 생각 중입니다.
Well, I had some, but actually I poured everything on my skirmish against Shin, so I think he knows every play on my hand, so I don't know.
All right, best of luck.
All right, good to hear from Cure coming into this one. However, we now have our first key crush pig, as unfortunately for Astrea, the key is no more.
Get your hand out of there, guys. Be careful. Be
Yeah,
careful.
yeah.
Operating heavy machinery. I'm a little nervous.
I'm glad they got some other one to do it because I used to man the pumpkin chunker, and I had to push the pumpkin chunker. You heard that correctly. I figure I gotta get some Americanisms. We're still talking about Astrea, but literally a cannon that just shoots pumpkins at a fall festival.
Oh, wow.
And we were not allowed to let the kids do it for obvious reasons.
Dangerous.
Oh, there's also a corn shooter for a little less dangerous.
Oh, that's the kids' version, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
I actually need to look this up so I can visualize.
Yeah, weaponized vegetables. This sounds very American. I like it.
That's like everything that I'm scared of. I don't eat any veg. Anyway, all right, let's get to it. It's our next match coming up. Shin going up against Cure. We have seen our first key crush. Exciting stuff here for the Esports World Cup. But now, this is an exciting match as well. I want to talk about Shin because obviously we haven't had really a chance to talk about him throughout this tournament so far, ZG. But it feels like he gets to so many Premier tournaments, and he's almost always stopped by the likes of Maru or Cyril. If it wasn't for those guys, I genuinely think he'd have more Premiers under his belt, or Premiers in general.
I mean, honestly, it's really the only one that's kind of like a factual, I suppose, that's like a no-brainer, is him versus Maru, because he did actually win versus Cyril at Katowice. Now, Shin's a very interesting character coming in, because even though he starts from here and he seems to be in that, even harsher position than everyone else, I really feel like him as a player and his play style would actually work wonders in a bracket like this. Like he's going to be on the fly, changing things up, being kind of weird, throwing out some cheeses and all-ins, and he's going to be able to actually take out a lot of best of threes and cause some upsets. So I almost label him as a favorite for this bracket.
I'm with you, to be honest, with how he plays, with how his ability is. I would say oftentimes constantly overlooked pig. I mean, Cure is obviously no slouch, and he's been able to get to the finals of these Premier tournaments as well as win them himself. But Shin just has that thing about him where he just, up until a Maru, up until sometimes a Cyril, he makes people look a bit silly.
And what a cool story that is, because he really is kind of the normal man of the Korean scene. In that he's a fan. He has a YouTube channel. He makes compilations of other players' cool plays. He does little analytical videos. Yeah, it's all in Korean, so a lot of the English-speaking scene doesn't know about it. He's a big fan of the game. And he's kind of, I think, been around these other players and seen them almost like, hey, they're his idols, and he's worked his way up through those ranks over the years to the point where he's regularly beating the guys that he used to look up to. So I'm always really impressed with Shin. I feel like his build orders as well, even though, he's quite fast, it feels like if it's a raw mechanical speed macro-micro match, I don't see him being, say, on the level of like a Dark, who's just so fast with his hands. But his strategy is so good. He makes it so he avoids the intensely hard situations. He makes it hard for his opponents. And every time I watch his play, he just has a very fresh, unique, well-planned perspective on how to play Zerg and basically say, hey, if you make even a few small mistakes or misreads, I will take you out.
What about Cure on the other side, though?
Yeah, so we do have to talk about Cure. He's just a solid character, right? And I think we came into this tournament personally anyway, very worried about his TVZ. It's one of the matchups that he can be good at, as evidence of last year in Riyadh, right? But then a lot of other times it looks like he's the most unconfident in that matchup. So even though he did manage to take game 5 against Reynor, you know, there were weird builds. Reynor, you know, keeps on insisting like, no, I wasn't really playing my best. And so Cure is still, to me, kind of coming in as a question mark in this matchup. Even though he's usually very dependable, it's a little shaky versus Shin.
Your thoughts?
Fantastic player in TVT, TVP, arguably the best in the world behind Maru as a Terran. This matchup, I do think there's a clear drop-off. I think his early game's good, his mid game's good. I think there's a point when there's a bit of multitasking going on all over the map where Cure sometimes loses track of those fragile Marines, and if you're not looking at those Banelings roll into them, and we know Shin likes to make a lot of Banelings, Cure has to be careful, and that's why we saw a lot of nice 2-base timings, aggressive plays, because he doesn't want to end up in a situation where he's managing 5 different squadrons of Marines, losing track of them, and then getting rolled into by Banelings.
And again, we have to come back to the Esports World Cup point system for the club championships. I think Gaming Gladiators had a brilliant pickup in Shin. The fact that he has the potential to really go deep in these tournaments, and as you say, it's arguably a good system, a good bracket for him. Maybe he can claim some big points for them.
Yeah, he's generally not a favorite to win, you know, tournaments or an entire bracket, but when it comes to a string of best of 3s where no one can properly prepare for their opponent, I do think this is his element. So absolutely considering him with a good chance, I don't want to put a number on it, but a good chance to make it through. I think he can start off really strong by proving that his EVT is great and just kind of brush Cure away and think about the next match very quickly. That could happen, and then I don't know who his next opponent would be, but I could see it just continuing to roll on.
Yeah. You guys at home can predict as to who you think is going to be victorious in this match as well. Head over to stcplay.gg and tell us who you think is going to take this one. It's a very interesting draw for Cure in round 1, because I feel like, technically speaking, okay, yeah, to be in this position, actually you had to be a little bit of a slightly lower seed than Shin and Showtime because they were afforded a little bit of a better position. But this is probably one of the harder matchups that Cure could have got in the first round, I would say.
Shin's such a problem to play against. I mean, you see players have to play differently against him. His mid-game style is very scary. We heard from Lambo, for instance, saying, hey, he's gotten much better at just late game. But it used to be like, if he gets a bit ahead of you, my lord, 120 Banelings will roll into you in the mid-game, and you need to be so well set up to withstand the power of his attacks. What I'm personally, though, most excited for in this series is Dynasty got left in. That's right.
Oh, wow.
That is map 3, the decider. So if it goes 1-1, it's going to be decided on a map which the Zerg players, a few of them are starting to leave this in more and more. They're always vetoing Ghost River now. They're saying, oh, we're done with Ghost River. We'll keep Dynasty in. But I'm like, that gold base for Terran's very frightening. Dark showed some magic against Maru on that map with Roaches. We'll see what Shin can bring out if we get there.
Well, let's check in on the knockout bracket, actually, because you piqued my interest, CG, with who they may end up being facing later on as we take a look at where they are positioned in the bracket. So it's either, well, probably Beyond.
Probably Beyond.
That is going to... I was about to, you know, kind of mince words a little bit, but whatever. It's the World Championship. We've got, so Shin versus Cure, likely to be Beyond on the next... I feel like that's a good bracket for Shin as a whole, ZG. Not only the system, of course, that we were alluding to, but going up against someone like Beyond next up, potentially.
Yeah, I think what I was, definitely considering was that there was a chance that someone else would take out Maru, though.
Right.
Seeing that Maru
will
probably be the end boss. Unfortunately, while Shin can cause a lot of upsets in other matchups against other players, Maru is just, he cannot do anything against him no matter how hard he tries.
That would mean if Shin got to there and was playing Maru, which, again, I can't mince words, when he plays against Maru, he looks hopeless.
He does.
And if that occurs, you would, be 6th place effectively in the tournament, which actually is quite a few points.
Yeah.
6th place. So
the dream would have been, though, to have a Reynor or an Oliveira, someone who you think has a bit more chance of intercepting, and then maybe Shin matches up a little bit better against those two opponents than he does Maru historically. He has beaten Maru in best of 3s before. It's possible. It's happened very, very rarely. I think there was one best of 3 he beat him in GSL, if I'm not forgetting. Many losses. So it's going to be a tough match either way. But you know what? apparently we've got a new Shin, new late game. I hear Lambo talk about his late game, and I'm like, okay, all right. I'm excited to see what he's got in store for us.
It sounds like we're damning him, but this is the point of the analysis desk. We're speculating as to what may occur here throughout the tournament and speculating going into this matchup once again. Thank you very much, guys. It is time to head into it. It's Shin's debut here at the EWC, and he goes up against a tough opponent in Cure to see who moves on in this best of 3. Let's do it.
Well, there you have it. Astrea is the first player to leave the Esports World Cup at StarCraft 2. His key just got crushed, but we still got 13 more keys to go, Rachel.
Absolutely. We're playing best of 3s. These are going to be quick. If you got a favorite player, make sure you shout them out, especially if one of these two is your favorite, because our next match features Shin versus Cure.
We have Shin representing Gaming Gladiators in his first time ever on the big stage. He's going up against Cure from Team Liquid. After his loss to Hero in Group B, he's now back on the big stage as well.
Gentlemen, please shake hands. And with that, I'll send it back to our casters to get this match started.
I don't know what's more intense, Artosis. The games we're about to see or the fact they almost didn't do the handshake. I was on the edge of my seat. What's up, everybody? Tasteless and Artosis here, bringing you our second best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, hopefully this one going to be a little bit longer, a little bit more competitive than the previous match. And I think it will be, right? These are a couple of very strong GSL regulars, both of them very good at this matchup. And I'm excited, you know, hearing all these things, like Shin has kind of reworked his late game. Let's see it against Cure, a player who at his best is amongst the best in this matchup.
We're going to have these two players from the Korea region cannibalize each other. One of them's going to be out. The other one will move on. Two players that have been competing against each other for over a decade. Guys that we know very well after casting the GSL for so long. Shin, formerly known as Ragnarok, has rebranded. Obviously, I think we all know Cure. He's had a pretty incredible run for the last couple years, but he's always been nipping at the heels of Maru.
Yeah.
You know, when you get a player in that region as dominant as Maru, it's rough because the other Terrans are always playing second fiddle. They're very overshadowed. I would say Cure is the favorite here, but, you know, we heard Pig talking about this earlier that, you know, Shin has reworked his late game, so let's see what he's got.
Yeah. I think the thing about Cure is that insane volatility. If he plays his best, he could win the tournament. Truly, if he puts out his best games, I think he's one of the best players in the world. So we'll see what type of player he's going to be here today.
Introducing our player in the red from South Korea, our Zerg, he is Shin. And his opponent down here in the blue, also from South Korea, our Terran player, he is Cure.
All right.
Right.
What types of builds are we going to see from these guys? I'm honestly not too sure. Ragnarok, just like generally speaking, okay, that's a very fast hatch.
Yep.
But Ragnarok, generally speaking, like I've always kind of viewed him leaning towards aggression. It's great to hear that he continues to work on his late game. And I think he's filled himself out a lot. Like there was a period, if you remember, Tasteless, back in like 2015 when the SPO TV Star League was still around, where Shin was just like Mr. Cheese, you know? But nowadays, you know, he's been to GSL finals. He's, you know, a strong macro player as well. Really a good range on him.
Yeah, this is a match where I think, Shin has definitely filled in all the spots of Zerg play, right? And I think that's true for a lot of these guys. You know, in years past, you'd see them play a certain way or they'd have certain ticks. But, you know, the longer you play, the more parts of the game you can begin to master. And that's really how you become a world-class player, is that you can do the rushes, you can do the macro play, you can do the deceptive timing attacks, all of it and everywhere in between. But Cure, I think, has overall had a stronger performance here in Korea and around the world here. He's looked to be very good. He's had extremely robust late game. It does seem like the only player who's consistently getting in his way is Maru. You know, but Maru right now isn't a factor within this best of 3.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I remember him being in the finals of Gamers 8 last year against Raynor.
Right.
And that game #1 still stands out as one of the best played TVZs I've ever seen. So, can he keep that type of level? Can he bring that type of level back here to get a really great result for Team Liquid? We're going to see.
Now, the fact that these guys have played against each other so many times, not just in studio, but online as well, means we're probably going to have some very, very zeroed-in build order selection, stuff that I think is not going to be obvious to anybody, including you and me. They just know each other inside and out so well. It is going to be a 3rd command center after the factory tech here for Kier. So he's going to be going for really macro-oriented play. We don't have a read yet from Shin as far as what he wants to do.
Yeah, we do have a small read to his play quality right now, though. He did lose a drone to the Reaper, which is not very common at such a high level. There are 10 Lings on the way with speed just about finished. Kier just trying to delay that hatchery as long as possible. Of course, Shin will be able to get that down.
Okay, so macroing up on both sides. It's going to be a quiet start here. These guys really want to zero in on development. I don't think it really makes sense for anybody to take any risks so far. The star part's about to finish. The tech lab is almost done here. Again, for Zerg, we basically have to watch the production tab. When is the real tech going to be revealed? For now, it's queens, hatcheries, and drones. He just needs to try to get that infrastructure, get that economy going. Some Lings are going to run in here, and the depot wall doesn't get up. So this is not just a harass. This is also a bit of a scout. He's going to see, especially with the tech lab added on to the starport, that's going to be a Banshee coming out. He spots the 3rd command center. So much less about damage, much more about intel.
Yeah, Cloak does get started there, but he gets a little peek at that, so that is something. Also killing 4 SCVs. Like, I think you're pretty happy overall about this, and I think he will probably duck in with this Overlord. Yeah, it gets clicked in. He just wants to see if Cloak got canceled or not.
So the Overlord's going to double peek in here and see Cloak is there. Now you could go like crazy meta and cancel that. And just keep canceling and stuff, but there's a point where eventually you've canceled so much you're not actually doing anything, so it doesn't matter what they react to. So I would say that Shin has about as good of a read as you could ask for. Now, it's not always about just having the read, having the intel. It's also about the execution. So let's see. Kier may be a real threat and be damaging in spite of all of that.
Yeah. Right now, Ragnarok just kind of droning up still, making plenty of queens. We do see some spores going down because he knows that Cloak is going to finish pretty quickly. Definitely has his timing down on that correctly. That first Banshee flying in. And we'll see what type of damage he can get up here. I don't think there's really going to be any, maybe like 1 drone maximum.
So we've got the double E-bays. Everything that Terran's doing signals investing in the late game.
Yep.
Right? We don't have, you know, the double medevacs coming out across the map trying to even control creep. It's a very turtle up, stay at home, and focus on getting everything you need for that push. Now, this frees the map up quite a bit here for Ragnarok. You know, there's not necessarily a right or a wrong way to do this, but it is going to be one where the end game is going to be epic, and there's going to be a lot of free bases to take for the time being. I don't think we're going to see a 4th base from Terran anytime soon. You just basically sit back and power on 3 bases. Where is Shin here? Yeah, he just wants to defend any kind of little harass. We've got the 2 Banshees coming in here. There should be a spore that spots that. In fact, Kier sees that and gets back out before I think even Shin knew that the Banshees were there, because the Banshees can see a little bit further than the spore can detect.
Yeah. 1-1 is already on the way. The Evolution Chamber's just now finishing up, so he will get those upgrades started for his Lings. Baneling Speed coming up as well. And we're going to see in the next about 30 seconds or so whether Kier wants to add more barracks or he wants to go for that 4th command center.
Yeah, there's basically 2... there's a fork in the road, and it only goes in one of 2 ways. So yeah, either invest even more in that economy or actually try to start to push and try to control the map. Now, I would say on this map specifically, no obvious place to push, right? And we have Zerg on 5 bases. I still don't feel like there's an obvious location you want to hit. And that's really due to the geography of the map, the distance the expansions have from, the starting point of the barracks here for Terran. So, it might just be one of these games where both guys continue to just secure their side of the map instead of truly interacting with each other. And I know we've got these Hellions and Lings here, but the reality, is that nobody's really committed yet until we see this. This is where you start to have a little bit more control play from the Terran.
So, yeah, right now, Cure is getting that armory with perfect timing to continue onto 2-2 right away. Also, he added the 3 additional barracks, right? So he made that decision between the 4th command center or going pretty aggro. And so we're going to see Cure start to get aggressive on the map here. He's going to be macroing up really, really heavily. Lots of Marines and medics, lots of siege tanks coming out of that factory. And we'll see if he's able to actually pressure Ragnarok, or Shin rather, into submission, right? Like you have to keep that pressure on pretty heavily if you choose to play this type of way.
Cool to see the triple Evo, man. Just getting everything. But I guess when you have a game that's going to be this macro heavy, it's going to be kind of crazy. And so, it's going to be one where, like, nobody's really, lacking at any kind of key upgrade. And so, in other words, for the Zerg, tech switches are going to be very, very possible. And Cure's going to have to be ready for that. They're both about even in supply. Cure is starting to push out. He may just try to get a foothold here in the center. This watchtower does give you kind of like the center of the boarded chest, a little bit more control of the map overall. You can launch attacks to the north or to the east if you want. Now, Shin's staying back, and I think that's a smart move. He doesn't have to attack into Cure's army until Cure has really generated an actual threat on one of these expansions, and it's not clear he's got a real threat anywhere. Now, with Cure in the middle of the map, you can't take the gold bases, but I don't know that Zerg needs to take the gold bases just yet. Shin peeks over here. He sees the advancement of Cure here. I don't know that he wants to try to attack in. And the question is going to be, is Cure spread too thin? We see some of these Zerglings over here manage to take out a tank on the side.
Well, Cure right now, like, his 2-2 is approaching. He's producing a huge amount of Marines right now. He's basically maxed out. And, he's going to have about 20 army supply more than Shin because of the amount of drones here. So let's see if Shin is able to actually break through these positions. Comes in from both sides. Lingbane Hydra attacking in. Some good Baneling hits on both sides here as well. The Hydra's coming up, dealing a bit more damage, but Cure has done nothing but focus on making units. So he has a gigantic army still left over.
Okay, the push is going to continue on. No damage yet on any of these hatcheries here. We have some scans up on the high ground right now. Shin lurking up here, probably looking for any kind of opportunities to dive in and do some damage. 2-2 finishes right as the Zerg attacks in.
Yeah, very, very important. He has a big group of Marines here behind those gold minerals as well, trying to pick off those Banes before they connect, but some of them do get a connection right there. He kills off all the Banes and then stimming forward, going after this Hydra Queen. More Marines coming up. If you don't have Banelings here, this is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, a lot of these Queens are going to get wiped. And, Shin escapes. The Queens are kind of the, it's like the giant shield of your army, right? You want to have enough of them to kind of tank damage as the rest of the reinforcements come in. Getting those kills there might free up the map here. Cure is not done pushing. He's got armies parading across the map. And now he's going to be hitting over here at the 3 o'clock spot. He's doing a good job of keep away. We don't have any tanks to kind of leverage this spot just yet. A lot of Banes are here and present. So when those tanks finally do get there, oh, an interception over here from Shin, cutting off reinforcements.
I love that type of move. If you can cut off reinforcements a couple times, sometimes you're able to move in and kill the actual push itself and gain a big advantage. Now, Cure microing really heavily against this Lingbane Hydra. And I tell you, like, it's a big, scary army that's being made by Shin on the creep here, but it is hard to force the engagement. The thing is, there's not that many tanks for Cure. So I'm not sure if he's able to just micro so well that he breaks through here.
Okay, we've got Banes coming down now. And, I mean, I just don't know if there's enough here for Cure. The connections are too good. There's just nowhere to run, really. I mean, he's here hitting from both sides. Cure, look at the distance these medevacs are going to have to travel as well. If they go back, he may relocate the middle of the map here. But, I mean, he's just not near anything. I don't see a fourth base yet. I think I see a command center floating to 9 o'clock.
He did get that started a bit ago, so he will be able to take the fourth base, and he does have 3-3 on the way. So his continuation towards that late game is here. we have Shin going into the Hive as well, so he's going to be able to continue to upgrade, you know, go for maybe that 3-3, possibly an Ultralisk Cavern. You know, he could go into like Lurkers or something like that as well. Obviously, some Vipers would be nice. But yeah, the game just kind of continues forward. It's been a little bit tit for tat so far.
Yeah, it just seems like Kier hasn't made any headway yet. Now, keep in mind that, you know, Shin might have survived all these attacks, but he's not done growing. He has to keep moving out, and, you know, the top left and the bottom right of the map, they're very, very far away from each other. So there's a chance as the game gets later, Kier's going to have more opportunities to push in. But for now, it seems like Shin just keeps stopping him. Great surround over here with these Lings. That might allow these Banelings to connect. He's going to force a pickup, which then allows the Hydras to drive this out. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Kier is continuing to roam. He's going to scan, and he's going to stim. Can he actually get into this spot over here? It seems like if he doesn't target those Banelings, he never will. One connects, and one might just be all that Shin needs to make this an impossible maneuver here for Kier.
Yeah, it is a little bit tough when those Banelings connect, but let's not forget the Hydras are down 2 upgrades compared to the armor on the Marines. So they're not doing huge amounts of damage. They're still helping, but he does need that +1 to finish and then go beyond that because 3-3 is almost done here for Kier.
Yeah, Kier is about to be as strong as he's ever going to get in this game. You know, slow games like this make, in the early part, make for very, very dramatic games like we have right now here, and that's all due to the size of this map. Things are really starting to heat up. Kier going to run back here, has to micro back and try to snipe those Banelings. It can be a little tricky when you're running right from top to bottom because sometimes the medevacs actually cover the Banes as you're trying to shoot him. But he's still trying to hit this location over here. Now, regardless, Shin is continuing to grow. Shin has more and more of the map. It doesn't seem like Kier is able to really deny anything. He's trying to take fights, but every time Shin drives him away.
You know, I got to say, this is like an excellent, pretty standard macro game that we're seeing here. Everything's looking pretty modern as well. You know, not everyone goes Ling Bane Hydra, but it is still a very good comp against this type of thing. Now, the Banelings rolling in will get a few of these Marines, but he doesn't actually sacrifice that many. More Ghosts are coming out right now. That +1 vehicle weapons for the 2 Factory Siege Tank coming as well. And here comes Shin.
Okay, he's coming in here right now, and a lot of Banes are going to be spilling down here. Great shots off on that, and you know what? Kier might have swung this. I just see Hydras and 1 Bane running. I guess there's a couple more over here, but is it going to be targeted down? It is. And now Kier can advance on this position. Is he going to be able to take this hatchery out here? If he can take the hatch here, he could take the one just to 1 screenshot to the right as well.
Yeah, he's trying to utilize his tempo advantage here after killing that many units, just pushing right up the center to take out this base, and it looks like he will be able to kill that off. Bane Hydra coming down and trying to hold on. There are Ultralisks on the way, but Shin is just going to tap out. Kier takes game number 1.
Beautifully done. It really was like 50-50. Wasn't clear who was going to take that. But then you saw at the last moment with great control, Kier did it. He pushed in there. It looked like it might have been another back and forth, another tug of war in the map, but then we had tank shots showing up on screen. I never saw the tank siege, by the way.
Yeah.
I suddenly saw tank shots hitting, and I thought, oh, wow, well, he's going to have control of this. If he's got control of that base, he can take out the one to the right, and by then Zerg's going to be too far behind. So this is a recap of that final fight. See the tank shots appearing on camera? Yes, there are tanks. There it is, just south of here, which means the Banelings can't really ever get in. You know, Marines can always kite. You know, kind of melee explosion from a Baneling. So I got to say, a great game. It kind of ended the way I sort of expected it to end. You know, it was a back and forth. Shin is very good at macroing. He's very good at controlling, but I'd say Kier is a couple points ahead in that regard.
Yeah.
Taking a look at a fight that happened much earlier on in the game.
Yeah, this was Shin actually clearing some of these armies out.
Yeah.
You know, it was a pretty, like, standard situation overall. I think they both played a very nice game. They both kind of continued forward after, you know, some of the pushes were broken, but the consistently good macro and micro here of Kier did end up taking it down.
And so we move on now into game number 2. Remember, this is a best of 3, and the loser is out of the Esports World Cup here for StarCraft 2. In the bottom left, in the red, he is Shin. And his opponent here in the top left, in the blue, our Terran player, he is Kier.
Now I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to deviate from that previous game, right? Because again, a pretty standard, pretty straightforward game. Do you want to play the same as Cure and be a little bit predictable because you did win, right? And then on Shin's side, it's like, okay, if we go into that macro game, is Ling Bane Hydra actually what you want to do? I do think that there were some problems with it. You know, it can be really hard to play Ling Bane, and if you're not a regular Roach user, that can be really difficult. Like the people that got really good at playing defensive Roach, like Dark or Serral, you know, can crush a lot of these pushes, but some of the Zergs that are more used to the Ling Bane just don't have that power, and they just start getting very cost inefficient. So where does Shin put himself, you know, in this gradient of skill with these different openers?
You know, I don't know that we're going to have super aggro play here from Shin. I do feel like Cure is a guy, at least in my memory, I don't have the stats in front of me. I feel like I never see him really die to cheese. At least TVZ. There's never really these rushes that take him out.
Yeah, generally not.
I don't feel like he ever gets surprised by Nidus Worms. Like, he's just sort of solid.
Yeah.
In that regard. It seems like if Cure loses a game, it's an overextension in the late game, which he's done a lot of, actually. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a tough one here for Shin. So this map is shaped in a very unique way. There is a pathway on the left where if you mine out the minerals there, you get kind of a direct access attack lane into their natural and towards their main. And it's pretty good TVZ because Zerg can't get behind you. You know, a lot of the ways that Zerg stop rushes or not rushes, I should say, pushes, is like as the push comes out, you send a bunch of Zerglings in between it, and then the small reinforcements get caught and killed.
Yeah.
And you do that once or twice, and then the Terran push will get smashed as the Zerg is trying to, as the Terran's trying to advance on the Zerg. Speaking of which, we have a command center here being built.
Cure throwing down his third command center, but he's throwing at those like small mineral patches, so it's very clear he wants to take his third to the left there.
Right.
And he'll utilize that command center, of course, to help mine out those patches very, very quickly.
So
I like that. I like this approach from Cure because that area is already kind of pre-defended against Zerg.
It's pretty rare this early in the game. It looks like the entire intentions of the game from Terran have been telegraphed with that one building. Right?
I think so,
it's
yeah.
It's going to be a third base. Why would you open that up? Probably to push through the bottom. Push through the side. I'm sorry, the left side of the map is what I'm trying to say. To the bottom.
The layout of it kind of reminds me a little bit of Golden Wall, if you recall. It's like, do you choose to, you know, expand to the north and attack through the top part of the map, or do you want to expand to the south and attack down this one lane, right? So we don't know 100% that that's what he's going to do, but it really does look that way, as you said, from that command center going down. It feels like you can divine a lot of how this game's going to end up looking.
So, you know, if the Zerg sees that, then you kind of know, right? And by the way, so how do you deal with this? Well, one thing to note is that if everything we've said is correct, that it's going to be a lot of pushing through the left side of the map, you can just start expanding towards the bottom right and usually go unimpeded. Maybe there'll be a medevac or two that will try to drop you, but we all know that's manageable. But it will be about trying to blockade that rush, trying to sandbag it, trying to stall it out as much as possible. Remember that even though most games in TVZ, the Terran, if they win by killing off a few expansions on the exterior. That's not the only way to win in a TVZ. Whether it's TVZ or PVZ, we do see games where you just kind of push into the main.
Yeah.
And it's like you've killed the beating heart of the Zerg. Because if you get into the main, you're going to kill their lair or hive. You're probably going to kill a lot of the important infrastructure on the way. And pretty rarely do we ever see a Zerg actually recuperate after losing all of that important stuff.
Yeah, I did like your suggestion, though, of expanding towards the right. So we'll see if something like that comes up, but there's a Nidus on the way. So it does seem as if Shin may want to try a very, very aggressive cheese here. It looks like it's going to be a Queen Zergling all-in with a Nidus. And he has a greatly placed Overlord, man. There's no vision over here for Cure. This might catch him completely off guard.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be ready for this. We were saying that Cure rarely dies to cheeses, but this looks like one where if he was going to die, it would be to this cheese here. He doesn't see the Nidus. Keep in mind that once you do one Nidus, it gets a lot harder to pull the second one off, so the first one's kind of the most important part to watch. There is a decoy set of lings set out here to basically draw Cure's screen away to make him watch that and try to protect this. And this is all going to hit here as the queens come out. Oh, man.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for Kier right now. He doesn't have a lot. Now, he does a counterattack with these Hellions, so he's going to try to get counter damage. He knows he's going to take a lot of damage. Doesn't deal that much across the map. The Queen's walking up, pushing that Banshee back. Continual Nidus is being made. A counterattack. Kier doesn't even lift that third command center. This game is all but over.
Yeah, it looks like Shin should win this. He's on top of the barracks and all the other important structures. This is going to take out all the vital organs of the Terran. The SCVs are being wiped out down here at the bottom. This should be a pretty short and pretty simple game. SCVs are going to come up here and try to help defend. More units cranking out of the Niduses. In fact, I think we have some spine crawlers being built here as well. We should be seeing GG any second now.
Yeah, 40 SCVs going down. There's really no comeback potential here. Like, if he had lifted that third command center, maybe you could wiggle yourself into a game again, but losing the third command center, you're just never going to replace these workers in time.
Yeah, there it is, GG. Shin with a very cool win. We never really got to see Kier's plans pan out.
No.
I like it. You know, it was a very well-hidden Overlord. I like the Zerglings coming up to generate a threat down outside the third command center, but once those Queens got out there, you could see the rug got pulled right out from under Kier. Definitely a frustrating loss for Kier. He doesn't usually go down like that. Kier played his hand in that match, but I don't think he can really replicate that kind of a win again here. So it's all going to come down to this final game and this best of 3.
Yeah, maybe a little bit greedy with his building placements, right? Like, he didn't have anything on the side of the base to scout a move like that coming in. You know, he puts his command center down on the low ground so he can take it super quick. Okay, there's some cool optimizations there, but he just instantly died when the strat came up.
I didn't even see that. He killed the command center.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was bad. Like, he just once the command center fell, there really wasn't anything else. I was actually surprised as well that he did the counterattack with the Hellions, but sometimes you're looking for a little bit of luck to try to stay in a game like that too.
1 game left, and only 1 player will be moving on. The others out here of the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2. Man, this is a rough day here because we're going to be eliminating player after player after player.
And don't forget, this is the first time we've seen Shin. He went through that last chance qualifier, so he gets only best of 3s to see if he can make it, and if he gets eliminated here, he's going to be very sad.
We go into our final game between these 2 players. In the top right, in the red, he is Shin.
It's a long flight and a very long week if he gets eliminated from 1 best of 3 tasteless.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left, in the blue, he is Kier. Okay, so we've got a hatchery here made at the gold base. We should note that normally it's made on the other side there. So this isn't, you know.
Yeah, he's looking for ultimate greed to get the rich geyser as well. Yep. So
exactly.
Yeah, much more attackable though. But in some ways, like if you were gonna harass the back of the mineral patches, right? This, you know, if it's like a single Reaper or something, this is actually in some ways more defendable. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
It's
in a
bit
weirder spot to try to hit because you're in between stuff.
Yeah.
Where otherwise you're kind of like outside chucking things.
Yeah,
over the fence,
exactly.
Over the the normal defenses. So normally when we have a hatchery made immediately at a gold base, we say it's going to be roaches, right? Because the gold minerals give you such a boost, but we have purple gas geyser here.
Yeah, so Ravagers, I guess.
yeah. So there's going to be a little bit of a different income mathing out here over time. Now, the Terran also makes a gold base here. By the way, if you're you kind of casually watch StarCraft 2 and this map already looks weird, it is weird.
Yeah, it is.
They now put a couple super creative maps in a map pool just to force different play. So yeah, you basically both get access to a gold base immediately. You know, 7 or 8 years ago, there was always a gold base somewhere on the map, but pretty much only Zerg could take it.
yeah, for the most part. Sometimes you might get a Protoss like SOS taking it and doing some crazy builds, but yeah, the metagame actually evolved pretty far with how many gold bases we used to have, to the point where it was so obvious you'd go Roach that some Zergs like Leenox started going Muta to try to like counter the counter to the Roach. Anyways, this Reaper does get up behind. You know, you're always going for those behind mineral patchways. He does bring some Lings up to fight, but already a drone was picked off, so not too bad from Kier so far.
Okay, so the Reaper's out here. Now, we were talking about, can Terran get back here and harass this? Yeah, you can, but you can see that you're kind of trapped back here, so... Oh, he's actually going to get out. All right.
2 drone kills is really nice for a first Reaper. Really nice.
No, I mean, that's good on any map. 2 drone kills, especially when your big opening is hinged on getting gold minerals right away. So we've got 5 roaches coming. Now, this is going to be an aggressive play.
I think so. Like, I would be kind of surprised if he just sits back and tries to defend with this. You know, especially considering you're probably assuming that he's taking a gold base as well, and Roaches or Ravagers can do such a good job harassing that as well, just like this Reaper is doing.
This Reaper's still here. Now, he's basically being a nuisance. It doesn't look like the Queen's going to chase him down, so he might have an opportunity to hit that a little bit later on. Now, it's hard to get up the Terran's ramp. You know, you do start out on high ground, but you don't have to go to the Terran's high ground where the main entrance is. You can just hit behind the minerals like our observer's showing us now. Oh, sorry, or you can just hit up front. Never mind, guys. I mean,
well, you know, when you're going for like a 2-base Ravager rush, yeah, sometimes you bring that Overlord over so you can hit your biles. This is going to be a little bit hard to break. If you want to break something like this, you kind of have to launch the biles to make the SCVs pull back and then start to put damage on, because you have to break the bunker pretty quickly or it's going to snowball out of control.
Right. And now he's hitting both the depot and the bunker. You don't have enough Ravagers with 5 to, like, one-shot that, and I love this. Just 1 Roach. 1 Roach is enough.
Yeah.
It's enough to probably force those to pull. Now, one person might look at this and go, well, isn't the bunker getting repaired? Isn't this fine? Yeah, but the SCVs aren't mining. This costs resources. Look at that spike up. Red is getting a much better income than blue right now. And it's kind of a double whammy because you've got the gold base not mining because of the 1 Roach. The cooldown on the corrosive biles for the Ravagers, that's free.
Yes.
That's infinite as long as you can keep shooting it out. Now, this doesn't mean that Kier is going to lose, but it means Kier has to thread this needle pretty carefully here. The 1 Reaper actually outranges the Roach. I know we don't normally think about Reaper range versus Roach, but in this situation, it does matter. And so that will force the Ravagers to then come around here and once again force deny mining.
Yeah, it looks like these Ravagers will be able to kill off quite a few SCVs before that pullback occurs, dealing some damage to that command center as well. But this was actually a 2-1-1 build from Kier.
Yeah.
He's boosting across the map right now with quite a few Marines in those medevacs.
He did kill that Reaper, by the way, as well, so he can leave that and send the Roach back in.
Well, right now he is getting some good economic damage here onto Kier, but with Kier's counter push going and most of the units over here for Shin, is Shin just going to take critical damage? It looks like he might.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything defending back here, so suddenly this big, scary attack that was happening at the bottom of the map doesn't really matter, as it is an absolute massacre over here on the drones. The Roaches come in. Is there even enough Roaches? I guess there is, but you can pick up and get away. And those Roaches, they got to go the long way. In fact, they're getting stuck in the minerals. Command center's been lifted. It's a really scrappy game. Oh my god, I love this. He's got better range than the Roaches.
Yeah, Roaches are not that great a range. He's getting like 1 to shoot at a time. Some others trying to come from the other direction, brings these Ravagers home as well. But it feels like Kier doing a great job with these drops. Now that being said, look at this. Like his gold base is not mining for a long time. This is a very scrappy map.
Yeah, this has just been like a really action-packed close game. Kind of hard to say who exactly is in a better spot. I think Kier can cause a lot more hurt right now than Shin can. It's sort of his turn to deal the damage. And you got to remember, just because one player hasn't lost a base doesn't mean the mining time isn't hugely impactful. Now, over time, Roach Ravager kind of beats anything early game, so eventually they do have enough you have to keep away. But, you know, Kier is being very nimble on the map. He's actually hitting a lot of different locations. And he's really causing a lot of problems. 2-base Zerg versus 2-base Terran. Technically, it's better for 2-base Terran, right?
Yeah, for sure. No question about that. Like, Zerg does need to get a little bit more as far as that mining goes. And especially when you have things like Marine Marauder Medevac, right? Like, Roach Ravager on 2 bases just doesn't want to deal with such a thing. Right, he tries.
That was ambitious.
Tries to time that out. Doesn't quite work. Didn't get 7 Void Rays with those biles, but You know, right now, Cure just flying around, keeping some pressure on. I like the concussive shells. I like a lot of the things that Cure is doing here, right? He took some reasonable damage early on, for sure. But his counterplay of the 2-1-1 build, I think that Shin didn't even have any idea about that.
Oh, is he not watching? Okay, barely saves that. You kind of have to assume in a pro game you'll never lose anything to Biles, unless there's structures. So Cure is going to stay back here, and he's got basically a little squad out here to fight anything that's out, trying to hit his gold base. Stim Marines are faster, you can see, than Ravagers.
And look, he flies the 2 medevacs in. There's not a lot of anti-air, so he can continue to fly these around without too much worry. And if any mistakes are made by Shin, he gets damage. And if not, you know, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, this has got to be annoying. You know, Roach Ravager, it's got its moments, but then eventually you see the Terran get medevacs, and it's like you're just chasing these guys around the map. They can pick up and roam with impunity. It's a frustrating thing. And, you know, Terran is now expanding pretty comfortably. Don't be fooled by the supplies, by the way. Roach Ravager takes up a lot of supplies, so it's not like Shin is necessarily stronger and can break the Terran. Now, he might be able to do something here because there's enough Ravagers that you could basically one-shot the tanks. Oh, I didn't see that third one, so there might be enough tanks here this can't quite be done.
I don't know how I didn't see that third one either.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
I was like, why are the tanks stealing like 50% more damage than they should? But yeah, I think it was behind like the production tab or something there. But yeah, anyways, another drop here against Shin, hurting that economy still. Going to boost out. The 4th base being taken, and he is kind of doing a back-and-forth harassment there with these medevacs. If he can keep him down on 3 bases, that's going to be amazing. Yeah, look at that. In fact, that was a cancel.
You know, Cure, I think long-term is going to be in a better spot. There's been a lot of effective attacks coming in here. By the way, the gold minerals are mined out at least on one of those patches, so now there's a way to move in there. We'll probably see harassment slow down a lot over on that side of the map. Now for Shin, he's expanding. He's looking pretty good. This game is moving far, far away from the crazy rush technical game that we had early on, and more going into the development front, more about trying to spread creep tumors for Terran, probably eventually getting sensor towers up here and trying to grow out on the map. We could get to the point where Cure starts to push as well. He may start to try to come out on the map and try to attack. Again, similar to map 1, I don't know that there's any one obvious location you want to attack into.
Yeah, I think right now there's no real good attacks on either side. They both have like a pretty good defensive setup. You know, as some of these upgrades finish, though, you know, Baneling speed, Zergling speed, get these 1-2 upgrades for Shin, he is going to become a bit more dangerous. Obviously, he's got like a little bit more supply right now, but again, like you said before, a lot of it is in roaches, and they're one of the more supply inefficient units in the game.
Scan here. Another attack in. Now, you know, at the point in time where you have enough Marauders, you can kind of just bust through this. You know, the stimmed units are going to do so much damage. He's going to kite away. And, you know, when you get enough Marine Marauder, they're just a better unit comp than Roach Ravager. You know, you can kite the Roaches. When the Ravagers fire, you just sidestep it. And so Cure slices through that. He gets right back out. The Zerglings are going to make the math a lot more difficult there because now you can't just kite. And so he's going to pick up and run away. But I think Cure's taking some good fights. He's creating some good opportunities here on the map.
I think he's keeping his supply in a place that makes this game really hard for Shin. Like, just keeping your supply close against someone who's been making a lot of Roaches and Ravagers is very, very nice. He's continuing those upgrades forward. You know, we do have +2 carapace, which is a good thing for Shin. And finally, that Hive is going to finish up. I would imagine he's going to go into Ultras here. Like, the upgrades kind of look like it. The way the game is played out has kind of looked like it, but it's going to be a little bit before those are effective if he does go down that route.
So he's unloaded over here. It looks like he's probably not going to be able to deny this. I think this is basically you wait for the drones to come, you stim, you get as many kills as possible. Or not. He's going to come in here, so he's just going to get driven out. So here comes the big push. Terran is going to send these tanks out with these Marines. And this is really where we're getting to the climax of this game. Does the Zerg have enough? Roach Ravager eventually isn't going to be good against this kind of complexity from the Terran. So you need the Banelings. The Ling counterattack is great. I don't really see much to defend here. Let's see how fast Cure even reacts.
Yeah, a little bit slow on that reaction there, pulling everything back, but he is microing in the center of the map right now. 10 SCVs fall, so Cure's economy looking a little bit weak, but this is a scary army, a very decent army from Cure out there. A good amount of Siege Tanks, a good amount of Marauders as well.
So he needs to start to hit this tank up here. If the tank spread is, sorry, this hatchery up here with the tank, excuse me, he's got a really good spread. Another Ling counterattack, I think it's a great idea. This is definitely going to be a really annoying moment. But here comes the attempt to deny the push. He gets in there, he gets hit with some shells, he backs up. The Marauders might be able to just pick the hatchery off as well. It's really hard to engage with Cure. He's got the Vipers, some blinding clouds come down. The tank spread is pretty decent, but the blinding clouds are many.
Yeah, the blinding clouds are so painful here. In fact, even pulling some of these Siege Tanks forward, it looks like Shin is going to kill this army of Cure that he took a long time to make, killing off all of his Siege Tanks.
It's a bit of a trade, though. There's a lot of medevacs, so there's going to be a lot of sustain over here. I don't see any Banelings just yet. The kiting is getting pretty good here. Cure could try to reinforce this.
Yeah, he still has a very good Marine Marauder medevac ball, right? Like, a lot of these do have damage on them right now. Maybe some Lucky Biles can help out with that. But, you know, the Siege Tanks aren't the only thing. If you don't have that much supply, and Shin actually has less supply than Cure here with a more Roach Ravager intense army, it's still going to be very hard to deal with Terran.
He's going to come in again. Now, the Banelings are going to finish just in time, I think, to... Oh. All right, he's actually going to cancel that here. So the stim is going to come in. This is a really big moment here. He's got to kite these as well as he can. He's splitting really nicely. Beautiful split here from Cure. He could dive back in. Is this the tipping point? He's going to move in. The Ravagers can't quite get away. The hatchery is not protected.
What a painful moment right now for Shin. He is on the brink of defeat. If he loses that base, Cure is going to be in a great position here. And in fact, Cure continues to kill off so many of Shin's units.
Yeah, he's doing a great job over here. I think this is going to be it. GG! Cure victorious in that best of 3. Shin is now out of the Esports World Cup.
Oh, it's a painful one. You know, he won that last chance qualifier, flew all the way here. He's been here for a week, finally gets to have his chance in the sun, and unfortunately falls to one of the world's best Terrans, 1-2 in his best of 3.
Yeah, it's painful, you know, but I guess we're kind of in the painful part of this tournament. So Cure survives, at least for now, but there's a long road ahead, as today is going to be an absolute bloodbath, as we're going to have so many players eliminated. It was this split right here that was the defining moment of this game. Sometimes it comes down to a build order or an overarching strategy. That came down to control.
All right, yeah, and just targeting down all these Ravagers, Shin never really got the army size that he wanted, right? He did kind of an aggressive 2-base play, and it did not end up doing enough damage.
That's right. We're going to go to that interview now. Let's see how Cure's feeling.
Here we go again, another player's key getting crushed as Cure took down Shin in a best-of-3 series. Before we start the interview, Shin, if you would please hand over the key to Cure for it to be crushed later on. Thank you very much for playing in this tournament. Cure, I have a lot of questions for you for this one, but I do want to talk about your matchups in general. You haven't been, the strongest suit for you is not to play against a Zerg player. So how are you preparing for this match? How did you overcome Shin in a TVZ matchup?
일단은 김도욱 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 김도욱 선수가 이번 대회에서 태저전이 그렇게 순탄치 않았어요. 그래서 태저전에서 좀 많이 고전을 하셨는데 이번에는 좀 어떤 점에서 좀 달라지셨는지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
이번에 맵 뱀픽 할 때부터 희범이가 좀 저그가 웬만하면 싫어하는 맵을 해가지고 이상한 걸 할 줄은 알았는데 할 게 워낙 많아서 좀 머리가 정말 아팠고 그래도 어느 정도는 생각하고 와서 어느 정도 대처가 됐던 것 같아요.
I mean, from the start, Shin had a map pick that usually Zergs are not favorable.
Right.
So I definitely knew he's going to do something, like he's going to do like really, really cheesy builds. But that being said, there's a lot of options he can take. So I was really confused what he's going to bring. but I try to counter as much as possible.
I mean, even though it's not your strongest matchups, you were still able to overcome Shin in this one. But now that you're playing in the knockout bracket, it might feel like there's a lot of pressure added into your gameplay because your back is against the wall. There's no other chance to continue the tournament. Does that affect your gameplay at all?
이제 한번 극복을 해내시긴 했지만 그래도 아직까지 계속 관문이 계속 남아 있으시잖아요. 그래서 계속 한번 지면은 결국엔 탈락이기 때문에 계속해서 좀 부담감이 있으실 텐데 좀 앞으로의 경기에서 좀 어떻게 이 부담감을 좀 극복을 해내실지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
처음부터 매 경기 정말 부담이 많이 됐고 또 나머지 이제 남은 선수들은 그래도 어느 정도는 할 만하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 자신감이 있어서 좀 그래도 좀 편하게 할 생각이에요.
I mean, definitely the pressure is on, so I don't know if I can just overcome it, but I'll just bring my best and try to bring the best out of me, and we'll see how it goes.
I mean, so far you've been definitely doing your best, and this match proves that you can make it to the championship, to the top 4. So congratulations again on the win. We'll get that key crushing ceremony going, but for now, let's head back to the analysts.
More crushing to be done as Kua moves on over Shin. State, it is brutal here in the knockout bracket. Shin has come, he was in the last chance qualifier, he only came in with 1 life, and it's just gone like that.
Yeah, I mean, what an absolutely brutal series there for Shin. He fought his heart out. You can see that he had some really strong game plans. He wanted to bring the fight to Cure, but it's so hard to gain momentum in a moment like this one. And so, you know, for Shin, getting through the closed qualifiers, that was a real gauntlet. It was going to be another gauntlet today, but unfortunately in the end, he went up against one of the best Terran players in the world. And now it's Cure who's going to have to try and fight to move on to that final top 4 spot.
And that's not going to be easy because he's obviously on the same side of the bracket as Maru or Sola. We've already seen a little bit of that today. But also up next, he's most likely going to be playing Björn. And in a best of 3, TVT is such a volatile match.
Yeah, it's a very scary matchup now. I mean, Cure versus Björn, I feel like that can go 50-50, right? Those are 2 very good players. Cure lately, especially in GSL, has been showcasing some very good TVT, even taking a series off of Maru. So I think he can do it, but this format, best of 3s, it is scary for every single player right now.
Yeah, I think I would almost give it to anyone going into that series. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are continuing our way through the knockout bracket for now, though. Let's head back to the desk.
Whew, the trials for Shin are already over here in the knockout bracket. Unfortunately for him, he is done just like that. Cure manages to live on, survive, and continue things here at the Esports World Cup. Joining me, Pig, ZG, and Lambo to talk about this one. ZG, this was... well, yep, you got 1 life, and it's gone for Shin.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I still stand by my statement. I think that something like this does favor him generally, but it was a matter of Cure just playing up to his level that he can. Really dependable Terran, like I said. Any other type of format, I would have given it to Cure, but it was just Shin getting so close, almost proving me right, but Cure really did look solid in that last game.
Yeah, he had to show some mettle, didn't he? This map was so interesting. I love we're seeing Dynasty get in there more, but Cure took advantage of the medevac mobility, kept finding trades behind the minerals, and he showed that he could navigate a very scary situation, which is normally Shin in those chaotic games. He excels, but he just was not able to stay on the offensive because Cure was so good with the medevacs.
Yeah, Cure was also just generally great at setting up all the engagements. He always had the tanks in the perfect spots. He fell back to them. He let the tanks also do some tanking, which is not the only way they're being used, but he was really good at taking good engagements. And if I'm being honest, I'm a little bit sad that Shin is out because he's such a fun tactical Zerg to watch. Like if I watch back the replays, I always check the Shin replays first because I can't do what Cyril does. And Shin comes up with great strategies that I can then steal and maybe steal some wins of some of the better players. So I'm a little bit sad that Shin is out, but he still got to show 2 of specially prepared build orders, which is nice to see.
Yeah, and of course, just for qualifying here alone, you get yourself $15,000. So he doesn't walk away empty-handed, but 1 best of 3 all the way to Riyadh just for 1 best of 3. It's unfortunate, but that's how the cookie crumbles here. But for Cure, he survives on ZG. He's got an opportunity now to try and keep things going in this bracket.
Right, exactly. And I think his chances are pretty strong, right? I mean, I've already forgotten the bracket, but, you know, I am already envisioning the Maru Cure rematch number 50 or something, right?
Yeah, if you can get past Beyond.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. I was like, there's one more before that, but it is going to be Beyond who did 2-0 Coffee. But now it's TVT. So we talked about how Cure, even though he did win versus Shin, we all agree that his TVZ is not his best, but his TVT is one of his best and is absolutely a contestant for second best in the world, only because Maru continues to just inch a little bit farther, right? So this is now a really good situation for Cure.
Well, time to check in with the pro perspective. Lambo, what do you have for us from this series?
Well, I have a beautiful engagement here from game number 1 where we can see how Cure sets up the fight. He is in the front here with only a couple of Marines, not that much supply on creep because those Marines always are the ones that need to run. They don't get all their DPS out, and with that he forces the Zerg to engage into him, where we can see here he has a lot of his stuff backed off creep in a good position. So if we let it play, the first thing he does is he hits the EMP on the Vipers, only a single blinding cloud goes off, and now Shin even sees how many units there are at the back where Cure is fighting with a perfect concave, and because of all the work that he did with the positioning at first, he just kites back a little bit, holds the position, gets the maximum amount of DPS out of the Marines, and then from here on out, it's just all the way to the Zerg base. He kills the last couple of Banelings. At this point, this is not the focus fire that we're used to seeing, because he killed all the Zerglings already, and he just destroyed Shin with that one engagement, baiting it, beautifully setting it up.
Yeah, very nicely done. I'm glad you caught this clip, because looking at how that plays out here, I mean, if you're Shin and Cure set up that well, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do pick against that. That's difficult.
Yeah, there's some fights you go into and afterwards you realize not taking that fight was the correct way to take that fight. Go around, give up ground, counterattack, do anything you can to delay, because that position there, Cure was baiting. He set up the fight off creep, like Lambo said, and he only had a few Marines saying, come into the trap, and unfortunately for Shin, he fell into it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously now Cure goes up against Beyond here. ZG, any kind of expectations, ruminations around that?
Yeah, I did say that Cure, is a good chance now, but it's not like either of those players I mentioned, Beyond, Maru, or Solar, are easy. It's just, it does feel like it's back to him being able to focus on that matchup, which I think is really important for his knockout bracket. So I think that's going to be very similar to a Beyond versus Maru. That does tend to be what it is, 8 racks versus 3 starport. We'll see if Beyond can push it a little bit farther and actually beat some of these Terrans.
All right, well, thank you very much, everybody. It is time to go to a short break here, but when we return, more best of 3s, more players getting eliminated, more staying alive. We have got next up our current defending reigning world champion in Oliveira, and he goes up against a strong test in Classic. Join us right after this for more Esports World Cup.
I am joined here by Astrea, first player to be eliminated here on the main stage. I'm so sorry, Max. I know you're smiling, but I mean, your first reaction was kind of like, do I have to? And yeah, it was kind of like also my first reaction to these interviews, but I have to ask, how are you feeling and how was the tournament?
Yeah, doesn't feel good. I mean, the tournament was fine, but yeah, I'm really sad to be the first player out.
I'm so sorry about that. And yeah, about the key, I mean, did you feel anything giving away your key?
Well, I mean, I already lost, and then they're like, okay, you have to give your key to Solar on stage now. And I'm like, you didn't tell me that. Kind of sucks, but.
Well, Max, there will be another time, and yeah, thank you for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
Another time?
So I sure hope so. I am joined here by Shin. Shin, you're an incredible player. You made it through the closed qualifier, which was an incredibly difficult feat. But unfortunately for you, you only had one life coming into this tournament, and it didn't pan out today. So I want to ask if you can still manage to be proud about this performance, about making it as far as you did, and what would you wish had gone better for you in that particular match against Cure?
이제 신이버 선수 안타깝게도 일단 여정은 여기서 마무리하긴 했지만 그래도 정말 치열한 예선전을 뚫고 올라오신 만큼 그만큼 실력을 또 증명해내신 선수잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 이번 대회가 좀 많이 아쉽긴 하겠지만 그래도 여기까지 여정을 일단 끌고 온 거에 대해서 그래도 좀 만족을 하시는지 일단 궁금하고요. 그리고 이번 매치에서 김덕 선수와의 매치에서 좀 어떤 것들이 좀 많이 아쉬웠는지 그런 것들도 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
아무래도 당연히 아쉽긴 하고요. 처음만 하고 이렇게 떨어진다는 게 조금 많이 아쉬운 것 같아요. 근데 이제 도욱이 형이랑 할 때도 자신감은 많았는데 아무래도 첫 방송 경기고 그리고 아무래도 적응을 잘 못한 것 같아요. 그래서 그 부분이 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요.
Well, of course, it's very disappointing, regardless of the journey. I mean, regardless of the process, I feel really down because I get knocked down only in the first game. So, considering the fact that my confidence really high, but considering the fact that this is my first stage match, so I think I wasn't adjusted to the stage environment and kind of stuff. So if I had more time or if I had more chance to adjust it, then it might have been different.
Thank you, Shin.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we have got ourselves another key-crushing moment coming out from Cure, absolutely destroying. No, he really didn't. I mean, it was a close series between them, but unfortunately for Shin, it is a difficult trial to kind of broach here in the desert, as now his key is no more.
Swords in there, no! It's your Horcrux. Oh, poor Shin. Oh. He flew all this way to have his key crushed.
Yeah. That's what one best of three will do to you.
These guys don't know how to use a hydraulic press. As someone who's watched far too many videos of that,
oh, yeah,
you put it vertical. It's way cooler, and normally it pops out and almost hits you.
Yeah. So there was shields, and I think that are like not there right now. If you have that, just go whoosh.
Yeah.
But the thing is, actually, so to really break this down for a second, just have it more deep. So then, if it actually crushes sideways, then it probably will snap. We've had a few snaps.
We're
We've
doing
had
a lot of
snaps.
bending of keys, but we need to be doing more mushing of keys. I think.
The whole thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. All right. Well, let's talk about the next matchup.
Let's talk about the hydraulic press more.
Just do a whole segment.
Best part of the tournament.
Quit messing around, Claire. All right, we're trying to focus here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
far, the hydraulic press is 2-0 against keys.
Well, you're not wrong. Right, well, before we actually talk about this series here, we can check in with one of our players, Classic, coming into it versus Oliveira.
I am now joined by Classic, who has in his next opponent the reigning world champion, I should say, Oliveira. Classic, how are you feeling against Oliveira? Do you get to practice against him on the ladder?
일단은 김도 선수, 올리베이라 선수와 이제 경기를 앞두고 계신데, 올리베이라 선수와 혹시 또 연습을 좀 나누신 적 있으신지 레더에서나 뭐 만나신 적이 있거나 좀 그게 좀 궁금하네요.
한국 레더에서 자주 만나고 뭐 서로 이기고 지고 하는 편이어서 솔직히 누가 이겨도 이상할 게 없는 매치라고 생각을 해서 저도 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Of course, we met on the Korean ladder a lot, so I mean we've been like going back and forth a lot. So it's anybody's game. So I think I have a decent chance to win.
Okay, and the next question I have is, you're one of the foremost veterans of the scene. You have been around forever. So what does this opportunity mean to you?
근데 또 GSL부터 해서 정말 엄청 오래 또 이 씬에서 또 계속 활동한 이제 베테랑이잖아요. 그런 베테랑으로서 이 대회가 이제 김도 선수에게 좀 어떤 의미를 가지시는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 예전부터 세계 대회 우승을 하고 싶어서 이번에도 좀 열심히 해서 우승을 할 수 있지 않을까 싶었는데 지금 앞선 경기에서 너무 좋지 못한 모습을 보여드려가지고 약간의 자신감은 잃은 상태인데 그래도 제가 한국에서의 준비했던 게 이게 전부가 아니거든요. 좀 아직 많이 못 보여드린 것 같아가지고 이번에 올리베이라 선수만 이긴다면 충분히 이제 계속 상승세를 이어나갈 수 있을 것 같아서 이번 경기를 무조건 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, of course, throughout my career, all I wanted was global title, and so far I didn't have one. So this opportunity is my golden opportunity to have one, and for sure everyone else did, but their practice. But I practiced a lot as well, and considering the fact that I had a lot of preparation, I feel a little down because I haven't showed my best form in this tournament, and so my confidence is a little low. But if I win Oliveira, I think I can show my best throughout the tournament and win consecutively as well.
Fighting. Thank you.
All right, straight from Classic's mouth here, how he feels about this series coming on up. But let's talk about Oliveira, the current reigning world champion, looking to defend his title. It is going to be difficult, though, Dan.
Yes. Classic should not be underestimated. I know there's not a lot of Protoss in this tournament. I know Protoss haven't won a lot of tournaments in recent years, but Classic is a killer. He's one of the most successful, strongest Protosses we've ever had. And really, I mean, he's so strategic. He's got so many different things he can do to you.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very strong player. I think he's got the experience. He's got the confidence. Oliveira, though, look, I mean, he's really been on the up and up in the last probably 2 to 3 years here. He's really brought the best version of himself. When you see his interviews, he does seem to psychologically be in the right spot.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's one of the most important things for a pro is to not be overwhelmed, to not be stressed out, to know how to focus, to know how to forgive yourself when you lose.
All right. Well, let's get to it then. It is going to be Oliveira going up against Classic here. One of them will be eliminated right now. Or will Oliveira try and defend the World Championship?
A thrilling day for games, but also a terribly sad one. So many players coming so far to compete here. And we send home player after every match. Don't forget to check out the B stream, but you're here on the A stream, so keep this one put to fancy. We got another matchup coming.
Absolutely, and this one is a banger of a match because we have a world champion going against a player that hasn't been on stage yet. So how about we welcome them on stage? Please welcome Oliveira versus Classic.
Oliveira playing for Weibo Gaming. He's had all Terran opposition up to this point, but he is our reigning world champ and he's ready to take on anyone. But his opponent, Classic, is playing for the Saudi Arabian home team, Twisted Minds. He's made top 4 of GSL Code S Season 3. Let's see what he can do today.
Players are now taking their seats as we start this match. One player made it to the end of the lower bracket. The other is here to prove himself. So casters, please take it away.
Against Oliveira, China against Korea, one of our few remaining Protoss players up against the reigning world champion, a player who almost made a reversal against Maru yesterday, barely fell short. We could see the frustration on his face, but what a performance he has put on so far in this tournament.
He almost completed it, arguably without a bit of tank mispositioning. It could have been a very different game, but that was all it took. He lost, unfortunately, and did fall down to the very, very dangerous knockout bracket, where he now faces Classic, someone that historically, in best of threes, is not his best matchup. But Oliveira, this is the time to dig the deepest, I suppose, and really bring out what he can to, I guess, continue on the road to defending his title.
I mean, let's remember a few months ago at Dallas, a lot of people looked at Oliveira coming into that tournament and they said, look, yeah, he's the reigning world champ, but he's been in a downswing. He's been pretty vocal about his frustrations. He hasn't performed that well, and he shocked everybody. In the group stages at that tournament, he took out Classic, he took out Stats, he took out so many great players, and was barely stopped by Cyril there in the semi-finals, 2-3 loss. I mean, that was when Oliveira stepped up again, and he told us afterwards, he said in many interviews, I trained my butt off. I have worked so hard. I've studied harder than every other player. I still don't believe I'm as talented as pretty much the rest of the field, but I will outwork them. And I think in this matchup specifically, there was a really interesting story that he spoke about while being interviewed on one of the Chinese streams after that Dallas event. And he said, you know what, I just could not beat Protoss. I was really having a mental block, and I took Maru out for some KFC, bought him some lunch, and said, can you give me some advice, man? Like, what's going wrong? I can't beat Protoss. And Maru said, I've seen your games, and I think you just need to focus on your build. You're trying to react to everything. You're actually playing overly reactive. You just need to plan your timings and hit them better and just be really confident.
Yeah.
Stop second guessing yourself.
Yeah.
And somehow that little bit of advice from Maru just completely reversed his experience in TVP.
I think that can be, I'm not going to say a lot of Terrans, but when you do see some Terrans struggle versus Protoss, I do feel like you can point to the confidence. It just feels like they're a little bit shyer when it comes to staying on the map, pushing the issue, getting defended, and then just going around somewhere else. They don't just go back, right? And that does really seem to be the difference. And certainly with some of the metas that we've been seeing, making sure you're on the map and they can't get their prime position for like the Colossus and the Zealot overwhelm when you're on the defensive. I mean, that can be really important, but it is a best of 3 against Classic. And while Classic has not been able to show his top form, as he said in that interview, we do really love his PVT. You know, we were kind of looking for one of the Protoss hopes alongside Hero for this matchup. The meta certainly has shifted since then, so it's not as dire, but Classic was one of those guys that we were looking at to prove that Protoss can continue on. And he had a fabulous performance last year in Riyadh. He wants to do it again.
Indeed, Classic has had some fantastic moments. Cure has been a problem for him in this tournament, as well as at Gamers 8 last year in Riyadh. And he definitely has some good defensive macro chops. But TVP is a fascinating matchup. It's one where the Protoss player likes to toe the line of greed. Identify with their scouting what the Terran's up to, build your economy as much as you can, and at the last second, get out the right army, deflect a push, and once you get 1 or 2 good defensive fights, that's when Protoss takes control of the matchups. So there's a lot of hiding information as the Terran, looking to surprise them by hitting just a little bit earlier than they're expecting and catching them off guard. It's all about the information gathering, the build orders, and the mind games, as always, in this game of real-time strategy that is StarCraft. In the top left side of the map, representing Weibo Gaming, it is Oliveira.
And in the bottom right, representing Twisted Minds, he is the Blue Protoss Classic.
Personally gutted when Cure turned that series around against him last year. Classic, so close to getting a final spot against Raynor in Gamers 8, and I really feel like he actually had a very good shot against Raynor. You know, he'd taken him out, I believe, earlier in that tournament. It's been a few of those near misses for Classic over the last year or so, where he's had these moments where he's brushed with greatness, brushed with championship runs, hasn't quite made that distance just yet.
Yeah, exactly. So close, it's so far. We do have Oliveira very much intentionally running away from potential probe scout to get this engineering bay block up without interference. And if Protoss sees this immediately, A, they could block it, and then B, they can pull the probes immediately and take care of it and just kind of make sure that their build is still as smooth as possible. When it's like this, it's going to be 99% done before Classic, you know, really has anything to do against it. So you can't continue with perhaps that Nexus timing you were hoping for.
Ah, yeah, slight reaction on the face there. Classic was absolutely not expecting that. And Oliveira's even tracking him to the third, so we can block that as well.
Okay, well, that didn't actually work out. I thought that it would, but no, Classic will be able to get a Nexus. Obviously, now the problem is that it's in the wrong location, right? So that does push you into a less defensible area than natural and StarCraft 2 maps. They're made with chokes, sometimes even ramps, not this map, but with chokes at the very least. Third base is a little more open, 3 different directions for Oliveira to get in there.
One of the difficult things here for the Protoss player now is judging what comes next. It's almost always a factory and an early reactor. The question is it Hellions or Cyclones? Because if Cyclones come across this map, you need to go like Phoenix, Stalkers, batteries, things that can fight front on. However, if it's Hellions, you'd be much better off just rushing an Oracle, getting a shield battery up here or there, and just trying to stop the damage from getting too out of hand. We'll see what Oliveira's got in store as he places a command center on the high ground and 2 Hellions to start off.
Yeah, this was really tricky when Engine Beer actually came back, I would say. It has been a thing for, I guess, all of the years of StarCraft 2, but it was very tricky to begin with. And I remember Parting was actually one of the guys who was actually able to defend that third base as your natural. And since then, it really is not the catastrophic situation that it is, even though the Cyclones also got changed at some point, so they were even more fearsome in the early game. We know that the Protoss know what to expect. They know that it's going to be pretty tight on just the number of units they have to spread around. But if everything goes according to plan, you can absolutely defend this factory follow-up. It is going to be a decent amount of Hellions. We're going to see how Oliveira plans to try and get into Classic's mineral lines. He could go for the third. That's kind of the obvious one. He could try and sneak into the main and just kind of hope that Classic's a little out of position, which is something that Classic, needs to pay super close attention to. He doesn't know exactly where it's coming, but he knows it's coming.
3 Hellions is the magic number. That's what allows you to one-shot probes. Speak of the devil, get a run in. First probe goes down. 4 Hellions and a Reaper there. The Phoenix will pick up 1. 2 Stalkers in the depth are on point. They're trying to take down that Hellion. That Reaper grenade actually delayed 2 Stalker shots. Massive move.
Yeah, absolutely massive. A good pickup on the reinforcing Phoenix, making it a 2-shot instead. The probes come in to help out, and that is all the almost all the Hellions. Very weak probes. Third one is available. 9 probes in general. That's still something there for Oliveira. Remember, wasn't proxying a starport while doing that. That is actually damage that Classic is really hoping not to take. He was so close to being in perfect position, but just a little bit too much there.
There's 2 Stalker shots being delayed by that Reaper grenade is actually so big because we see the difference there, right? If you got 1 or 2 Hellions, it takes a while to take down the probes. You get just 1 or 2 extra Hellion hits in, and suddenly 9 probes is a really good start for the Terran. Second barracks and third barracks down, not to mention the factory. I think our Classic sees it, and he immediately goes, okay, hair standing on end. I know what's coming. I've gone for a third Nexus. How am I possibly going to defend this? Because you can move out now with just a massive Marines, Marauders, tanks. You don't even need medevacs. You can literally just go for look, I'll stim, and I know we're not healing. It doesn't matter. We're going to hit you so fast, you won't be able to handle the sheer number of units.
Exactly. The 3 racks just gives you so much buy. You can see that Classic really knows that he is in trouble. He's going to have to do some magic here. I hope that Oliveira messes up slightly, which is still possible, perhaps with some defender's advantage kicking in. Classic can actually hold on to all 3 of his Nexus and his probe count.
Trying to rush charge. I was thinking you can't go blink here. You just don't have time. This is such a desperate thing. You rarely see people just rushing charge Phoenix on 2 gas. But in this situation, it's the right call. Classic is cut probes, is just making gateways. He says, look, I didn't cancel the third Nexus. It's there. If I defend this attack, then I can probe up. But for now, I am just on 2 mineral lines, 2 gases, and I'm desperately trying to get my production up. But Oliveira is not going to give him that time. The gateways are still building. No chance to warp in yet. Charge is still a minute away, and 2 tanks and a pack of Marine Marauder coming forwards.
Yeah, I would not have minded a couple of SCVs, and that's exactly what's coming. Can help off the Cyclone as well. Build bunkers too, if that actually comes to fruition. We do have a force field blocking the ramp initially. Another one actually in the back pocket. Tanks will have the siege to push those force fields away. But this is all those extra seconds that Classic desperately need to get that charge finished, to get the gateways finished, and to actually start warping in Zealots.
Oh, gateways and charge takes so long to build when there's a Terran army coming across the map, Zombie Grub. It feels like this is not that long an upgrade. Gateways normally build pretty fast, but this is not a lot of time to get ready. 2 Stalkers, 2 Sentries, and only a handful of Zealots. 1 battery goes down. The pylon is exposed. Doesn't even have energy for battery overcharge. Classic does not have the numbers. The early damage combined with a third Nexus follow-up was too much, and he knows he does not have the material to deal with this. Oliveira gets the damage done, the engineering base surprise, and then carries it forwards with the Hellions, and a decisive finishing blow. Every step planned to perfection before the game even started.
Exactly. That went according to plan for Oliveira. Obviously, the same cannot be said for Classic. He was thrown off for minute 2, basically, because even though we do have these Protoss now understanding the complications of the situation, it doesn't mean that it's less difficult to handle, especially when the Terran's going to follow up with those 3 Raxes. As Pig was pointing out, say this doesn't quite work. That stim, the damage from the initial combat, if you have to pull away and come back, you're still injured. It is a dramatic difference if that first push doesn't do that damage.
Massive, massive difference indeed. It really is so committed, but you can see this Reaper grenade just stopping those Stalkers from getting an extra volley off, and you can see the first volley already taking out 3 probes and so much damage on the following ones, and you think it's over, but the 1 Hellion drops and the Adept unfortunately didn't get a chance to block it. So the Hellion moves away, the Stalkers aren't able to get more shots, and he gets multiple volleys off, taking down 3 more workers. There was a picture-perfect start in Game 1, something which is brutal in this best-of-3 format, and that's exactly what he wants. He'd love another brutal finish like that in Game 2. In the bottom left side of the map, the reigning world champion representing Weibo Gaming, it's Oliveira.
And in the top right, as the blue Protoss now on his last life in the tournament for Twisted Minds, he is Classic.
For whatever reason, he did not expect an Engineering Bay block in that last game, and it caught him off guard completely. You could tell that he was not ready for that. It wasn't really something that he'd accounted for, and was a little bit shocked. Had to go take the third base. Going for the Phoenix there, the Adepts and the Stalkers, the battery at the front. I mean, it felt like he had most of the pieces you need to defend that, and just wasn't perfectly positioned. Moved out to build a pylon, saw the Hellions coming. Those Stalkers just weren't quite in the direct path of the Hellions to fully intercept. So a 1 second difference, sounds like a small thing, but when you're dealing with that build, you know there's incoming aggression. You really do have no room for error.
What about a shield battery?
In the main?
Yes.
2 shield batteries is expensive. I think the problem there is to afford it, you need to cut either Phoenix, Gateway, or Pro Production. And he wasn't willing to do that in case it was obviously a different follow-up. I think it's something where I've seen the shield battery in the main look great. Personally, I think it's always a different decision. Players will normally say, look, if I'm going Phoenix, I already have the best control unit. I got the Adepts and the Stalkers. I technically should be able to be in the right position. Yes, it's...
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning. Welcome to the penultimate day of the penultimate week of the inaugural Esports World Cup for 2024. I'm your host, Quickshot for EWC Central, and we're about to dive into the third day of Week 7. Catch you up on what's happened already and set some expectations for what's going to happen tonight. Before we dive into all the conversation, interviews, action, gameplay, I think it's important to do an EWC catch-up that's powered by STC. And of course, the three games that we have here in Week 7, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, EAFC, as well as StarCraft 2. What we always like to do is get a on the ground, boots in the field update. So I'm going to turn to Ian Chambers for a bottle of water and an update for Modern Warfare 3.
Day 2 Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 here at the Esports World Cup is done. It is in the can. You can see the results. Teams are now dropping out as we get set for the quarterfinals today. Let me give you the headlines, guys, over at the Central Broadcast. All of the top teams, of course, we got the Pro League teams, we had some Challenger League teams in the mix, but the Pro League teams all got it done. Maybe unexpectedly, some of them not making the top of their groups, which came as a bit of a shock for some people. But the Challenger teams, they tried hard. None of them will make it into the quarterfinals. So it will be one of the big dogs that goes home with the lion's share of that $1.8 million prize pool. Which one will it be? And it continues here on day 3.
Thank you so much, Ian Chambers. And breaking news, do you sound a little bit like Jon Snow? We'll have to discuss that later on. Of course, as he alluded to, as far as the bracket is concerned, for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, I'm going to simplify it. Easy, hard. We'll speak to Katie Bedford on exactly why later on in the broadcast, and of course keep you up to date on what the implications will be for these clubs and the club championship. We're going to turn our attention to EAFC. The second day of group stages completed yesterday. There's a couple more group stage games today before we get to that resurrection and eventual knockout bracket. So before we find out exactly what's happening throughout the course of Saturday here in Riyadh, let's head to Leah Ravel for an update.
Hello everyone, Leah Ravel here, and welcome to your Day 2 recap of what went down in FC 24. Number 1, 3 players from Group A booked their ticket to Championship Sunday. That's Mark 11, Jafonzo, and Young. We look forward to seeing them on Sunday, but that means, unfortunately, with everyone that wins, there has to be someone that loses, and Gold Poacher is that one. Unfortunately, his journey ends here. Commiserations to him. We also saw another epic matchup between 2 previous world champions in Nicholas 99 and hometown hero MS Dasari. MS Dasari leading 4-0 before halftime, and Nicholas clutching up the win, eventually winning 5-4 with an epic comeback. That's all for today, you guys. Make sure you tune in tomorrow as we finish up the group stages, we begin the resurrection round, and we get closer to crowning our world champion.
Thank you so much, Leah. That's right, we are getting closer and closer to crowning the EWC champion. Quickly, if we just take a look at both of the groups, we've had the pleasure of watching some of Abu Maka and Johnny's games here. And here's Johnny, 2-4. Going to be in trouble depending on that final game later today. But Aussie, oi. Mark 11 doing very well. When we do turn our attention to Group B, the big story, of course, Anna's Verge gang managing to bounce back, winning every single game yesterday. And please ignore this, 1-5, 2-4, 3.6 points. That's not meant to be right. We'll break down exactly what this means, but a reminder, 1, 2, and 3 from each group advance through to the knockout stage. 4, 5, and 6 from each group will be heading into that resurrection stage where they're hoping to keep their tournament lives alive. And of course, 7 and 8, they get to go home. We're going to turn our attention to StarCraft 2. A lot has happened. 3 of our final 4 have been secured, and today the knockout stage begins. So let's find out what Katz has to say about StarCraft 2.
I am here for a recap of Day 3 as we head into Day 4 of the Esports World Cup. We had Raynor actually defeating Solar 3-0 to then go up against a seemingly unstoppable Hero who defeated him 3-0 himself. Hero then went on to face Serral in a match that will be remembered forever, where he lost 3-2 to the GOAT. But oh my god, if you have not watched Game 5, you absolutely must. On the other side of things, Oliveira had an excellent repeat performance against Bjorn, where he managed to defeat him 3-2, only to then face his hero and idol in Maru. But this time, it was a much closer match than last time, and it was a 3-2 score as well in favor of Maru. With both of the second place finishers determined, we had a GOAT versus GOAT match where Cyril managed to edge out Maru in a 3-1 fashion in an excellent series. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Cats. This tournament is not turning out to be particularly mad because Dark, Cell, and Clam are already in the Final Four, the Elite Four. They're trying to collect them all, the club championship points, but there is still one slot remaining. If we turn our attention to the knockout bracket, 15 players are already inserted into this bracket. Maru was the second of the seconds, basically placed fourth out of the initial group stage. 2 additional names through the last chance qualifier made it onto this bracket. Once we've finished the left-hand side and the right-hand side, the last player standing will join that Final Four, climb to the top of the mountain, and hopefully take down Pikachu and friends. That does it for the EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. I'm in a fantastic mood today and very excited to keep up to date with the StarCraft 2, EAFC, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 updates. StarCraft 2 is once again already live at twitch.tv/EWC_black, and as per usual at 5 p.m, COD Modern Warfare 3 will start, and at 6 p.m. local, EAFC will once again commence. Welcome back to the sofas. I am your host, Quickshot. I am here for 2 more days this week, 4 more days next week, and then I finally get to go home after 58 days here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I am loving the tournament, but I'm loving my friends even more. It is my pleasure to introduce Loco, Katie, and Case once again. Loco, as is customary, we go left to right. How are you? How are you enjoying the StarCraft tournament?
I am really liking the StarCraft tournament so far. I mean, we get to do the most exciting thing, starting today with StarCraft 2. You were talking about it yesterday. Players are going to go home.
Yes, yes! Keys are going to get crushed.
Yes, we already saw one actually.
You saw one
earlier.
Are you teasing content later in the show? I'm so
I
proud of you.
am.
I'm so proud of you. Katie Bedford, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, the most boring playoff bracket. It's exactly as we expected.
Boring, but it actually has given us some exciting timelines within it. We'll get to those later. But suffice to say, as expected, but with some craziness thrown in.
And arguably the most exciting game, day 1 to day 2, could not have been more drastically different case for EAFC.
Absolutely. Day 1 has been completely shifted on its head, and day 2 was a very different situation for a lot of the players, a lot of unexpected situations, very different than COD.
Very much so. And of course, I think what I want to do just to start things off is remind everybody what is on the docket. Let's look at the schedule and see what our programming has in store for us today. It is, of course, Saturday here in week 7 of the Esports World Cup. It is the knockout bracket in StarCraft. This is where we'll be eliminating 14 of the remaining 15 players. In addition, the quarterfinals for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, where of the 8 teams alive today, 4 will be dead tonight. And in EAFC, it is that resurrection bracket. I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. How many players enter? How many players leave?
There's already 3. There's already 6 going through to the playoffs. Only 2 will make it out of Resurrection. So there's a lot of people going into it.
That is awesome. 3, 6. Of the 6 players in Resurrection, only 2 will be advancing. There we go. That's the update on the brackets as well as your streams. I believe we do have that live StarCraft. Did you see the names and who's playing? How did it play out? No is a fair answer.
Sorry?
No is a fair
answer. No, I see that are interviewing Classic, so I'm assuming he did quite all right. I see Scarrett getting ready as well for his games.
Got it. Okay, got it. Right, I believe what we are going to do is take a look at the bracket first. It is going to be the StarCraft 2 knockout bracket. As we mentioned, games have been live for several hours already. Maru had that initial start immediately because of the highest seed coming into this. Immediate rounds, Coffee out, Shin out. Are those results that you would have expected?
Coffee coming into this tournament, I believe he had the lowest seed, and Bjorn is one of the absolute best in the entire game. So him being eliminated is nothing all too surprising. Shin is one of the players that managed to only qualify for the knockout bracket, actually. So he hasn't played in any of the previous groups. So he flew all the way over here, played a best of 3. And is eliminated from the event.
That is rough. That is very rough. Over on the right-hand side of the bracket, Hero Marine and Reyna took to the STC arena, and it was Hero Marine that was eliminated by Reyna 2-0.
The way you were phrasing that, I thought you were going to say that Hero Marine won. No, that would be quite the upset.
That would have been, but yeah, he was eliminated by Reyna. Reyna, the StarCraft Terran unit that's piloting Zerg, I will forgive him for now. Well, actually, Hero Marine will be joining us in just a few minutes to actually watch some StarCraft, and we can give give the ladies a little bit of a break because we've been attacking them with StarCraft for the first hour of every day of every show. You should feel bad. Classic also has just beat Oliveira 2-1. The reigning champion is out. Our boy Oliveira that you put so much faith in yesterday, he's let you down.
Yeah, he's such an incredible player. He really has made massive improvements over the couple of years that, well, he's been competing at this level, so I'm hoping we're going to see a lot more coming from him as well.
Well, he has a little bit of a special for you. Classic taking down Oliveira. I believe there's the last minute or two of gameplay. You can see in the scoreline 1-1. These are just best of threes, a little bit shorter than yesterday. And it's your classic TVP that we're watching. I say classic. It's one of the rare TVPs that we get.
Yeah, well, Classic is incredibly good at the game. It's always nice to see him performing well. Oliveira, though, a very emotional player, too. You could immediately see the frustration on his face. Yeah, there he is. Not ready to tap out. He wants to try his best and try to get the back-to-back World Championship victory. But
yeah, but look at the supply difference. Look at this positioning on the map. Is that 4 base for Classic to 2 for Oliveira? I mean, it is going to be... You'd need a monumental mistake from Classic for Oliveira to come back.
Yeah, I think the income advantage graph right there plots it for you perfectly. At this point, Protoss is in such a good position that he can make, let's say, like 10 more units a minute more than the opponent, and it's really difficult here for Terran to come back. We talked about some of the strategies from Oliveira, as we do see the GG coming in. He likes to go for very aggressive strats, and I think what happened in this game, without having seen it, Classic probably held the aggression and then was so far ahead.
Immediately so. You get the income advantage and able to keep your tournament hopes alive. I believe we're actually going to head on stage right now for an interview that just wrapped up there with Classic.
An amazing match, Classic. Oliveira, I invite you to deliver your trophy to Classic. Classic, you said in a pre-match interview that you hadn't shown your full potential at this tournament. Did we just get a taste of your potential in this matchup here, taking out the current world champion?
일단은 김도우 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 김도우 선수가 아까 경기 전 인터뷰에서 아직까지 자기 실력을 연습했던 것들을 이제 못 보여주셨다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데 이제 월드 챔피언인 올리베이라 선수를 잡아내면서 혹시 좀 그런 자신의 실력을 좀 보여주셨다고 생각하는지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
네, 사실 1세트도 제가 아무것도 하지 못하고 져서 정말 열심히 연습했는데 아무것도 또 못 보여주고 탈락할 수 있겠다 싶어서 2세트부터는 더 집중을 했는데 솔직히 아직 뭐 준비한 거 많이 보여드리지 못했지만 그래도 이렇게 승리를 하게 되어가지고 너무 기쁘고요. 이제 첫 승했으니까 좀 자신감을 가져서 제가 준비했던 거 더 앞에서 이제 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, in the game 1, I was shut down completely. So I thought to myself, oh, I'm going down without anything without showing anything I practiced. But I just turned it around, and after game 2, I just tried to focus on my game, and I honestly don't feel that I showed my potential yet, but this is my first win, and I think I can still have a chance to win and to show my potential and what I practice. So I'm gonna focus on my game next game as possible, and I'm gonna show it.
Yeah, what an incredible debut on the stage here, and we still have much to see from you. I'm excited to hear that, Classic. You've been facing off against Oliveira online and doing fairly well, winning a lot of those matches. How were you able to convert those results to land?
이제 올리베이라 선수 상대로 그래도 이제 온라인에서 그래도 상대 전적에서 그래도 좀 앞서 있으셨던 만큼 그래도 올리베이라 선수를 상대로 어떻게 이기실지에 대해서는 좀 알고 계셨을 것 같은데 그거를 이제 오프라인에서 또 꺼내는 건 좀 다른 일이었잖아요. 그래서 오프라인으로 이렇게 또 온라인 전적을 다시 이렇게 꺼낼 수 있었을지 그게 좀 궁금해집니다.
아무래도 이제 온라인 경기에서 많이 승리를 했던 게 좀 자신감이 있었고요. 또 한국 레더에서도 많이 만나서 이제 서로의 스타일을 많이 알고 있어서 올리베이라 선수의 스타일을 대충은 예상은 했는데 마지막에 그렇게 건설 로봇을 다 이끌고 메시로 올 거는 생각을 못 해가지고 그거 막을 때 되게 조마조마했던 것 같아요.
Well, of course, I was really confident because I have many online wins against Oliveira, but considering the fact that I faced him a lot in Korean ladder as well, so we both know their ways. We both know our ways, so we share a lot each other. So that's, I think, that was a thing that I need to consider. But considering the fact that in game 3, like, I didn't really expect him, Oliveira, to pull the voice out, so I was really nervous defending that.
Well, you did an excellent job. Congratulations, and we'll be seeing more from you. And let's hand it over to the analyst so we can see more of that last match against Oliveira.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It is such a pleasure to see you back on stage for StarCraft. And of course, we're going to see who we can catch to join that elite, the Final Four. I'm a Pokemon fan, I promise. Great interview there from Classic. He stays alive in the tournament. We will keep you up to date on those results as and when they come in. But crucially, let's turn our attention to the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now, to start with, the top 10 clubs that are currently eligible for the club championship or still have the chance to achieve another top 8 finish, that's specifically Team BDS, this one here. There we go. Because they're playing in Rocket League next week, if they place top 8 there, they will be eligible for a piece of that $20 million prize pool. Because we just took a look at StarCraft 2, I think it's crucial to share this. If Team Vitality, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi all get eliminated from StarCraft 2 knockout bracket, as well as Team Liquid fail to qualify in the last chance qualifier for Tekken 8, we will then be able to crown Team Falcons mathematically as the club championship winners and the best club in the world, securing $7 million. Those are a lot of things to keep track of. That's why it's up to our production team to make sure we keep you informed with each and every result. That does it for this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. All right, now we're going to be hearing from Loco and I over StarCraft 2 for a little bit more throughout the course of this next hour. So I'm going to ask Katie and Case, how much are you enjoying StarCraft now that you've become a little bit more familiar? We're seeing the players reacting. Case, I know this has been a deep end dive for you specifically.
Yeah, this is very much outside of my normal realm of gaming, but I've learned a lot. Don't ask me any specific questions about it, please, but I have learned a lot, I promise, and I feel like I could be here a week and I still wouldn't learn probably half of the game. And so I've actually really enjoyed it. I like the idea of so much strategy goes into it. The more like it's a war going on and you're having to follow it, so many things going on at the same time. It's just so different than a football match.
Katie, and for yourself, obviously as the single player StarCraft aficionado, how sad are you you're not seeing Kerrigan?
I was going to reference the Queen of Blades, but yes, we can certainly. I would love if there was a world where each race got a respective hero from the campaign, but it's so fun to watch StarCraft 2 as a lover of the campaigns over a very long time. It makes me want to go replay them.
You should, absolutely should. And then try out the ladder, and then you can sit here with Loco next year. And yes!
The ladder can be a little bit intimidating.
Bro, I'm trying to give you another player.
It would be amazing, I'm not going to lie. I know there's a lot of custom mods available where you
Give
can
me a
play
5-minute head start.
A 5-minute.
Okay.
He's had
we can do that. Can we set that up?
He's had a 15-year head start. We are going to kick off our StarCraft 2 coverage and recap by hearing from longtime caster. I'm a huge fan of this particular individual, one of the dynamic duo that frankly brought StarCraft to the English-speaking world in the West. It is my pleasure to introduce Artosis in the ALJ interview.
Hello, everyone. I'm here together with Artosis. Artosis, how are you doing so far? How are you enjoying Riyadh?
Dude, okay, I'm loving it. It's a great time. They're just like keeping us in a really nice hotel. We have like a ton of great games. The production here, out of control. It looks just beautiful. So that plus the best StarCraft 2 players in the world, I can't complain.
Yeah, so you're casting most of the games, right?
I'm casting a lot, but there's a lot of casters here, so we're rotating through.
All right, fair enough. So we've had quite a few upsets so far. Is there one for you that really jumps out?
You know, I don't know that this is as much an upset as we say it is, but Serral being defeated by Clem, I think the fact that it's a 3-0 is pretty impressive because Serral's been the most dominating player for years and years and years. Probably the favorite coming into this tournament. But the fact that Clem beat him, and now we're going to have like a probably Serral-Maru match to see who goes to the final bracket,
right?
Which is just crazy. That's because they're the best two in the world.
Yeah, we kind of expected them, I guess, to move on straight to the top 4.
Yeah.
And now they may be facing off against each other, and one of them is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket. I mean, potentially even both of them.
Yeah, no, well, actually, one of them is going to go. Well, no, potentially both. You're right, actually.
Yeah.
This hasn't finished. So,
yeah, it's still
it
going
is potential. We don't think that'll happen because they're so good, though.
Okay, so now that the tournament is kind of shaping up a little bit, if you had to pick your current top 4, so we know that Clem and Dark are already in the top 4. Who else do you think are going to make it?
Dude, I have to go with Serral and Maru. Like, they are the next best two. Hero is playing really, really well right now. Rainer's in very good shape right now, so both of them have potential to upset also. Serral already took out Hero pretty one-handedly. I think just stylistically he's a good matchup against him. So I'm still thinking Serral Maru. So I think a couple Zergs, a couple Terrans. But I think Hero and Rainer are like the two guys that can make those upsets.
Okay. I've heard a lot of people mention Oliveira, current world champion.
Yeah, I'm actually watching his game right now, and he's having close games against Maru, but Maru seems to be a brick wall for these Terran players. Like the TVT just isn't quite there. But he might be able to come through the bracket too. It kind of matters. It feels like Maru has a better matchup against Oliveira than maybe even Serral does. So maybe if Maru can beat Serral and move on, Oliveira might be able to come through that bracket.
Okay, so I asked this question as well at the very beginning of the tournament, and most everybody said that their favorite is either Serral or Maru.
Yeah.
Would you still say that's the case for you right now?
Well, I mean, neither of them are in the top 4 yet.
Yes,
so it's a little bit harder. Clem is playing pretty out of his mind. Dark always, is right there at the World Championship. But I said before the tournament, Maru, and I'm going to have to stick with him. I do think Maru is like the best StarCraft player. He is so good.
Okay. Well, I think that pretty much wraps it up for us here. Let's get back to the studio.
Longtime viewers of EWC Central will be familiar with a little bit of a quick shot emotional monologue. This is the first time in my professional career that I have officially and formally received a piece of content from Artosis for the show that I'm working on. It's a guy that I have watched for over 20 years commentating StarCraft. Back in the Brood War days, back in the GSL days, he's genuinely an inspiration, an aspirational person to keep tabs on. And it is a dream come true to see the interview here with Loco. And also, it is a dream come true to spin what was a beautiful moment into heart and soul crushing defeat, because Oliveira, his tournament is now done. Oliveira was defeated just moments ago by Classic. Classic is now stepping on the hydraulic press to eliminate the tournament life of Oliveira.
Oliveira is such an emotional player. He is heartbroken for this loss. Obviously, Classic will be very happy that he gets to crush his key right now.
I don't think he looked happy.
Oh, no.
I think he was hiding
He didn't even look. He covered his eyes.
He covered his eyes.
The thing about the StarCraft players is that in order to get better, you have to practice with the same people over and over and over again. So a lot of these players are very good friends. So ultimately, you're also crushing the hopes and the dreams of a person. Like, you obviously want to beat them, but you also want them to do well.
That key gets added to the Boulevard of Broken Keys. One quick comment before we move on. Case, that's the first key that we've seen live crushed. You actually were the one that points out, goes, look, he's hiding his eyes. How does that make you feel knowing that a bunch of keys are being crushed from EAFC later?
I don't think they're going to have this same reaction. I think they're going to be mad. Like, I genuinely think that we're going to see very, very upset people, or just like no emotion, just deadpan.
Very quick, Katie.
It makes me think of Warzone Week 1 when one team got to crush 20 keys.
Yes. That's going to be happening later today. Sorry. Of course, Oliveira's tournament has now come to an end. We are going to hear from him in just a second. And once again, we are getting serious about this. It obviously is a crushing defeat, but he has made it this far in the tournament. Let's hear what he had to say.
I am here with Oliveira. Unfortunately, this year won't be a repeat performance. And I see that we're not obviously going to be feeling the best at this point, so I just want to give you the mic to say anything that you want to your fans, and yeah, I'm so sorry.
These two losses is really difficult for me to accept. I feel like I've put in so much effort, and it pains me greatly to fail over here, to simply, you know, not to be able to achieve the victory that I hope to obtain, and I am very much disappointed in myself.
Well, Hainan, thank you very much. I won't bother you anymore, but you're an inspiration to so many people, and you're an amazing player and an amazing person, so I'll see you around.
Phenomenal interview. You can really feel the competitive drive and spirit there. Obviously, prior to setting up that interview in the key crushing, I had no idea what interview was coming. I mean, no insult or offense to Oliveira, but you saying it again, this is a passionate individual. You see how deeply he cares about competing.
Yeah, I think so. He won the World Championships last year, and I think up until that point, he didn't really believe himself that he could do that he could actually perform at that level. And ever since then, he's been looking significantly better. So he had a dream run at Katowice last year, like taking down the very best players in the world, and he kept on beating them. Every step of the way at the time, we thought, okay, he's going to get defeated by Hero Marine, who's going to apparently be joining us in a little bit. And then he went up against Hero, best Protoss player in the world. He went up against Maru in the finals, and he ended up winning against all of them. So I think last year, him winning the World Cup was kind of a big moment and a wake-up call for him. Like, hey, I am actually...
I can do it.
Yeah, I can actually do this. So it doesn't really happen in StarCraft 2 that somebody wins a tournament like this back-to-back, like World Championship back-to-back victories are incredible. And it's no shame losing to Classic, because he's one of the all-time greats. But yeah, you can still see how much it means to him.
Well, we're going to take a breath, and now let's give the actual recap. Obviously, these results are coming in live, so I'm very thankful to our production team for catching them. Let's start by looking at StarCraft 2. We're going to turn our attention to Group A. Dark and Maru, 3-2 in that upper bracket. Ultimately, Maru overcame Oliveira, who was then eliminated just moments ago. The two players advancing. What is the key takeaways outside of those names?
Well, yeah, one of my key takeaway, I guess, was that Oliveira would have to fight his way through that knockout bracket, and we just now saw the results of that. In general, though, there's still a lot of really good players left over. I still have, I believe that Maru can still make it into the final.
I think so too. Crucially, Maru is in that knockout bracket. We'll explain to you why in just a moment. Let's turn our attention to Group B. Dark was one of the players that advanced, obviously, to those final four. He was joined by Clem. Clem was able to take down Cyril 3-0. I will say that again. Clem took down Cyril 3-0 for the first time. Cyril lost 3 games in a row in 12 months. He had previously lost 3 maps in 12 months. So huge result. But Cyril did take down Hero to advance to that final third spot, the second seed versus second seed.
It's even more insane than that, because he also lost map number 1 to Hero yesterday. So he technically lost 4 maps in a row. That is... I didn't, like, I scrolled up, I looked at his results for a long time. I couldn't even find the last time that the man lost 4 games in a row.
So this is quite potentially the first time ever that Cyril has lost 4 maps in a row, at least in many years. Let's put it that way.
At least since 2018, I would imagine. Yes.
Okay, so what we're seeing right now is a breakdown of Hero versus Cyril. We're going to run through this one. It is obviously the 3-0 that Cyril loses, but why have you paused at this point in time?
Yeah, this is actually a really cool moment in the game that they played on Crimson Court. So we started day 1 of our broadcast this week with the very basics of StarCraft 2. Yesterday, we went into some Reaper control and we looked at some more specific unit micro. Today, I want to highlight something that's a little bit more complex, but I think it's still certainly worth noting. This is one of the biggest blunders that I actually am going to call it. It's the biggest blunder this tournament so far. Maybe something else will happen. We don't really know. But long story short, Hero decided to open up with a build order, so a strategy that we don't normally see. Crimson Court is a map where you can hide your third base relatively easily, and he played into that. His opponent didn't know, Cyril didn't know, that the third base wasn't taken at the conventional time. What that allowed Hero to do is spend his resources on flying units instead. So he has been making these guys right over here. They're called Void Rays. They're very good, and sometimes when you have a couple of them and you suddenly show up, you can just straight up win the game. He was also playing with Tempest, another big flying unit. Very fun strategy. Now, Cyril has decided to go for this unit right over here. It's called a Ravager. It's a unit that morphs off of a Roach. That's these little guys right over here. So you can morph that unit, you spend some extra resources, some more gas, some more minerals, and you turn it into a Ravager. Now, the Ravager has an activated ability that allows it to deal damage at a little bit of range.
Now, very crucially, just to jump in, that ability that you're about to show, if you played League of Legends, it's like Kog'Maw's ultimate. If you know Spitfire from Dota, it's the same ultimate. It's like like getting a kill streak in Call of Duty where you fire a missile at long range. Those are important because you'll see why in a second.
Yes, so it flies up into the air and it takes about a second or two before it lands. Now, crucially, with this ability, your opponent can see where it's going to land. So it's a little difficult to see right over here, but we have a tiny little visual indicator right next to the shield battery of where that corrosive bow is going to land. And what Serral's going to do is he's going to queue up all of these Ravagers here to use the same ability in the exact same position at the exact same time. So all of them are going to land right over here on top of this structure called a shield battery. It's a defensive ability that allows the Protoss to stay alive for a little bit longer. Hero, technically speaking, should see this coming in from a mile away, but he doesn't. Let's roll the footage. So we're on a little bit of a slow motion. This is where it's aimed, and that entire strategy from Hero falls flat on his face because, well,
so
he's been building it up.
You could literally say those roaches, they basically hocked to a spat on that thing, right?
If you want to call it that way, sure. There's many different ways you could have worded it. Any of those ultimates you mentioned would have been appropriate, but sure, that works.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
This though, like, it's a big deal because it ultimately allows Serral to win the game, right? So it's a best-of-5 series. Serral previously lost 3-0 already. He goes up against Hero, the world's best Protoss player in the world. He loses map number 1, being at a 2-0 deficit after, well, he's doing his military service, right? We don't really know exactly what his form currently is. Losing 5 maps in a row, it would have been ridiculous. And you can see Hero here. He did not quite expect that this would be the result.
Now, of course, I think crucially, this is what pushes Serral down to that lower bracket of the group stage. He needed to face off against Maru. These are the second seeds from each group. The winner advances to the final 4. The loser gets a better seed in that knockout bracket. I think we've got several minutes of gameplay here of the rounds back to back. So maybe give us the overview, Loco, on how good this series was, because didn't Katz just say this is a never to be forgotten series?
Yeah, he specifically meant that actually about the match against Hero, so the one that we just highlighted. This match, though, was also a really, really fun one. So Serral, usually a macro player, usually somebody who likes to sit back and play quite defensively. We're once again on that same map that we also just now saw in the match against Hero, and he decides, you know what, I don't want to play the long game. I'm going to go for something very aggressive. I'm going to try and see if I can win the game early on. So once more, he is bringing everything that he's got towards the other side of the map. Yeah. So he's once again using that corrosive bile ability here. He even gets a bench sheet together with the siege tank. I mean, this is an uncharacteristic play by Serral, and it gives him the very quick 1-0 lead.
All right, on this next map, I know you've got a very specific burrow play you want to highlight.
Yes.
But this is obviously going to be a little bit of a bounce back. What do you make of this next decision here from Serral?
So this is actually one of the coolest play of the tournaments, or one of the coolest plays, rather, of the tournament that we are just about to have. So we see the biggest unit that Zerg has access to, called the Ultralisk. Relatively uncommon, and maybe the reason why this game went on for a little bit longer, because usually it's a unit that's quite risky to play. Now, this is definitely the most important sequence of events of this particular match. This is a really complex situation here because we are much deeper into the game. We're 15 minutes in. Both players have been mining a lot of resources and they've been building up a lot of expensive units. But most importantly for this particular match, we also have higher tech units, so units that require additional research. What that means is that they have fancier abilities. The one unit that Terran usually likes to make is this bad boy right over here. There's about, I don't know, like 10 or so of them wandering around here, and they're good against basically everything that Zerg has access to in their late game tech tree. It's good against Ultralisks, against Brute Lords, against Lurkers, against all of the late game spellcasters. You name it, they're good against it. There are, however, ways, of course, otherwise the game would be a little bit boring if it was just all about Terran trying to make the one unit and then win the game. There are, of course, ways for the Zerg player to deal with it as well. And Serral has been specializing in one way in particular, and that is a sneaky fungal growth. We have a unit right over here on the far left side of your screen called the Infester, and it's got an ability called fungal growth. It basically can cast a circle of green goo on top of all of those ghosts, which will temporarily root them in place. It slows them down very significantly. That will allow Serral's Banelings, these roly-poly guys that you will see going across your screen in just a moment, to get much closer to it. Now, there's one more piece to the puzzle that I think is worth noting as well. Maru has decided to go for a composition that is based around the Ghost, but he's got a lot of other units as well. One more that he's got over here, for example, is the Widowmine. And the Widowmine, it latches onto a unit that it's targeting, at which point it will deal splash damage to that unit after a second or so. Okay, so let me try and explain to you how this works. First off, we get the Infestor using its fungal growth ability on the ghosts, slowing them down. This unit has been burrowed, so he doesn't see, Maru that is, that it's just about to hit him. Secondly, you can see the Widowmine lines right over here starting to grab a hold of the Zergling. So what happens is that ability channels for about a second, and then it latches on and it explodes. These units are going to be slowed down because of that Infestor ability, and the Zerglings and Banglings are going to run in there, allowing those Widow Mines, these mine units that I was just talking about, to deal extra damage to the Terran units themselves. So a ton of friendly fire is being done. Now this happens all in one go if we can hit play on this sequence. We've slowed it down for you, so it's a little bit easier to follow. But there is that fungal growth I'm talking about. There is the Banelings coming in, and there's the Widow Mines destroying their own units.
Huge cost. Obviously, all the ghosts died. The production time is lost. It's just a fantastic move from Cyril. Look at the supply difference. Yeah. The army difference plus 30 already. I mean, that's just a massive play from Cyril.
Yeah, beautiful play right there by Cyril. He is the master when it comes to setting up those multitasking engagements. Because the fact of the matter is that you need to think of these moments before you actually get to that point in the game, right? You have to actually set up the Infestor.
Now, listen, Loco, I know we've got a lot more gameplay to go, but if you summarize those next few minutes of gameplay, what is the final takeaway, final thought before I move us on? Because it did end up being very, very close.
Yeah, these two actually played a really fantastic series, and it turned out to be extremely close. Ultimately, it was Cyril that managed to bring it home, but Maru certainly, look at him. He is landing mules. That's a way to easily mine and steal the resources from the opponent inside of one of the bases of the opponent, which is unheard of at this level.
Unbelievable. Okay, listen, unfortunately, I do need to move us on, and we are going to be getting ourselves set up to have Hero Marine joining us. So while Loco continues to watch that replay package, Solar and Hero Marine, Solar and Hero Marine joined host Rotterdam earlier this week to talk about their favorite travel memories. So let's check it out.
Welcome, guys. I am here, joined by two veterans of the StarCraft scene, and I'm going to talk to them about some of their favorite memories of StarCraft 2. They've been around for an incredibly long time. They've gone to so many events across different places of the planet, and let's just hear some of their favorite moments. Let's start off first with our handsome German. Tiny introduction, Gabriel.
Yeah, hello, my name is Gabe, also known as Hero Marine.
And of course...
Hello, this is Solar, the real veteran with StarCraft in this year.
How's it for you, Gabe, as a player personally, if you think back of some of your favorite events in the history of...
I mean, you know, when I started, I was still in school and like 13, 14 years old, so like still a child. But nowadays, I'm like double the age, I'm like 27.
And if you think back of all these events that you've gone to, what are some of the events that really stand out for you?
For me, I was actually never really a traveling guy. When I first started playing, there were a lot of tournaments next to my... like in my city in Cologne, and it were mostly like national tournaments because I was still in school, so I couldn't just like travel to America to play a tournament. In 2018, I released like the DreamHack in Leipzig. I really enjoyed that one because the only reason I played in that one is because it was in Germany. And then I also played the next one because I qualified.
Solar, do you have any events that stand out for you after all these years of traveling?
The first one is like, it was 2014, the DreamHack Stockholm. I remember this tournament because I won the first international tournaments in offline, was this time. There was so much crowd and so much fans, and really amazing, like the place. I mean, like after I win tournament and I went to the sightseeing, and it was really, the Stockholm was really cool place to see around.
If I have to pick one tournament, I think it's the BlizzCon in 2018 when Sarah won. Because that was actually, like, at that point, I was already out in the tournament. I had some nice vacation, but I was there then as a spectator, and that was quite a memory when, like, Cyril did the impossible, and in the finals, there were, like, so many people, like the big BlizzCon, and so many people cheering for him. That was, like, a huge moment, I feel like in all of esports, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that you mentioned that, because I was thinking of 2018 as well, but one that was very special to me was GSL vs. The World 2018, because that was the first time that Sarah went over to Korea, duked it out with all the Koreans. I mean, if you guys don't necessarily look at it from your personal point of view, but you guys are both big fans of the game as well.
I remember, like, as a spectator, the most memorable point was, like, I don't know what year was it, but the stats against Su final It was
2019.
Yeah, 2019. It was like the last offline before the GSL changed to the studio finals, and there was really like fans, and like the CEO of the Africa, he paid for like drinks for every fans, and including like players, talents. He rented one place to let everyone just for free get the free soju and free drinks. Yeah, it was really amazing.
No, that's fun. Is there any city that you guys specifically remember? Not necessarily for the tournament, but you know, StarCraft has brought you guys to so many different places. Is there one city besides Stockholm that really stood out for you, where you're like, oh, this was such an amazing place?
I like LA in America. It's really like they has like nice weather, nice food, also nice people. So I really love to visit again to LA if I have chances.
All right, Gabe, he loves LA.
For me, it's definitely Katowice because I've been doing well in that tournament. I mean, I've been so many times there at this point that I know the city pretty well, and I feel like it's kind of nice. It's like close by, and it's like a random city in Poland that has like such a big standing in esports, which I think is very nice. So for me, it's that one, I think.
Thank you guys so much. It was a lot of fun. I mean, there's many more tournaments that we could talk about, many more great cities that we've gone to. I loved Gamers 8 last year as well, but we'll talk more about that on a different day. Thank you guys.
Welcome back to EWC Central. I am Quickshot, your host. We're about to dive into some live StarCraft 2 gameplay. One quick shout out to Rotterdam, host of Home Story Cup, one of the best, longest running StarCraft 2 tournaments ever. I'm joined once again by Loco, and I mentioned a few minutes ago, Hero Marine from Mouse. Hero, thank you so much for joining us. I know Loco was explaining, but on our show, we have EAFC as well as Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and StarCraft 2. We're doing a bit of like a podcast thing. So could you speak to camera one and tell some of our viewers who you are, how long you've been playing StarCraft for, and just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my name is, or my nickname is Hero Marine, like you said. A lot of people nowadays just call me Gabe. That's my name, Gabriel. Big Gabe is another nickname.
Okay, nice.
That comes from Home Story Cup.
How long has Big Gabe been playing StarCraft 2?
I've been playing forever. I've been playing ever since the game came out. I think I'm one of the people that have played the most StarCraft out of everybody.
Oh, that is amazing.
Except the Koreans, they have been around forever.
Of course, to be fair, I mean, in Korea, if you want to propose to somebody, you have to defeat your potential bride's father in a game of StarCraft. That's what I've heard. Okay, we will talk about Hero Marine and his journey here throughout the course of the next half hour. Just quickly, but before we do, let's finish introducing where we're at for StarCraft 2. 3 out of the final 4 candidates are locked. We've got Zerg versus Zerg in Dark versus Serral. Clem is waiting to find out his next opponent. These are the 3 names on the bracket. Let's turn our attention to the knockout bracket because 15 players have entered the knockout bracket. Only one of them will join the final 4. Loco, when it comes to you, like, we're seeing this big list of names. We're seeing some people being eliminated already. How do you think this is going to play out? And I want a prediction of who you think is going to advance from the knockout bracket.
Ooh, okay. I feel like the easy answer is Maru, just because Maru is so good at the game. I'm actually going to say Hero, though. I feel like Hero has been playing phenomenally.
You're predicting a Protoss to make the Final 4?
Yes, I actually would love to see a Protoss make it into the grand finals and win the entire thing.
Hero Marine, how delusional is Loco? What do you think?
Protoss is not that bad in StarCraft. Okay. I don't know what you've done.
He's been flaming Protoss this
I have not a single time.
Just before we jump into the game, who do you think will make it through the knockout bracket?
Well, to me, the 3 that are already there.
Yes.
Plus Hero and Maru also.
Hero and Maru. Okay.
Like,
awesome.
I would say that Maru, Serral, and Dark are, especially this year, by far the best. So since Maru is the only one from that in the knockout bracket, he's going to make it.
He's going to make it. I think that too, because then it's Zerg versus Zerg, Terran versus Terran, and you get a TVZ final, right? That's probably
that would be nice, yeah.
Okay, what we are going to do is jump into some StarCraft 2 gameplay. We have 2 series currently live right now, and we're just jumping into, I think, towards the end of Gumiho versus Showtime, 15 minutes in. Loco, I'm going to hand the mic over to you. You and Showtime can break down this game. Let's talk about the players, and also get Hero Marine's take on his run here at EWC.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is game number 1, a Terran versus Protoss. We find ourselves on a map called Alcyone, and it looks like we are indeed tuning in at the point of the match where we do have some really big battles. What are your thoughts, Gabe?
We tuned in at the right time. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, between these 2 players, one of them Korean, the other one German as well, there's a lot of history as well. So The fact that they're already playing such a long game and now it's getting really fired up because they are base trading.
Yeah.
It's kind of exciting for sure.
So the ultimate win condition in StarCraft 2 is to destroy all of your opponent's structures. And this is one of those situations that we see every once in a while called a base race, where the goal is to try and, well, break your opponents, hopefully their main base, and destroy everything there. But you can see Gumiho trying to make it really difficult for Showtime to go up that ramp.
I mean, you see the armies there as well. If you're in that base race, whoever's got the larger army attacking structures can theoretically destroy them quicker. One thing, do you have raw figures? When we look at the minerals, and you can see the fact that Showtime has got 2 red arrows towards him, is that how much he's still farming? And is there a value attributed to that or not?
It's a advantage in favor of Protoss in this particular instance. So those little arrows indicate who's mining more than the opponent.
Fantastic. That's what I wanted to check. It's something we haven't yet covered on the UI. Hero, do you think, or Gabe, do you think you can predict who's going to be coming out on top when we look at these armies and look at the minimap?
Well, it's kind of hard to say because we just jumped in. Usually in a base trade situation like this, the one with like the stronger army is going to win. If you look at the numbers right now, it looks very even. That usually favors the Terran player, I would say, because he has the more expensive units that aren't that cost like pretty much the same supply as the Protoss units. So usually it favors the Terran, but the red little arrows, they're actually pretty important whenever I try and teach somebody StarCraft. I always tell them, when you're watching a game, the person with the higher supply number and the one that is like mining more, so that has like more arrows, is winning right now.
Loco, you need to add these to your YouTube videos. That's a really good explanation.
No, you're right. That is a very helpful bit of info. So Gumiho is actually flying around with one of his main structures, making it difficult for Showtime to get even remotely close. But like Gabe was already saying, Showtime is actually harvesting resources right now. He's currently supply blocked, meaning that he can't make units. Okay, the number just turned white once again, so it was red for a little bit, making it difficult for Protoss to make any additional troops. But Gumiho really needs to get a bit of a move on, I believe.
What makes you say that, Loco?
Well, as far as I can tell, Showtime is mining. It's not a lot, but he is mining, so every minute that goes by right now, his army should get a little bit bigger.
Ooh, those armies are crossing like ships in the night.
Yeah, that unit that you see with those white outlined circles on the ground, those are very difficult for Showtime to deal with right now. So, oh, nice blink forward there. He snipes one of those Liberators.
How impactful will Liberators be against this type of Protoss army?
Well, it's basically, if you run into these circles, you're probably going to lose. It's a siege unit, so whenever Gumiho is trying to approach Showtime, that's when Showtime can pick off some units. But if these units are siege, there's no way you can ever run into that pretty much at this point. That's what I was saying, like the numbers are even. But in this case, the blue numbers, the Terran supply, is worth more because it has the more expensive units.
Oh, and also you can see just how much that siege zone is forcing Showtime back. Who would have been your favorite in this best of 3 before seeing any of the games, Gabe?
Well, they've played against each other a couple times, offline actually, one time in China recently, in like May I think it was, and in June as well, in like Home Story Cup.
Yeah.
And in these tournaments, Gumiho came out on top both times, but it was very close. 3-2 and 4-3.
I mean, look at Showtime.
So I think between them it's like 50-50, but before that I would have said Showtime, but like before all these series, but nowadays I would give the advantage to Gumiho.
I mean, Gumiho's got such a gigantic advantage with the amount of the extra bases he's taken out, like 146 to 47 supply.
Yeah.
While we wait for this to follow out, assuming that the Terran's just going to run over Protoss, which is what's happening, how did you get the Big Gabe at Home Story Cup?
Well, that's from some of the casters, like Rotterdam, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's popularized it, Damastim as well.
Yeah, I'm assuming you did very well to be called Big Gabe. That's how I know.
It's because of my massive personality, that's why.
I say love that so
But did you actually know he pretty much always makes pizza at Home Story Cup?
I did not know that.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah.
Do you put pineapple on pizza?
No,
don't do it. I've just checked.
Wow. He's half Italian. I don't know what you're. What are you even doing?
I don't know these things. I'm learning.
You put let's talk about something else.
Ananas with Hawaii bitter. Let's obviously we're gonna watch the last few minutes of this gameplay. But how has your time been at EWC? What did you feel about your performance when you look back over the last few days?
I mean, nowadays I'm feeling a little bit mentally a little bit burnt out. So for me, it's my mentality normally is just as long as I play my best, I'm good. And I feel like I was able to play my best, but at the same time, I see a very rough mistake. So yeah, it's so-so, let's say, my performance.
I will say thank you for your very earnest response. It takes a mature player, somebody who's been around for a while, to be able to reflect honestly, even if it's a heavy answer to say. Luca, what are you seeing here while you bring us back to screen?
Yeah, so our production actually brings up a great point. Showtime is very heavily supply blocked, meaning that he currently can't really produce anything. He only has a handful of pylons, which is a structure he needs to make in order to warp in new troops. So he's currently at 129 supply over 23. Meaning that either he's going to have to lose a lot of units to go back below 23, or he's going to have to make a lot of pylons.
Surely Showtime's going to tap out sooner than later. When you look at the army supply, I mean, look, it's still farming, right? But is it possible to come back 22 minutes in to rebuild the bases that have been lost? Yes, I know the answer is yes, but is it likely? Maybe that's a better question.
Yeah, I don't really know exactly how many structures Gumiho truly has. There is still some in his old main base.
It's a little bit complicated, let's say.
Yeah, it's...
Don't try to explain it. Just go full stock.
No, I mean, if you see the game like this, it's so easy to like make a call. Okay, he is winning. But if you're playing this game from like Gumiho's or Showtime perspective, especially from Gumiho's perspective, you don't see a lot of the map, you know. So if he knows, okay, Showtime has like right now, Showtime is not mining. He's mining a little bit. He doesn't even have like minerals for another nexus. Like if Gumiho knows that Showtime is poor, he just goes for it and tries to hunt down all the nexus with like confidence. But he doesn't know. He has no idea, so he needs to be really careful. And by being really careful, it might allow Showtime to get enough time in order to come back here, basically.
Now, I'll say this here, Gabe, that Simon has really been like trash talking Protoss, saying it's just they're the weakest race right now. The map pool heavily favors Terran. There's only like 4 Protoss in the whole tournament. I'm obviously joking a little bit. I think the fact that there were very significantly fewer number of Protoss players here. What is your take on like the Protoss performance versus what we've seen? Because we've seen so many TVT and TVZ games on our show. We haven't got to look at a lot of Protoss games. That's why I'm making a bit of a joke about it.
Well, StarCraft is an old game, and the people that are on top, I mean, now let's take it from another perspective. I mean, it's a known fact that Terrans are hardworking, they're handsome.
They're also more attractive, they're more handsome, and more humble too, right?
They are more talented.
More talented.
That's it.
No, but jokes aside, like, there just aren't many Protosses. When it comes to balance, I don't think it has any impact. Because nowadays, I mean, I'm known for balance mining. That's part of the reason why people sometimes watch my stream and whatever.
Yeah.
They like to hear me complain. But nowadays, I don't really complain anymore because I always see like my mistakes that I make, and that's why I lose. And I see that with Protosses and so on as well. But maybe it's also a bad thing that like the biggest balance miner is now not complaining anymore.
I want to circle back to that.
Maybe that's
do we have more than 1 minute of this game in your best guess?
This game, it's really hard for the players to decide.
I want a yes or no. Give me yes or no. More than 1 minute.
No, more.
More than 1 minute. Okay. We're going to quickly cheat on this game by looking at our secondary stage. It's going to be the last minute of Spirit versus Hero. The result has already come in. I believe Hero is going to win this game.
Yeah.
If members
apply my rules. Look at the numbers. Look at the red arrows.
81 army to 114. You're out farming as far as minerals and Vespene is concerned. You've got more in the bank. I'm fully expecting this. We get to watch exactly how Hero's doing. And look at this, Simon. Another Protoss looking good.
Yeah, I actually predicted Hero to make it onto the top 4. I would not be surprised. He's been playing phenomenally this tournament, right? He had that amazing series against Raynor. He did extremely well against Serral. I think better than most people would have predicted in advance.
The series against Raynor was pretty crazy.
Yeah, he won
3-0. Like he beat him in last tournament as well, and now he just like casually beat him. No, he actually beat him twice, like in GSL as well.
Gabe, does it annoy
him again?
Does it annoy you, Gabe, that Raynor plays Zerg?
No, it's fun to play against him.
Because it bothers me because Jim Raynor is a Terran unit.
I told you this yesterday and the day before that too. Like, none of us realize anymore that Raynor is a Terran character.
I'm aware of that because I know it's a campaign character.
I've never played the campaign.
Oh, what? Are you kidding me? That's disgusting.
I would say probably about 3 out of 4 pro gamers have never played the campaign.
Okay, well, we saw there, Hero picks up the win, manages to continue the run here in the brackets. But now when we jump back, keep your eye on the supply. Look at the army as well. What's happening here, Simon?
Well, those Liberators are slowly being picked away at, and we see a blink forward once more with those Stalkers. And Gumiho had, like, what was it, like 16 Liberators versus 16 Stalkers when we first tuned into the match. Right now, there's only 3 of them remaining. Showtime is mining. I think he's actually doing it.
Oh. Yeah, no, the numbers are getting closer and closer. The thing about Terran is you can see he has, like, still these main structures. He can use his ability, which is Muled, to mine minerals. And now, like, the numbers have thinned out so much, like, both of them don't really have an army anymore. Showtime doesn't really have many probes anymore. He's only sitting at 8. So these 3 command centers, they are, like, significantly more income than what Showtime currently has. So Gumiho can actually rebuild faster, and he has a better army right now. Yeah.
We see an observer getting close there. So Showtime, who now sees what the opponent has got, he is going to be able to address this. He needs to address it soon.
Also, very quickly, that little observer, that invisible Protoss unit, if you are a fan of other games like MOBAs, for example, it's effectively a mobile ward.
Yes.
It's invisible. You need to scan it so you can spot it and take it down.
He's going to go. He's pulling the trigger right now. He's decided to go and blink forward, try to get those...
That's not it.
No, he tries to get all of those Stalkers underneath, but he does not quite snipe it and needs to back off. Little tiny twitch.
Ooh, very close. There's the scan. That'll get rid of the observer. Again, just drawing comparison to other games that have been here. It's a mobile ward. So gives you vision, gives you information, allows the Protoss to figure out what they can do with their slightly squishier, you know, technically kind of smaller armies. So
does he have only 1 barracks?
Yeah. I'm kind of, like, what Gumiho did here is he saved his most important structures, and actually they come in very clutch here, because he has those 3 command centers, like I said, and now he can see these. The income advantage is going to be in his favor. So you see that little arrow popping up on the UI for him. Yeah, and his army is also better, so this is looking great for Gumiho now.
Yeah, so he's actually positioning his structures very cleverly at this point too. He's making it super difficult for Showtime to get on top of any of those SCVs, those worker units that are trying to harvest the resources. So the Sim City here, this is what we call the Sim City. What they're doing is, yeah, it's really clever.
What I love as well is seeing the Terran buildings taking off and flying away. It's something that if you've not played the game, haven't seen before, you do need to get used to, right? And I know it's something that both Case and KT were talking a little bit about earlier on when we saw the jet boosters underneath the buildings. So nevertheless, Gumiho looking in a pretty good position. Are you feeling confident enough to think that Gumiho's going to take this first game?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure?
So the problem is he doesn't know the current situation. So he decides to bring all of the workers to try and tank as much of the damage as possible.
I think he has all the information at this point.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. He scanned, he saw everything. This is still very reckless, though.
That's a good
I don't think he needs to be here. This seems a little unnecessary.
It's definitely making it exciting, yeah.
Can he throw the game from this point with all the SCV deaths?
I think so, yeah. This is a moment where he could be overextending a little bit, but he may very well be able to get it done. Those SCVs have been tanking a lot of damage, but he doesn't have a lot of damage output in his army anymore. The Marauders get blinked on as well. Medivacs are still alive. They can heal SCVs, but SCVs don't really deal damage.
The blinks are down, though. He lost so many of them. 21 army supply for Gumiho.
I really disagree with that play, but it's working out.
Give me the summary. Why do you disagree with it so heavily?
Well, he didn't know about the second base existing. I think he believed that there was only 1 Nexus. And he did that because where he landed, like, the minerals are mining out. So he felt like, okay, let's do it now or never. This is what I was talking. He has, like, no information, so he might make some weird moves because of that. But that one seemed very reckless, yeah.
Oh, here's the reinforcing units coming in, though. Those Medivacs went back home to grab whatever they can. Looks like there was actually mostly SCVs inside of it, but he's shutting down the mining. Another Nexus is now starting up
me?
on the opposite side of the map. So Gumiho has finally gotten a chokehold on this part of the map, but he actually needs to be on the other side again, and he doesn't know.
Listen, Loco, we've been very lucky because the few games that we have got to watch here a little bit.
This is a really good one, yes.
7-minute games. Like we've only looked at like pretty much 1 map a day, and every map we've looked at has been one of the 30-minute games that we've seen.
This is not what every StarCraft game
Not
looks
at
like.
all. No, not at all.
This is not StarCraft.
This is a little scrappy.
Case,
this
is like 4D real-time chess.
Good StarCraft, what we're seeing right now.
Well, this one actually, because it was exciting for, like, until now.
Yes.
Like, when he pulled those SCVs and went for it, like even then I couldn't predict 100% how it would go.
Oh,
now I think it's pretty much over, but like this, one of the more exciting games I've seen for sure.
You can also feel the tension because this is a best of 3.
Oh, he's
if
still
you
a lot of
lose this
soccer.
best of 3, you are eliminated from EWC. So Showtime does not want to throw in the towel and concede yet. He's trying to warp in more buildings. But honestly, he's fighting with scraps. I mean, supply box right now, yes, there's a tiny bit of minerals in the bank, but seriously, running for your life.
There's 2 Marauders missing. They're somewhere. There's 2 only in this army. I think they're on the other side of the map. He's trying to blink those Stalkers back whenever the ability comes off cooldown. Now forced to pull his own workers as well to try and tank as much of the damage. And he actually shuts down most of the SCVs here. There's a reinforcing Marauder showing up. He finds them out in the middle of nowhere.
There's no way Gumiho's thrown this, right?
No way at this
point.
There's
no way.
You see the minerals, like Gumiho still has money to make stuff, and Showtime has no more money. He can't replace that Nexus anymore.
A note for our production team, when we zoomed in and we saw those SCVs running with minerals in their little mining hands, they were fighting with the minerals that they stopped trying to farm. Oh, what is this game?
Yeah, I mean, now it's definitely going to end within the next minute.
Within the next minute. I'm going to hold you to that, Big Gabe. We've got 45 seconds left on the clock. 3 Stalkers trying to chip away.
We do pick some beautiful games of StarCraft.
We've got so lucky.
Yeah.
We've got so lucky. I'm not sure I'd use the word beautiful, but interesting. I'll give you
I will call this beautiful 100%. I love this game, and it's so good. There's so many amazing moments here, though, that we have been able to witness. And yeah, he's now starting to run circles. Okay, aggressive blink gets the 1 Marauder.
That's so much damage.
Only 1 Liberator remains. The main problem is the amount of mining that Gumiho has right now.
Smack him with the drone.
So Gumiho is not really known for his crazy micro. There's some other players in this scenario that would have handled it much better.
Okay, he actually targets the medevac down that had some units inside of it. I think he may have been able to unload everything just barely in time. The Nexus still lives, but
if this Nexus goes down, that's game, right?
Yeah, I think this is game, actually.
Okay.
There's the last Stalker going down. GG.
There you go.
Wow, okay. Oh my word. Okay, that was crazy. Now, just very quick update for you. We saw on the other stream that victory for Hero. Just a quick summary for the club championship. Because Spirit and Na'Vi have lost their respective players, they can no longer win the EWC Club Championship. Only Vitality, Team Liquid, and Twisted Minds can actually overtake Team Falcons, obviously pending Team Falcons' final tournaments, final placements, and depending how the rest of the games go. We'll bring it back to this game. Loco, summarize for me what we just saw. Good luck.
Okay, so basically the game started off with both players that have 12 workers, and it ended with less than that. Normally games end with both players having at least like 50 of those bad boys, but not this time around.
Oh, unbelievable. I mean, Gabe, when you watch a game like that, and you know on our stream we're talking to a lot of people who are not as familiar with StarCraft, is that a good example to try to get people excited and into it?
Honestly.
The Terran player won, so.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, honestly, the base trade itself, like, it's pretty easy to understand, because basically what happened is both of them had like a big army, and Gumiho had like nothing left. He can lift his buildings and fly them to a corner, but he wasn't mining anymore.
Yeah.
And Protoss is like the more mobile race, so what he did is like, Showtime had the weak army. He tried running away from Gumiho, because Gumiho has like a better army, but it's like needs to siege forward. So Gumiho was constantly trying to like get all the nexuses on the map. So he's running from A to B, and then to see wherever like Showtime built the nexus. And yeah, I mean, like both armies thinned out so much that you saw how it ended. Like they have like a 200 supply army, and then at the end they both had like less than 10 supply basically.
Yeah, and most of it was dead workers fighting one of the minerals in their hands. Gabe, I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure. You've got a great sense of humor as well, and very empathetic interview. I want to say this on behalf of a fan of Mouse. Congratulations, your CS2 team is doing very well in Cologne right now. I don't care if you don't know, I'm telling you.
I was watching yesterday.
It was a great
playing
series.
in my hometown.
It's great series. I'm going to ask you just to give a quick shout out to your fans, to your viewers, and you're welcome to do it in German if you'd like to camera number 1. Whatever speaks from the heart.
No, I mean, I'll do it in English, that's fine. There's, I mean, I'm happy to be here. I'm always happy to qualify for these events. Making it here is like an achievement in itself always, so always nice to be here. And as always, thanks to my team, Mouse, watching the CS game later today. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know, I've been with Mouse forever, 12.5 years. Keep going, yeah.
Keep going, that's fantastic. I've been a big fan of Mouse. I've been following them since CS 1.6 days. I will say this as well. This is a t-shirt that we put together on EWC. You can only get this here. It's not for sale, it's not things, it's a very special gift. We'll figure out how to give it away. I'm gonna ask you to sign this on your way out. We're not gonna do it on camera because it's a little strange, a little awkward. I'm gonna say thank you again so much. Thank you for joining Loco and I. We're gonna move on with the show. And as we do transition to a break, let's hear from Pig on his thoughts on the tournament so far in the ALJ interview.
Hello, everyone. I'm here together with Pig. Pig, I believe this is your second time in Riyadh, isn't it?
Indeed, it is. Yeah, 2 years in a row now. Just it's winter back in Australia, so just enjoying soaking up a bit of the warmth in this side of the world.
It's a little bit too warm, though, don't you think?
Well, I think in short doses is the trick, right? You know, early morning, late evening. If it's the middle of the day, 1 minute maximum at a time, I think.
Fair enough. So, can you explain real quick what you do here for StarCraft 2?
Ooh, what do? I talk about video games. I try to share my passion and the ridiculous amount of games that I've memorized over the last 14 years of playing and watching the best players and kind of go, wow, you guys are so good, and hopefully explain that a casual player or someone who hasn't played the game can understand why these guys that have spent thousands of hours mastering StarCraft are the world champions and winning millions of dollars.
Okay, so we're currently right before the knockout bracket at the EWC really begins. There's quite a few upsets so far. Is there like one for you that really jumps out?
Oh, I mean, I think a lot of people would say Clem beating Serral, but I actually feel like Hero 3-0ing Raynor is just crazy. That happened just before, and they always have close back and forth aggressive series, and it was just weird because it was like the two aggressive guys both try to play defensive, late game macro, and one of them just wipes the floor with the other. So that was a big kind of surprise in the flow of things, and it really derailed the hype train of Raynor, so now he has to go fight from the knockout bracket with a lower seed. And I think there's a lot of fans out there who are kind of just shocked by that today.
Yeah, so what about Serral not immediately moving on to the top 4?
I mean, this is the best thing for the entertainment of the viewers. This format...
He did it for the fans, is that what you're saying?
He did it for the fans, 100%. It's not because Clem's unstoppable in a Zerg versus Terran, no. Yeah, I mean, obviously, he had a few small little mistakes in his play, and Clem just dove on top of them and punished him so hard. He had to try and fight from behind, which is nearly impossible against Clem. You put Clem in the driver's seat, he's hard to stop. But it's good for the fans, as I was saying, because guess what? Now you have this format where you've got one of the favorites to win the entire tournament going down and then having to fight through these harder matches, work his way back. He's still got a chance today to get, you know, in the top 4. But I think almost the dream is that we've got like him or Maru or one of these other players is going to have to play in the knockout bracket. And that's tomorrow. It's best of 3s. It's just a brutal format. Basically, like you make a few slip-ups, you're out of the entire tournament. So if we can have one of the greatest players of all time, one of those kind of top 3 GOATs, a Maru or a Serral in there, it's already so much more exciting.
Yeah, so going into the tournament, I don't remember if you said it was going to be Serral or Maru who's the favorite to win it all. Currently, they're, well, down a series. Do you still believe that one of them is going to win?
Let's just say if I was betting my home and my welfare, I would have bet on Serral, but we filled out a spreadsheet at that predictions as casters. I put in Hero.
Really?
Because I'm a big Hero fanboy.
Okay.
I love the fact that Protoss hasn't been performing as well, and I feel like Hero is the best chance for them to have a good performance. So
I just sort of assumed you picked either Maru or Serral, because that's basically what everybody says, but fair enough.
There's a few fanboys out there. I think Roddy's going for Raynor and a few others. Oh, you're going for Raynor as well? Nice. But yeah, I don't know. Hero for me is always just that dark horse where whether he wins or loses, it's exciting. It's unpredictable. He kind of breaks all the rules. And for me, I just want to cheer for the players that keep StarCraft really fresh. Like, you just can't predict anything that's going to happen in any of his games.
So, as we are talking right now, I guess by the time that this is going to be sent out into the world, it will have already played. But we have Serral going up against Hero. They already played earlier on in the tournament. Serral won 3-0. He just showed some build orders as well against Raynor in the match before. Do you think Hero can take down Serral this time around?
Yeah, I think Hero's going to completely change pace. We're going to see him just rushing in there, getting aggressive. He tried to play late game defensive against Serral. Huge mistake. Do not do that again.
Okay.
That's Serral's wheelhouse. He's got to get aggressive, and I think he can catch Serral off guard, disrupt him. I'm not going to lie, he's a massive underdog. If I was creating betting odds or something, you know, it wouldn't be 50-50, but I think he's got a puncher's chance, so maybe 70-30 Serral's favor. But I believe that Hero, he's got some mojo going, he's feeling good, I believe.
Yeah, now we already saw some of that as well from Clem, right? Where he disrupted Serral early on. It's certainly possible. Well, thank you very much for your time. I believe you have to get back to the analyst desk. Thank you very much. We'll be back to the studio.
is incredibly committed, is incredibly all in. I do not love the idea of starting thermal lens now, by the way. I think that's silly. Put all your resources into units and then you'll be fine.
Absolutely. I thought he was skipping the thermal lance, actually. I think he's going to wait for the second Colossus before he takes this fight, or when Gumiho just pushes just enough to get in there. 5 tanks down, that's going to be a big deal. Overcharge is used on the far right battery here, and look at this. Showtime running in the Colossus, taking a lot of damage though. One already falling, second one falling as well. Oh my goodness, is Gumiho actually managing to break through here? It's so ridiculously close.
Yeah, but Gumiho is still down 33 workers, or at least 27. He's definitely doing a really good job with those Marines as he's going forward. And Showtime tilts his hackback, can't believe it. I don't think Gumiho can quite believe this either. This really felt like a desperation move out, but those tanks were able to get crazy good shots up. The Marines survived for a little while. Showtime losing his 2 key units. It was an SCV pull. Gumiho is not there yet, but we're looking at 5 tanks. It's going to be really hard for Showtime to kill 5 tanks.
All the Zealots are dead, Kevin. Look at that Colossus, the last Colossus. Gumiho broke through with that. And GG Showtime for the first time in the tournament. Got to show his face, and like that, just like that, he's out.
A legendary game 1 and a ridiculously victory out of nowhere there for Gumiho, who was in so much trouble. He knew he was in so much trouble, and it felt that Showtime made all the correct calls there for a little while. I mean, we mentioned thermal lens, like that was not needed. That was never going to be done in time, but it really did feel that Showtime had a perfect read on all of that. He dropped the force field, he delayed the push, he had battery overcharge, he split the Colossus up. Now the Colossus was standing on top of the Stalker, so there was a little more splash damage there, but what a final move out by Gumiho, who will advance into round 2 of the knockout bracket. 2 games that I think leave us with a lot to talk about, man. First for a legendary game 1, and now the surprise victory out of nowhere in game 2.
No, absolutely. That's one thing that I will have to review later in my time. But guys and girls, we're going to get to hear from the winner himself after moving on in round 1 of the knockout bracket in fantastic games. Let's hear it from the man himself, Gumiho.
What a great match that was between Gumiho and Showtime. Moving on to the next round. Before we start this interview, we have Showtime here to hand over the key to Gumiho after losing that match. Thank you very much for playing, but now we need to know what happened during game 1. Gumiho, that was a very chaotic base trade in the first game. Can you walk us through what happened exactly?
일단 고병재 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 첫 경기가 워낙에도 명경기였습니다. 일단 엘리전까지 펼치면서 정말 처절하게 어떻게 보면 끝까지 어떻게 끝을 알 수 없을 정도로 정말 처절하게 이렇게 버티는 경기였는데 그 경기가 좀 어떻게 흘러가는지 좀 설명 한번 해주시죠.
사실 어느 정도는 엘리전을 예상하고 한 건 있지만 하는 과정에서 제 실수가 좀 많이 나왔고 그러다 보니까 좀 약간 아슬아슬하게 이긴 것 같아요. 사실 저는 확신을 가지고 엘리전을 한 건데 좀 너무 아슬아슬하게 이긴 것 같아서 근데 이겨서 정말 다행이라고 생각합니다.
Well, for the base trade, for the most part, it was my plan after all. I mean, I prompted it, and I was confident I could win it, but somehow I made a lot of mistakes during the process, so it was really nerve-wracking at the same time, but I'm glad I won that.
I mean, you were still able to come on top after that, but I do want to ask you, you have played a lot of matches against Showtime throughout the year, and you haven't dropped a single match for more than a year. Does that make prepping for a match like this easier?
이제 이번 승리로 인해서 사실 이제 쇼타임 선수를 상대로 거의 1년 넘게 무패를 지금 계속 유지를 하고 계시는데 쇼타임 선수와의 그런 이제 좋은 전적이 어떻게 보면 쇼타임 선수를 상대로 이제 준비함에 있어서 더 좀 도움이 되셨는지 그게 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 저한테는 그게 좋은 기억이긴 하지만 그렇게 큰 영향을 주지 않았고요. 쇼타임 선수는 좀 부담스러울 수도 있을 것 같아요. 저는 뭐 제가 앞선다, 더 잘한다 이런 생각은 별로 안 하고 그냥 언제든지 질 수 있다 이런 생각을 많이 합니다.
Well, it didn't affect me at all. I mean, it is a good memories for me, but I think that, on the contrary, as for Showtime, I think he's maybe pressured much on that view. So the record doesn't mean much to me. I mean, I always think that like he could always beat me whenever. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you were definitely prepared for this match and you were able to come on top. So congratulations once again, moving on to the next round of the knockout bracket. But for now, we'll get that key ceremony crushing going. Let's go back to our analysts.
I'm here with Nameless, a longtime Call of Duty talent.
This is important.
Okay.
He's all the crazy happenings in day 2 here at EW. Oh, can I start over? I just said EWC, my bad. I'm live with Nameless, longtime Call of Duty talent. We're here for the second day of the Esports World Cup with Modern Warfare 3. Nameless, there's already been some crazy things going on. Can you kind of give us an update on everything that's happened?
Yeah, I'll give you a great update. Listen, the Challengers teams have showed up here. Obviously, this is an international event. We thought they wouldn't play too good against our pro teams. So we have 3 that have moved on to day 2 already. And then a world champion runner-up Cloud9, formerly New York Subliners, just dropped to Surge in a massive upset.
Wow.
Nobody expected it. It's been electric up there.
Okay, I love that you brought that up because I interviewed Sib yesterday and he was really confident. He said he has some rivalry with Surge, used to play for them. He wasn't worried at all. And then they got 3-1. Do you know what happened?
Listen, okay, Sib and 04 have beef from earlier in the year. They had an exchange on Twitter where 04 is this young rookie coming in talking trash to Sib. Sib has championships, so he responds, obviously a little egotistical. Well, they play here again, and 04 got the best of him, beating them, destroying them 3-1 in the respawns. Wasn't really that close, honestly.
That cracks me up because we interviewed Hook too, and he was so nonchalant about the whole thing. And of course, that's exactly how they ended up. Surge now in the top 8, Cloud9 trying to stay alive. We also just saw FaZe wrap up what seemed to be a lightning fast match against 100 Thieves. Now, if you don't know Call of Duty, that match was, what, about as quick as it could go?
It was about as fast as it can be. Yeah, they 3-0'd them, mock speed. Abizi came out, 40 bomb map #1, and we have a term back in the States that we call it. That's called a DoorDash challenge, where it gets there before your food even arrives or if it's done in the oven. So yes, Atlanta FaZe, unbelievable. They look phenomenal, like they're poised to win.
Do you have any top teams in the tournament that you think some of our watchers who might not be as familiar with COD should be tuning into?
Yeah, I would say Surge. They just came off of a big victory up against Cloud9. They have some very talented players and a legendary coach in Rambo. And they've been waiting for that signature win to come in, get that W against a top 4 team, and then ascend. And that could be the victory that puts them there.
Now, we have a lot of StarCraft 2 and FC fans that are watching these broadcasts. What would you say to them if maybe they don't watch FPS, they don't watch COD, to get their eyes on the next couple days?
Listen, who doesn't love a little trash talk? I mean, you've been seeing it from the COD players. They've been standing up, getting loud, having a lot of fun. And also, these are the best players at their craft. And Call of Duty Esports has been around almost as long as like the fighting FGC and stuff like that. So, you know, there's some lore there, and these guys are trying to win. And what's the prize? I think 600,000 for first.
A lot of money.
Just tune in.
Nameless said it best. Make sure you tune into all the MW3 action at twitch.tv/EWC_white.
Welcome back. There's Alice the Camel in the middle of your screen. She brings me so much joy. StarCraft 2 is live. EWC Black. We are moments away from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 kicking off in EAFC. Sorry, EA's fighting game community will start later. That's right. Call of Duty has been around as long. No, it hasn't, bro.
As long as StarCraft,
The
right?
fighting game community began in the 90s. Call of Duty 4 Advanced Warfare on computer dropped in 2004. As a newly, a welcome member of the EAFGC, shame on you, bruv. Now, let's turn our attention to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. We spent a lot of time in StarCraft 2, so I'm going to make Loco shut up, and I'm going to bring onto our show Katie Bedford. Casey, it'll be your turn later, so just wait. Let's start by talking about Call of Duty Modern Warfare's groups. Give me the high-level cliff notes, Katie, and please don't tell Nameless the things that I said.
Not a word. Optic not giving much of anyone else a chance to have a word either. A 3-1 into a 3-1, right into the playoff standard issue for the champs of MW3. And, well, Carolina Royal Ravens fell to the lower bracket, but they were able to keep things alive. They moved on as well, so nothing too surprising here.
All right, Omid, Brooklyn, and Vegas Legion drop out. Let's turn our attention over to Group B. Take a quick look at the results. Talk about the 2 teams that have advanced. I think the theme that you will see throughout the course of this is that the CDL teams won, but Vancouver Surge over Cloud9, a little bit of a shock.
Yes, and it has some pretty big repercussions for the playoff bracket, something we'll get into a little bit later. But yeah, Surge was able to take down Cloud9 3-1, which is a very strong score line, especially when I interviewed Sib, and he was quite confident on the side of Cloud9 that they weren't going to have any issues with Surge. And, well, Cloud9 unfortunately taking care of Gentlemates a second time in the lower bracket.
Yeah, 3-1, 3-1. Gentlemates also eliminated G2 Esports, and it seems there was no Cloud9 for Cloud9 in that bracket. We'll turn our attention to Group C. Group C was the one that I was personally most hopeful for in terms of upsets and surprises. Toronto Ultra coming out on top, I think, is not a big surprise, but I really bought into the Stallions' performance. I wanted them to do well. They smashed Heretics, and I was like, yes, the Hossies are going to do it.
Yeah.
Wait, why are you so sad?
Boston Breach is one of the best teams Stallions could have gone up against to get a win as a challenger team going up against a pro team, because this was the first LAN series that Boston won all year in the previous day, and it was not meant to be. The Stallions turned into My Little Pony. They fell apart at all possible angles, and Boston Breach were able to come alive and keep things alive into the playoffs.
So just a reminder, in case you missed our show yesterday, Boston Breach managed to pick up that win against Miami Heretics, the first best of series win on LAN for this organization in 2024.
They came in last place with 0 series wins the entire year at every single major.
Now, they did take down Stallions 3-0, so we're looking at the highlights here. Let's talk about whether or not this is Boston Breach stepping up to the plate, or is this Stallions tripping on their own 4 legs?
I mean, I have to say it's more of the Stallions tripping over their own feet. They looked so good earlier. Realistically, if the Challengers teams that were still alive, they had the best chance to be able to get into the playoffs, which would have been upset potential. I really wanted to see it, but my prediction's coming true so far that it is all pro teams making it to the playoffs. A valiant effort, but Boston's able to stay alive, which is nice for them, but I don't know how much longer they'll be here.
The question I'm asking as well is, what's the thing, those metal rings, are they horseshoes that you put on the bottom of horses' feet? You have to hammer them in and stuff?
Yes.
They needed new horseshoes.
They did.
Every
They
horse
did,
fight
yes.
we've had, Loco's just laughed and giggled, so I'm just trying to push
They needed a farrier to come in.
Here we
and
go.
The My Little
push
Pony
around their
joke was
shoes.
great.
That was
I thought
awesome.
it was really
My Little Pony definitely caught me off guard. So, of course, Boston Breach will eventually take down Stallions. We're just catching the end of this highlight reel from yesterday before we'll turn our attention to the following group. But I think for Boston Breach, I think it's fair to say the weakest of the quarterfinal teams. 8th of 8.
To be sure.
Okay. So tell me a little bit. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's jump out of this footage in just a moment, and then we will turn our attention to Group D. What I will say is, if memory serves, wasn't it Toronto Ultra that won this group? If memory serves correctly.
Yes. So Toronto Ultra smashed through everyone. This was a pretty easy group for them, all things considered.
Well, very easy group indeed. And of course, that will be Toronto Ultra and Boston Breach advancing. We're going to come to Group D in just a second. And when we look at the final 2 teams here, no giant surprises. I think 100 Thieves and Atlanta FaZe, the 2 teams you were expecting to get there. But a 3-0 for FaZe over Thieves, is that the result you were expecting?
No, I said on the show I thought it was going to be a 3-1 or a 3-2 because FaZe, they got top 6 at Champs, which is abysmal for them, and we just weren't sure how shaky they were going to be. But they looked like they were in their best form, which is absolutely terrifying for every team at this tournament. But they often look like that until they get to the winners final or the finals, and then things go terribly, terribly wrong. But they looked excellent, and 100 Thieves able to bounce back and make it to the playoffs as well.
I'm trying to remember, what was the thing? It's the twisties, that's it.
Yes.
We'll explain what that means in a second or two. Before I ask Katie Bedford to give us her predictions for the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, Katie was joined by the victorious Atlanta FaZe coach, Crowder. How louder will he get after the series in the ALJ interview?
We're here at the Amazon Arena where Modern Warfare 3 is being played out right behind us. I'm joined by Crowder, the coach of Atlanta FaZe. And, well, you were able to join us because you just had a blisteringly fast victory over 100 Thieves. How's the team feeling? How are you guys doing so far?
We're feeling great so far. I mean, it's been awesome being out here, and we're kind of just getting adjusted to everything and just doing our thing. But overall, the experience has been amazing so far.
Speaking of a BZ, on map 1, that hard point almost went double positive, dropping 40. Now, if you're not familiar with COD, maybe you're here for football, you might be here for StarCraft 2. What exactly does that mean?
Dropping 40 on a single map is a lot of kills. Most of the time, it would probably be around like 25 to 30, and you don't see that very often. And he's just, yeah, very talented, very good player.
Atlanta FaZe have been considered the best team over the last few years, but they haven't been able to lock down a lot of championships recently, coming in that top 6 at Champs. They were able to win a major, though. So what is this tournament for Atlanta FaZe? What are you trying to achieve? Obviously a win, but what is it going to mean if you can get there?
I mean, it means a lot to us. I think every tournament we go to means a lot. And just in general, this is the first Esports World Cup for Call of Duty, and we want to be the first ones to win it. So overall, just means a lot for us to come out here, kind of redeem ourselves from Champs for sure, but just in general, have some fun and do our thing and secure another win for the year.
Look, there's a few teams here that you may want to see in the finals, might have some history with, but is there any team in particular you make it to the finals you want to be going up against?
I don't think it really matters for us. I guess any of the top 4 teams that are considered the top 4 teams, Optic, Cloud9, Toronto, any one of those guys it'd be always nice to play those guys in the finals.
I love it. So if you're here for another game and you think they should get their eyes on everything happening behind us, what would you say to get them to tune into COD?
To get them to tune in the COD, I mean, Call of Duty is one of the most exciting esports you can watch, and just especially with this weekend coming up, I think there's going to be a lot of good matches. You definitely want to tune in for some of the craziest COD you'll see this year.
I think crazy is exactly the right word. We've already had some crazy things happen here in the Amazon arena. You'll be able to catch all the MW3 action at twitch.tv/EWC White. Thank you so much, Crowder, for joining us. And of course, best of luck to Atlanta FaZe.
Well, Atlanta FaZe sitting pretty after a fantastic win over 100 Thieves, and that will set us up for a playoffs bracket that will look like this. The 8 teams that are remaining in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Give me your high-level thoughts on each of the respective matchups and maybe why the upper bracket is so much stronger than the bottom half of the bracket.
I mean, you said it best, right? The fumble happened when Cloud9 lost their match to Surge in groups, because it means that 3 of the top 4 best teams are all in the upper bracket together in FaZe, Optic, and Cloud9, giving Toronto a very easy lower bracket. They should make it to the finals, no issues. And we get a first place and second place at Champs matchup at the very beginning in Optic and Cloud9, meaning one of them is not making it to the finals.
Oh, that's so spicy. When I think about Surge, can I ask, is Seattle close to the border? Do they have to change passports when they went from Seattle to Vancouver? Doesn't matter. Let's move on. I want to ask for some predictions now. We've just seen the bracket. One of the best things that I find as a way to understand who's sort of favored, as well as where your biases lie. Who is winning and why? Give me the cliff notes.
Optic Gaming just looked so phenomenal at Champs, which is the biggest tournament of the year, that I'd be remiss to not expect them to take these finals. However, they have had some very high highs and some apocalyptically bad lows this year, so they could fall apart, but I do not expect them to. They have looked strong. Toronto, if they are not in the final, they have made a massive blunder, because no hate on Carolina and on 100 Thieves or any of the other teams in the lower bracket, but
just sharing hate.
They are a step above, and I mean, they'll need to step up if they want to take down Ultra.
I don't know how you can interpret what you just said any other way than just flame. But
prove me wrong.
That is the right way to do it. Let's talk about your 2 favorites then. Okay, so Optic. You mentioned their run at Champs. Have they also looked as strong now in the group stage at EWC to continue to give you the hope and the belief that they're going to win this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, they dropped a map here and there. One was to a Challengers team, but I really don't think you can look much into it because it wasn't a blowout. They hadn't warmed up. I know you're going to say, oh, that's a cop-out, but it really, in the grand scheme of things for COD, means absolutely nothing. So I think Optic has looked excellent. Shotzi, who is so phenomenal on your screen right now next to Pred, they've all looked great. I think they're in perfect form.
Katie, you've spent far too much time with me because that was exactly what I was going to say.
I'm counter-punching before you can even throw it.
You really were. You're literally like defanging my attacks as they go forward. But look, I'll say this as well. Even as somebody that has got a very loose connection to watching the CDL and keeping up with the results, Optic is a name that I expect to be in the semifinals, and I am not the least bit surprised whenever they do make finals. Historically, one of the most successful, and I think consistently successful over the many, many years Optic has been around. Not quite as long as the FGC, of course, but they have been around a long time. Let's turn our attention to Atlanta FaZe, because I guess in my head, it's coming down to Surge, FaZe, and Optic are the 3 teams based on your education and also looking at it. Why do you have FaZe, and what do you think FaZe are going to have to do to surprise? Because you haven't got them winning it.
I haven't got them winning it, and the reason for that is because they can't get out of their own way when it comes to a winner's final or a final. They always get there. They are the most consistently strong team, but they just tend to get nervous, lose their thumbs, get different. I don't know what happens to them, but when they get to the final moment, they could look as amazing as they did against 100 Thieves in this tournament, and then they could turn into Boston Breach. It's very odd.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you had told me the term twisties at the beginning of the tournament. This is the team that can make it to semifinals but just fails. I would call that choking. Is that a fair word?
Yes, it is a fair word. They just seem unable to perform at the level that we know, expect, and see them play at. So I really, really hope they can break out of it here, because they have some crazy stat of like multiple double-digit finals and like single-digit wins. And for the caliber of this team, for the amount of champs rings they have, it's unacceptable.
Fantastic stuff. Katie, thank you so much for their preview. Obviously, those quarterfinals will be starting very shortly. One quick question, Case, do you agree?
With all
As our FGC expert.
Fantastic.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to check. Katie caught up with analyst Ali Katz, Ali CXT, with Ali in the ALJ interview.
We are live in day 2 of Modern Warfare 3 at the Esports World Cup, where in just a couple days on Sunday, we will get our first Call of Duty Esports World Cup champion. I'm here with analyst Ali, who's been covering all the action over the last few days. Has it been crazy, unexpected? If you're not a COD fan, is it standard issue, or has it been a little weird?
It's been kind of standard issue. A couple of our top teams made a little bit of roster changes, but nothing too crazy. Things have been kind of going as you would expect them to.
Now, this is coming off the heels of Champs, which is the largest tournament of the year, and there's some of the top teams here as well. Optic, who won Champs. Do you think they're going to take it home, or maybe other contenders?
I don't know, because Optic is very much a momentum-based team. They love having their fans all over North America, and here it's been a little bit different, and they actually fell a couple of maps that you wouldn't have expected them to, so things could get a little bit shaky.
We had ProLoot on our desk on Friday, and it was funny because we were talking to them about it, and he was like, yeah, we won the hard point against the hard point team and lost the search, and we're the search team. Unfortunately, Omit Brooklyn was not able to make it farther in the tournament, but I want to talk about the local team, Team Falcons. They were eliminated as well, but they put up a really good fight against Lore. Is that a team that you think has potential in the challenger scene to maybe go farther?
Absolutely. I remember talking to Clay after the series versus Lore, which to me was the most entertaining match on the day. It went all the way to a Game 5. Unfortunately, they weren't able to close it out. Reminder though, Lore was all former pro players, so the fact they were able to go to a Game 5 was impressive in itself. But also Xnid, we were talking about like that guy could easily be in the pro league. The way his mind works in the game, the way he shoots his gun, we easily were talking about that player like he could be picked up.
Speaking of pickups, do you think performance at EWC, the first ever for MW3 for COD, do you think this could cause some potential shakeups in teams going forward into the new year based on maybe any of the performances here this week?
Based on results, maybe for some of the lower teams, especially ones that have bowed out like G2 that had a little bit of 2 of our rosters that were bottom of the barrel during Pro League and had mashed them together. So there could be some changes in the bottom tier teams for sure.
Oh, well, we'll see exactly how Esports World Cup impacts the rosters for Call of Duty moving forward. But first, of course, we have to figure out who our EWC champion is. Ali, thank you so much for joining me. Make sure you tune in to catch all the action with Ali and the rest of the Call of Duty talent at twitch.tv/EWC_white.
I'm so happy every time Katie says the stream name at the end of interviews. It's very well done. So
this is a subtle dig at Simon, and don't act like I don't know it.
I'm very impressed with you. I'm just very proud. Also, thank you so much to Ali. I love hearing from her, obviously kind of just validating it and reiterating that it's kind of expected what the results are coming through. By the way, the little flower in your ear, Oh, lovely. Let's turn our attention to now some individual players. We talked about the teams. We talked about the bracket. We set some expectations on maybe who can or maybe should be winning quarters and semis. Who are the individual players that you think we should be watching? Maybe pick one player from each team. Who have you prepared for us and why?
Oh, it's so hard to pick, but you only have to go with 4. And so the names on the screen, Shotzi, Simp, Hydra, and of course Scrap from the 4 top teams. Shotzi, one of the top 3 players consistently in the world, just won his 2nd champs ring, now has the same amount as Simp on Atlanta FaZe. Hydra earned his 1st champs ring, and a French phenom, I think maybe the highest playing French player ever in Call of Duty history 2 years ago. And Scrap, well, he's always consistently some of the best with Toronto Ultra, but they have yet to get a champs victory.
I mean, he's got scraps as far as the rings and titles are concerned, but he also likes to start a scrap because he's got a mouth on him, that boy. Like, he talks a lot, the banter comes out.
Ooh, spends maybe a little too much time on Twitter, not enough time on the sticks. A joke, very, very good player, but they don't want to get scraps here either.
Writing checks his thumbs can't cash. Let's find out what happens at Toronto Ultra. Will they be able to make that run to finals? Or will they crash and burn and give us a lot more juicy stuff to talk about? We'll find out later on. Those games will be starting at 5 p.m. Now let's throw it over to Miles Ross, who is joined by Pred from Optic Gaming for a round of Who Is? ?
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm with Pred of Optic Gaming, and we are playing Who Is? Pred, are you ready?
I'm ready, man. Let's go.
Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Dashi.
That's facts.
That's an easy one.
Yeah, that's quite an easy one.
He's done it. I've watched it plenty of times.
Who is most likely to choke on the team?
Can I pick myself?
Yeah, you can.
I'll say myself.
Yeah?
I'm not going to say my teammates are going to choke.
That's my girl. Who's the best trash talker?
Oh, me, for sure.
Yeah?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think everyone knows that.
Are you hitting the Z key you going in this season, or like you hitting the in-game chat this season?
Oh, no, I actually haven't. I save it for LAN.
Saving it for LAN.
So I'm not a keyboard warrior.
All right. Who is most likely to team kill?
He's going to get so tight, but I'm going to say Dashi. Because he's going to say me if he wants to do it.
Who is most likely to pull off something crazy?
All my teammates can do that, man. Ken and man. I'm going to say Shotzi.
Who's most likely to go rogue?
Shotzi.
100%.
Yeah.
Who's most dedicated to practice?
That's a tough one. I'm going to say Kenny.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Man, we all make each other laugh, but I'm going to say me.
Yeah, that's good, man. Who's the most improved player?
Dashi.
I don't know why I got really serious there. Like, yeah. I don't know why I did that. Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Man, that's a tough one. Because, like, S&D, I'll say Dashi, but, like, I don't know. We're all, like, I'm going to say Dashi. Just because of his clutches, S&D.
He's got the numbers.
Yeah,
there.
he's literally clutched like big time. He's won us a tournament by from clutching.
Who's the best team player?
I'll say Shotzi.
Who's most likely to get a surprise ace? Out of nowhere. Down and out, count him out, pulls it out somehow.
Man, it's a tough one. I'll say Ken.
Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Me or Dashi. He's going to say me.
Who's most likely to rage quit a game?
Me.
Yeah?
I'll say me, yeah.
In like a scrim, or like, you know when we break the stat screen at the end of the matches?
Oh, no, I'll say for a scrim. I don't think we've ever done that, match. Yeah.
Too pro?
Yeah.
Too pro, bro, too pro.
No, I'm never, too pro for that. But yeah, I'll say myself.
Mate, thank you very much. That is Who Is. Cheers, Pred.
Appreciate it, man.
Well. I really like that interview from Pred. I actually had assumed that he might have been one of the older players on the team with those answers. Self-reflective, a little bit self-defamatory in terms of who's the most likely to choke, who's the most likely to rage, who's the most likely to yell and scream. Pred, all the way. That's what I'm learning. So I'm going to be watching that later on. Regardless, let's move on with the show. One of my favorite segments that we get to do here throughout the course of a week in EWC Central is Pepsi Cold Takes. The premise is simple. We get some takes, whether they are spicy and hot or cold and lame, and we'll play them and then we'll make a decision. Are they hot or are they cold? We're going to listen to the very first take in our Pepsi Cold Takes. Here it is right now.
Hi guys, I am State, the tech analyst here for StarCraft 2, and my take is Cero might not win the World Championship. Let me know what you think about that at the desk.
I mean, he might not. He may. It's really hard to say.
That was really soft.
He
That was
waffled.
really
He
soft.
waffled.
Okay, so first of all, might not win. That's not a spite. That's a cold take to me.
That's definitely a cold take.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it's a particularly spicy thing to say. I mean, I think if you were to ask most people, they would probably say Cero, but it's like maybe like a 60%.
Okay, so I'm hearing this was recorded before his loss. I still think it is a weak take. I'm saying it's cold take. He might lose. He's just come back from military service. He may not be practiced.
He's still doing it, actually.
He's still doing He's on vacation from the military.
Yes.
Come on, get spicier, please. Okay, we've got another take coming in. Let's listen to the second one and see what happens next.
What's up, guys? It's James Eubanks here, otherwise known as Clayster, pro player on the desk for the Esports World Cup, and I got asked for a hot take. And honestly, I tried really hard to think of one. The best one I could come up with is that the MW remastered maps that we played at the beginning of the year are absolutely awful. Thank God for Rio and Vista and 6-star, because otherwise this game would be terrible.
I mean, it's Clayster. What else would I expect but an extremely hot take out of him? I mean, he would know best because he's been around forever, but that's an interesting
Listen, I know him. I know his nickname is an active player. Contextualize how strong the wording was, that the remastered MW maps are terrible. That's basically what he said.
It is essentially what he said, and it is very strong opinion. COD, not known for being, very lukewarm about a lot of things. I think that's by far a more hot take than what we saw in StarCraft 2.
That is a flaming hot take.
That is the one thing I have learned this week for sure. The StarCraft players are all very nice, very kind. They get along pretty well.
Do you know why? I'll give you a hot take now as well.
Sure.
StarCraft players are some of the smartest professional video game players that exist. So their opinions are naturally going to be more evolved, more elegant.
You're just stating
That's a hot take.
That's okay.
I might take that for COD. Yeah, I might agree.
He's just stating facts. I don't see the problem.
I looked at Kate and she's like nodding. It's like, yeah, that's fair. Okay, this is not meant to be my take section, so let's listen to one more.
What's going on, guys? My name is Crowder. I am the head coach of Atlanta FaZe, and my take is going to be that I think Abizi is going to be the MVP of this tournament after we win it.
Okay, it's Ice Code because he's Abizi's coach, but it is flaming hot because FaZe would actually have to win and get out of their own damn way to do it.
Wait, but hang on. So you just said both. So is this a hot or a cold take? You have to be the final say here.
I'm gonna say it's been sitting out in the Riyadh sun for about 10 minutes.
Which means it's hot.
Hot, but not as spicy as Clayster's remastered hot.
Okay, I get that. Also, because there's like some bias coming in there, so hot take.
That's his own team, right?
That's his own team, but they can't win.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they would actually have to win.
So it's lukewarm, medium. It's tepid. It's tepid hot.
Tepid? I like that. It's a good word.
Yeah. I married a British woman. She taught me about that with tea. Okay, we've got, I actually think, one more take to come in. So let's listen to our fourth one here in the Pepsi Cold takes.
Right, guys, I'm Mark 11. I play EAFC, and I think Oceania is one of the best regions in the world. What do you guys think?
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi! Not for this take, though. That makes zero sense. I'm so sorry to Mark 11, but Oceania is probably fourth on the list. It is the hottest take.
You mentioned it was like Europe, South America, Middle
Even
East.
NA I'd put above Oceania. Like there's so many
fifth.
Yes,
Soccer.
absolutely.
Soccer
yes.
America.
Soccer is above Australia in this situation. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, NA!
Okay, well listen, you are the final. So you're saying this is spicy?
Very hot take.
Very hot.
Yes.
Is this a hotter take than the other three?
I think so, yes.
I have to
Definitely.
agree with you, honestly.
That's definitely hotter than the StarCraft.
I think it's fair to say the StarCraft one was the least exciting of the four, so that was fun. Okay, that was awesome. I am hearing right now that we actually have a live update from StarCraft 2. It's a Vitality team kill happening.
Ooh.
Explain why a Vitality team kill is happening.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maru going up against Solar, a Terran versus Zerg. These two are so fun when it comes to playing StarCraft 2. I mean, we've already seen Maru play a little bit of Terran versus Zerg against Cero yesterday, the highest ranked player on the world. Also, of course, a Zerg player, much like Solar is. So I do think Maru is probably the favorite going into this.
So in COD, a team kill means you kill your teammate in a game, but this is single player. So what are we talking about here?
This is an elimination match. So the winner of this match will move on in the tournament, and the other guy is eliminated. So
and also in terms of like EWC in the bigger picture, the player that places highest in tournaments where there are multiple players representing a club That is the only one that will accrue points for
And they're
them.
same club.
Same club, yep. They both have little bees on their back. They sting once and then die.
Oh, that makes me
Actually,
sad.
I think they're Hornets. I think they're actually Hornets.
Oh,
I think
that
the
makes
fan
me
club's
less
called
sad.
Hornets. Yeah, I think they're called Hornets. So Vitality versus Vitality. I'm voting for Maru because I want Maru to join the Final Four, get up to that elite top on the mountain, and hold all the gym badges.
I was so excited when you told me at the beginning of the week that you were a Protoss player back in the day, and you're constantly working against Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wish you didn't flame Protoss as much as you did. I would have been more excited for them.
Sure,
What's
it's
the
all me.
Protoss campaign guy's name? Kerrigan,
Artenis.
Jim. Oh, thank you.
I can't
It's
believe.
Sinatra backwards.
Ah, thank you.
That's
Thank
awesome.
you.
Okay, give me a little bit of hype, and then let's send it to the casters, please, Loco.
Yeah, these two are amazing at the game. So Maru considered to be the, well, second best player in the world. Solar, a long-running champion. He recently got married, actually, so maybe the wife buff? We talked about it. Let's listen to the commentators.
Goes down. Solar a little bit distracted. Does have to pull those drones away. Spore Crawl is ready now. Liberator resieges. Overall, you know what? Losing a queen's not great, but the Liberator goes down. I think Solar's happy to take that trade.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Solar maybe thought that, didn't see the repositioning of the Liberator right away and thought, okay, if he repositions, then there's going to be a chance that my queen just takes it down. Looks elsewhere, like you were saying, so great distraction by Maru. But also Maru was a little bit slow to react to the Spore, which is kind of unexpected at this stage of the game.
Keep in mind that Solar can take a lot of hits. Do not think he will go down easily. I think a lot of people get confused because we talk about Maru being an overwhelming favorite in the head-to-head, and every time we cast these games, they go, wow, Solar's getting walloped. Do not get me wrong. Solar can be defensive all game and look like he's just taking punch after punch. That is his style. That is how Solar wins games. He breaks his opponent's momentum with his jaw. It's like watching Rocky in boxing. You know, it's I'm going to tire you out with my face. Solar's whole thing is defend, get 4 bases, just hang on, survive. Eventually the Hive Tech kicks in, and that's when his lurkers come out, he will hit a fierce counter-attack. And that is what Maru needs to do, is either get enough damage early that you do critical damage before he gets to lurkers, or once the Hive Tech's out, you need to survive that counter-aggression. So far, Maru very siege tank focused. Historically, I feel like Widowmine play has been what Solar's struggled the most with from both Maru and Clem, but siege tanks are going to be more of like a static, one-directional push. It's not as much about the multitasking, it's about one big angle, and you can see Maru's already chosen where that's going to be. It's this northern side, tank sieging up around this terrain, so hard for Zerglings to get on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be difficult. At the same time, Solar is already getting 2-2. I mean, his lair was perfectly synced. As soon as it finished, he started the Baneling speed. As soon as the upgrades finished, he had exactly enough to go for the 2-2. So again, I think he is getting very well set up. I think he knows that his opponent is Maru and that he had kind of a lot of breathing room here leading up to this point in the game. But now Maru has his 1-1, so it's kind of time for him to act. Otherwise, Solar is going to continue to get ahead in the upgrade department, and his creep is already pretty good as well. So I don't hate his position. If he's able to hold and actually being a little bit aggressive, this looks great for Solar.
Yeah, there are tanks on the high ground, so he won't be able to get too much damage on the workers, but he does clear out a lot of the army on the low ground. Great pullback on the SCVs. Command Center does get cancelled as well. 4th CC getting cancelled slows down Maru's potential economic growth, but this was not enough damage. Keep in mind, Solar's been sitting on just 67, 68 workers. He built an abundance of army, specifically hoping to crush Maru when Maru overcommitted to the push, and he knew Maru was going to commit to the push. He wasn't counting on Maru keeping multiple tanks on the high ground, though. Maru with so much insurance behind this. Now that he defends, Maru could gather his army, get that push going in, or he could choose to macro up. Either one's fine, because when you're ahead in workers against the Zerg, you're feeling great.
Yeah, especially after taking that 4th base. I mean, Solar hasn't really repopulated with creep, even though he has a lot of energy on the queens. The Lynx, however, are gonna find a lonely tank here. The Banelings to follow through. I mean, they're gonna struggle to go past the choke and into the SCV line. Solar knows that and knows that there's those potential siege tanks on the high ground. So instead, he's gonna retreat. But Maru is ready to strike on the other side. Is Solar ready here? It does look like it, but the siege line is so deep, Piggy.
Indeed, the Marines and the tanks going to take out that 5th base. You got to get back here and you got to hit this from 2 sides as Solar. That's exactly what he does. 5th base gets cancelled. Ling's on top of the tanks. Banelings go after the Marines, but he doesn't chase off creep. That was a beautiful pullback timing from Solar. If he kept chasing, those Banelings were going to get gunned down. But he gets rid of your artillery, your long-range support in the siege tanks, and pulls back. Maru only now rebuilding his 4th command center for the 2nd time. Remember, got cancelled once, got killed once. This is meaning Maru with 77 workers.
And welcome back to EWC Central. We're watching a whole swarm of Zerglings running around. Case, how do you feel when you watch the Zerg army on the map?
They really gross me out. I'm not gonna lie. It's like all these little insects, especially at high speed. Like I don't like it.
But they're just little guys.
They're very sweet. Look at them.
Sweet.
They're just like alien lizard puppies.
Oh.
You're the kind of person who has like cockroaches unironically as pets, don't you?
I'm hearing.
I thought you were gonna say that I have cockroaches at home and I just don't care.
No, no.
Okay.
I'm hearing from my production team they look like cockroaches. No, the roach is a different unit. We will highlight it later.
There's a separate unit called the roach.
Yes.
It's the one that morphs into the ravager and then has the corrosive bile ability.
Yes, that one that
Isn't
spits.
it lovely? Yes.
Yeah.
All of the Zerg names and the upgrades and stuff.
Out of interest, is this Lings with speed, the way that they're running?
Yes, they have a little speed upgrade called Metabolic Boost.
And do they get the little wings?
They get little wings.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
Oh, God.
So when you do look at them, you can see those tiny, they do look like cockroach wings, just out the back of the Zerglings. Once you get that up, the whole point of that is, I was explaining to Kaysel earlier, one army unit supply worth of Lings is more physical units than one army supply of Terran with gun. But it's because they're meant to swarm, they're meant to overrun you. And it's one of the things that I actually really like watching Zerg. Is that why you like playing Zerg? Because we know you're a Zerg main.
So I actually started playing this game and I thought Terran and Protoss were much cooler, and then I tried out Zerg and it's just, there's something about it. I've played so many RTS games over the years and there's nothing quite as gross and disgusting and slimy. Like, also the voice actor that's like,
I will be honest,
you're
not exactly selling it, although I still to this day have the Warcraft 3 peon sound in my head from the orcs.
Yeah.
That's like, Dobstone.
Yeah.
I hear it in my head.
Off I go. Oh,
also, the gyrocopters, they came from behind.
They came. Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh,
I'm just watching Case on this couch staring at you with glazed over eyes.
Oh, there's so many great RTS games, guys.
One of the things I do love so much, though, is specifically for Case, who I might hazard a guess has never watched StarCraft ever.
Correct.
Just being able to show the intricacies and just how much more information you have to balance, and just frankly, how many hundreds of more units you need to move around in micro. It's really, really fun to watch. Obviously, that series is still going on. It is elimination. It is a Vitality versus Vitality matchup. You can keep watching that at twitch.tv/EWC_black. By the end of tonight, the fourth and final member of the Elite Four will be locked in and heading to those matches tomorrow. Quick final thoughts on StarCraft 2, because you may not get a chance to talk for the next 2 hours.
I have been talking a lot already, so I think you guys probably get a turn as well. But honestly, yeah, amazing tournament. It's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna be that fourth member. In my mind, right? We have Maru. We have so many players.
It's gonna be Maru.
I feel like Maru is probably like the 50% favorite, but
no, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
So you're saying Raynor's not gonna make it, Hero's not gonna make it?
Nope, Maru smashes them all. I'm calling it right now.
Okay.
We'll find out who is right later on in our broadcast. For now, though, we're heading to a break, and when we come back, it is time for EAFC Day 2 review, and obviously, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 will be live. We'll be right back. See you on the other side of this.
Ready, set, go.
to shine for you, Allie?
I feel like the easy answer is going to be the bottom of that bracket, Vancouver Surge versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. But I do want to take a different angle here and go Atlanta FaZe and Boston Breach. Boston Breach kind of been the talk of the town heading into this. They didn't have much success during the Pro League, and these players would love nothing more than to take down the big dog in Atlanta FaZe.
I think we have some incredible storylines here. I mean, you're talking 100 Thieves versus the Toronto Ultra, 1-1 at champs. You got the Grand Finals rematch, Optic versus Cloud9, and then you got Surge and Royal Ravens. One of those teams will be top 4 here at the World Cup. A huge placing for either.
Awesome stuff for all 8 teams remaining, but the biggest match of the day, you gotta say, it's Optic Gaming facing off against Cloud9. The Jamil Motorsport match of the day is gonna feature a showdown between 2 key SMGs. Shotzi, the Movement King, taking on Kismet, who's reached level 99 at least once already.
Oh yeah, and friendly reminder, Optic Gaming had to go home after hearing that post-match interview with Kismet saying he wants their key. And you know if they take it all, they're gonna wanna put it in that trophy.
Listen, words mean a little bit, but when you talk about LAN matchups, Optic have dominated Cloud9 this year. Last 4 matchups going Optic's way.
That'll be the 4th match on the day, but right now, the players are ready to get the party started, so let's highlight the first fight of the night. Coming up right now, Vancouver Surge taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens, and we haven't seen Hook on the main stage yet. He's been popping off over on the side stage, and now he's ready to take the Amazon Arena by storm. Let's take a look at the boys rockin' blue.
They're so happy walking in, man, and this team is all vibes. You know, it felt like a Major 4 qualifying stage earlier in the year. Surge was making a breakthrough to be one of our top teams, right? They had some unfortunate Game 5 losses. They got back in the lab, and now it feels like it's their time. Going up against the Royal Ravens, they know they have the edge. They play at a faster pace, and they have the talent to walk through this match.
Carolina's on the other side of the stage, Alley Cat, and we saw some great performances. Beans was boppity bop in Vegas Legion, but when he ran up against Optic, definitely kind of got pushed around. So what do you want to see from these boys tonight?
The biggest thing right now is my eyes are going to be on Beans. He's the new addition to this roster heading into this event. And like you said, Chris, he was not putting up the damage as the damage dealer versus Optic Gaming, and he's their backbone for success right now. So that's my player to watch.
We want you all to weigh in before this match kicks off. You got 20 seconds. Head on over to stcplay.gg and let us know who you see winning. Let's hear from the analyst. Who do you guys got moving forward?
Honestly, I might have to go Vancouver Surge. I don't see Hook smiling that often.
And
I got Surge. The pace that they set, I do not think Ravens will be able to keep up with it. I got Surge in a 3-0.
The playoffs start right now.
And welcome back to the Esports World Cup Central Broadcast. I am your host, and the gang is all back together. Loco, Katie, and Case. We've already introduced StarCraft 2 and done some live viewing. We've caught you up on what's happening in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and we'll get to some live viewing in a moment or two. And of course, we are just minutes away from catching you up in EAFC and all the results from yesterday. Before we get to the serious business, though, I wanted to play a little bit of a game. We know how football formations work. 1-4-4-3, right, Loco? You count the goalkeepers in them. But depending on how many defenders, midfielders, and strikers you have, the roles that they play, the stats that they have, I wanted to challenge both Loco today and Katie tomorrow to build a football team, but using players from your respective games.
Yeah,
is this something that you believe you've done well?
Well, I got this assignment, right? And I was like, okay, how am I going to do this? Am I going to actually try and use the physical attributes of the pro gamers? Because most of them are...
I would hope not.
Professional gamers.
Sorry. Look, let's be frank about this. I don't believe we should be using the physical attributes because a lot of them is hand-eye coordination. If they were ping pong players, I'm down. I'm going to trust them.
So my second strategy was to use their in-game strengths instead.
Okay,
and I think that's probably created a pretty good team.
Okay, I don't know what this team is going to look like. So give me the example. Tell me the story of what you built here.
Yeah, so first off, I've got Showtime as the goalkeeper. I mean, he is known, you speak a little bit of German.
Yes.
He's known as Die Mauer.
Okay,
the wall.
The wall.
Yes. And he lives in Berlin, so he's known as the Wall, and he plays extremely defensively. This has been a joke for a very long time in the StarCraft world, where he plays and absorbs every attack.
Okay.
That's his goal. Then I decided to put pretty much all the good defensive Terran players on the defense as well. So we've got Clement Maru right over there as well, ready to build some supply depot walls, use the barracks, try
Hero
their very
Marine
best.
as well.
Yes, Hero Marine. We saw him earlier on the couch. And then we have Björn on the other left side as well, where he is also very good defensively, but he can also certainly attack. Same for Hero Marine, by the way. Also definitely a more, we call it parade pushing, where you basically just keep attacking and attacking and attacking, and he likes doing that style quite a bit. I put Raynor in the middle, mostly because he's a very flexible player. He likes being defensive whenever it suits him, and he likes being aggressive whenever he needs to be.
Okay.
So I figured him in the middle would probably be a good play. Then I put right next to him Classic and Hero, two Protoss players. Classic, generally speaking, a little bit more laid back. Hero, a lot more in your face, and I think that would work well. And then I put Dark and Gumiho right over there on the flanks at the very front, mostly because they play a little dirty. They like to... We already saw Dark going for some...
They press square for those slide tackles.
Yeah, 100%. They would not be afraid to fall on the ground with just a little tap. And we already saw Dark going for some Nidus Worm shenanigans as well in this tournament, right? Where he was, well, going up against Maru earlier, and he managed to find a nice little bit of defense that was missing. And then at the very front, the striker, we have Cyril. I think he's the most well-rounded StarCraft 2 player out there. I can imagine he is an absolute menace.
Case, when you see this formation, I'm interpreting this 4-3-3. What are the questions you'd be asking of the specific roles, like from your strikers, your midfielders, for example?
Well, I do have a question. You mentioned Hero Marine is a very attacking player, correct? But you put him at right back, which is a very defensive formation. So question marks on that situation there.
Well, he's an attacking Terran player. Oh. So he is a defensive player. Like, he generally plays defensive, but he can also be aggressive.
Okay.
And, so Case, in terms of the icons and the cards that are being played here, we are on the footy set of StarCraft 2. So a lot of these pink bordered cards, they've got those numbers boosted. So even though your defense stats are up there, his dribbling, his passing, and his long crosses, they're up there.
But did you take their heights into account?
I put Showtime on the goal. Actually, he is the tallest player.
There we go. Perfect.
At the very least, he's got the best posture. So I don't know if everybody like held their heads up properly. Maybe we'd all be a little bit taller. But Showtime is, yeah. He's certainly a big man on the goal.
I cannot believe you just said Dimawa and then dropped that next one. It's the first time I've heard it. And
no,
it's fine. Okay, we've got two streams that are live right now. Maru and Solar still going head-to-head. That game is approaching, what, 20-something minutes on the clock. I can't quite see the supply numbers, but it looks very close. 132 Army to 137 Army. We've talked enough about StarCraft, so I'm going to come to Katie now. Vancouver Surge taking on Carolina Royal Ravens. Give me the hype for that matchup.
I'm really excited, especially for Surge. They already took down Cloud9, the second-place team at MW3 Champs, and I would love to see them get an opportunity to presumably go up against Toronto Ultra, take down the Ravens. But anything could happen here. This is really a toss-up match as we start map 1, the hard point, and that kill feed all white, all Ravens. Surge looking to stabilize.
Okay, in terms of this, it's still best of 5, is that correct? Are we best of 5 through the entirety of the playoffs bracket?
Best of 5, but it's going to be a best of 7 in the finals. But this is all single elimination, so there's a world where some of these teams in 3 short maps, less than an hour, could be out of this tournament.
So you could call this a knockout bracket, as it were.
Yes, no resurrections available.
No resurrections available, no Final Fours to speak of. Of course, where can we watch this stream, Katie Bedford?
Twitch.tv/EWC_white.
White. Oh, I like that. A very British. Yeah. White. Yes, indeed. So obviously we can keep watching this for a moment or two before we continue with the action. Carolina Royal Ravens, in terms of hardpoint, SND, do you think either team has a particular strength, would prefer any of the game modes?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be tough. I think if you look at the entire series, either of these teams really could take it. I think when you look specifically at performance at this tournament, I have to lean Surge because Surge is the team that's already shown they can take down one of the top 4 best teams in the world. We haven't quite seen that from Ravens yet.
No, right. At the moment, you've got Hugh on Vancouver Surge, 5-5, and Beans, 9-3. Beans, the magical fruit.
9-3, triple positive is an amazing way to start out a hard point.
Yes. Oh, Case, I love your sense of humor so much. Okay, very, very close game here. I don't know if we are going to swap over to Maru versus Solar. That is live at the moment inside the STC Arena. Another elimination match in that knockout bracket. Only one spot will be advancing. But we're going to stick with this one just for a little bit more. In terms of the map that we're on, oh no, we're swapping. Yes, exciting stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
nothing too saucy yet, so I don't mind a swap over to StarCraft.
Thank you so much, production team. So, Loco, what do you see is happening right now?
Yeah, as far as map goes, I mean, we're on side Delta, right? So this is a very defensive map in general. We have some shorter maps, but this one is large, so you can expand all over the map. And I feel like we've had some really long games. Is it just me? Like 26 minutes in again this game. I mean, there's that fungal growth ability. There's the Widow Mines. Do we have any Banelings? There they come rolling forward as well.
Are they going to get those ghosts, though? Because those ghosts are still stealthed up. We'll get spots and taken down eventually. Question about this, by the way. Can we try to remember to look at the game times for this tournament, let's say versus the last two tournaments, just to compare in case the average matches have changed? I know we briefly discussed it yesterday, but now I think I'm adamant I want to actually put some numbers to it.
Oh, you almost managed to get the fungal on everything once again, but I think you're onto something. There's a lot of long matches, maybe at least the ones that we have on the broadcast here, right? Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in any of these matches, but they certainly seem to last a long time.
What's the name of that phobia where there's lots of holes in the ground? Is it not tryptophobia?
Tryptophobia, yeah.
Is it? Because whenever those Banelings unburrow, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't think I have it. But if you do have it, I consider this your warning, because then, yeah, there's lots of circles in the ground.
Maru ultimately defending here, and that is the most important thing. Solar has been hyper-aggressive here for some time. We had a brief little look at their resources lost, and it was a clear indicator that he has just been throwing away unit after unit after unit, and ultimately you can see that reflected right now in the supply count. Maru almost maxed out, almost at that supply cap, whereas Solar is at 130. And, well, he's making Zerglings and Banelings into a very, very powerful Terran army. Usually not the weapon of choice.
Definitely not. We've got a question from our production team talking about kiting and maybe micromanaging your units. I'm going to give a brief intro and then you can paint the picture for me if I'm a little bit mistaken. But kiting between Protoss, Zerg, and Terran will be slightly different across the respective races.
Yes.
It also varies depending on the units. So, for example, these weird lizard things that have like crab claws, right? Hydralisk, if I recall correctly. They're ranged units. So you want to form them in a concave, get them to be able to attack multiple units at once. But the Zerglings and the Banelings, they don't actually want to kite. Zerglings and Banelings, they want to swarm. When you see these little guys, the Terran soldiers, with the swords or the jetpacks, they have the ability to stim. You can see them running much faster now. It hurts them, but it allows them to run faster. The best way that I can describe how you're actually kiting, you have to control your armies. You can put them on hotkeys, like Control 1, Control 2. Then every time you hit 1 or 2, you'll select groups of them. And you literally have to micromanage them. Use that mouse to click, much like you would a champion or a hero in Dota or in League of Legends. And I think depending on whether your unit is melee or ranged, has a speed buff or a speed debuff, you have to use all of those things at the same time. Have I about summarized that?
Yeah, no, you summarized that perfectly.
My production team got a bit bored and they changed games on me, so I wasn't certain.
I was just looking at the player cameras there for a second. It looked to me like Maru had a bandage on his right
around his wrist.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that.
Oh, he's got.
I didn't know if that was some, like, you said a towel thing. I didn't know if that was some extra,
Yeah, no, he sometimes plays with a towel over his mouth.
I'm going to interrupt you really quickly. We can hear the players in Call of Duty. We'll come back to that in a second.
I need it.
Keep floating, keep floating up here.
Nice. Go in. Where's your
Running mid life, it's not time, it's not time. It's like backward corner.
Okay.
Yeah, was mid life, guys. Nice, that's you. You got
one guy's cutting mid.
Go mid. I'm here.
I'm pretty sure he's mid somewhere.
Someone.
Okay, that's you. Watch that curve. Left side.
Give me a second.
Close right. Yeah, right. Jordan, right.
Yo, he's in white. He's 20, dead.
Nice job.
In white on me? One time. 1 HP time. Hop up. 1 HP.
I'm showing white. One guy's. I'm long right now.
Show me. Front guys.
Yeah, we can go.
One time. Where did
Maybe
wait.
So that definitely is some chaotic communication there, Katie.
Yeah, and understandably so. That was from Vancouver Surge because they are down 90 to 160, which is bad news bears. Let's take a look at Carolina Royal Ravens. Listen to their comms.
There are two. Open. My front hop's open. I'm looking wood. I have wood. Get my hop. I have wood.
I'm trying to get it. Hop.
I'm looking wood. Nice, I'm going to wood. One more hop. Nice, good shit.
Open.
Nice guy. I'm leaving that bed. I'm going office. Listen, I'm going office, okay? Yeah, I'm coming to new. Let's get to new. It could be you, Isaiah. It could be you. No, we're gonna wrap the.
I might play through old, bro.
I'm looking to your top.
You look lobby, Ben.
Look mid. Just hold my you. Their side. Go on top office. One to hit the deep route, I think.
I'm going secret.
Resi top office. Resi top office.
Take time on the break, guys.
So obviously a little bit more calm on the Royal Raven side, however, not significantly. And Production's asking, how important are footsteps in Call of Duty, Katie?
Footstep audio, if you're specifically asking about that. Footstep audio is one of the most important kind of micromanagements in the game. And what I mean by that is that in your headphones, you can hear the steps of the other team, and that can allow you to prepare and pre-aim something before they get there and kill them before they have a chance. It's really important.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I have a direct question from our production team.
Yes.
So footsteps are already important. How did they hear anything when the comms are so cluttered with that shit?
Because when that's what you listen to all day, every day, there could be a symphony happening, but there's a specific sound that your ear is trained to listen for that you'll react to without thinking about it actively.
So I have never heard COD comms before. Is this what it's usually like? Because that seemed extremely trendy.
Yes, that was standard issue. So what I want to say about Royal Ravens, the second listen-in we just did, it was calm, it was collected. They are laughing, they're trash talking because they're smashing something.
I have watched an unhealthy amount of competitive shooters. This is an arcade shooter in a game mode that is an unlimited amount of respawns, a limited amount of time, and a point cap, right? So this is a game that is chaotic as hell for the entirety of the map. Unlike Search and Destroy, Counter-Strike, Valorant, any other tactical shooters, whereby you'll have significantly fewer comms because there are significantly fewer gunfights. So this is always going to be this game, Call of Duty and Overwatch are going to be the most chaotic comms, but just because of the natural flow of the gameplay.
Surge are getting demolished right now. So think of it this way. There's always going to be a constant stream of communication happening, but if you ever hear a team saying any words that might be a little bit naughty or laughing, you know that because they're in full control of the map. They don't have to worry about what Surge is doing, where they're coming from. They're controlling everything. So those comms might sound frantic, but they're firmly in control, whereas Surge, they were yelling, they were screaming, they were all over the place because they had no control of anything, and they didn't know where anyone was, where the other players were. It's much more chaotic, even though it might sound chaotic on both sides.
In addition as well, again, the map, the rotate, the fact that the game is completely moving around, as far as your callouts to specific maps, if you were to listen to Overwatch, if you listen to Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike's way clearer. You know, one blue barrel high, something like that, then they shut up. So
and there isn't as much happening all at once.
Because there's 5 individual gunfights. There's 500 gunfights.
Exactly.
Yes, I love this conversation. Thank you. Right, we are going to turn our attention to EAFC. We've already taken a look at a StarCraft 2 composition 4-3-3 on the map. Now let's see what's going to be happening in EAFC after we start diving into yesterday's action. We're going to hear from the analyst Mike Lebel in the ALJ interview.
Yes, I'm here with Mike Lebel, who is an analyst for EAFC. Mike, first of all, welcome back to Saudi Arabia. I know it's your second time here, but how are you finding it this time around?
More of the same. I had a great time last year. Nothing has changed. I'm swimming every day. I'm eating healthy. We're playing paddle, and we're on the broadcast. That is basically day on repeat and answering some emails in between.
How are you at paddle? Are you good?
I feel like I'm decent. I don't play as much as some of these guys, but I'm doing good against the crew. Some of the local competition or the talent, it's been on the up and up. I think it's growing as a sport.
Definitely. All right, well, let's talk about FC specifically. The group stage is currently going on. What have been your overall thoughts about that?
There's been a lot of takeaways, a lot of unexpected turn of results. At least as we're recording, Anders hasn't necessarily showed up yet, and that would have been an early favorite for a lot of people to win the tournament. Even the Team Hullet, which is now Team Liquid, quite a few of those guys, I don't know if anyone's really flourished. They've struggled a little bit. And if anything, you would have said on paper, the names, the notoriety, that they would have been favorites to get out of these groups. And I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if we're going to see a late stage run. I mean, I'm not trying to be negative. Just it is what it is.
You heard it here first.
Great. Put it on me.
I did see some predictions online, and I don't actually remember who you predicted to win at all. Who was that?
It's not helping well for me here. I was hoping that Levy was going to make a big push. He's been struggling. We're in day 2 right now. We're deep into day 2. I'd like to see if he can at least slide into the resurrection bracket and kind of make moves. I mean, the goal is to get into the next day, but the front 3 really gives you an advantage, not only the extra cash flow, but also in terms of playing percentages of you going through, you have less matches you have to play.
Well, if you could do a redo of that prediction, knowing what you know now, who would you say?
Oh, I'm going to be tough on the spot. I mean, Matias Bajano looked fantastic so far. You're really putting me there. I'd love to see an MS Desari go through and really make a move, especially with the local fans.
Absolutely.
But a lot of things haven't gone as expected. So Young's been putting on for the culture, the young Brazilian. That's very fitting, a lot of flair. I would say Jafonzo, someone we talked about as a dark horse. He's lived up to that, at least as we're recording. Again, I have to put all disclaimers.
So you said half the people on the list. Okay, all right, all right.
MLS, he's looked good all year, consistent. He's got continuity. He won the last chance, which I also believe gives you a little more confidence. You already have a win in Saudi.
True. All right, well, you officially said almost every single person who's competing.
Keep going. I'll list
so that
all
is 16. A cop-out answer, but we will take it. Mike, I'll let you get back to the analysis booth. Thank you so much for chatting with me. Back to you guys.
No. Case may accept multiple answers. I am not. Did you hear that? Levy Devert to win it all coming from Resurrection. What games are you watching? Not the same that we're watching. It's time for an EAFC Day 2 review. Let's bring up the standings and you can see why I'm so offended and shocked by that. Levy is barely in the knockouts, 2 and 4. I don't think he's going to make it. What do you think of the results?
I agree with that as well. I don't quite think his road will end today. I do think he goes through that resurrection along with his teammate Emre Yilmaz. I mean, I will say I had Emre in my top of the people, so that one didn't quite pan out, but I did predict Jafonzo of Luna Galaxy to perform very, very well, and he's officially locked in that 1 through 3 spot.
Yeah, but you're just forgetting my boy Mark 11. He's sitting up there in seconds. I'm all about the Aussies right now. But I think, let's do a deeper dive. Staying in Group A, let's focus on Emre Yilmaz and Levy Devert. Team Liquid, the Dutch boys, fighting for their tournament lives. There's, what, 2 more games today before we get into Resurrection, is that right?
Yes, there's one more game, and so not much should really change. They really shouldn't drop into the bottom. Unfortunately for Web Nasri and Johnny, they just couldn't quite cut it in these first 2 days of competition. So I do expect Emre and Levy to make it through that resurrection. Again, Abu Maka is also sitting there as well, but those top 3 spots are locked in mathematically. That will not change. The bottom half, there is a small chance it might.
Ooh, I really hope some changes do come in. Let's talk about that matchup between Johnny and Abu Maka from yesterday. It was Johnny's first tournament win. We actually caught some of the beginning of that game. So, Case, talk me through this match. We're going to catch most of the goals, but I think the stuff I was watching, Johnny was not intimidated by the crowd at all.
He was not. I was really, really enjoying the celebrations there because having the 12th man of Abu Maka with the crowd there behind him can be intimidating to a lot of players, but Johnny was celebrating right back in their faces with the shushes, the celebrations with his coach there. And as we could see, Johnny, who scores from across the box there, I mean, he's on his feet every single goal. Normally, when you are down in a game and you're scoring a goal, it's a quiet celebration. But as soon as he scores any of his goals, he's on his feet being animated. And I respect it. He needs that type of energy because the day before that, he had absolutely zero energy, and he needs these wins absolutely. And I was just very, very impressed because he was also down by multiple goals against Abu Maka. It seemed as if that day 1 curse was kind of continuing into this day, but it wasn't. As we see the final goal celebration, Abu Maka, very, very nice competitor against him, but he was sleeping on him.
Ooh, I love that. He's trying to put everybody in the crowd to sleep. Just as a quick update, in terms of matches later on today, Levy Devert will be playing against Young. Abu Maka will be playing against Emre Yilmaz. So Abu and Emre, that's actually huge for potential 6, 7, 8 and figuring out who's going to be eliminated and who gets a chance at Resurrection. One of the other players that I am hyped about, and I'm very happy we got to talk to, is Mark 11. He's been one of the surprises of the tournament so far. He had a 5-1 scoreline. Case actually caught up with him yesterday in the ALJ interview.
Yes, I'm joined by Mark 11 from Team Footwiz. Mark, I mean, we are looking at a very exciting situation for you. It does look like mathematically you should be through in that top 3. How are you feeling about that?
Honestly, I did not expect this at all. Like, I came into this just like happy to be here, but we've ended up winning, what, 6 out of 7 games so far, so no complaints from my end.
I mean, it's fantastic because you're currently tied with points for Jafonzo, so you're sitting at the top. We'll see how that tiebreaker goes because you do have him tomorrow in a matchup, which I think is going to be an epic matchup. How are you feeling about that?
I'm just playing for fun. If he wins 10-0, he can win 10-0. We're both through, so if he wants to win, he can win. I'll try, obviously, win.
Seeding is important, so we have to think of that.
Yeah, but I could finish first and Enders finishes third, and we play, so it doesn't really matter.
That's very fair.
It's all just luck, the seeding, but obviously I'll try my best to win because it's a bit of a fun game for both of us. We're both through.
Very fair. All right, well, I do have to to call out one specific match today. The match against Abu Maka was very exciting for you. How is it playing in this arena with everyone rooting against you pretty much?
Yeah, no, it's tough. Like he's such a good player, man. Like I think I was down 4 times in that game. I came back and scored a 88th minute winner.
What was the difference maker then?
Highland finesse shot, green time. That was my winner. But like he's so good. The standard that the Saudis have is unreal.
Do you think it's because he has the 12th man behind him rooting for him?
Crazy. The Saudi crowds, honestly, it's unreal what they do.
Well, you are able to make it happen, which is very exciting. But I do have to ask you, winning the Esports World Cup, what would that mean to you?
To be honest with you, like me coming top 3, anything after that's just a bonus for me. If I win it, then I guess I'll win it. But if I don't win it, then I'll be obviously a little bit upset, but I won't be too upset. But obviously we'll want to win something, so I wouldn't mind winning it after I came second last year.
All right, and what does the rest of the day look like for you? You do have a couple more games tomorrow.
Yeah.
You should be feeling pretty, but are you going to sit back today a little less stressed?
Yeah, I'll just watch some gameplay, watch the Saudi crowd play with Desari playing, so it's going to be unreal. Go to the pool tomorrow, have some fun, and then yeah.
All right, I like it. All right, Mark 11, thank you very, very much for chatting with me. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. You smashed it these last 2 days, and I'll let you, go relax.
Go to the pool, yeah.
Back to you guys.
Listen, just earlier on in this broadcast, we had Case look me dead in the eyes and say Australia is not one of the best. He came second last year. Second!
But he's one person, so he's very good. I will admit that.
He's carrying the entire region.
Aren't we in the time period right now where 1 gold medal in the Olympics makes you the best in the world? So silver makes him the second best region? No? Okay.
No,
fine.
no. Yeah, but who has like the most golds, you know?
Yeah, can we not, Europe, okay, can you not help her? Okay, obviously I'm just poking a bit of fun. Let's focus in on Group B as a roundup from yesterday. Nicholas 99 FC manages to lock in playoffs. He's 5-1. Anders Verjgang went from a 1-2 opening day to smash all 3 games. And yes, before you say it, you predicted it, you called it, you knew he would bounce back. What about the other results in the group?
Yeah, so it's really interesting because as of yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I should say, Banana was top of the group. He had 2 losses yesterday, and so he has plummeted potentially down into that resurrection stage. He came into yesterday feeling very, very strong. He had some tough matchups, and so it's fair the people that he did lose to. But I will say he probably could have done better. He doesn't want to be in this position. Looking towards the bottom, it's not looking great for Gold Poacher and MS Dasri. They pretty much cannot get back in it, and so I would pretty much say those 2 are locked in. But if we do look towards the bottom half, a lot of switching could potentially go in, including the top 3.
I mean, huge as well, because specifically for Bonanno, he's playing against Manu Boschere later today. So there are huge ramifications for that final game of the group stage that'll be played out today. Before we get to some of that expectation setting, let's look at one of the highlight matches from yesterday. Nicholas taking on MS Dasri. Apparently, this is an incredible comeback. Now, I have not watched this game. We are starting at 16 minutes in game. Give me the context on why we're looking at this.
Right, so MS Dasri, previous champion, Nicholas, runner-up in multiple championships. So this is one, they go back very, very far. They also have a lot of arguments. Who is the GOAT? It could be one or the other. But the thing is, in this game, Nicholas has come back so many times. And so Das might have been feeling very, very good, around 30, 40 minutes because he scores a lot of goals, as we'll see here in a few seconds, but never count the Iceman out, never count out Nicholas 99 FC because he will turn it around. And as we can see, MS Dasri is feeling himself. The celebrations, we could see it there. But let's just break down some of this gameplay as we see him big switch. So biggest thing about the Middle East region, they love to switch the play, kind of keep it unpredicted. You can't really defend very well because they're constantly switching which side that they're attacking from. Right there, he does finish with R9 Ronaldo, not Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, R9 Ronaldo, one of the greats of the game. And so we see opportunity here. So we're in the 35th minute. Things are going to start to shift in terms of Nicholas 99 after we see the last goal of MS Dasri, the penalty, as we love to call them, because they're so easy to score.
I mean, that's 4 goals in the first half, right? This is looking like it's a blowout. But you mentioned yesterday that like when you're attacking in the last kind of minutes of game, it kind of heightens the senses, gives you a higher chance, but not enough to get 5 goals, surely.
Absolutely, and we mentioned 9-minute halves. They go by very, very slow, so never count yourself out because you have plenty of time to get back into it. So as we are in the second half, he only has 1 goal, so you might think he kind of needs to kick it into gear, and that is exactly what Nicholas does as he attacks here. Honestly, his movements and his decision-making is so good, probably one of the best in the game in terms of whether he's going to pass it, whether he's going to first time shoot it. And here we see him attacking here with Kai Havertz on the wing with the ball roll. I mean, the left step dribbling is also very, very impressive here. I think he does eventually pass it in and leave Havertz there. Saka into Haaland, left side of the goal. I mean...
Simon, do you think you and I could do that at all? Do you know the way he was just like dribbling that ball in the bottom left corner? Like, I don't think I could do that.
I saw us running the ball off the field several times.
I did that once, okay? You don't have to...
I did it like 3 times.
I did it like 3 times as well.
Yeah, it wasn't our best play.
I also completely forgot which direction I was playing and definitely ran it out of bounds myself. I mean,
I feel like Haaland might be a little bit too good.
By the way,
I feel like he is just coming into every single goal. Like, he doesn't necessarily score, but he always seems to be there.
But honestly, when you've got a player with as high stats as he does because of those item cards, it's no wonder he's on every single team.
And it's, you said because also he's really tall and the way
Yes.
Everything about him makes him a perfect striker.
Real 5 goals. Okay, that was 4 goals in like 20 minutes of game time.
We blinked and he scored 4 goals.
Unreal. Unreal. We're going to do a quick pause on EAFC. I promise we're going to come back to it. Update for you. My boy, Maru, takes out Solar 2-0 in that Vitality team kill. This is the final minute of that second game. Loco, what are we watching?
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now, and it doesn't look that terrible here for Solar. Supply-wise, he is quite significantly ahead. The main problem here is that he's stuck on a unit composition that's relatively mid-tech focused, so he doesn't really have a ton of upgrades right now.
Now, very crucially, if you look at the supply, while you can see that a lot of damage has been done to Maru, it is his entire worker line. 30 to 74 in terms of workers or farmers, people getting minerals. The army strength, 63 to 48, is why Maru is ahead. If you just look at that first number, I understand it can be confusing. One of my producers like, how did he win with that supply? It's army size, and because Maru's army is doing more damage, I don't know if this was a base race or base trade situation, but it's just, he's straight up smashing with the army, 65 army to 40 army, and of course Maru can rebuild those workers if his army keeps the opponent at bay.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where Maru was just in the right place at the right time. If he would have been 30 seconds later, that would not have been close. I think Solar would have been in a phenomenal position, and you could see it on Solar's face there as well, where he's like, wait a second, did this guy just really find, like, the only way to slither through my defenses and get it done?
Is this a fog of war intuition thing? Was there map knowledge? Like, how much of this was just right place, right time in the sense that you got lucky versus just awareness?
No, I think it's intuition. Yeah. So Solar probably forced his hand. He probably made him go for that essentially an all-in situation because he was very far behind and he had to get something done. But I think if he would have showed up like 30 seconds later, it would not have gone well.
What I really love so much is we're getting to the point now on day 3 where obviously the production team has been very active in my ears today. I love it, for the record. But what is great to see is like, as soon as we get into the game, we're trying to look at it and I've got producers going to me, how is this happening? The supply is wrong. I'm like, gotta look at the next ones, look at the numbers. But we're getting it, we're getting it.
No, that was great.
We're gonna turn everyone into StarCraft viewers. Well, maybe one of you, at least. Now, let's get back to EAFC. Over in Group A, Young has also secured his spot in the playoffs already, in case you managed to find him yesterday in that ALJ interview.
Yes, I'm here with Young from Tusi Esports, who had a great 2 days of competition, and it's looking like you're in that top 3 spot. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. I didn't play my best today. I just made like 3 points. But the game that I played here was crazy. Like, the crowd is amazing. I beat like Emre 8-3, and I'm so confident to be in the playoffs now.
Now, talk to me about that Emre game, because beating Emre Yilmaz 8-3 is not an easy task. I know he's been having a little bit tough of a weekend, but how was it? Break it down for me a little bit.
I think Emre plays similar to Nathan, and I used to practice with Nathan a lot, so I'm get used to play like against guys that attacks a lot, do a lot of things, and I study him. Like, the 3 times that I played him, I guess we played like in 23 this season as well, and I won all the games. So I was prepared to play against him, and thanks God that I played very, very good with this crowd, and I'm through.
It hypes you up, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot. Looks like Brazilian crowd, yeah.
There we go. All right, so question. You've had quite a few games here in the last 2 days. Which match would you say was the most difficult for you?
I think the first match against Web Nasri, like he did so many different things that I'm not used to defend, so it was like tough. Even I've studied him like a lot to not lose, but I lost. And also Johnny was difficult because I got like 10 men with 40 minutes, so I played with 10 men was so difficult as well. But I think Web Nasri was crazy good, and let's see what's gonna happen.
interesting that you say Web Nazare. Do you think it's a matter of difference in style of play from the Asia region to the rest of the world? Because you don't often get to go against Asian players. Do you think there's a massive difference between that?
Yeah, that is. Like, he made a play with the center back. That's a crazy play that even it's too hard to defend, and for my gameplay it was like so difficult. The other guys like get used to this, but I didn't. But at least I'm through, and that's what's more important.
You made it count. Well, I do have to ask you, behind the scenes, take away everything that happens at the arena, what does being here in Saudi Arabia look like for you? What have you been doing outside of gameplay?
Oh, it's crazy. Like, it's hot a lot. It's so warm. Not look like Brazil. The guys say, "Oh, you're used to hot things." No, I'm not used to this.
It's more hot here.
Yeah, it's more hot. It's crazy. And also, I'm gonna say again, but the crowd is like amazing. It's for me, these tournaments is so different to all the tournaments that I played. So this matters a lot to me.
Well, so you have locked in one of those 3 spots. Based off everyone coming through the resurrection stage, is there anyone you don't want to match up against as you see everyone left?
Nah, I think I should say like the Brazilian fellas as well, like B8Z, Nathan, and of course like Anders. So the other group is crazy.
He's had a tough day yesterday though. I was pretty surprised by it.
Yeah, that's true. I think like you need to have your mental all the time, because here it's only the best players, so everything can happen.
Yeah, expect the unexpected. Well, Young, I'll let you get back to it. You can kind of sit back, relax. You're in that top 3, so you can chill out for a little bit. Thank you so much for chatting with me. I'll let you get back to it. See you guys.
See you.
Yay, that was very cute. See you guys. Amazing tattoo as well, by the way, Young. Fantastic interview. And of course, I really like acknowledging, looking at the players, trying to understand how to play against them, how to adapt to them. Also, I love the fact that before 6 p.m., we've got Case to give us a bunch of EAFC content. One of the things that I specifically want to do is talk about the gamification of football. Football premise is simple. Whoever scores most goals wins the game. Now, the complexities are multitudes and exponentially harder. So when we look at a game like FC24, they're not players, it's not a team, you're talking about items, right? And that's kind of the terminology. Give me an introduction. What is an item? How do we select them? What is a footies? And then can you show us in more depth maybe what an item actually is?
Sure, absolutely. So the game mode that we are playing with is Ultimate Team. So within Ultimate Team, you could pretty much choose any single player, past, present, man, woman that you want and create your very perfect starting 11. So it's not Manchester City versus Bayern. Yes, I talk with my hands a lot.
It was cute. I liked it.
But no, I love it because it really gives you a lot, literally hundreds of possible opportunities to choose your favorite team. And then within every single player item, there's a lot of different stats that I'll show you guys soon. But there's pace, there's dribbling, all sorts of things like that, in addition to play styles, which essentially are little upgrades that you could add to individual players to make them better on the pitch.
Okay, so I want you to actually show this to me. So can you show me what a starting 11 would look like? And dare I say, this is the starting 11 for most of the players here at EWC, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So as we see here, this is an example of a starting 11.
I think you hit a button by accident. There we go. We'll get there.
There we
We'll
go.
get there. That's it.
There we go. Perfect. Okay, now we're lit up. Amazing. So as we can see here, we see the starting 11, which most of the pro players have on their teams. But first of all, I want to show you all of the not all of them, because we'd be here for an hour, but a couple of the possibilities.
We don't have that time, guys. We do not have that time.
Of options of players, because it is endless. As we scroll down here, if it does give me connection, there we go. So
go a little slower. How many pages are there? Wow, that was
There's hundreds and hundreds of pages. But let's go straight into one of those items. I have to give you guys the Norwegian legend.
Your boy, Haaland.
He's overpowered, man, I'm telling you.
He does, absolutely. So as we see his item here, you mentioned earlier, what is a footies? And so this is the footies item here. It is the best of the best item in the game. The most recent promo to come out. They're very noticeable by their pink item here. So as we could see, the stats across the board, besides defending, he doesn't really need that. He's a striker. He's scoring the goals. He doesn't need to defend, but everything else is very, very good.
So can I draw a comparison? This might be a little bit reductive. Anyone who's played like top trumps, you have like cars for top trumps. It's like Chevy versus Lamborghini. One of them has a bigger engine. One of them has a higher top speed. That's basically what an item is stats-wise. And theoretically, if you have higher stats, you're a better item in game.
Yes,
okay,
no, that is exactly it.
Okay, great.
But in addition to that, so we have the attributes here. We also, you'll see them small here, but those are the play styles, which I'll try to blow up for you here, as I will make a little turn. Thank you so much. So as we break them down, as I said before, play styles give those players extra attributes, whether it's in shooting, defensive, depending on the type of position they are. And so the one that's blown up here is the finesse shot. So it gives that player an extra little oomph in terms of any type of finesse shot they're taking.
So playstyles, I want to, again, because it's gamification, if I think of other games, like passive buffs, so kind of help you dribbling. I understand that when you just move the joystick there, I'm clicking. But do you have playstyles that give you like special abilities? You know, like we were learning about that Roach horrible spit attack. What would the equivalent be or something similar?
So it's very funny that you mentioned that one specifically because Holland does have Rapid Plus, which I would compare in StarCraft to something like a stim pack because it does give him that acceleration, the speed on the pitch, and so he's going to be faster. Because something that I also haven't mentioned is body type in the game. So Holland's a big dude, so sometimes he needs a little extra help in terms of running on the pitch.
So do you assign these to the players or do they just have them?
No, so in the beginning of the game with the gold items, they all start, well, most of them start off with 1, and as we increase, get those footy items in there, they keep getting more. So the most that they're gonna have is 4, but we don't pick them. EA is assigning them to the players.
Okay.
It's like finding a shiny Pikachu in a card pack.
Right,
I mean, like
okay.
it's you get like a super version, you get excited.
I see.
I think, okay.
But another player that I really do want to mention to you guys, because you might be looking at this team, most of it makes a lot of sense, but there is a man in the left back position, and he's a striker.
Does the ST mean striker under his 95 rating?
It does.
Why is he in a defender's position then?
So it's interesting because Jose Lu he's a striker in real life, but most of the pro players are putting him in that left back position. If we look at the first page here, he is 6'4", and so he's able to defend against players like Holland. In addition, we also have his play styles, which again, they're so important. If we float over here, he has that aerial play style, so it lets him jump even higher, so that when Holland's trying to head in the ball, Jose Lu is there to stop him.
Could we put him in NBA, in NBA 2K, get that item and chuck him in there?
He'd be on the shorter end.
Oh, really? What's 192? What do you say, 6'4"?
Yes.
Yeah,
6'4" is it?
We're in a metric country, people. Metric.
Whatever like 7 foot would be in metric. I don't know.
Can I ask, can I just be super selfish?
Yes.
We have said Gillet's name so many times, and Team Liquid are going to crash and burn later today. So can I see Gillet's mullet?
Here he is, in all of his hair glory.
Look at that mullet.
That's a beautiful mustache.
Oh, is that a handlebar mustache as well?
It is.
Yes, Gillet mullet mustache.
So you're saying that striker is put in that specific position primarily as a counterplay to Holland?
Yes, or any. So Holland is not the only overpowered attacker. There are other very tall strikers in the game as well, like Drogba or players like that. But it's players like this, no, not.
Can I tell you something, by the way? The fact that you've used the word overpowered striker, it is the most common used term across every competitive title. Imba and overpowered. Imba means imbalanced, OP. Yes, that's the closest like that I think we've got between FC and core gaming, because football's not core gaming, but this is, you know what I mean? OP cards, OP items, OP playstyles.
All FC players are gamers.
Yes. Can I ask you one last thing? Can you quickly show me if you were to change your starting 11? I think that's the only thing we haven't looked at, because I see all those fancy cards on the bottom. So all the pink ones are the footies versions, right?
Yes, exactly. So the only thing I would change, and it's a very biased change, my favorite player of all time is Ronaldinho, and so I would put him in somewhere. I'd probably do some swapping around to make sure we get chemistry.
Bench Gillet, bench. Oh.
But he cannot go in Gillet's position.
Okay.
So I've got a question. So if all these items do rank up as the season goes on, right?
Yes.
What is preventing you from putting in just simply only the tallest players in every position?
Yeah, so I mentioned before, the body type does affect the players. Sometimes it makes them a little more sluggish. That's why they need some of those play styles to offset that. And so I should say, not every tall player is OP, but a lot of them are.
And I would imagine as well, team chemistry, right? If you've got a bunch of 6'5" monsters, theoretically, you could be countered because you'll submit your starting 11 and it'll allow, if you put your 6'5" monsters together, Case can go, I know which items will counter this. Probably like a short king like Messi. He might be able to dribble around a monster. He wouldn't want he wouldn't want corner kicks, but he could probably dribble past you in the box. Am I understanding that correctly, Case, even if I haven't got the right answer?
That is clever.
Yes, especially a player like Mbappe as well. He's one of the fastest players in the game.
And he's a
going to
superhero
run
as well.
past a player like Jose Lu.
Yes.
Okay, so you mentioned chemistry, and I wanted to ask you really quick, like, are you talking about like, hey, we're best buds? Cal, or like, what are you talking about? This chemistry is really important in COD, but that's literally a personality mesh thing. So I don't know what it means.
No, it's a very good question because I did gloss over that very quickly. So since the teams are comprised of so many different type of players, same team, so Man City gets you chemistry. If you're from the same country, gets you chemistry. If you're from the same league, chemistry. So that's why they're all together.
There's dating
I wasn't that far off. I was not that far
I
off.
apologize. Honestly,
Okay.
no, the thing is, I thought it was a phenomenal question. I just didn't realize there was actual dating sim elements in FC20. Do you guys know you're playing a dating sim? FC, like, how are we not discussing this more?
So does that mean they specifically have people on the bench as well for counter picks?
No, so the bench doesn't apply any chemistry. So the bench is just your added people that if you want to sub people in the game, you can, but it doesn't affect chemistry.
No, but say you have only tall people and you're like, okay,
Bro, what
crazy
is
to
up
have
with
Messi
you
on the
and tall
bench.
people? I know I'm short, but like...
So you counter with the short kings of the world.
You could put the tall person on the bench and then sub them in because the team will have chemistry. So like some people will add people in there that they want to add in later so that they have chemistry.
I've learned there's a lot of layers of strategy.
There's a lot of layers. And that's what I really appreciate. Again, as the days have gone on, we're understanding simplifying StarCraft, and also we're adding the depth to FC because I was a bit insulting / reductive on day one, but it is great. Also, because EAFC is starting in less than 20 minutes, we're going to quickly throw our eyes over to the Amazon Arena. The games haven't started just yet, but we can take a quick look. We're taking a look in the Call of Duty tournament at the moment. Give me a quick update on what we can see in the scoreline, and I know we're watching a little bit of the SND there as well, Katie.
Yeah, so it's currently tied 1-1. However, it should absolutely be a 2-0 because Ravens threw in the S&D in a rather apocalyptic style. They had a team kill with a streak exceptionally difficult to get. They used it, killed themselves, and now we're here in the control. So instead of a potential for match point, Ravens doing well. Remember, Control is a best of 5 within usually a best of 5 series. So you need to win 3 rounds, and Ravens already sitting at 1, looking to go 2-0.
And of course, a streak in Call of Duty is very different to a streak in EAFC. If you want to keep watching Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, you can do that. Twitch.tv/EWC_white. Currently, in terms of the series head-to-head 1-to-1, do you think that Surge could be upset here by the Ravens?
Oh man, I mean, based on the Ravens are upsetting themselves. We can't watch it again, but it was just really rough, that search and destroy. So I don't think there's an upset between these two teams. I will say though, I was expecting Surge to do a lot better in this, and Ravens have really been shutting me up because they've been playing phenomenally. Yes, they did have a blunder, but they are playing really well, continuing to do so. I think this is anyone's series.
So you mentioned it's not even entirely uncommon to accidentally kill one of your own teammates with a streak.
Yes.
How does that happen? Because that seems to me as something that is, I mean, I would imagine myself doing it, but as a professional player, that would seem a little silly.
So remember how you asked me this really excellent communication question when we were watching Hardpoint? We did these listen-ins. That is a complete failure in communication. It oftentimes happens when players are stressed, they're not talking to each other, the comms break down, and someone will panic use a streak, for example, and they'll hit a teammate because they weren't talking to each other.
And also, if I'm going to be, this is very much Trevor Henry, just a fan person watching, I think Call of Duty competitive is one of the least structured competitive shooters out of all of the competitive shooters. And I think the dynamic nature of the game, even in Search and Destroy, in the 4v4, it is still a very, very high intensity, very high-paced game because it's closer to an arcade shooter than a tac shooter, right? I'm not trying to justify and give excuses.
So it happens a lot less in S&D?
No, it is so much more fast-paced and so much more chaotic. There's never an excuse for it, though, because at its core, it's a breakdown in team communication, which should not be happening.
Okay, very quickly, we will be getting ourselves set up with a special guest in a moment or two. So let's listen into the casters, and we'll be right back with the EWC Central.
Against the wall, already down by 3 segments. If you're a Carolina, just go towards B. Extend the time early on again, and now you have a cruise missile to work with for your attack at A.
Absolutely, and then you could also guarantee yourself the round 5 defense with that as well. So I like the call. Play it safe, play it smart, don't do anything too cute. And that's exactly what's going to happen here, Jay. It's like you've played the game professionally once or twice.
You know, been around the block a couple times.
2 members on trophy system here. TJ for first blood, and this zone might just be gone right here.
Double stack going. You have one player in Brezzy contesting. He puts down great shots into Gwyn. Only 52 HP. Has to now play his life. But the repositioning and still knowing that Brezzy has yet to fall. Finally, he's going to be able to get that kill. That's now 3 dead in the feed. Second segment already going to be done. Can you try to contest this if you are Hook? But with that SMG in hand, those gunfights are not preferred.
Look, not to sound biased as a Charlotte resident, but this is a fun team to watch right now. This Raven squad is clicking. All these little micro movements playing off each other has been absolutely perfect in the respawn. And now you've got yourself a 3-life advantage, a cruise missile to play with. Gwyn is still finding kills across the map. If he gets this one with the pistol, oh my. Might lose my lid, but instead it's TJ to finish things off, and now Seattle, or probably again, Vancouver had to play around the backside of gas for Felony's waiting for him.
And look at Felony, he's just putting himself in the corner. He's waiting for the info off of the cruise missile before he decides to make his play. But all the comms are coming in, and Gwyn is actually able to connect onto one. Fellow is going to give up his positioning, putting down shots onto 04, not able to get the kill, and now if you are Vancouver, this is your main focus.
Yeah.
You got to kill Felony.
Well, who clears out the front with the double. Brezzy not able to chase down Fellow, who tracks back over towards blue side, and he's got himself now on the regen with help moving through this OE position. And oh, he actually hears the door pop from Hook, but the Rival 9 in Hook's hands too strong as Vancouver now can set up their defense.
TJ again roaming around this middle of the map, playing his corners, finding another double kill. Gwyn as well finds the third. So this is where it gets scary because no one's watching over to towards the street.
Oh,
so if you are Beans, you can get into the point for free. You would really love that cruise missile in this situation, but you got teammates watching your crosses.
I mean, Gwyn's a walking kill streak right now. 17-8, he's still locking down mid-map. You got Fellow watching the cross. Gwyn stuck on the reload. Awkward battle, and he still almost gets the better of Hook, but instead it's Vancouver finding the kills. Every single one of them, it's a full 4-man down. First tick gets locked, but again, that's pretty insignificant. This is just down to Can Carolina 3-0 because they already guaranteed themselves round 5 defense.
Yeah, that's guaranteed now. You can't make up 7 segments in one offensive round. So if you are Carolina, can you potentially end this round out here to close it out in a 3-0? They are working this overextension. Big gunfight battle between TJ and Hoop. TJ does get the better of him, but a more effective trades out of Surge, still holding down the map.
And this is an important final 40 seconds here for Vancouver. You've got a couple of players that have put together close to streaks, in particular Abuza now on 5. You need to get him number 6, big time. So he's gonna make a play up towards mid, and there it is, just wiggling around frontside mid tank, and Abuza starting to light things up, 19 and 11.
Only 20 seconds left. Carolina have 7 lives remaining. There's simply not going to be enough time for them to even think about that A objective. But you also do not want to allow Surge to have a couple players going into this next round with a little bit of streaks. You do have 0-4 on 4 in a row. He's getting aggressive up through that water street. He's able to find his 4th. Can he make it 5? As he's able to spot the player, but time is running down. Carolina do not have any time to work out of their base. And 0-4 with the snap finds himself now on 5.
And welcome back to EWC Central. We are in the middle of our EAFC catch-up introduction, and we're preparing for the live games to begin in less than 10 minutes time. Before we get to any of the live coverage, we obviously interrupted that live Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 gameplay because we've got a special guest who will be joining us on the sofa. It is the coach for Emery Yilmaz. We're going to speak to Jelle Visser from Team Liquid X Gillet. And of course, this is going to be a challenging conversation because Team Liquid are struggling a little bit. Case is obviously joining me here because it's soccer in South Africa, so that's obvious. Jelle, thank you so much for taking the time. Could you just give a brief introduction? Did I miss anything out? And tell us about yourself really quickly.
I don't think you missed anything. But yeah, my name is Jelle. I'm one of the 3 coaches at Team Liquid Team Gillet. I'm the coach of Emery Yilmaz, and we're competing in the EWC right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time. Just before I ask Case to maybe do a deeper dive on some of the gameplay stuff, let's talk about it. 3 players here for Team Liquid Gillet, and obviously high expectations coming in. I'm new to EAFC, and I'd heard pretty much everyone kind of hyping up. Did some of the pressure get to the boys? What is the results coming in? How do you kind of explain it a little?
I don't think the pressure got the best of them because they played a lot of tournaments. Maru, for example, became world champion last year in Riyadh as well. Levi won championships, Emre won championship at the Champions League. So I don't think that the nerves got the best of them. Yeah, we're watching each other and thinking, how is this possible? We don't have an answer yet, but hopefully we have today. We're still all 3 alive, so let's see what will happen.
All right, I'm hearing we don't have a huge amount of time, so I think maybe, Case, if you want to talk about some of the matchups from yesterday.
Sure. So, I mean, yesterday it didn't quite go his way. He had a similar day both days. So I want to talk to you about after day 1, what were the conversations happening? Because he couldn't have been happy, and it kind of seemed like it continued into day 2, didn't it?
Day 2 was better, to be fair. Day 1, he just, I think, wasn't mentally there. He's one of the most calm players there is, but the first day he just snapped and it kept going. So we talked about it after day 1. Day 2 it went better. First game against Mark 11 got a bit unlucky, conceded in the last couple of minutes and then lost in extra time. And then on stage, Young demolished us, crushed us. But then the third game against our teammate Levi, he did pretty well, won 5-1. So hopefully we win today against Abu Maka on stage. Going to be interesting. But we are full of confidence. So.
Now, talk to me about the group, because there's so many guys on 6 points, so it can really go either way, especially because most of them, you're really only ranked based off goal differential as it stands right now. And so how important is this game against Abu Maka, who's currently sitting above you in the table? Do you think it's doable?
Yeah, we just have to win. Both Emre and Levi just win and we are there. So we aren't calculating anything. Just have to win and we are through. So.
Can I ask a very tough question? Who's got the more difficult opponent, Emery or Levi? Obviously coming up against Abu Maka and against Young.
If we look at the table, it is Young.
Oh, come on. I want your professional.
No, I was not done.
Okay, sorry. Jammer.
But Emre is playing on the main stage with all the Arabian fans against Abu Maka. So I would say Emre. But they're Young and Abu Maka. We lost to Young 7-8-3. So they're both pretty good, I would say. But everyone in the tournament is playing very well.
Now, I want to talk. So I've spoken a lot about squad restrictions in terms of the last 15 minutes, pretty much. And so I want to hear from you, because how involved are you in choosing the squad for Emre, choosing the individual players that are on there? Is that a team effort, or is that Emre just being I want him, him, and maybe her?
It's mostly Emre, of course, because he has to play. If you ask my opinion, I would give my opinion. But yeah, it's Emre.
Question about that, can I jump in as well? The fact that Gillet is really active, and not only for Team Liquid, Team Gillet, one of the best players, I'm seeing it pretty much universally. What does that feel like, seeing the name, and how annoying is it that every English person calls it Gillet?
I think it's more annoying for himself than for us. He made a TikTok about it. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I haven't. What happened in the TikTok? Tell me.
So we made a video that there was a rumor that Gillet wasn't going to be Gillet gang anymore, so all card stats won't be 80 plus. But we knew it was, so we just made a TikTok so it went viral. And then we released his card, so we put it out on TikTok. And he pronounced his own name, and then all comments went, huh? You're saying your own name wrong. So then we made another TikTok about it, how to pronounce his name.
Oh, I love that so much. What you're not aware of, Jill, is that I'm from South Africa. I have the worst version of Dutch, so ons kan Afrikaans praat. So I've been ruining our entire broadcast, adding a bunch of it. Also, we did get a couple extra minutes. I have some highlights of Emre Yilmaz versus Levi. We can look at the game just a little bit, and maybe Case, you can speak to a coach. Maybe one of the questions I would have is, how much do the coaches speak to the players during a game? Because it's very different to every other game, where coaches are kind of reserved for half times and for timeouts.
Yeah, I think obviously it's different for every player. I think I'm one of the more vocal coaches, especially when we score a goal. Emre is always sitting there, not giving.
You celebrate for him.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the most vocal coaches there is. If you hear someone scream, it's probably me. And fun thing about this game, Emre almost loses every game against Levi when it's competitive. So in practice they play a lot, so Emre wins sometimes. But yesterday we had to win. If we lost, we would have been out already. So GG's to Emre for pulling it off. So yeah, still alive today.
Now it's interesting because normally he's going against Manu for the most part in terms of big competitions. But how difficult is it? Because I know you guys do a lot of friendlies behind the scenes, but going up against a teammate like Levi, you have both coaches on either end. It's got to be a little bit bittersweet to take out your friend like Levi.
Yeah, of course. we lost every game yesterday except Levy. I wish it was the other way around. Yeah, of course it's bittersweet, but yeah, you have to play for yourself in the end. And now we're both still alive. If Levy would have won, we were out, and Levy was still alive. So hope for the best today.
I got one more question. If you do have a follow-up, it'll be the last. But what's it like playing EAFC in the arena? More importantly, next to Call of Duty and StarCraft 2. I don't know how aware or up-to-date you are with the rest of the esports industry, but also the fact it's part of the 21 games. For me personally, as the old man that watches all the games, it's awesome to see EAFC sitting next to these titles.
Yeah.
So how is it for you, for Team Liquid, for Gullit?
Well, obviously it's a big opportunity for us to be here, to defend the title from last year. But do you mean like playing like in the same area, or
being part of something as big as the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, of course, it's amazing. I think I've read it's the biggest esports competition ever. So that we're able to be here with 3 players, most of everyone. Yeah, it's amazing.
Last thing, can you pronounce Hullit's name perfectly just one more time for the broadcast so I can learn as well, because I do say Hullit, please?
It's Ruud Gullit.
Ruud Gullit.
There we go. I'm not going to try to do that.
It's going to come from the throat. Baie dankie, lekker dag verder. One thing I will say, we do this thing every time we have a guest. By the way, I wish you could have seen Ella's eyes when I said that in Afrikaans. We're going to ask you to sign this on your way out.
Sure.
So we're not going to do it on camera, but I will ask you just to give one last message to the Team Liquid, to the Team Gullit fans, to EWC camera number 1. And you're welcome to do it in Dutch if you'd like to.
I was going to do it in Dutch.
Yes!
Ik hoop dat jullie ons allemaal gaan supporten zometeen tegen Abu Maka. Niet alleen Emre, maar ook Levi en Manuel. En dan gaan we morgen voor de beker. Dus alvast bedankt en we zien jullie zometeen bij de wedstrijden.
Oh, that's amazing. Trying to give a lot of love to the players. Best of luck against their opponents. And we'll see you later. I lost the end, but I got 60% of it. Thank you so much for the interview. I know you're playing in less than 15 minutes. Please, best of luck. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to be speaking to Eric Anderson from FaZe, and then we'll actually dive into EAFC live and check out how our boy Emery is going to be performing on stage. We'll see you in just a minute.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
like Carolina were going to win the rotation over towards New. An instant break comes in. Now Surge take the lead by a little bit. They realize where the pressure is coming in. 0-4 going to challenge over towards the hot dog stand. Cannot be successful in those gunfights. And now in the 2v4, you got to ice up.
Problem is, you've got success for Surge inside the hill, and the spawns are going to flip. This may be an opportunity for Brezzy to help out over to the ramp side, but Carolina went out the hill. Now it's just down to taking care of Brezzy, who's trying to predict the top corner, but that's not where it is. Doesn't make a difference. 0-4 is there with them, and then re-break comes through immediately for Vancouver.
There's still a lot of time here to fight for. Good chunk of time, 25 seconds to go. And it's still Surge holding on for now, but TJ trying to make something happen, and Gwyn through boxes. He's going to turn it into a 1v1, and 0-4 with the rival 9 is able to secure the final remaining junk time. Now you're going to force Carolina early off that rotation over towards New, where they got to make up this game clock.
And this is a moment like you were talking about in the pre-map setup where Carolina are taking a moment. Don't let this tempo take control of you. Get yourself a decent setup. Team kill gets forced, but still, Vancouver through the middle of the map, finding success, and that route from 0-4 is masterclass. 5 in a row, looking for kill number 6, and they have full awareness that Carolina are spawning backside P3.
They're just way too fast right now around the map for Carolina. You either have to match the pace or slow it down. And right now with 0-4 sitting on 5 in a row, the rest of the team still holding it down. Carolina trying to close the series out and forward a potential comeback. Let's step aside and go to listening with Carolina.
Down together, guys. Down together. Wait. And you on me? No, drift on, drift on. And one's our bridge there still, and one in you. No, drift on, guys. Down one, I need a time, hold on. What, front 2 down, 1 3 weak. Go to bridge stairs, 2 bridge. One top mid, 0-4. 0-4 top mid. Bridge stairs. 0-4 top mid. Nice, good job. More bridge stairs. I'm taking the deep route, bro. Okay. Stop solo trying. Work for mid with me. Shout together, bro. Wait. I'm stunning our top SCs. I'm waiting on the right here. Wait on the right here. Arcade 1 shot. He went boxes. Boxes. 0-4. He's in boxes in the corner. They flip me. Yeah, same. I'm gonna play bridge with you, Isaiah. He's got boxes, bro. I'm not playing bridge. Side ramp. 0-4. One shot SC, Abuza. 0-4. Backside bridge. Top you. Soda. I'll go running around. Top you, Hugh. Top you, Hugh. I don't see you. I'm gonna come side door. Stop bridge stairs.
He's P2 on me, bro.
I'm nading Soda.
I'm stunned. Well, you want to figure out where the tempo and the timing start to kind of go awry for Carolina. Every time they try to put together a break, they're losing track of the pinch. I mean, legitimately, the SMGs for Vancouver are just running in from the side and finding multi-kill after multi-kill.
And this is the same issue that they had versus Optic Gaming yesterday. Losing track of those SMGs is causing them problems. You can already see Bean saying, okay, guys, we got to chow together. But every time they're going for a chow, a pinch is coming in. Vancouver are coming out swinging. They do not want to go home here. They're going to be able to breach that 200-point mark, and they're still not slowing down. Final 10 seconds, they're at P1, but finally Carolina, with those kills in the feed, are going to have an opportunity to properly set up at this P2.
Need to find a first opener here if you're Carolina. Good route being hit, but even still.
Welcome back to EWC Central. We are into the final hour of our Saturday broadcast. Day 3 of 4 here in week 7. It is the penultimate week of the Esports World Cup. And while the Call of Duty quarterfinals are deep into the action, a little later this evening, Atlanta FaZe will be heading onto the arena to defend their title hopes and their chances. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome back to EWC Central, Eric Anderson from FaZe. We had a fantastic conversation where I'm not even embarrassed to admit I fanboyed quite a bit. You're sitting here with Anna from Vitality. Katie's obviously joining me as well. I think before you and I have a hard conversation about the club championship, let's focus in on Call of Duty. How good are Atlanta FaZe? How well are they going to do, Katie? We've got the man here to ask.
I might have a smidge of bias, but I think they're the best, and I think that overall they've been the best team in Call of Duty for a number of years. They're not without their stumbles and their struggles, though. They've looked fantastic at this tournament so far. They had their way with 100 Thieves yesterday and hoping to do so today.
Hang on. Can you stop glazing Eric and FaZe?
I have to a little bit, but before I get into the harder questions, I have to lead up a little bit.
I'm here for the premium gas.
Look, premium gas, but historically...
Sorry, Eric, just to let you know, after that intro, this is Katie Bedford's predictions.
That is
just
my prediction.
So you're aware. So now that I've thrown you under the bus, how about we talk about this?
Yes, and so the reason I picked that leads into my questions now, right? Is that historically dominant, but struggle to close out in winners final, especially in finals. So can you talk a little bit about that and how you've kept the team together for so long? Because issues like that can tear people apart very quickly. And the core, at least, Selim Abizi, they've been together a long time.
Look, I think the guys think that they can do it together. That's why they stay together. I also think it's tough mentally when you have a lot of these same results, but they clearly think that they can win on any given day, right? So that's why they're staying together. That's why they're coming out. I think they can win this tournament. I think we're optimistic that they can too. I've seen this over the years. It sometimes gives them resilience to keep going. Sometimes it tears them apart, you know? And I hope this kind of, I guess, their results from champs gives them some fire to come out here and actually take the whole tournament.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it does. And I know in terms of keeping a team together, Crowder is a huge part of that as the head coach for the team. But I would love to see them take down Optic. But as champs, I kind of gotta go with them in the bracket. You called me out.
I did. I know. I wasn't going to tell you. I wasn't going to tell you we had that prepped. What do you think of the overall tournament that we're seeing here? Obviously, the final 8, pretty much the expected names. I think with the swapping of Cloud9 and Surge, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the scenes, Katie's really explained to us well that was a bit of an upset and a surprise because Toronto started the bracket theoretically much easier.
Yeah, so one thing I want to highlight is I think it's super cool that you've got a lot of challenger teams there.
Yeah.
And just like this is a proper global event. I miss the CWL. I miss that open structure. I miss the concept of being able to play in and actually get a chance to go and win. It's very unlikely that you're going to make it all the way, but like, hey.
It's happened. Gen G and BO4 was taken down by challengers.
Also, like, I with much love to Alban and G2, I mean, they got rolled in the lower bracket, right? So you got these challenger teams giving us some fun ones. You and I obviously know Alban very well.
Yeah. Nothing but respect.
With respect, results are results, right?
Yeah,
but I think more importantly, like when we zoom out and we do look at that, do you think that type of environment, having these challenger teams and the ability to have these AM teams stepping up, I'm learning the lingo, and play against CDL squads will deepen the, let's say, the strength of players and squads?
100%. I mean, like, I think it's you look at other FPS ecosystems that allow this to kind of happen. I think Counter-Strike, it gives you these opens. Like, we just had a heartbreaking loss last night, but it's because of the depth of the field, right? I forget what they're ranked, but that wouldn't happen in Call of Duty, right? And so the door is kind of closed to it, and I wish that it was more open, but like, this is a great opportunity and this is a great event that kind of harkens back to that period of time when you could actually do that. So love it for that.
Look, I think FaZe affiliated organizations, Atlanta FaZe and more, historically have some really big personalities, and they do in Call of Duty. You picked up Draza for the MW3 season. You won a major. Talk to me about that, because loud personalities can be a lot to handle too, but you seem to do it really well.
Yeah, FaZe knows a thing or two about loud personalities.
No, you don't say.
I think that it was a really good fit. I think the team firing all cylinders is incredible when they're playing together. So I really hope that that's the squad fully kind of goes through that all the way through the final tournament.
A little too easy for Abizi you were hoping for?
Yeah, we I don't know if you guys saw some of our social posts that were out there.
Oh, yes. We've had a lot of fun with them.
Great.
We've actually discussed a few. We haven't shown them, but we have discussed a few of them.
Yeah. Get Gershon Tucker on here and ask him about it.
I wanna just quickly turn the attention. We're gonna zoom out and look big picture very quick. I've got you on camera. Which of your shooters is your personal favorite to watch?
Oh man.
It's a hard question.
That's tough.
Okay, so I've got to place my heart for Celium.
Yes.
Mainly just because he played as a rookie for us.
Right.
And so he's kind of been in the FaZe ecosystem since the beginning. I'm pretty sure we were on the phone with him within a couple weeks of him turning 18. So like, I think Cel.
Yeah.
But you know, that's no shade on any of the other players.
Listen, this is not. It's not about anything other than just who you enjoy watching. I got similar things. Like I just love watching Tonk. Dude from Spirit, he's got a lot of passion. You can't always do the mic checks and listen-ins. Okay, I want to zoom out really quickly. Talk about now FaZe and EWC. When we talk about club championships, it's been a topsy-turvy ride. At the moment, sitting with 180 points. I'll quickly read you the results. 5th through 8th in Counter-Strike 2, 13th in Apex, 5th to 8th in Rainbow Six, 5th to 8th in Modern Warfare 3, at least. And then we got PUBG PC and Rensport coming up. I would anticipate, it's fair to say, had hoped for more, but you're going 5th through 8th on 4 out of 5 titles in events with multiples. How do you reflect on the org's performance and then let's say EWC as a whole?
I mean, look, it's a bit of a bummer in any title when you kind of lose to the team that ultimately wins. especially when you do. Like if you kind of lose in the finals, it hurts, and for the club championship, it stings a lot less because you have a lot more points to show for it. So I think from that side, it's a bit of a bummer because you don't really know. I don't think 5th, 8th necessarily reflects where we were in that whole stack. But unfortunately, also it feels so far away to climb that mountain right now.
Yeah.
And you know, if we win this tournament, or if we win Call of Duty, we win PUBG, Rensport, like, then obviously, you know, we're right at the top of the pile.
Yeah.
But that's a huge.
Can I show you how close this is, by the way? Because we actually do have the club championships going just this week. Yeah. We've also started separating out the clubs that do not have eligibility.
Right.
So, for example, at the top of the tables, Falcons, they are very nearly mathematically secure to win.
Yeah.
There's a few other pieces that have to fall into place. You're sitting at 180 points. Let's presume you take second. That bumps you to 780. That means you're already 9th. Let's presume you win a title, bumps you to 1,185 points. That's going to push you to 5th on the table of actually prize-winning eligible teams.
Yeah.
That's going to take the sting out of it a little bit when you see the real table, right?
Sure, for sure. No, it definitely takes the sting out of it. But yeah, it's kind of a bummer where you're just looking at that and you're like, oh, I think we thought that you were going to need a few more points than what it looks like to actually be in top 4, top 5.
Yeah.
And I think we're all a bit, I mean, not really surprised when you look back on it and think how hard it is to actually win a tournament.
Yeah.
But definitely, you know, if we just win these 2, then we're good.
And I'll say this.
Then we're in second place.
I'll say this as well. Like looking at the EWC, looking at the club championship specifically, it is a brand new competitive format. I think it is fair to say, Eric, maybe a little longer than me, but I have also been around the esports ecosystem for a very long time.
I think you might beat me.
You think I beat you?
You beat me.
Okay, so I'm like probably late 90s, 98, 99. I started watching. Are we close?
Later.
Okay, okay, right. So I'm 98, 99. Regardless, the 2 old men on the sofa.
Yeah.
The point I want to bring up, very last question, for somebody who has been around a while and has also seen the different events, to actually bring all the games together, but more importantly, to be putting your FaZe hat on and go Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, Warzone, Rensport, PUBG, all of these titles, but for the org, for the club. This is something that has to be exciting when you look ahead to the future, and it's something I'm filled with optimism.
Yeah.
What is your stance, Eric?
I mean, I think we weren't sure how this was all going to shake out and how everybody was going to take it. I think it's pretty amazing to see kind of everybody come in, give their feedback on everything that's happening in a really positive way. Like the Call of Duty ecosystem, for example, absolutely loves this event. And it's been a commentary that this is really a global event where a lot of the stuff we do in the States doesn't feel as much, even though they're global players, doesn't feel like the whole world's necessarily competing there. So I think that's a really cool thing. So I think, generally speaking, we're going to explore some of the other titles that I would say 2-3 months ago, we were probably like, we're not necessarily going to go there.
Yes.
So
that's exciting.
I love this as well. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I did have a conversation with Eric off camera. We talked about some potential games. Woo! Okay, I just have one last question. I'm then going to ask you to give a shout out to FaZe, to the boys about to take to the arena and the rest of the org. Katie, how do you look Eric in the eyes and tell him that you predicted him to lose in the semifinal? How do you respond?
I'm going to tell him to prove me wrong.
Oh, okay. I will be honest. I wasn't quite sure where you're going to take that. That sounded great to me. One last thing, Eric. We've done this since the last time you were visiting. We've got an exclusive piece of merch that we get everyone to sign. We put the little week name, the games, everybody that comes on the show over the course of the 4 days, and we'll be giving this away to somebody who's tuning in. Awesome. I'm going to ask you to sign this on the way out. We're not going to do it on camera because it's a bit awkward. Okay. So to camera number 1, give a shout out to FaZe, to the fans, to the viewers, anything that comes to mind.
Awesome. Shout out to all the FaZe fans out there. Shout out to all the creators and I guess everybody that's aspiring to kind of be and compete here. Everybody that's aspiring to kind of be a creator, maybe one day join FaZe. We always appreciate your love and support from everybody like Ricky, Banks, and the boys, all the way through to our pros. So just keep rooting for us, and we'll try to do right by you.
Oh,
Thanks.
I've got one last one. Yeah. I'm probably going to put my foot in my mouth, and if I have, I apologize. FaZe Up, is that still a thing? How do I explain it? How do I explain it?
We hit the...
Because I have
FaZe
people,
Up, yeah.
listen to this. I have people from EAFC that have looked into the camera and gone, yeah, I mean, look, Call of Duty's been around like as long as the fighting game community has. Forgetting that EAFC is not a fighting game community. So can we please teach these children about FaZe Up? Give me the quick rundown so we can use it on the show tomorrow.
Like actually teach it?
Just tell me, how do we do it? How would I use it? How do I get a StarCraft and FFC person to use it correctly?
Oh man, I mean, wide range of uses. It's definitely like a celebration in a positive sense.
Okay.
It's definitely like a little bit of a, you know, kind of like Steph Curry doing this.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Like you beat somebody, you're like, you know,
phase up.
Phase.
Okay, and then is that the hand thing?
Yeah.
It's
okay.
You know, kind
that
of put
way?
your finger.
Am I doing that right?
Like this.
Yeah, like point at somebody.
Oh, like that.
And drop your
Okay.
finger and put the thumb there.
Okay, so can we do one together? If we go on the wide, we're gonna do a phase up on 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Phase up. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I've wanted to do that for such a long time.
You've made him
Eric,
so happy.
Thank you so. My producer's just like, Trevor, that's so unprofessional. Anyway, the fanboy has come out. Eric, thank you so much. Give me a quick second. We're going to move on with the show. We've seen some StarCraft, but as we've already seen, the StarCraft players have incredible APM, actions per minute. But what about out of game? Let's find out.
Over the years, our StarCraft 2 pro gamers have developed superhuman abilities when it comes to multitasking in-game. But how well does all that speed, or APM, translate to real-life situations? I am going to present Hero Marine, Spirit, Astrea and Showtime with a very messy living room, and they've got 2 minutes to get as much done as humanly possible. Welcome to real-life APM. Hello, Piotr.
Hello.
Welcome to real-life APM. Do you know what this is all about?
No.
As you can see, we've got a very messy living room. There is messy bed sheets, there are pillows on the floor, there are clothes all over, an open drawer. And the goal for you is to complete as many tasks as possible within 2 minutes. You can make up a game plan or you can just go for it.
Well, I'll just go see what bothers me.
All right.
You say go.
3, 2, 1, let's go, Gabe.
Yeah, let's go. Wait, what the hell is that thing?
That's the baby. The baby needs some love. Fire.
This first. Baby's crying. Wait, not a baby, it's a bait. That child can wait. The start stuff.
We are not going to comfort the baby, Gabe.
Oh, shut up.
Cold water there. Hey, relax. hey.
Okay, you just put them all in here. Maybe ignore the baby. Don't care about that. Oh, another pair of socks. Put these one nicely in there.
Nope.
What am I supposed to do? Brush teeth, maybe?
Yeah. Put in the light bulb. Put some butter on bread. Make a cup of tea.
Yeah, you know.
I'm not sure what he did. There we go.
Oh, it still doesn't shut up even though it's out of sight. There's another t-shirt here. Or I'm not gonna... I don't want to get cancelled or something.
Alright.
Nice. I'm starting to get very competitive. Isn't that nice?
Let's get these, put them nicely here. Just like that.
I gotta say, Hero Marine was folding everything, Sarah.
Yeah, me too. That's how we do it.
We don't have unlimited time, Piotr. I still see a very messy drawer, pillows on the floor. Fold it a little, make it look a little more cozy.
It's so huge. What the hell?
Not sure what's the garbage can nature, but
we can also make a cup of tea. We can do some jumping jacks. 10 jumping jacks after we make the bed.
Again.
Okay, this is not how you comfort a baby. So let's clean up. Do some jumping jacks. Put in a light bulb. Brush your teeth. You sure that baby doesn't need its bottle?
No. The light bulb. Where does it go? Oh, you got it, huh?
This man is a natural. There is way more pace and urgency than with the other gamers.
That work.
That's all good.
Work. Are these? Wait, what the?
Well, yeah.
Like in the front of?
Let's do it.
No.
And the baby could use some love.
The page.
this works as the bed probably. Let's make the beds real quick.
Yeah, baby. It's the most random thing I ever did. Delicious.
No, I don't know how to make this better. This is a little bit of a special case here.
Do you get points for your drink?
No. You do not get bonus points if you drink. Stuff it all in. Stuff it all in. Close the drawer. With the baby. With the baby. Baby is happy. All right, Gabe, that is it. I still see a floating sock on the television, but that happens to the best of us.
Baby, here, come on.
That is the perfect ending of real life APM right there. Tobias, you absolutely crushed it, mate.
Nice.
You've absolutely crushed it when it comes to folding clothes and putting some socks in the drawer.
If somebody folds a t-shirt this well, they deserve a prize, you know.
How do you think we did?
Never again.
No, you're done? This is not what you signed up for? All right, well, GG, mate. I think you've completed real life APM.
Better than Hero Marine?
No. GG's, you have completed real life APM. Thank you so much, Showtime, and good luck in the tourney.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back to sunny and hot Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. All 3 games are live. StarCraft 2 is deep into the knockout bracket with many players being eliminated and the keys are crushed at EWC Black on Twitch. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is going into Game 5 of the first quarterfinal. That's on EWC_White on Twitch. And finally, EAFC is kicking off with that first game right now over at EWC_Gold. Thank you, because I forgot and I wasn't reading it at all. Welcome back to the core crew. Case, Katie, and Loco are joining me. Rotterdam said that they completed real life APM. I just saw a lot of babies being thrown around. Did somebody win? Like, did Gabe win or not?
It seemed like Showtime was doing a pretty good deal overall.
Who was the one cradling the baby?
Left?
That was Showtime. Yes.
Okay.
Showtime very clearly. Is this why he's your goalkeeper? He has
this
to
was
look
my
after kids.
goalkeeper.
Yeah,
he
I
seemed
remember.
like a reliable
Someone
person.
smothered a baby.
Yeah, someone.
Yeah, that was Hero Marine. Who,
also, I'm not being funny. Hero Marine, Big Gabe. Seriously, bro. We're going to have to call like some sort of parental service on you or something like that.
But he did fold the t-shirt very nicely. He was very proud of that.
And then he threw the baby like a football, an NFL football. Right, let's start doing some catch-ups. We're into the last 35 minutes of our broadcast. So let's look at that StarCraft 2 knockout bracket. 15 players entered the arena at the beginning of the day. Only one will advance to the elite, the Final Four. Just call it the Final Four, Trevor. It's enough Pokemon jokes. Maru versus Cure, TVT. Zerg versus Protoss, Reina versus Hero. So we are going to get a TV something for that final match. Give me updates on what you're seeing on the results here, Simon.
Yeah, so we have all kind of been deciding, right, who's likely to make it into the top 4, and also at the very start of the tournament, who's likely going to be there at the very final stage of the tournament. And it's shaping up pretty much as expected, although there have been a lot of weird results along the way. We've seen a lot of results that we may have not necessarily expected going into the event, but it looks to me that ultimately the top 4 is not too surprising.
Not too surprising. What I do have for you is an update on the EWC Club Championship overall picture. We just spoke to Eric Anderson from FaZe, discussed some of the numbers, discussed the teams. Here's the update for you. With Classic from Twisted Minds losing to Reina, Twisted Minds can no longer win the Club Championship. Only Vitality and Team Liquid have the possibility to overtake Team Falcons. It is unlikely, but it is possible. We will keep you up to date with those results as they come in. And right now, we're going to start by doing a whirlwind tour of the arenas here in Boulevard City. Let's start with the game that we see the least of while we are live on air. It is EAFC. We are jumping into Emre Yilmaz taking on Abu Maka. And I think for Emre, it's not necessarily like lose this and you are out, but it becomes very, very, very scary. You could be eliminated at group stage play for Emre Yilmaz.
Absolutely, and it's a less stressful situation for Abu Maka because he's in a better situation. But we do have an early goal for Emre Yilmaz. I mean, we just spoke to Yilmaz, and he seemed confident going into this one. He knew it was going to be a difficult task to take on Abu Maka, but it does seem like Emre is going strong into this. But it's important to note that in Group A, so many players are on those 6 points, and so these last last games. There's only one more round to go, can really shift up the group.
Question about this. Do you think when you go back home, you're going to start saying Gullit the way it's intended, or are you just going to go back to Gullit?
I'm locked into Gullit.
That's fair, that's fair. I just wanted to check.
A little disappointing.
We've had so much exposure to Dutch people. Have you spoken to more Dutch people in the last 3 days than in your entire life?
Probably, yeah.
For some reason, there seem to be a lot of Dutch people in esports in general. I'm not sure why.
There's not a lot you can do when it's winter. Let's be fair. I mean, I'm
we
not
do
wrong.
have cold winters.
You really do. You know,
if you're not into sports and water and all that.
Exactly. Obviously, we're going to keep a close eye on this game here. We mentioned it in terms of the overall picture. But for Abu Maka, I'm taking a look. What was it? Wins, 2 wins, 5 losses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's 1-6 for Emre Yilmaz?
Yes.
So scary, scary situation. I'm not quite sure we keep jumping out, but what I did love hearing from Yella was just how much he talks to the coaches. And he was very earnest. I'm probably one of the loudest.
Yeah, it's funny because Emre Yilmaz is a man of very few words. I've had a couple interviews with him, and he's very, very quiet. He doesn't ever celebrate. He's not one to get in your face, kind of the opposite of what we've seen from Johnny in these competitions. But on the other hand, we do have Yele, who is there to show the emotions for him, always yelling and pretty much getting in the face of the other opponent, even though he is on the coaching set.
The one thing I've got a question for you, Case, whenever I see a team or a player going up in EAFC, especially in the first half, my brain is now conditioned to believe they're going to be in a scary position because we've seen comebacks happen a fair amount in day 2. Is that the same perspective you have?
Yes, no, it is very, very possible. I am never locked into a scoreline unless there's a 3-goal deficit in like the 80th minute. I'll be honest with you. Anything could possibly happen when there's so much time left on the clock and it does tick down very, very slowly. And so we might see the situation where Emre is up 2-0, but Abu Maka could easily come back because we're looking at 32 minutes here. A lot of things could change. Going into halftime, he could change up tactics, make those substitutions, and he could do what he needs to do.
Well, we're going to find out. Emre Yilmaz is currently on the drive, and we'll see whether the score is secured. No, ball is turned over. Right, we're going to turn our attention to Call of Duty.
Oh, and a goal!
Did it go in?
It did. Wow!
3-0.
Just went in.
Production team's busy watching that game. I'm looking at another. So 3-0 to Emre Yilmaz. If you want to keep watching that, you can do so at
EWC_gold.
Nice. Let's turn our attention to the Amazon Arena. We're going to be jumping into map 5. And of course, for this one, Carolina Royal Ravens taking on Vancouver Surge. It is 2-2 in map score. 2 more rounds in Search and Destroy will secure the win for Surge.
Disastrous, apocalyptic for Ravens. They're already down 3 players in the 5th round. Surge have won 5 rounds in a row. This is a blowout. Surge now 1 single round away from eliminating the Ravens from contention in the playoffs. They will take 8th. And this hasn't even been close. They've been blowing through this map.
Of course, what we will do is watch this round under the assumption that Surge pick up the win. Now, will they swap sides? Has that been 5 attacking, 5 defending?
They always swap. Offense, defense, offense, defense.
Okay.
And usually that gives a team a benefit on a side, but that has not been the case here. I mean, you can take a look at this. Look at Ravens. Some of them don't even have any kills on this map at all.
Those are replays that we're busy looking at there. I heard Loco get a touch excited. It wasn't 100% clear, to be fair. This is now the live round.
This is live.
Vancouver Surge, what they win here, will advance to the semi-finals, and I believe you predicted them to do so, Katie.
Yes, I did. A little bit sloppier than I thought, but they're getting it done. First blood has happened. That means the first person to die in a single round of Search and Destroy, but he was immediately traded. You can watch the skulls on each team's names. But Ravens lose another, now a 3-2 player advantage for Surge. Just Beans and Fellow trying to keep it alive. Beans doesn't even have a kill, gets his first there, 0-4.
Question, is Gwyn alive or carrying the bomb? Did Gwyn drop the bomb?
If there's a skull by their name, they are dead.
It's not a skull, it's a circle. It's like a circle with a circle thing in it.
Then yes, bomb, they're planting, but 0-4 gets one, gets traded. This is now a Surge 1v2.
Ooh,
Ravens need this.
Starting to be planted. Ravens
but they don't have a lot of time. Surge can play this. They're on defense. If they can deny Ravens the time to plant the bomb, even if they don't all die, they lose. And a massive kill out of Royal Ravens to stay alive. But you have to do that 5 more times in a row.
5 more times in a row to win the entire series, to advance to semi-finals, and to throw a giant egg in our experts' face. Can they do it? The answer will be no. I highly doubt it. The likelihood is very, very low.
Exceedingly low. But it has happened before.
It happened 10 minutes ago because that's exactly what Vancouver did. They won 5 in a row themselves.
Well, to be fair, that was
round.
a 4-0, then it went 4-3, 5-3. They had a comeback, but it wasn't from being down 5-0.
This is Search and Destroy. They're 5-0. Now it's 5-1. So they won 5 Search and Destroy rounds in a row. Am I not understanding
Oh, no,
this?
I mean map 2. Surge was up 4 rounds to nothing.
Understood.
And then,
Understood.
so it was almost the exact same scenario.
Yes,
You're
yes.
absolutely correct. Ravens, this is where it gets dangerous. But, okay, last time Ravens had a streak, this is a Surge streak. They killed their own team. Surge avoids that disaster, but they don't kill anyone. They get information, though, and information is the most important part of Search and Destroy because you know where those players are, and there's nothing more valuable.
So you get map vision for a little bit there as well.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Hugely important.
Look at the mini-map. Player number 4, that is Tally, sitting solo towards the B site. It's a stack of Vancouver members pushing towards A. Nobody's
And
dropped just
crucially,
yet.
TJ, who you just mentioned on Royal Ravens, he's 0-5. He's their S&D player, but it's 2 out of Surge. Right away, Ravens, the comeback happening. Hook trying to keep his team alive in a 1v2 situation. Ravens, same position they were in the prior round with a 2-man advantage.
He's going to try his very best. Winning 6 in a row, though, is probably pretty much unheard of,
It's
right?
nearly impossible,
Yeah.
but getting 2 in a row is certainly a really good
Yeah,
start.
momentum is big, I'm sure.
Listen, in order to get 6 in a row, you have to start with 2 in a row.
And that's exactly what they did.
Excellent commentary, great analysis.
You know on those tweets where it's like 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, you are here? Yeah. They are now with the 2-0 of the 6 required.
Now, to be clear, this is still realistically as unlikely as it was when it was 5-0, but the fact that they've had 2 in a row, momentum is everything in Call of Duty. So I love production.
Everything, right?
The fact that we get to stay through this, I'm not sure if the whole time, so if we do switch, EWC_white to catch the rest of the action. I love this.
Isn't this so
fantastic.
good, by the way?
Thank you. Ooh.
What I love so much is we didn't have this in week 1 when Katie was last year, and we managed to add this for several weeks now.
This is amazing.
I turn into a 4-year-old child every time this is on screen because this is how I like to watch esports at home. You can see on the top of your screen, it's Kua versus Maru. 2v2, the winner will advance to the finals of the knockout stage. Down in the bottom right, Royal Ravens fighting for their tournament lives against Vancouver Surge. And in the bottom left, we are currently watching Yilmaz, who's up 3-0 against Abu Maka. Similar situation, but not quite as, let's say, black and white when it comes to win and you're in, lose and you're out, basically. Oh, okay, what are we sticking with? We're sticking with Search and Destroy.
Ravens, again, have, this is so crucial, a 3v1 player advantage, but a massive out of Brezzy slides away 2v2 for their tournament lives. Ravens, 40 seconds on the clock. They are attacking, which means they must plant the bomb, which they are trying to do so right now. And that starts the bomb timer. Surge must defuse.
Quick teaching time as well for Case as well as Simon. Whenever you watch these FPS titles, time to kill is kind of one of the terms you'll use. In Apex Legends, with armor and shields and long range, time to kill can be upwards of 6 to 9 seconds. In games like Rainbow Six, you're 0.5 to 1.5 seconds. 1 or 2 bullets kills instantly. And Call of Duty sits right in the middle. 2 to 3. That's a very quick one.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is massive. This is when the ice comes out. Do you have it or do you not?
They do not.
And it's Abuza with a massive 1v1 to close it out. Time for the defuse. You can see the 10 seconds counting down, and it is going to be Surge with the elimination onto Royal Ravens and that TTK to close out your conversation. Blisteringly fast in Call of Duty. Huge, a nice attempt from Ravens, but not enough.
Could he not have tried to play like Ring Around the Rosie and just try to run circles around each other?
That's what he was trying to do.
Oh,
so
okay.
You have
was
to
just so
think,
fast, yeah.
Eventually, they're going to juke in different directions, and it's who's moving, who has their gun aimed. There's so many micro things that happen.
At some point, you have to commit, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ideally, if you've planted the bomb, you want to run far away.
Yeah. 5 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, but
to basically look at the bomb, but be safe enough that they can't kill you.
Okay, I'm going to hold that thought. We're going to come back to it, discuss the results and the ramifications. I would like to say the following name the way that my Canadian producer did so. We're going to look at some highlights from Young versus Levi de Word. And I'm going to ask Case to break down this matchup that's coming in. We're having a ton of fun here. Young versus Levy. Tell me what you're seeing, Case.
Yes, so we do have Levy in the black kits as he scores his first goal there, but it does seem like Young already had one on the board. This is an interesting one because does seem like it's going to go very back and forth. We did talk to Yele earlier, and he said this was a more difficult matchup in comparison to the Emre versus Abu Maka game. Young is one of those players. He's one of the most attacking players in the game, being from South America. The stepovers, you gotta love it. Stepovers is a move that you use with the right stick. It's a little jiggle of the right stick, and it's very, very effective in terms of trying to get past the center backs there. Oh, I almost thought that was like a shush.
Is that what you call like breaking ankles? Is that what like a step?
Yeah, you move your legs in a circular situation and it kind of like jukes out the center back.
I wish we had you on camera to demonstrate that for us. Maybe we can have Simon do it a little bit later.
Actually, Joel, let's do it when we close the show. We'll do a little juke out there.
All right, perfect. But we do still have them in the 64th minute here. I believe this game is still going on. Ooh, we have a ball roll. This is live, beautiful. So as we see, we have Young with the ball, trying to make the best decision. Quick pass in, step over. That was step over. So he did the step over, get past the defender, across the goal with the one and only Holland as well. And so Young is feeling himself in this game. We all knew after day one he was doing well.
Case, who do you want to win? Oh,
I can't choose one. That's so unfair.
I find it interesting that the coach has the microphone down, but Young himself does not. So he's just listening?
Yeah, so he probably doesn't need to speak much. He just needs to listen to his coach. So he doesn't need to talk back. You're not really speaking as a player in this game.
Also, I'll mention this as well. Depending on the game and depending on the role, if the player's focusing on the ball, and let's say the coach is doing like a secondary driver in rally car, for example, he could be feeding information, right? The formation's moving up, back left, you've got defenders, 3 on top. So he could be feeding info to allow Young to just focus on the gameplay and where the ball is. We don't know the dynamics of it, but I can immediately put two and two together different ways that you could approach communication in this role.
I can't get over that because in COD, if the coaches could talk, that would change the entire game. And so the fact that it just happens here all the time just blows my mind.
Well, frankly, the amount of talking in COD as well, another voice wouldn't be a significant difference.
S&D would be crucial, for sure.
Agreed entirely. Now, in terms of 5-3, Levi de Vert is down, but you still got 30 minutes on the clock game time. And, you know, again, comeback mechanics are pretty high. So as Case mentioned earlier on in our broadcast, more than a 3-goal deficit, that's when you start to believe. 2 goals, it's definitely possible to come back.
Yeah, it's very, very possible with the 9-minute halves, and so he shouldn't be too worried at this point. I think once you get towards like the 75th minute, that's when you start to change your tactics. So there's things that you could do to apply more pressure. You could turn on constant press, change the depth up a little bit, and that'll, on attack and defense, get you the ball back faster to create those scoring opportunities.
Okay, so quick update. Give me the stakes here for Levi de Vert versus Young. Young comes into this game. He's 5 wins, 2 losses. Levi's 2 wins, 5 losses. But directly above him is Emre Yilmaz at 3 and 4. So for Levi, the assumption in my head, he has to win and then hope goal difference plays into his favor if head-to-head doesn't help.
Correct. Yeah, so this is a must-win situation for Levi. Young is already locked in one of those 3 spots. Seeding does come into play, and so a win would be better for Levi in order to get a better seed in the tournament. But, like we said, for the Team Holit, Team Liquid boys, they need to win these games. Young, it's a less stressful situation for sure.
Ooh, this is close. Okay, we're keeping a close eye on this one. Obviously, we had that split screen just a second ago. We were taking a look at the other Team Liquid match that is happening live. 2 stages, 2 streams. I'm going to do the shameless plug at the moment. Where can we watch our FC games?
EWC_gold.
Yes, I love that so much. All right, let's take a look here. Loco, let's you and me predict. Who do we think is going to win? I think Levi's going to come back, and this is going to be a 7-5 scoreline.
Ooh, okay. That is a bold move. So you're saying he's going to score 4 more times?
I feel it.
I'm going to say Levi de Vert, but because he's Dutch.
Okay.
I was almost going to end.
What's your score? I know, you almost said Levi word.
I was immediately switching to Dutch halfway in that sentence. That does not make any sense on broadcast. I'm going to say 6-5, sure.
Come on, Levi, I believe. He's inside the box, but that was a decent intercept at least.
I will say there's one other matchup going on right now. It is Jafonso versus Mark 11, your favorite Australian.
3 games?
There is 3 games going on at once. That game means a little bit less because they've already locked in the top 3 positions, but they are playing for seeding in that last matchup.
I take back my prediction. There's no way he scores 4 times.
Maybe.
Also,
it's definitely possible.
I'm jumping on the Australian hype train. I've never voted for Australian esports before, but I want Mark 11 to win this tournament. moment. But right now, we're busy watching. 83 minutes on the clock. Quick score update for you. Emre Yilmaz versus Abu Maka. Emre Yilmaz is up 4-0 in the 75th minute. Yo, there we go. We got both games on screen at the moment.
Yeah, I was wondering, so we heard of gentlemen agreements in COD. Do we have anything along those lines as well in FC? Like, do we have, say, for example, like, hey, there's 5 minutes on the clock still. Can I just run around with the ball?
There's not really GAs in this game. There'll be situations where the community will come together and tell EA this is an issue, like formations. They have banned 5-back formations in the game because they're just too overpowered.
Really? Okay.
So it's kind of like a GA that was taken by the
yes, it's more official.
A GA,
a developer, and then
yes.
A GA that gets implemented by the developer or the publisher.
And that's no longer a GA.
The only other game that I can think of that actually has some form of gentleman agreements is actually Counter-Strike, because there are certain boosts, certain one-way smokes that are considered like not cool. There was a very, very famous situation with Fnatic's Counter-Strike team not too long ago where they used a triple boost on one of the particular maps to get an advantage. But it's not something I think is very common across most games, especially having been here.
I think our predictions are...
yeah, I think we're in trouble. So, look, I'm going to ask Case, take a look at the standings.
Okay.
At 6-3, the likelihood that Levy comes back is very low. Does this all but eliminate him? It's not mathematically proven. There's many games to come in, but I think he'll end up the 2-6 in the group. No,
It'll come down to head-to-head with Johnny and Web Nasri.
Okay.
And so we'll need to look at those previous matchups to see.
Web Nasri is 3 wins, 4 losses. So he's got another game to play.
Yes.
Emre Yilmaz, Levi de Wert with a loss here will finish 2-6. So he's definitely going to be behind Web Nasri. We'll obviously have a standings graphic to do a deeper dive on this later, but I wondered whether or not there was an easy answer. The answer is no, there's not easy.
Not yet.
There's too many games. Too many games to keep tabs of. 2 minutes of extra time. I'm sorry, you can't score 3 goals in that short of a time frame.
No, that is impossible.
No.
They already took off their headphones, too. I thought for a second he was actually just stepping out of the game. They are going to play it out.
They will play it out. I think as well for Young, he wants to hear the audience roar because Team Liquid have lost themselves a member.
And they'll never end their games early, like StarCraft.
No, that's what I was wondering about, because you mentioned that earlier, and they're taking their headphones off. I'm like, okay, he seems done, but...
I mean, the closest you'd ever get to that in COD is like a super early round of like round 1, and it's a 1v4. They'll just jump off the map to get it over with, because there's no way. They wouldn't do it in round 11.
Also, just for the record, jumping off the map, I don't know if you mentioned that in Valorant, it actually was a strategy to deny points. This literally happened a couple days ago. Anyways, I want to do quickly, 5 seconds, take a look inside the STC arena. Kua versus Maru, game 1 of the best of 3. The winner goes to the final. We literally just caught the win. Is that a Kua win to pick it up in game 1?
Yeah, it's a best of 3 series.
Okay.
It's interesting to see Kua winning this one for now. Obviously, it's not over yet.
Are we saying Maru's washed?
Don't you dare! Don't you dare besmirch my man.
I don't know what the
that was
really
that
like
was
his
deep.
entire arm is wrapped
I know.
up.
I didn't know that would trigger such a reaction.
Honestly,
from you. I'm sorry.
I didn't know that was going to commit that much of a reaction. I'm so sorry. Like, that was really aggressive.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
The winner of that series is playing the winner of Reiner versus
Correct.
Hero, which is...
Yeah, and you keep saying one is going to win. It's going to be Maru. Right. We're going to pause.
It's not looking too great for him
I want to take a breath. Whenever we do those whirlwinds around the arenas, it always tends to get the intensity up. At least I feel it. So let's slow down very quickly before we start to round out the day. Let's continue to teach everybody watching at home a few more of the slang terms, a few more of the key concepts from each of the respective games. We're going to start one that sounds like it's an easy one from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Blow it up. Now, I want to guess last. I want to come to Case first. What do you think this would be in terms of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3?
So when they are doing that missile thing where they get to see it from above, it's blowing something up.
Okay. I don't think it's a bad guess. What do you think, Loco?
I mean, I'm assuming it has to do with blowing things up. So maybe there's like these red barrels around the map and you can shoot those and they blow up.
Oh, that's not a bad idea either. That's probably where I go. I'm going to go a little bit more oddball. And I think it is more of a philosophical term. To blow it up means to go big. So you want to blow up your celebration. You want to shoot the bodies. You want to use everything you can. So what is it?
None of the above. So this is a meta term outside of the game. It's used frequently by a Patrick Akes-Price, who would be an icon in Call of Duty, if you will, a retired pro, but one of the best. And it's used when a team is trash, you blow it up, you get rid of all of them. Heretics might be an example of that, you blow it up.
Look at Case's face. She's so shocked.
That's so mean.
It is so mean, but COD is oftentimes not the nicest, but yes, it means you just blow up a roster, start from scratch into the trash.
I think you cheated and you had a trick question because this is not about Call of Duty. That's about the esports.
But to be
scene.
fair, to be clear, your answers were relevant and make sense to the game, which means you've been paying attention.
That's why I
means
said
a lot.
you
Are there
tricked us.
explosive barrels?
Yes, there are.
yeah,
and
absolutely.
explosive cars as well.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, we're going to turn our attention to EAFC. Tots. I also think I have an idea, but I'm going to go with the candy. I think it's jelly tots, the small candy things that have sugar on the outside. Loco, what do you think? Tots. Yeah. I'm going to give you one. I actually think it's British slang, and it's like, that's totes amazing. So I think it means
There is no
I think it means
way.
totally.
Oh, I have no clue.
Come on, you make a guess. Wild.
All right, it's rather than a penalty, when you get the corner, we call it a tots.
Ooh.
I was going to say young children that StarCraft people should never be around because they can't take care of babies. They certainly couldn't take care of tots. I don't know. Tater tots. I don't know.
None of you are close.
None of us
it is an acronym. It stands for Team of the Season, similar to footies. It's a promo in the game.
All right.
I think acronyms need points, don't they? No? Okay, that was awesome. An abbreviation
If it was
Team of the Season.
TOTS, we would have all known it
okay.
immediately.
We will give you a live score update when we're ready. Let's move on. I think I'm going to introduce the next one. We can talk about it. This has been said many times. So this is going to be a question that I'm going to come to Katie and Case with. You can see at the bottom of the score, Yilmaz 4-0 over Abu Maka. The game is concluded. The StarCraft term, and I'll give you a chance to dig through your memories. The word is natural.
Ooh, we talked about this yesterday.
Last.
Oh.
Case, what is natural?
Oh,
This is
I've
like a
learned
school
so much.
quiz
My
now, 'cause
brain
we
is
talked
so
about it.
overloaded with StarCraft information.
Before Katie goes, do you have a guess?
I don't remember.
I
I'll
told
be
you this
honest.
was going to be on the test.
I'm gonna try, give you a chance. And honestly, if you don't have it, it's fine. But it's used in terms of expansion and something to do with your base.
I know it's about upgrading of some sort, but I don't remember whether it's like the basic version or the better version of. I don't know.
This isn't fair because I directly asked.
Yes.
Yeah, you did. And you gave an excellent answer. It's when you expand your second base on the map.
Yes, and it's called your natural expansion.
Yes.
Yes, because your army will always expand. Colonization at its finest.
Could you tell I was that kid in class, by the way? When I knew the answer, I was like,
the thing I always wonder is the natural expansion always considered the first expansion, but it is your second base.
So we have a map right now called Post-Youth that doesn't technically have a natural expansion.
Because normally it's also quicker to get to. Normally, sometimes you have to break walls to get to expansion. Do you know what? Let's just stop it at natural.
Yeah, we can.
you can break wall?
We'll come
There's
back.
not enough time.
Yeah, there's destructible debris that increase. I'm stopping. Okay, now this is actually one I'm almost certain that I wrote weeks ago, and I don't remember. In ESL R1, that is Rensport, it is simulation racing. What is a back marker? EWC will be hosting ESL R1 next week. So who has watched some racing games and can give me a guess on back marker? Case?
Is it like you know when they set the pace for a race with the race car? Does it have something to do with that?
I think it might be as well. Katie?
I was thinking similar vein there. I don't know if it was like a positioning thing when you're following the pace car or whatever.
Okay, I think it's probably somebody like who might be like the slowest person, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's probably the person driving in the back who's like lowest in the standing.
That's what I think too. Okay, let's find out, because I actually don't think any of us know. A term used to describe a driver at the rear end of the field, often used when he is encountered by the race leader.
When he gets lapped?
So a
Yeah, they
back
get
left. Look at us learn.
The back marker has to go to the side.
I think we figured that out together, group. I'm giving us all a gold star. Well done. Nicely done. Nice. Okay, we are entering the final 10 minutes.
You're the teacher?
Of the EWC. I think the producers are the teachers.
Okay.
They are the ones deciding whether or not we get dinner.
You're the misfit in class 4.
Oh, there's no doubt in one. I'm at the back of the class, at the class getting detention and putting a dunce hat on. It is time to wrap up our third day here of week 7 on EWC Central. That means we're going to take another look at the EWC catch-up powered by STC. obviously the game that we have seen the most of throughout the course of the day. It starts before us, it ends just shortly after we finish StarCraft 2. 15 players enter the knockout bracket. Keys are being crushed throughout the day for the first time in StarCraft 2, and we're down to our final 4. Maru is down 0-1 in that series, but I think just give me the stakes maybe for each of the individual players left in the knockout brackets.
I think Raynor and Hero would rather play Cure than Maru, but Cure is currently 1-0 ahead in his best of 3, so I think that's going to be a really fun match, and he's even leading game number 2 slightly.
How big of a result would it be for Maru to lose to Cure at this stage in the tournament?
It wouldn't be super surprising, but generally speaking, Maru is considered to be amazing in this matchup.
Wait, but when did the Bune guy lose? Because I thought you said he was really good.
Ooh,
he got 0-2'd.
Yeah, he lost to Cure, so Cure is apparently playing incredibly well today.
So he's trash.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Katie,
whoa.
you are my...
I'm cod, I'm spiced out up at all times.
Yeah.
You know, she speaks to one person from FaZe and everything just goes out the window. In terms of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, we obviously have only caught the first quarter final. The series was 3-2. It was a very exciting matchup. In terms of the rest of the bracket, I think maybe just a brief hit. Remind the viewers who maybe are joining us now that missed your predictions earlier.
I predict it to be Optic Gaming versus Toronto Ultra in the final, with Optic coming out on top. They are our grand final MW3 champions for the year. However, they are going up against the team they beat in the finals of champs to start the quarterfinals off. Atlanta FaZe, Boston Breach happening right now. FaZe should win this.
Ooh, let's find out. I obviously am hopeful. Eric has been so generous with his time here from Atlanta FaZe, well, from FaZe in general. He's here representing Atlanta FaZe this weekend, and he wants those juicy club championship points. Now, of course, EAFC has only just started 45 minutes ago. There are multiple games happening multiple times across the streams. A little bit earlier on, we just caught a glimpse of Emre Yilmaz's game. We haven't updated the standings just yet, but what are the expectations here for how things are going to play out?
Yes, so as it stands right now, it does look like Levy and Johnny will be leaving the competitions, getting their keys crushed potentially, because Web Nasri had a massive win over Johnny in that last game. I thought he was going to go, but he boosted himself back up to that resurrection.
Okay, so just give you some results. Emre Yilmaz, 4-0 over Abu Maka. Jafonso went 7-4 over my Aussie boy, Mark 11. Young, 6-3 over Levi Devert. And Johnny lost 1-7 to Web Nasri, as you mentioned just moments ago. So that obviously gives us eliminations. Give me the quick summary again. Who's going to be eliminated?
Levy and Johnny.
Levy and
I like
Johnny.
Johnny. He was sassy.
Oh,
He was.
So we had here's Johnny and bye Johnny day to day. There has to be 2 players eliminated from EAFC position 7 and 8 after the group stage concludes, and then 4 through 6 will enter that resurrection bracket. That does it for this episode of EWC Catch-Up powered by STC. Now we're closing out the night, and as is customary around these parts, we like to check out some of the best moments in our Kidia plays of the day. I have 3 clips selected for you. One can assume from each game. Number 3 will come from StarCraft 2, and it is Gumiho and Showtime battling it out with all of their final units. This is wild to see worker units holding minerals still fighting.
Yeah, no, we saw this game on stream, right? We were watching it together with Hero Marine at the time, and yeah, to see it come down to the absolute final units when even the workers are being brought out to fight, they barely deal any damage. They're really just there to soak up a bit, and this was a very cool moment for sure.
It's almost like having a little pug fighting in a war, right?
They deal 5 damage in attack.
It's nothing. They're tiny.
It's very little.
The thing that I just love, if you have watched StarCraft, it's so rare to see workers getting involved like that, and it's even rarer to see workers holding the minerals while fighting. It's so fun. I love it very much. Okay, our number 2 Kidia play of the day comes from EAFC. It's Emre Yilmaz saving a penalty?
That is very difficult to do. You have a 1 out of 5 chance to shoot in the right direction, and he did that. I'm curious if Yele told him where to go.
Wait, 1 out of 5?
Yes, there are 5 different scoring opportunities for a penalty.
The corner's in the middle.
Wait, and are you saying his coach told him where to go?
No, I'm curious if, because a lot of times the coaches tell them exactly what to do.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense, because it's left, right, up, right, and up.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So I just learned. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. And of course, your Kidia play of the day comes from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Vancouver Surge, winning map 5 and advancing to the semi-finals.
I mean, Surge, they had a couple stumbles, but overall, overall, very good against Ravens. And we've already seen them take down the team that took second place at Champs in Cloud9. I think they have them in it. I think if anyone's going to give Ultra a chance, it's going to be them.
Oh, fantastic play there by Surge. Goodbye to the Carolina Royal Ravens. They're going to have to fly back home as their tournament has now come to an end. They still take place top 8 in the Esports World Cup. And one of the members of our production team is a big stats guy, and I have a sassy one. Just to confirm, Trevor, yes, Johnny and Levi Devet are out because of a worse goal difference than Abu Maka. This is something we mentioned just moments ago, so at least we know 2 of those players. I believe they're both in Group A as well.
Yes.
So we're going to need to keep our eyes on Group B to find out who will be eliminated. Maybe we can do it in 5 minutes. We'll find out. One more segment here is the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. Now, the top 10 clubs that are currently eligible for the club championship, or they still have a chance to become eligible with another top 8 finish. That is Team BDS. They are grayed out at the moment. They need their Rocket League team to step up next week. Only Team Vitality, that is Maru, he has to reach team top 4, the final 4. And Team Liquid, they have to qualify in Tekken 8, last chance qualify. Those 2 teams are the only 2 teams that mathematically can catch up and overtake Team Falcons, stop them winning the club championship. That is, of course, under the assumption that Team Falcons do not just win another tournament, which is also a possibility, in which I believe will guarantee them winning the club championship. It has become a race of 3 teams. It is still a very exciting race for second place as well. And I will be honest, I did not believe that we would still be in a position where Team Falcons may not win the club championship on day 3 of week 7. You do need to keep checking in with EWC Central if you want to be kept up to date with the club championship update, brought to you by STC. Okay, so what is still happening today? We will be taking a look at the 3 different games at the moment. The results are on your screens. Crucially, my boy Maru is back. 1-1 against Cure, and I don't care what he's curing, it's not going to be a win tonight. Maru will be doing this for a fight in the finals. I don't know why I'm getting so zesty. But yes, we've mentioned it a lot. We've talked about Maru, I mean, literally since the very first segment on our show. Yeah. I think I've been fanboying Maru. And you've been telling me Protoss suck, and we're going to have to see what happens.
I am still cheering for our Protoss hero, even though he's going to be going up against a Raynor. Now, Raynor and Hero already played, so the winner of this series is going up against the winner of Raynor vs. Hero. They already played earlier on in this event. Hero then ended up winning 3-0. Then again, after that particular series, Hero went up against Cero, and Cero did beat him. So I'm sure Raynor has been studying those games. He's been looking at the VODs, and he certainly has a much better idea, I'm sure, as to what he needs to do right now. So honestly, all these games that are still coming are going to be amazing.
It's been an incredible tournament. If you are a fan of StarCraft, the depth of the field here, and frankly, the quantity of games is mind-blowing. I believe that the StarCraft days are longer than any of the others, and I think they're playing significantly more games. Best of 3, best of 7, best of 9s. You can continue watching all the StarCraft 2 action at twitch.tv/EWC_black. Now, across the rest of our streams, there's no active gameplay at this exact moment in time. You can see by both of the lovely analyst desks. What I will do is come to Call of Duty first. Atlanta FaZe taking on Boston. Is Boston? Yes?
Boston Breach.
Thank you, Boston Breach. I was like, Boston Brooklyn. I'm like, that's definitely not their name. We are expecting FaZe to win. I think the likelihood that Boston do well, they've won 2 best-ofs on LAN in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, it would just have to be the most apocalyptic collapse from Atlanta FaZe to lose to Boston Breach here. They looked exceptionally excellent yesterday and so far throughout this tournament. So they should be winning, and games are about to start imminently.
And I think the map Vita is actually just about to be on your screen. So Rio Invasion, it's S&D, then Control. Sub-base, I'm assuming they're underwater, or there's a submarine involved in some way, shape,
Water nearby.
Oh, water nearby. That's awesome. Out of interest, in FC, is there a caster curse? Combinated curse? Is this something that's discussed in the community a lot?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't have thought so, because it's not something
do you know what a caster curse is?
There we go. Fantastic. Do you know how strongly we've been saying FaZe are going to win? If they lose, FaZe fans and viewers will say that because
you blame the caster.
So, for example, if I was casting and it was a 1v1 and I'm like, there's no way they lose this, and then they immediately die.
Quick hit.
So you bring up the caster curse.
Yeah.
We have this thing in StarCraft 2 with Artosis' prediction in particular.
Yeah.
Artosis predicted Maru to win this tournament. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. We'll see what happens. I personally hate the caster curse, and I just wondered if it's in FC. It's not there. It's very funny. Okay, I believe we do have standings for EAFC. I think they are also updated. We're looking at that right now. Yilmaz 3 and 4, Levi de Vet 2 and 5. 8 players in a group. Once they have accrued a total of 7 games, they have completed the group stage. So Group A is locked. We are completing the Group B games right now. Give me your predictions on which 2 players drop out, Case.
I think it stays the same for Group B. I think it's going to be Gold Poacher and MS Dossery.
MS Dossery out. So one of the Team Liquid, Team Mullet survives. He's eliminated, rather. 2 of them will be in that resurrection stage. I just like saying Mullet. It's not even how you say mullet. Anyways, let's turn our attention to tomorrow. It is the final day of Week 7, the second to last week at the Esports World Cup. We have a show match in StarCraft 2 and Final 4, semi-finals and finals for Modern Warfare 3, and the EAFC playoffs, because the resurrection stage will conclude tonight. There will be a bunch of keys being broken. I promise we'll see them tomorrow. Give me a quick update. What is the show match in StarCraft 2?
I just heard it for the first time. I'm very excited to find out together with you.
I'm so sorry. I
don't actually know.
Breaking news. Yes! Breaking news. Team Liquid has been eliminated in the Tekken 8 Last Chance qualifiers. Right now, only Vitality and only Maru can stop the Falcons from winning the club championship. Long-time viewers will know I am here for the competition. I am not calling favorites. I am not calling any clubs out. I just wanted to run till Week 8, which means Vitality, Maru, do it for me. It's not going to happen because I've cursed you guys so many times. I've insulted your teams in the past. Maru has to finish in the top 4, and he has to survive the knockout bracket. Obviously, if you're in the top 4, the final 4, you are in the final 4. How do you do the points for the rest? We'll figure that out tomorrow. We're going to say our goodbyes. I'm going to start with you this evening, Case. Would you like to say goodbye to your fans and viewers and tell us, are you going to be watching FC in the stadiums?
Oh, yeah, I will be in the stadium because the resurrection is about to be very intense. It's their last chance to do it, and I think that there's going to be some interesting people going home. So make sure to go to EWC_gold.
Oh, I love this stuff. I love our group. Katie?
Great moments for some great comebacks. Who knows? Maybe Boston Breach will prove me wrong. We'll have to wait and see. But if you want to check out any of the Call of Duty action, please do so at twitch.tv/EWC_white.
You said that with such a straight face. I'm proud of you. Logo?
Well, we have Terrence, we have Zergs, and we have Protoss still remaining here. So go check it out. It's twitch.tv/EWC_black.
I will say this. Thank you so much on behalf of myself and the entire production team. We've had a ton of fun today. I've never heard the production team more active in my ear with commentary, guidance, awful name pronunciation. Also, I'll formally apologize to the rest of the crew. You all dressed up lovely today, and I let the side down. I went with streetwear, did not know we're dressing up. I'll pick up my game tomorrow. EWC will be back at 3 p.m. local time. It's Championship Sunday. Good night, good evening. We love you. We'll see you tomorrow.
down. Finally, Cammy shuts him down before he got a cruise. Things got a little bit nervy. Is that rotation gonna be even nervier? Simp takes a route, has the spawns for new. In the fight for the final 20 seconds, Simp really just wants to play keep away.
Second time we've seen Purge pick up a pinch and find himself a sweet set of kills. Simp there. Skeet shoots him out of the sky, going up against Big Wake now also. Will Awakening... no, he won't. Will Awakening find it? No. But good news there for Boston. You've got a lovely chunk of time. You have the lead for now. The battle towards the new hardpoint is on. Cammy's in. Draza there as well. Finds two out of nowhere. Magic as FaZe take the lead.
Yeah, the good news was Boston had the lead. Bad news, they're losing the spawn, and they have no pressure on the minimap. You have Simp and number 6, Celium, working together, and each of them get their kills, and Celium's still alive, and Celium not traded out, and all of these Boston players are spawning so far away, and at least you get past Cell, but that is only step 1.
Yep, step 1. Here comes step 2. In the form of Draz. Oh, Snoopy doesn't check right. Awakening down as well. Draza has 3 in the feed there for FaZe, and this entire time it has been nothing but hardpoint play from FaZe as well. That lead is starting to get bigger and bigger. The next 15 seconds, very important, as is the rotation to the new hardpoint. Bottom side of the minimap, on we go.
Boston not even able to really sniff any contest time on this hill. Haven't touched the point since it popped in. Yeah, simply not winning any gunfights. They just got chopped down time after time on the old hill. At least maybe some good news. Cammy in position to at least try to cut off the reinforcements before they get the time, and Boston starting to win some gunfights.
You get one, that's good enough for now. Make sure you win the trades. Snoopy getting forward into the fight. Here comes Purge. Can he find these players on the push? Oh, timing's unfortunate. Celium, great work. Now 3 through the garage, into the hard point. Snoopy on the pinch. There's 1. There's 2. Can he get the 3rd as well? It doesn't matter. His boys are in. Nice shots out of Draws. What a back and forth hard point we've got.
Oh, Draws is just keeping the play alive for FaZe as well as Purge. 1 frame at a time will be looking for the next gunfight. It's been 50-50. Sometimes the lag is just the caster view, and sometimes it's the player. So unbeknownst to us, but the game still flowing.
Yeah, flowing indeed. Well, hard point in the hands of Boston once again. And their setups have not been bad at all. They've managed to hold firm.
Oh, yeah, okay. That answers that question. Absolutely, players. If FaZe aren't making moves on the hill, got to pump the brakes and move about our business.
That's a shame. It was 85 FaZe had to the 76 of Boston Breach. A close match. We will be most likely restarting that from the beginning once again. And I liked what I saw from both teams' chance. I think Boston had nice holds. They looked very, very strong on the setups. Full reset has been confirmed, folks, but I think it was a solid-looking game chance. Both teams managed to win the rotations. Breaks were good. I enjoyed that quite a lot.
It is a pretty good example of like the prowess of Atlanta as well, because most of those hills, absolute battle. Even when you have Boston like getting the 3-piece. Snoopy goes for that flanking garage, picks up 2. It's 3 down in the feed. The last man alive for Atlanta FaZe, Draza, picks up the big 2 and stays alive to be the distraction inside of boxes and keep the play alive. When we had Atlanta FaZe on the flip side, get that rotation at P3, perfect lockdown, perfect funnel system towards mid. If you give them a small advantage, they just run away with it.
Yeah, it was very difficult to break that. Look at the bracket though, folks. How do we get here? Where are we going after this? These are the questions I ask myself nearly every day. Well, good news, folks. We're still in the quarterfinals here. Atlanta FaZe, Boston Breach will be going into the semis after that, where they'll play the winner of Optic Gaming and Cloud9. Who's going to get the dub? That's the question we've been asking all day long. Pundits all across the internet, whether you be on x.com, whether you be on Reddit, or even Instagram. I've seen a lot of chatter there these days. Who thinks they're going to get the win? We'll find out, though, folks, as we get ready to get back into this full restart there on Rio Hardpoint.
I just imagine for the Boston fans, they're looking at it like, hey, this is our first series win we got on land in such a long time, or maybe all year. Then they get 2 winners bracket, and then they see the bracket they draw. They see Atlanta FaZe first, they're like, oh, God. And then if you get past them, you're either dealing with Optic or Cloud9. So Boston, it is the hardest road.
Well, it's the hardest road imaginable, but, you know. That kind of adversity that they seem to have thrived under. Kudos to them again for making it this far. I did not have them here in my, imaginary run to the tournament. We saw our power rankings, we saw our tier lists come out. Boston were not there. I will say though, our Saudi Arabian counterparts, they did have a lot of love for Boston Breach. All of them had Boston Breach in at least the B tier. Egg on our face, brother.
They saw something we didn't. Maybe Cammy's universal accent. He could fit in Boston. He could fit in right at home here in Riyadh. So a lot of love across the globe for Cammy.
Very much indeed. Wow, Cammy was cool as a cucumber in that interview, being outside, even in the Boston Breach hoodies.
He was talking about it being warm. Dude, you're wearing a hoodie. It's 120 or 48, I think, in Celsius. It just Like, come on, short sleeve shirt. It's okay.
Oh, no, it's all right. Cammy, well, look, it's a game day ritual, I would imagine. You can't take the hoodie off. Once it's on, it only finishes once the tournament does. Well, we're almost ready, folks, to get into the match once again. Again, I think a moment for the boys to just reassess. I mean, this is one of the gifts you get given when you can replay a map. How did FaZe hit that? What do we want to do differently? Where did we feel like there were weaknesses in our, not just opening break, in our rotations? Are we holding properly? What were those singular points of failure in our setups where FaZe broke us down?
Yeah, and you know, any true competitor, when they're dealt this sort of adversity of a break in the game, a true competitor just bounces back. It's the goldfish memory wash away. Toronto Ultra actually is the perfect example of this. If we've seen them even at Champs Map 1s dealing with the issues, all 4 players immediately, it's fist bumps out. Who cares? We got to move on to the next thing. And then some players break down immediately and then just lose so many rounds in a row and complain about it in different periods of time. So a lot of different looks here we have in the Pro League, and in Riyadh specifically, we test the mettle of these 2 squads.
And I think that nerves are another big thing.
Okay, also, by the way, Snoopy is like 6'2". And he is sunk so far down in his chair, he looks like the shortest person. Snoopy's the tallest player on that team.
By far.
He's taller than Big Wake.
He's way taller. And that's saying a lot. Big Wake, the statue of a human in and out of game. I had a really good point there about pressure and Snoopy and all that. That was great. He's a big boy, though.
Very
I mean,
tall.
for the folks who have met Snoopy, for many folks who come to any of the majors throughout the year, he's a big guy.
Incredibly nice kid.
Incredibly nice. Not so much in game, though. He's a ruthless killer. But again, I was talking about pressure. This is the largest stage, actually, and definitely the brightest lights, without a doubt. Zuma wouldn't last a minute up here. The pressure is immense for these guys.
What happened the next 3 maps, Miles? What happened the next 3 maps?
I don't remember. I wasn't there.
He won all 3 in a row. Smoked them. Nah, he's doing great.
Oh, it's fantastic. But memes live on forever. For Snoopy, though, again, it is a very, very stressful place to be. We saw him preparing himself before the matchup. And again, an opponent like FaZe tests the resolve. If only the finest of players realize that they're all just men. Once we take them down, you get a 4 dead, you get set up, just keep the comms flowing, you do your thing. Bad news, though, folks. It is still FaZe on the other side of the stage. They typically don't slow down on Saturday. It's the Sunday where things go a little quiet. So far, yep, that's FaZe, Abizi, and Celium. This is just terrifying. S&D, KD, brilliant either side. The respawns, terrifying. But so far, not bad.
And unless I have no concept of what Slayer rating is, I think typically if you're above 90, you're doing pretty well for yourself. 82, not too shabby there for himself. You're breaking 100 of easy is insane.
Well, this is something we talk about a lot in the pro COD scene. KDs don't look that impressive when you compare them to like your pub counterparts. Like, I've got a 4 point whatever. I've got a 5.
You're playing, if you have above a 2 point KD, you're playing nobody.
Yeah, exactly. In the pro league, I mean, at this level, anything above what? As you said, a 9.
A 1.4 is either you are the best player in the game or you are baiting all of your teammates and are useless. And again, most of the guys at the top of this level, if they're dropping a 1.4, that is truly absurd. So like, you know, IW formal champs, right? He has that KD across the tournament, one of the most impressive tournaments of all time. That's only a 1.4. Again, if you have a 2, you gotta hop in ranked. Actually test your skills against some good players.
We're almost ready to go, folks. Here we have it. Map number 1, take 2. Here at the EWC quarterfinal matchup between Boston Breach and Atlanta FaZe. The first go around, relatively close until P3. Will history repeat itself? Here we go.
I think I legit have a .98 KD in ranked, and I'm proud of it.
That's not bad at all, mate. That's absolutely not bad whatsoever.
It's not great, though.
Here comes Simp straight into that point. This time a very different look. We saw a Abizi here in the first go around, and it's 3 in the feed. Whoa, it's Simp trying to get everyone. Boston win the opener.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, they started off the last P1 opening break down 20 and had to go on the flanks to start to break it down. So much better look here out of the Breach boys, and now just trying to play containment as Atlanta FaZe. I mean, they're hunting, they are prowling, and Simp, that was his spot, but that is Cammy's Renetti.
It's nothing but good vibrations from the Boston Breach boys as they continue to hold the hard point with a lovely 20 seconds to go. And look at the pressure. Cammy not letting FaZe get close, passing the intel to his lads. If they've got enough HP, they might be able to take the fight.
And they got what, John Stamos on the SMG right now? The substitution's going crazy. Is that rotation for Boston even better? Draza the only man in the mix to really make a dent, make an impact, but not traded out. So there's Draza again, the bailout, the extra man, giving you something, and number 6 now blocking the spawns. A hero play for Atlanta.
Oh, and he saw Snoopy as well. This is huge. Into the point. Guns at the ready for Snoopy. Lovely stun check, though. This is still going to be a battle for the new hardpoint. FaZe have come out a little slow after the reset. Draws, though. 4 spree, nearly at 5. Great work there from Awakening for the 2. Hardpoint still open for a second.
I mean, still, again, tip it to Draza on that play. Instead of a clean rotation, he at least makes it mixy and allows his teammates to go and get those back spawns. So I know Boston still have the lead, but Atlanta FaZe, you're expecting to be able to fight for it and get the time. And you also have a BZ going on a massive pinch through boxes, hoping to potentially flip those spawns, and that is exactly what he's playing for. Snoopy gives him the gunny, but Atlanta FaZe may be happy for this scrap.
Yeah, you're looking towards P3 once again, so Boston, lovely work on the restart. Snoopy once again finding these players on the big catch. Draws towards the end of the old hardpoint. He and Celium will find those final few moments, but this time, the shoes on the other foot. Boston breach, they get P3.
Yeah, trying to turn that beat around, and Snoopy again winning some incredibly crucial gunfights, and now you're trying to stave off the pressure. Abizi, I love to see the pace switch he always provides. One of the best players in the world for a reason. Can't always just run it down and fly at him. Sometimes you gotta wait for the teammates, and as soon as his teammates get a mix, so does he, but Purge guns him down.
Purge brings him down. FaZe still on the back foot. Awakening. Whoa, he got a lot of damage and a Celium there from the hip. Over to Snoopy. Nice shots in a simp. The second man not there for the challenge. On the turn, Abizi picks up 2. 3 in the feed for FaZe.
11 kills for Awakening, and he will stay right there, at least forces the team kill. But what, gonna have maybe a 25-point game going towards that new time in Atlanta FaZe. Early setup here on the rotation. Simp ready and waiting.
Waiting just very patiently. That old hard point's gonna close. We're gonna go to the bottom side of the map towards the garage, and this is where things are gonna get hot. FaZe slowly but surely mounting the comeback. Not a huge amount of intel. Oh, an Awakening. Lovely work. Fastidious in his approach towards Nu. Can he find Draza as well? Catches 1. Here comes Draz. Lovely shots.
Still cutting him off as well, so he's got a lot of help. And Awakening full sends in. Awakening gives you 2. Don't know how he does it, but Awakening right now shooting on the map, but his teammates still need to pick him up for the trades. Cammy delivers.
He goes by many names. Demon Joe, Gig Awake, Turbo Wake, Awakening, you name it. And he's shooting tonight, boys and girls.
And the tides are turning.
Oh, here we go. Cammy back into the point. Boston holding it down. FaZe, the pressure is absolutely there. Purge in the feed, brought down by Celium. As Boston have done an incredible job here to hold on. Let's go for a quick listen in with Boston Breach.
Yeah, I'm close right in this corner, Joe. Come look over me. Come look over me deep.
One's gonna be cheers on me though.
Go, RNG, dead. Nice. Initial. What's on initial? What gives me top bridge? What's initial?
He's in boxes, or sorry, P3, south.
P3?
P3 south.
He's in top mid too.
P3.
Nice, just one on your
He's top bridge last night. He's top bridge. Yeah, don't lobby. Watch my hands for a lobby. One bullet. You want top mid? Nice. Only missing 1.
I'm getting top mid, Joe. I'm missing Draza. I got top mid.
Draza. Yeah,
I don't see him top mid, boys. Keep right south, absolute boys.
Sunny.
It's the Sal and Draz. Just keep this time in the corner.
I'm stuck in this red corner.
Can we pinch the lobby?
Hop up, absolute.
Yeah. I'm not easy. I need him right side time. Right side time.
Nice. He's not bridge on one shot. I'm saying I'm absolutely now. Nice job. Nice. Shit, deep. He's lying down.
He's lying down.
Can you get time? I can't. I literally absolute, bro. He's deep right still. I'm looking at your close right, okay?
Yeah, I'll help you mid off spawn.
Nothing close up.
Nice shit.
I'm trying to hold my ear now.
Right side, right side. Easy right side down.
I'm trying from you.
Yeah.
Their side dead. I'm one shot. I'm trying to. I'm in zig. I have all zig.
Yo, listen, if he pinches it, he's gonna go deep maybe.
Listen, I have all zig.
You're looking for simp, okay? He's gonna go deep, I think.
I heard you have all zig.
Okay.
2 back zig. BC one shot and simp is also weak. 2 zig. 3 zig. 3
Simp zig. We can. There's two. Got one more.
Nice. One more zig.
Zig so yeah. I got this bridge.
Good comms, it's even better shots. Boston, Breach, what an opening map.
Yo, these ARs are piecing them up right now. Demon Joe's got 22, and Cammy's trying to give some highlights as well. They are challenging while one shot picking up kills like that. Boston playing with some spine.
FaZe are still fighting for this one, but back to P1 we go, and Boston have just held them down. Here's the attack. Purge, can't get any more. 3 in the feed. FaZe, break him to pieces.
And this is a testament of the moment right now. Atlanta FaZe get a wipe like that. Boston, it is a massive lead. You can take your time for the response, and they do it. 3 in the feed, selling now last man standing, and Purge here to hunt him down.
But just like you're not getting the next 3 seconds, I will try to find you. New hardpoint is ready. Boston are in position. Snoopy locking it down. Here comes Draz through the back, trying to play sneaky. No! Cammy reads it, takes care of business, and Boston are in control.
Yeah, you think Atlanta FaZe might take some momentum? No, Boston Breach. This game is looking like theirs. 80-point lead in the time, still singing sweet.
Still singing sweet. They're having fun here in Riyadh. Snoopy still on the point, soaking time. Has to tactically retreat. What a win against Sim. Holding the hard point. Reinforcements from Spawn on the close right-hand side.
I love that play from Snoop, too. Hop off the time, try to play a guarantee. But there is a 4-man wipe against Atlanta FaZe, and this could be into the most important rotation of the game.
5 on the minimap. Batman, Abizi, looking towards the top side of the map, not letting anyone get towards the new hard point. Final 15 seconds. The battle continues. Will Sil win it? No. Awakening. He'll have the next 10 potentially. New hard point, though, fully in the hands of FaZe. Despite the shenanigans from Awakening.
Awakening is having like potentially an all-time map performance right now. He's got 28, and if Atlanta FaZe start fighting back, which they're going to potentially on this hill right here, he could be breaking some records.
This is the turnaround. Snoopy, openers up things with a big win there. Cammy joins it. The nades are good. Draza can't get any more though. Nice work. An open hard point for a second. Purge in.
Still a good play from Snoop as well, just to turn those heads and at least buy his team the time. So Boston, they've done the hard work. They got the spawns. Draza playing bailout again, though.
No way.
3 in the feed, and Awakening can't get it done. Draza is built different.
I'm not going to say it, but he's very, very good. Draza, fantastic work. The 5 spree, staying alive. On the other side, here comes Purge, looking for the toes. Can't get it. The 6th now for Draza, streaks, and he's shooting.
This is unbelievable. I mean, Draza, again, like 2 massive bailout plays we've already had on this map, but Boston still setting pace in another rotation where you can see the lead has been trickling away. What was once a 90-point gap, now cut down to about 45. Boston, you just need to play for these kills.
This is the map of the tournament for me so far. Unbelievable. Boston, here come the streaks. Awakening. Oh, nearly finds 2. Sends Purge in for the kills, though. There, he gets 2. Hard point now. In the hands of Boston if they can get any closer. Abizi finds 2. Sensational work as FaZe. They're fighting back chance. Let's go for a quick listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Wait. I pinch. Right. Truck, dead. Right. Top right. He's being close up. Nice. Come on, baby. Stay down, Tyler. I have a cruise. Come new me. Someone. I have your front, Tyler. I can go. Yeah, I have your front. Where's your new? Tyler, shaking. I have a cruise, okay? Listen, one's a bridge. You weak. Listen, I'm gonna use this cruise here. Nice, good job. Nice, Tyler. Yeah, one's deep. I can play this, Tyler. Lobby on me. Lobby and Eskies. Last 2. Listen. One's going bridge. One's going bridge trash right now. Is there some time? Sit down. I'm a cruising. Set up. Alright, listen, all over time. Red stairs, one shot. On time. Here. Listen, break your red. Give me time. Nice. Time. Nice. We're going you. I have you. You. I one shot. Sit down. Behind you. Here, try to help me. Yeah. They're per steps. That's all done. Bridge. I didn't hit him. Bridge. Top bridge. He's still inside bridge. Nothing middle. I held time. I'm going. I'll help you. Bridge nated. I don't see him right side hill. Bridge awakening. Their side of the hill. Their side. Kill me. He jumped off. Low. He's on time.
And somehow Boston still maintain control here in this absolute nail-biter of a hard point. Locking it down so far, Chance, things are looking good.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they have just fought back so well. I mean, Draza, again, unbelievable stuff. And now Purge trying to just kill that momentum, make sure nothing funny happens, and they have the numbers for this hill.
Holding it back to P1, 3rd set. This could be game. Purge on the run around. Good shots. Second, no hope. Abizi brings him down. FaZe in control of the point.
These boys are getting loud, too. I can hear them through the headset. They are so far away, but they're making noise. Atlanta FaZe right now. Stronghold on P1.
Still keeping it together. This is very doable. They can get back into this right here and now. Simp on the flank, big damage, 2-piece, Abizi gets his, Awakening down as well, all 4 towards the new point, and Boston spawn out.
Yeah, they blocked the spawn, Simp too quick with it. That is the instantaneous reaction, and for the first time in such a long time, Atlanta FaZe
almost
has the lead.
Abizi's in, 4 down again. Boston, the same spawn. They've got to take an alternate route this time, and they are in danger.
This is an Awakening 40 bomb potential that might just go to waste.
We'll find out as Abizi picks up another. Can he find the third? Ah, it was a single bullet to go. The hard point still. Simp, nearly. Draza, he holds the hard point. The guns are steaming hot. Now 230 and climbing.
They're gonna get this done, man, on P2. Maybe Purge can make the impact on the flank, but Draza, the front line, man, continues to collect some kills.
Holding him down, Draza 2. Can he find another? Looking for the streaks again, Draza. The Alaskan Assassin, 10 seconds to spare, and Salium and Draz hold back the entirety of Breach. No one close, nobody home, no nades, no nothing. Map 1, what a banger.
And for what felt like a Herculean effort from Boston from the front half of the game, I mean, Awakening, 41 kills, near 7K damage, all for naught. Atlanta FaZe, in the end, slammed them.
Unbelievable performances from nearly everyone in that map. Draza, though, what a hero for FaZe. They could not have been more down and out chance with Boston Breach swelling with confidence and incredible ability. FaZe somehow find a way. Meanwhile, plenty going on here at the Esports World Cup as FaZe take the lead here in the series.
And, you know, we didn't exactly get to see it. I hope we're going to be able to catch that highlight play, but Draza quite literally on a P3 in another situation where he's almost isolated as the only man from Atlanta nearby, makes an impact by picking up all 4 players on Boston. They didn't have the spawns. They didn't have the rotation. They just had a Draza, and for Atlanta, that was all they needed.
Yeah, the stats are spectacular. They're Awakening that 41, 30 non-traded. That is unbelievable. Well, folks, I think we've got ourselves one hell of a series here. Boston coming out and I think shocking the world with that performance. Again, we've tried to wax as lyrical as we can about the standings, where we're placing these teams, and as far as I'm concerned, that was a brilliant map.
And we tried to be very particular as well, talking about the importance of that map. One, just to see if Boston had the ability to fight. Yes, they did, but a loss like that could be absolutely dire. So we get to test their competitive resolve.
We do indeed. Well, speaking of competition, that was a dreadful way of doing it. We've got a lot of news from across the Esports World Cup here. Team Falcons have secured the club championship. Much more on that later on at the desk, but this is how things have gone down. The hosts have done an outstanding job across nearly all of the games here at the Esports World Cup. Again, more of that back at the desk later on. As you can see the standings there, sensational stuff. Maps and Mo's, though, still, as we march through this series, chance we've got a double dose of Invasion, and if the first map was anything to go by, my goodness.
Well, again, only if Boston can clutch up and have that sort of like dagger competitive mentality, because those types of losses that you just suffered in map 1 can feel almost insurmountable to make the comeback. Invasion is a good thing, though, for Boston to see, at least on the control. It is where they have had the most success in this tournament, but there's also no time to breathe. We are speed running through these maps. I mean, that's a minute-and-a-half break, and you got to get the gunny back into action.
I think no one's going to be missing a beat in this one. Invasion, though, a very different map. Long-range fights, and it changes nothing. Abizi there with a rifle 9 gets his first.
That was 15 seconds. He gets that first blood from inside of Boston spawn. Yeah, that might be an indication of how this map 2 is going to go.
Definitely not a record, though, for Tyler Farris when it comes to the first bloods. But we'll find out if Purge can get anything done here. He's being the man over by the B bomb site as the rest of his boys now creeping forward. 2 members of FaZe there on the inside, and they're getting close. They're going to dodge the nades, dodge the stuns. Here comes the gunfight. Purge sends it. Draza finds the first.
Yeah, angle's just too good, and everybody's going to fall like dominoes. Last man standing for a 1v3. Can't get it done. Atlanta FaZe are perfect, and everybody in that round able to get their kill. Abizi for the first blood, and then I like the angle from Draza. He knows his teammates playing over towards the sort of boxes area. He's responsible to cover his back. Purge technically makes a really smart play. Draza just reads it like a book.
Well, like a book. The man has been grinding Search and Destroy. And by grinding, we mean playing lots and lots of it. Few players in the league putting in a sensational amount of effort into the mode. It's not the easiest thing to practice as a squad. You don't want to give anything away to your opponents. And right now, good looks from FaZe, the first round theirs.
And now we're just waiting for Abizi to potentially get his next first blood. Or actually, Purge will be the one to strike, and that's a very aggressive play. He took an MCW into DVDs, and Abizi not going to be able to get that trade. Awakening has his teammates back.
Pressure's on. Will you push, though? I don't think so. Abizi, even with the bomb in hand, he's been slowed down on the inside here, but no one's going to be capitalizing on the damage dealt. So with that said, FaZe still down a man. We slow things right down for Boston.
And this is a gunfight. Neither one of these players are ever going to win. So Sally wants to take a little bit of map space. And Atlanta FaZe looks like they're happy to force this A site. And Celium just trying to be a nuisance. Shots ringing out. No kills just yet.
He's testing your metal with moments like that. Oh, through the smoke, Awakening down. Abizi forward onto the bomb site. FaZe with the numbers.
Big Wake is a psycho for that.
He really is, but damn, son. Abizi self find their kills. Cammy now in a 1v1 against Cell. And he's been spotted. Big damage. Anything to throw.
Talk about two players. They have squared up so many times. Might have been many years ago, but familiar with each other's game, and on a head glitch like this, good luck with that one. Cammy, though, backs him down.
Backs him right down. Now Cammy moving forward for the kill. Celium up and down. Oh, bullets. Ah, pistol! Ooh. What a duel. Boston tied up.
Yeah, looked a little shaky there for a second with the Renetti, but Cammy, that's an aggro play. He's standing on business, gets him tagged up, and just goes for the chow. No cover needed. Cammy trusting his shot, and that is, quite frankly, a very important round for Boston to get.
That is funny, two players in the middle of the map, very, very wide open, little cover. Truly was a man-on-man moment there. And Cammy and Celium, throughout the years, many fights like that.
I just love to see the confidence again. That is exactly what Boston are going to need. And right now, the ARs have been putting in some serious work for the breach, looking for the SMGs to pick it up a little bit. Snoopy, that frontline man with the bomb, and Cammy getting some intel.
Intel's very helpful here. Does certainly inform the decisions you make on the attack here when it comes to Invasion S&D. It has throughout the season, but this time round, Abizi might not be on for the first blood. A little slower looks here from FaZe.
Really just no noise being made. You got to be concerned if you're on the attacking round for Atlanta FaZe players to be crawling inside a broken. I mean, two players they know are over there defending the B site. And Draza, maybe an opportunity to make a flank. He could pierce this setup. Doesn't have the benefit of the minimap, and Abizi might just get handed a first blood.
He might. Oh, he might be brought down himself, and here comes Draza trying to back him up. Oscillates from one side of the map to the other. Tags are there. Cammy wins it. 4v2.
I love that play from Purge. Him and Awakening. That is guys doing their homework and Simp trying to bail you out for this 2 versus 4.
He's got to get one more to level it up. And this is how it happens. Awakening finds one. Stays alive. And the dance is on. Celium getting involved. Can he find 2? Yes. Can he find 3? It's another 1v1.
We're testing Purge's metal.
What's he made of?
Butter.
Melted. He was indeed. He caught me aside there, man. Celium on the bomb. Hits the defuse. FaZe take the lead.
Yeah, Purge has had some issues this year down A Street on this map specifically, and add another one to the pile. Never fun. Typically, you blame the second man to fall in that 2 versus 4. Celium, I mean, he just catches a guy off bomb just sprinting. I mean, they threw that round away.
That's a tough one for Boston. A single round difference, though, which might be the difference you need at the end of the map, but we'll find out. For Celium, though, 5-1 on a 3 after that round. The second was so important.
The second
Snoopy
man in line, Snoopy just sprinting. Where was he going?
He was going towards the park. He was looking for a bit of grass. And unfortunately, down and out. Boston now spreading across the map. 2 towards A, 2 towards B.
Gotta say, Snoopy had a tough one in the hard point as well. Yeah, Big Wake dropped a 40 bomb with 7K damage nearly, but Not enough. SMG's got to pick it up, and that is not the start you were looking for. Cellium, first blood, and on a 4.
Yeah, it's a good thing for Snoopy, though. Managed to get himself on the board also. Cellium, will he get 5? Oh, my goodness. Look at the aggression here. Awakening managing to get the full health regen. Simps here to help as well. Cellium might be in position for the pinch, and that is FaZe in a nutshell.
Had a sell for number 5 as well. Player just went through Dark. I don't quite know if Draza had the angle. Not for Dark, but for the flank, he does. Snoopy caught sprinting. And that way, 1 versus 3 for Cammy. You cannot afford to give Cellium this kill.
Boy, guy does. Cellium finds the last. That's a cruise. Very, very early on in the search.
That is worst case scenario, without question. Cellium picking up 3 in that round.
Well, mild frustration there in the face of Cammy, so a slight shake of the head. That was a tough round for Boston. They were picked apart individually. FaZe didn't necessarily have to worry too much about being traded out there.
And this is what I'm saying, too, as well, about like testing the competitive resolve. There was no fear on the trades. It's a very flat round, and starting to hand some of these away, especially the one before. I mean, a 2 versus 4 at this level, at this time of the year, simply unacceptable.
Unacceptable. What is acceptable, though, is a big old hit towards the B-bomb site. We haven't seen too much plant action aside from the 1 round there from Boston. See if anyone can lay the objective. BZ, you were so close to getting another first blood, my son.
He's mixing it up. He doesn't want the same resolve, but now he's got 2 players to deal with, and Purge catches him.
Trades. Cellium versus Awakening. Another massive win. That's 8 in a row now for MC.
This is a record-setting performance potentially as well. And he's just punching through the smoke. Yeah, Cellium is twisted. He is getting active.
This man sees the code. Very few players look this good. And Cellium now waiting for it, but bad news for FaZe. You've lost track of the Boston boys.
And if they plant, he could just call in the cruise missile for the retake, force both these players into ice cream, and then just trap them in. I mean, you want to clear a little bit of space before you make that play, and the comms between Cellium and Simp, if they go for it, are going to have to be perfect.
This could well be it. A safe space to do so. Eyes up. Anybody home? We might save the cruise. Here come FaZe. 2 by 2. Check every corner. You know exactly where Snoopy is. And here's the opening gunfight. Reinforcements from Cammy on the way. You have to jump the bomb soon. What can Cammy do from this position? He takes the fight. And Cammy gets both.
Nice wins. Good angle for the plant spot as well. I got a little bit nervous about the cruise play potential there, but Atlanta FaZe not electing to go for it, trusting in the gunny, and if they had a little more time to work with, maybe could have gotten something done, but the play on point there. Cammy was distant in the back palace as well, so they knew they had the angle.
And that is a calculated moment from Cammy there. You put yourself in a position to just be able to get that player off of the bomb. You have to be able to watch it. Cammy was the insurance policy. Snoopy goes down swinging. Nice round there from Breach.
If we've learned anything in this game so far, we can absolutely trust Cammy in the clutch.
Slow once again here from Boston. Not willing to give anything away on the defense. It's Awakening there on the minimap, letting his rifle fire. And for FaZe, it's a slow and dangerous crawl through Invasion. The problem, takes a lot of time, just a minute to play.
And this is a pretty clear B hit rolling through as well. Snoopy,
oh,
gone, no trophy there, and the nades perfect from Atlanta.
Coordinated attack, Awakening, oh, right through the front, he tries to go. There was the cruise in the background, and Draza fed. As Purge now gone, Cammy in a 1v3. We said he was good for the clutch. Let's see what he's made of here.
And if you were questioning why Awakening was soaring forward like that, because of the cruise missile in the sky, forcing it, and unfortunate now, we might trust him in the clutch, but a 1v3, too much to deal with. And for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, a good use of the cruise missile. Maybe you didn't necessarily need it because you have the 4v3, but for an offensive round, you are happy to guarantee it. I think they're going to be pretty comfy now in this game.
Yeah, it's whether it's to allow the bomb to be planted or to go for a retake. Word to Clayster, they managed to at least secure the round win. And there's a smile or two there on the faces. A 2-round advantage and an unbelievable run from Cellium so far. 11-2, all of his kills non-traded.
And now they get to go back to the comfort of a defense on Invasion as well. Boston, not necessarily or not technically a must-win round, but based on how the map plays, you gotta get this one.
On the attack, we now go Boston far forward, but all the usual places considered now for FaZe. They're going to be in position here to take on all comers.
And if Boston move this direction, they're just going to walk into an absolute trap.
Yeah, it's a interlocking fields of fire. It's going to be a kill box just on the bottom side of the street. Simp forced away for a brief moment, and that's a piece of utility gone.
Yeah, good for Simp. At least they're not going to be dealing with that side of the map, but they're dealing with the smokes. Purge, nice first blood.
This worked out perfectly. You managed to walk away with a pick. Non-traded indeed, but FaZe now turn defense into offense. And Abizi's managed to get behind enemy lines. My goodness, he doesn't see the player to his left, and Cammy does! Wins the fight.
Shout out to that door being open. Cammy with the angle. They have lost a 2 versus 4 with Bomb down at A before, though, and it was Simp and Salim, the exact 2 players that broke him down.
Good luck, FaZe. And Simp in a position to maybe catch something out here. Draza towards the back. Oh, Cammy, can he catch another? Awakening finds it.
There you go.
All down to Celium.
Yeah, shout out Cammy. Yeah, Cammy locking it down, stepping up for the team as well, just to make sure you keep it a guarantee. And a must-win round there for Boston. You can't afford to go down 5-2, especially not with an offensive round there. But they do something very difficult. They clutch up and get it done. Shout out to Purge as well. 3 first bloods so far on this map.
He's been keeping pace really, really well in the first bloods. You get an advantage like that against FaZe, you absolutely have to drive that home as a round win. Here's a quick look at the replay. This was Purge on the first blood through smoke, so absolute mania in the middle of the map there, chaos. And Boston, they thrive in it. So a 1-round difference as Boston mounting the comeback.
Yeah, and you saw the dancing of Snoopy in the smoke is what bought Purge that kill as well. So nice coordination between the SMGs for Boston.
Oh no!
That's what you need to see for Purge. Well, that is a massive explosion. That's a first death.
He's got that boom, boom, boom. Cammy right back at it, though. And Awakening over by the bomb site now. Has a trophy at the ready. Makes defending the A side of the map a lot easier, but... Oh, that's a win from Draz.
Oh, wow, that's just an absurd read as well.
Snoopy with a smoke. And what are we going for here? This is the old smoke and joke. A lovely setup there from FaZe. They drop to the bellies on the inside. And Snoopy escapes into a different position. I wonder if FaZe are going to read this. They don't. Snoopy finds the kill.
They're so slow for the trades as well. Player underneath, Snoopy just not quite ready.
A little bit nervy maybe now, Cammy in a 1v2. Very doable. Lovely damage for both players. It was nothing but headshots there. Huge amount of damage and plenty there to send Simp in for the kill.
I was hoping Snoopy would have the read. Like, you know you're going to be surrounded. You just got the kill. They're looking for the trades. But obviously, with Atlanta FaZe players crawling around you, not easy to get that done.
Not at all. Ooh, here we go. FaZe starting to heat up. Invasion has been very, very strong for them. This is it, map point, to put themselves at 2-0 here in the series.
Maybe time for another classic Purge first blood. He only has 3 kills on the map, but all of them were those first engagements. You need him to come out on top, but the fact that they're back against the wall, needing the offensive round wins. This is a tragic situation.
It makes Invasion so much harder. And there you go, Purge looking for his first. Plenty of eyes. Big stun. It does land. The smoke is going to obscure the play for a moment. Will he come out the other side of it into trouble? Yes, Celium is there. A big nade from downtown. Stays alive for a moment. Awakening there to reinforce.
As soon as he gets caught, Awakening wins a big one. Main advantage now for Boston.
Cammy dodges the stun. Draza now going to make his way towards the middle of the map. They've got to recover the bomb, though, as well for Boston, while still trying to fight off FaZe.
Well, bomb will be collected. Demon Joe, Rival 9 in hand. Are you ready for the close play?
Not at all. Draza, what a win. Celium gets his, and it's falling to pieces. Cammy swinging, and he definitely went down on his feet and not on his knees. But it's a 6-3 as Atlanta FaZe dominate Invasion.
It's just a team you cannot afford to make mistakes against. It's a 2v4. Simp and Celium clutch up, and Celium just gives you something extra. 14 kills on the map, and Cel had 3k damage as well. But make no mistake, rather, it was the clutch that is the difference maker in that game. Atlanta FaZe, too icy.
Too icy. Very nimble on stage as well, not to trip over anything and make their way backstage. But now 2-0 here in the quarterfinals. And a single elimination from this pawn out in the tournament. So Boston, the comeback has to be on. We stay on Invasion for the next map as well. So that's where Control will play. We'll see if they can take FaZe another map. But look at that, 14 from Celium, 3,000 damage. On the other side of the stage, though, Cammy bringing the very best he could there with that 11 and 6. But my goodness, what a difficult map to play against FaZe.
Yeah, and now one map away from your year being over. Sort of the last thoughts potentially we could have for these players going into the new year. I mean, Awakening, incredibly impressive in map 1. Cammy certainly showed up in map number 2, but other than that, a little bit flat.
A little bit. Well, highlights here from the search. We saw some madness in the smokes, that mid-tank area. And after this patch, the bloom covers quite a lot more ground. 1v1s, big clutches, you name it. We saw the retakes from FaZe and moments like this. Celium Soupy's there, the second on the Snoopy. Just a little bit of bad luck, a little bit of bad timing, but then to bring down Purge in this moment as well. Perfect reads, even better shots. That is a massive 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, Purge just gets left in such a tragic situation as well. The heart is pumping. When you have a 3v1 and bomb down and you know where the player is, you feel so comfortable, and 2 seconds later into 1v1, I'd be shook.
Yeah, that's the way Invasion goes there, that mid-tank. But this was Celium's game, man. This really was his MVP without a shadow of a doubt there for FaZe. We saw some nice plays, but every single time on Celium's POV, he was either making something big happen for his squad or winning huge gunfights.
He always has those like terrifying moments too, even when he's not getting kills. When we're watching him run through the smoke, just throwing haymakers left and right just in case he can catch anybody. Yeah, Celium, without question, the biggest nerd that we have in the Pro League.
He definitely does think outside the box. I mean, whether you're thinking outside the box or you're living outside the box seems to be the way that Celium operates. But yeah, swinging through the smoke just in case. He's not swatting flies, he's trying to bruise Boston. And Draza feeling fantastic after that map 2 win. Can they make it to Sunday? Well, this is the way you get it done, folks. An opportunity here to continue running as Atlanta FaZe still proving to be an unstoppable force here in the Call of Duty world.
And that big old bright smile, Chip Skylark, without question, the most respectful player we have in the Pro League.
I mean, a top 2 and he's not 2, I think, as far as respect goes, but we'll see. FaZe, very happy to be in the position they're in as well. Boston, happy to have made it this far, but they don't want to go home just yet. Can they turn it all around on that invasion control? The sub-base, that's where things get spicy, Chance. Not the sort of favorite map of the FaZe boys, I would have to say.
I mean, this is a weird thing in theory, because Boston, they've been perfect in control. The invasion that they played specifically against Toronto picks them apart, like an absolutely godlike performance. And then if you look at that map and then the sub-base, you actually feel like there's a decent amount of potential for the map 5. If they could have just won one of the first 2 maps, we could be telling a very different story. But right now for Boston, it is back against the wall. Your year could be over on this next map.
Shawnee, letting the boys know. Lock in, lads. You've not got too long. On the other side of this break, invasion control. It might be the end of the road for Boston, or it might be the beginning of their highway to victory. And oh my goodness, non-stop memes there in the FaZe camp. They're always winning. We'll find out if they can win the next one after this. Well, surprise, surprise, folks. FaZe find themselves up 2-0 here against Boston. However, it has been a great series so far. That invasion was a banger, and the first hard point of Rio was so exciting. But we'll find out what happens in Invasion Control in just a minute, Chance.
This is the type of series that's going to haunt these players in their dreams, I'd say, for Boston. It was a 90-point lead. You got Big Wake dropping 40, not enough to get it done. You chug a 2 versus 4, or 4v2 rather, I should say, in the S&D. What could have been, and maybe what could be, if the comeback is in, it would be a phenomenal series. However, it might end up being a 3-0. But you got to tip it to Cammy. I mean, first look against pros for him in a long time over there. And he's looked pretty good. Quite a few clutches we saw in the S&D. Got the double-digit game. Cammy, always an exciting player to watch.
Control's on its way, and Cammy, he has been a big heavy hitter there for the Boston boys when it comes to Control. This is the way things are looking. Objectively, though, Chance, Snoopy's been the man at 2.2 ticks per attack. That's actually huge.
And the big thing for Snoopy as well, it was on an Invasion Control against Toronto where he went 35-20. He absolutely dominated that lobby. And Cammy, solid performance as well. So those two players, absolute stands out. Cammy, we have seen the consistency, needs to keep it going without question, but against Atlanta FaZe, all 4 players have to get involved, have to bring their A game.
Dios mío. We'll find out what happens in a moment, folks, as we now descend into Invasion for one last time in this series. Snoopy, the objective man of the moment here for Boston Breach. Selim on the other side, an absolute slayer. Both the team's keys absolutely on the line in this one. A sort of physical embodiment of their hopes and dreams in this tournament that quite literally get crushed and bent out of shape by the squad that bring them down. Here goes Control, back to Invasion.
And Selim, I think, is going to be a fun player to pay attention to. Maybe that arrow on the mini-map, typically very slow on Invasion. But Cell, he's been getting active. Maybe try to get in the mix just a little bit more. Snoopy attempted a BZ built different. At least he got the trades, the B hit. Fully out and about. Actually, Boston, they're making moves all over the place. Purge trying to make plays, and Purge gives you the gunny. Does get chopped towards A, but Awaken is here to stop that clock.
And that was a great moment there for a BZ to catch Purge. You'd have 2 players on the A zone right now, and you'd be looking at real trouble. The B zone giving up for a moment. Another one there from a BZ. He has been the hero on that side of the map.
Oh, and then he goes a little bit too slow, and Snoopy just going to get traded out. Not prepared at all, and this could be a blender setup. Selim wins the gunfight, had a little bit of coverage, and right now you got to work your way out of Palace. This is a tough spot for Boston.
Real tough. Still 2 members there by the tank fighting forward. Abizi, oh dear, he turns away at the wrong time. Will he turn back and just absolutely melt them? Very likely. Selim on the other side of the street. Oh, Cammy, what a win.
And he gets player up top as well. So, okay, you're at least able to stabilize. It could have been a tragic situation on defense, but now you have opportunities.
We've lost X-Ray for a moment, but doesn't mean these players aren't still there. Onto Abizi, fighting his way through the middle of the map now to pick up the pinch, and Cammy just turns at the right time to see it. Will he take the fight, though? No need. Purge is there for the save. Second segment of B gone. Chance, we'll have 1 minute and 38 if we can capture B.
Yeah, and I love Purge's arrow on the minimap as well. You can tell he's a very smart player. Nice flanks coming through. However, on the gun skill front, Abizi quite literally might actually have the best shot in the league. He's an SMG player, so it's a little bit tougher to evaluate, but Abizi might be that guy.
Absolutely sound analysis, and I think that's something that we can be talking about on Reddit later tonight. Here we go, though, with 25 seconds left in this one. Boston have got another solid hit at this, but not when they're down 2 players. At half strength, there's no way they make it across the map.
Yeah, honestly, didn't even realize never cat beat. That is tough.
Yeah, they got close, but absolutely did not finish it. Now Snoopy running forward, running out of time. 10 on the clock. Forward you go, lads. Heads up play to check the flank, but you've just got to get a body closer to the point. Sim with the tags. Damage is there, and so's the capture. Nice win, Boston. They managed to stay alive.
Oh, that's massive there from Snoopy. Big pickup and nice little 5-3 start as well. Can't complain about that. And with the added minute, frankly, not a lot of time. I mean, it was literally by the skin of their teeth they got the B zone. So you get maybe 2 solid pushes as a team. And with this sort of map presence they currently have, you want to see them execute here.
Now we wait for a moment. What good work. Awakening. That is perfect timing. The COD gods bless him with that one. Purge finds another. So now opportunity to fight your way forward. Awakening, yes, still running the hotel, finding the kills, but 30 on the clock. Purge has got to check right. Checks good on the point.
And he's got the trophy as well. Need to just stay alive in this moment. He's got a little bit of help from Snoop.
Blows the car up, slows these players down. Snoopy's there, trading these players out. Oh, and that's Cammy at range. Big wins from Cell, though. An open field to get in there, but Snoopy, no, can't win it. over the big wake, down and out. That could be the round.
Yeah, you saw the trophy there from Purge, but Atlanta FaZe perfect with it. Every single player off spawn coordinated with the nades. They did actually just get the close A street spawn, so maybe a little bit of a gift there for Boston that Simp. I mean, he simply does not care, but a neutral round for Boston. Maybe cut your losses. It was a decent fight for an attacking round.
FaZe one step closer to victory. And not a whole lot said there for Boston. They know exactly how that round went, and it is now pure focus on the defense. We've seen so many teams win defensive rounds here on Invasion. Here goes another.
Beezy as well, maybe the player setting pace. 10 kills on defense, trying to be that difference maker. Suffocated a third of the lives there for Boston. And there's going to be an A hit straight off the rip. So Boston, you got to make sure on point in this moment. Trophy extinguished, but they had a second in the back pocket that let that stun slip right through.
And that just lets you get towards this position. Fire tank, so you're able to get to the next power spot. Coverage there. Oh, and you're in. Abizi. No trophies left for the zone, though. So with that said, will Boston be able to get in there? Guns have got to be at the ready. Anyone who comes in off spawn is going to be able to throw fresh lethals.
Yeah, but the problem is only one player off spawn. Now make it two. So actually, not enough activity off the start to get the nades back in the mix. An extra tick in the tiny tears, reigning supremacy on this A zone.
That's disgusting. 12 and 4 for Abizi. Here comes the fresh tacticals and lethals awakening. Absolutely eviscerated there. Will we pick up the other side? Oh wow, Cammy. Thank goodness he won that one. Saves the second segment, but will Sim try to steal it? No. Good coverage. In the meantime, B is falling apart.
That was a scary moment. That second tick so close to rolling through. And in the meantime, I mean, Atlanta FaZe as a whole, happy to leave Abizi across the map. And Draza happy to be the roaming slayer. Boston continually caught off guard.
See the guard go up. Here goes B. And Draza now getting the job done at A alone. Second segment on its way out. Here comes Danger. Snoopy. Oh, he might be peeled open here. Last segment. And FaZe reinforcements are on their way forward. You have to take these fights effectively. Good job from Purge there. Does get it done. Celium, the last man at the front forward there for FaZe.
This is already just such a good round from FaZe, though. 2 ticks rolling through, 2 minutes to work with, and Abizi has not slowed down his production at all.
Very, very sound production indeed. Awakening knows Celium's somewhere nearby. His spidey senses are tingling. Draza backs on up. So you've got an open street now, but oh dear, big problem, bad timing, and now plenty of players to attack the Awakening here.
That's a great Semtex grenade.
Oh, that was a very nice Semtex.
Didn't make a difference,
even
but
better shots there from Draz with the fists. Gammy Purge find their respective kills. Trades outdone though. All down to Snoopy. He's got to hold the line for as long as he can.
Yeah, Celium though, I mean, ironed up again, a slower player. Wants to wait for his teammates to get in the mix, and Abizi doing 360s. Couldn't find him. Snoopy, a ghost in the night, and Celium, I mean, he's getting some kills, but all of his teammates are falling. Right now, his job is just to stay alive, and if he can get a cruise, that's great.
It's a good thing that FaZe had 2 minutes to finish this attack, because so far, so good from Boston. You finally bring down Celium here towards the front side, and Purge, he's dancing. Oh, he nearly stays alive. What a shot from Draza. 1 minute to play. And FaZe are still struggling to get towards A.
All Simp at least made it through. Nice trades on Awakening through the wall, but yeah, one shot Purge is there for the trade.
Here's Need Cell back in there. Oh, Cammy. Beautiful shots with the MCW. 45 seconds to go and still a single segment.
They're going through B Street as well. I mean, those stuns are sort of tipping the push as well. So Snoopy, good play here. Ironed up, wait for the kills to roll through as help from Awakening. Great coordination between those two. Snoopy, maybe a little bit of an overheat, but at least you get the intel.
Well, right now, 8-8 on the life count. Who's going to walk away with a win here and take the lead? It's going to be Sim. And with that, 20 seconds left on the clock. Draza now going for the deep hit down the street as well. So this is it. Crunch time on the defense for Boston Breach. They must be a bastion. Can't let anyone through.
Kind of like around an S&D as well. Purge gets the call out, one shot, goes hunting as well. Love the activity and gives you a big 2. No respawns remaining for Boston, but there is no time on the clock. Good news for Boston, you win the round. Bad news for Boston, you gave up 2 extra ticks at A. So Atlanta FaZe, that is a still strong offensive round.
We highlighted the fact that defense on Invasion, typically what you want. But that does mean you have to show out as much as you can in the offensive rounds, capturing segments. The team with the most will secure defense for the final round. And that's the way we're trending.
Yeah, Boston, though, on their first offensive round, showed signs of life, right? Purge has a couple nice flank plays. They sort of toyed with the idea going to the A zone, created those small windows of opportunity. And that's not easy to orchestrate. And maybe a situation on the mini-map where they could do the same thing once again. Purge and Awakening roaming towards mid. Depending on where the kills roll through, they can make a play. But Atlanta FaZe, you can see that defensive setup. 3 players by this A zone. They do not want that window of opportunity to open.
Number 1. Number 2. Awakening with the beautiful shots to start this one off. Purge is in. So sneaky. And that's the game plan. Hit the nade towards the back truck side. Lovely snap on the Draza. Gets it. Keeps the capture going.
Oh, he nearly did it. Cammy, I guess, didn't get him weak. That is a tough moment, but Snoopy can keep it up. Knows he has one player isolated on the zone and can't get it done. Simp shot too clean.
Meanwhile, though, Awakening back to old faithful captures the first segment at B. Lovely work. It's honest work, but someone's got to do it. And Awakening after... Okay! He's back at it, folks. Big Wake never left.
I mean, that's the player we've always wanted to see check it. Yeah, that's sort of a statement little moment from him. Awakening. Yeah, he's scary.
That was a deep cut back to the first season of the pro scene.
Ramaza, never forget.
Never forget. Awakening vision. We just saw it there, folks. Over to Purge, though, still keeping this side of the map as safe as he can, waiting for his boys to get this. They can get into the point, but now you've got FaZe with a man advantage. Snoopy's got to get 2 here to really make this capture possible.
Yeah, he's waiting for a little bit of help as well. They have the intel.
There you go.
First kill rolling through, and
that's
someone
it.
should at least be able to stop the zone. That's the 2 you asked for. Snoopy delivers.
Bad news, Cruz. Even worse news. Draz is on the flank. Connects upstairs, doesn't manage to find a kill. You've got 2 segments on the way out of B.
I love the position on the minimap. Sim just making sure he's got the A Street under control. So playing a little bit of a safety net. Purge able to hunt down Draza. 3 in the feed. And look at those Boston arrows moving.
They're running. They're flying forward. Snoopy gets a kill. Now to the players on spawn. Can Snoopy catch 1 or 2? That would be perfect. But the next fight is going to be so important for Boston.
It's just the second wave. You're looking for the second wave of kills.
Oh, will Snoopy check close? No, he doesn't. Abizi and Draza get there. Simp as well. Awakening last man down. FaZe now fight forward.
Such a good opportunity instantaneously squandered.
Ooh, that's such a tough... I mean, you don't want to hear anything squandered in a game of invasion like this. Sim, good for 2. No, nice work. Boston fighting. Celium keeps the play alive for FaZe. Boston slowed again.
Now they got Draza pushed out over towards the bridge. That's such a tough moment. They actually made the perfect play. They got the wipe. They got in position, and then they just get rammed.
Whoa, okay. Snoopy wins a big one.
Gotta love the high ground.
Always Anakin. Now he's fighting out of this position. Snoopy's got good timing. Doesn't matter. Purge is there for the wins. You've still not got a player on the zone, but you're fighting for this position right now. Can they get out? Can they get to the A zone? 20 seconds on the clock.
And they don't know it yet, but Draza is in the nerd spot. He's going to be watching the cross. Never mind, they do know it. They got the reads, and they got at least the trade in. But with 10 seconds left, Cammy, you just got to sprint for it.
Has to make something happen. Celium, what a nade. The old white car gone. 5 seconds, and man, Boston didn't have a lot of time, but they fought for their chances. FaZe, match point.
This is tough. Back against the wall, and of course they didn't give you anything extra. Boston, if there is a hope and a prayer to get defense for the final round, they are gonna have to body them on this defensive round.
It has to be so good. This is a great game of invasion from both teams. We have come very close to the offensive round wins. It's nearly a guaranteed victory if you can get at least one of them. FaZe, absolutely outstanding production in the damage department. Boston lacking somewhat there. They're going to have to turn it around here in this round.
I just know for Boston, when you're going against this team, it's a 4-man effort. They have just not shown enough.
Not over yet, though. The lady ain't singing just yet. As FaZe have got a lot of presence on the B side of the map. They were waiting for an hour or 2 to show up, and they do. It's trades either side, but still the capture is done. Nearly. Oh no, that's bad news. And Abizi somehow doesn't take any damage. Snoopy from the top rope.
Oh, Celium. He's over here making the play. I know Abizi got the kills, but Celium was toying with like 3 people on the mini-map, and he just sets his team up perfectly. And here this A-zone goes.
Trophy's gone. Awakening stuns it. That should be the cleanup. Yeah, it is. Abizi's 2 kills, though. Make sure that Draza stays well and truly safe over by B. Now trying to redirect the attention towards A. Reinforcements flooding through the top side of the map.
Even his hipfire bullets connect.
There's been a lot of hipfire in this series. I mean, an inordinate amount. And FaZe, in particular, winning fights like that, they might know something we don't.
And they've already got the defense for the round 5 guaranteed, but frankly, they still have so much time on the clock because of the solo B capture in this level of activity. This could be a round FaZe end up winning off of the kill count.
I mean, look, don't go to the final round if you don't have to, I say, FaZe. Cammy battling back. Simp has been isolated on this 4 spree. Here's the fight. Again, there's something. There's something we don't know. The Phenom, no. Awakening gets it, stops the cruise, and now you've got to hold the line.
Oh, poor Purge. You just never expect to die in that situation. Simp, his awareness might be his best trait.
Oh, man, and that is saying something. 21 lives to FaZe, 17 lives, Boston Breach. FaZe with a moment to kill here. Before they get going, Awakening holding it, but Boston are defending this very deep in their spawn. You don't want to lose these fights, and somehow Simp nearly wins the second.
And again, shots like that in awareness might be his best trait.
We'll keep an eye out for more of traits that make him a brilliant player, but right now his teammates are going to be the ones to fight forward. Big damage from Purge. Keeping the defensive line as sound as he can. Selim's there for it. Snoopy finds a big one. FaZe stopped again.
Just caught down immediately, though. I mean, just caught in no man's land in that moment in FaZe. This swarm is unbelievable. And again, Boston, they have 11 lives, and there's 53 seconds left in this round. They might just lose the game at TDM.
They're trying to slow it down. They're trying not to take as many fights as they can. Problem, Abizi wants those fights. Draza gets those fights. Cammy now caught out in the open. They've got to get back inside the zone. It's time to turtle up. Try to reinforce. No, Abizi and Sal get the kills. They're on the zone.
Yeah, this is going to be GG. I mean, 7 lives, and you stop the clock, and you see they don't need to stack it, but they can win it either way.
Here we go. Boston trying to hold it. Can they get inside? It's going to be a cruise for Cell if he finds it. Yeah, that's that. Cammy, he's up next. He and Purge now trying to get the break alone. Abizi's there for it. Snoopy last man. The wall bang, the Renetti. He's got to get moving soon. The final fight of Boston Breach. Here it comes.
Win the impossible. Good luck with this one.
Selim looking to wipe them off the map, and he does it in emphatic fashion. It's a 3, and it's all down to Cammy. The last fight of Boston Breach is nearly done. There's simply no way. 25 seconds on the clock as Cammy does everything he possibly can here. A heroic finish, but Atlanta FaZe simply too much. A sigh of relief. You did not fall prey to the underdog team here at the Esports World Cup. FaZe fight onwards.
A very interesting series, though. Going into the new season, the final time we get to watch those players for Boston. A memory that will stay in my mind, but for Atlanta FaZe, setting themselves up. It's a big tournament, a lot of money on the line. It's a single elim here in this playoff bracket. They're on. It is started.
That is the end of Boston Breach. What the future holds for those players and the staff, we do not know, but they certainly put on a fantastic show for us here. They stunned many. And a fantastic placement for them. For those players, they should absolutely hold their heads high. They did certainly outperform expectations.
Yeah, I mean, look, Draza had some massive bailout plays in map number 1. Abizi in the control setting pace, being utterly destructive on the map. And Cell, of course, 14 bomb he dropped in the S&D, goes on the spree, gets the cruise missile. Everybody taking turns for Atlanta FaZe, as is tradition.
As is written in the stone of Call of Duty, as that is that. Not even the mighty Cammy or Awakening.
It's fun watching him play again, man.
He has had a tough year, and Cammy certainly turned it around. A brilliant look from him. Snoopy, a very young player with a long career ahead of him. But that is the end of it. This FaZe. It's not necessarily the most explosive reactions at a chance, but happy for the dub.
Yeah, absolutely happy. And of course, the one player we didn't mention for the individual prowess, calling him out, Simp. And Simp, obviously, godlike performance as well.
Sensational work from the Phenom, incredible moments. It's all there, and he's also on the stage with Barney Banks.
a message loud and clear from Atlanta FaZe, from the Amazon Arena here to the rest of the world. We are here and we came to stay. Congratulations are in order to Simp. What a great performance, a clean sleeve win. What's the secret for it?
I mean, right now we're just having fun, and I think our confidence is kind of showing. I mean, we haven't lost a map this tournament. I mean, like I said, we're just having fun.
Just having fun, you heard it. From champs to here, stepping up in Riyadh, what changed for you guys?
I mean, honestly, not much, but I feel like we came into this tournament with a little bit of a different mindset, a little bit less stress, and not stress, but like pressure, I guess. And I feel like we've just been having a fun time, like I said.
For your own fun, of course, our Savage costume here, we would like to ask Purge to handle the key. Of course, a clean win, and you will get to destroy that key. Of course, Boston Breach are sent off with $80,000 bets. That's not what they are here for. They are here to get their key into the trophy, and you get to destroy that. How do you feel about it?
Oh, it's about to feel amazing. I don't think we've pressed a key yet, so it's gonna be our first of many, I hope.
All right, of many. Let's get to that. Which 3 teams you're gonna use to decorate your trophy?
Oh, I mean, I think I have to go with the other top 4 teams, not from champs, but like throughout the whole year. I'd say I'm gonna have to put Toronto, Optic, and New York in there, or C9.
All right, the X mark on their back. Let's see if FaZe can pull it out. And we go back to the amazing talents at the desk to see what they have to speak about this game.
Congratulations to Atlanta FaZe. They power into our semifinals tomorrow, but we have something bigger cooking here in Riyadh. We've got Alleycat, Clayster, and a very special update. Let's tune in to our club championships. What can you tell me about the org that locked up the top spot?
Yeah, honestly, we're all happy here that Falcons managed to win the championship club trophy. Congratulations. I think we all should clap for them.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
For Falcons.
And
yeah,
very well-deserved honors. As you can see, no one was even close. The only team to win 2 trophies so far, 4,000 points. That's over 2,000 over Team Liquid in second place. Now, Toronto Ultra there at number 9 could still break into our top 3, but no one is catching up to the Falcons. How did they get it done?
Honestly, they started up very strong in the first 2 weeks when they won Call of Duty Warzone and they won Free Fire. They actually went so far beyond everybody, and then later on they actually also participated in a lot of games, and they competed in a very, very good place, like usually in second, third, or maybe top 8 places. And this is how they managed to actually have a good start. And for now, just because in StarCraft, the other teams, Liquid and...
as Liquid got knocked out, right?
Yeah,
they secured the number 1 spot.
Exactly. No one can get it close anymore.
Well, they earned the first ever club championship trophy, and we caught up with the CEO. Let's hear what he had to say.
And here we are with Team Falcons Musad himself. First of all, I mean, I know you haven't started your game, so if you have a couple minutes just for this, Team Falcons just confirmed the winners of the club championship at the Esports World Cup. Setting the game aside, what does that mean to you as someone who was kind of a pioneer in Arab and Saudi esports?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. I want to thank everyone. All of our fans, all of our supporters, all of our employees, everyone have worked hard, have done their best. The amount of pressure that we've done on ourselves due that it's a home event. We promised ourselves that we want this trophy to stay at home. I think now finally we can stay. It's home. It's home. It's home. It's home. The trophy is Saudi. It's for all the Saudi people. Believe in yourself. We'll do it for you, for everyone at home. It remains in Saudi, and nobody can get it from our country.
That's a very inspiring message and a great one for your fans and the Saudi people and Arabs in general in this space. Of course, there's more to go through, and Falcons is competing in every single game. So what are we talking about for the rest of the tournament? Does it mean now you let off the brakes, or are you going to go harder to get even more points?
I think to enjoy, to be honest. Now there is no pressure on any of the players. Me and Maka have been dealing with pressure to make sure that everyone here is happy. Now we have the rest is to enjoy and to earn more points in it. But we're now just getting for more trophies because we know our players are the best players in the world.
There you go, Sad. Thank you very much. One more time for your EWC Club Champions, Team Falcons! Good luck with your matchup, and good luck. Thank you, all of you. Back to our commentators.
Making the Saudi people proud, that is Masad Dosri, CEO of Falcons, the man who brought all these teams together, who helped find players like the guys that represented on Warzone, with Hisoka Biffle taking home that very first tournament that I was here for at EWC. But what I found most impressive here, Atik, was I was in the green room, and I saw him in a Falcons jersey. I didn't realize he was also the CEO. He was playing in EAFC. He was up 4-0. The man's got game.
Yes, of course. Like this scene, everybody plays the game, and this is how he managed his team. He was the first champion. Actually, he won the World Cup before in FIFA in 2018, and then he actually switched to started managing the team, and his performance actually got reduced a little bit, but he still managed to actually increase this spread his experience with his team.
This is incredible. What a win for Saudi Arabia. What a win for Team Falcons. We got a Falcons jersey. They came to dinner last night and dropped off some prizes. Ali was already in bed. But Clay, they've treated us awesome. The fans have been incredible. It's been great to see them here.
What an amazing event. And they said they wanted to keep the trophy home, and they did just that. That is awesome to me that he plays still and competed in the tournament. Like, I wish my boss was playing in the esports scene. That might be one of the coolest stories I've ever heard, Chris.
So passionate and so involved, right?
Exactly.
Like, you don't see that very often from CEOs, and that's something special about esports, is how passionate and involved these owners are and how much they care for their players and the people under them. You could see it in that interview. Just congratulations to Falcons. It's incredible.
We were tearing up a little bit. Had to wipe those away. He's just a few feet offset. I want to run over and hug him, but he's in the middle of an interview. For anyone who doesn't know about the Falcons, what should the fans from around the world tuning in know about this crew moving forward?
What can we say more than they are the best club in the world? They won the championship club trophy in the Esports World Cup. Beside that, Masad Dosri, he lost the match in FC, but he was tearing up. He was happy for winning the championship because he didn't perform very well. He was worried and he was so excited.
Yep. A lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him while he was playing. So this all pressure now is gone, and he's celebrating the win with everybody.
And the tournament isn't even over. Esports World Cup continues next week. We'll have even more games being played. We'll have the closing ceremony next week. But he gets to celebrate. It starts tonight and it continues tomorrow.
Exactly. We still have more games to celebrate with other teams as well, and we still don't know who's going to be the second and third and fourth, or the top 10. Basically, it's going to change.
Great stuff here across the board. Phenomenal stuff here on the Call of Duty stage. We'll be getting back to the action in just a moment. Clay, real quick, final thoughts here on an epic moment. The first club championship and $7 million going to Falcons.
Look at the emotions on the LED screens right now. He loved it. It was very passionate. That is what I love to see in esports, is just the absolute passion coming out of the CEO of the org who just won the club championship here at the Esports World Cup.
We're going to make sure he hears us right now. Put your hands together. Team Falcons, the first ever club champions at Esports World Cup.
And here we are again, 0-4. You managed to win against Carolina Royal Ravens, and you crushed their keys. So how does it feel right now?
It feels amazing. We stuck to the game plan and just executed.
Well, honestly, the game was closer than everybody expected, and you were very confident earlier, winning against them, but like it almost went off. So how did that go?
You know, you can't play perfect every map, so you know I didn't have a very good first map, but I came back, bounced back. That's S&D. They took the control, and then I told the guys we wasn't going home, so we just had to kick another gear for map 4 and 5.
And now you got a couple more keys to crush until you get the trophy. So how's the plan right now?
Just prep for the next, look these matches that's coming up, then prep for the next team we're going to play.
Good luck. Then I'm rooting for you right now after this performance. So good luck right now. And back to you guys.
Mars Ross, I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Scrap from Toronto Ultra.
We're going to play Who Is. Who is most likely on the team to clutch a 1v4?
We're going to go with Insight, for sure.
Captain Clark. Who's most likely to choke on your team?
Choke? Probably me. If I'm going to be honest, probably me.
Who's the best trash talker?
Come on now, that's me all day.
If you couldn't say yourself, who else is the best?
Clay. Got to go Clay, for sure, yeah.
Who is most likely to friendly kill you with a nade?
Oh, that's Dylan Envoy every day of the week.
Who is most likely to pull off something crazy in game?
Kleenex, for sure, Toby. Beast.
Who's most dedicated to practice?
Dedicated to practice? I'd say Dylan. He's always trying to get better every day.
Envoy, got it. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Insight, sure.
Who's the most improved player?
This year, I would say Insight as well.
Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Insight as well.
Doing tricks on it.
Iceman.
Who's the best team player?
Team player? Insight.
Who is most likely to get a surprise 1v4?
Oh, Toby. Toby for sure, yeah.
Who's most likely to be late to practice?
You're looking at him right here. Myself.
Who's most likely to rage quit a match?
You're myself again.
That is that. That is the Who Is.
Yeah.
Bang. My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I am joined by Joe Deceives of 100 Thieves.
What's good, Miles?
Everything's good, Joe. Thanks very much. How you doing?
Pretty good, you know. Feeling excited.
Chilling. You've been here, what? You got late last night?
Yeah, I got here super late last night, yeah.
Yeah, you enjoying yourself so far?
Yeah.
Having fun?
Place is insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's
Yeah.
cool. Really cool.
Player lodge is insane. The hotel's insane.
Insane. You know what else was insane, Joe? You guys at Champs. Well done, man. What a great run that was. You beat Ultra. That was a big surprise. Obviously, the crowd was crazy. You in particular, I thought you had a really good tournament. You were so exciting to watch. You were chatting a lot of this. How did all that feel? How was that event for you?
I mean, it felt great. You know, obviously, like, some of the losses hurt a lot, but, I mean, just, you know, playing those matches, having those close matches, you know, winning with that first round versus Toronto, taking my headset off, hearing the crowd go insane, best feeling in the world.
Yeah. You want to play Toronto again this event?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Right always fun.
Always fun. Right on. We've seen your team progress quite a lot throughout the year. A lot has changed. Has much changed since Champs? Because obviously this is the first time in a very long time that there's been an event after a CDO championship. How's it going?
I mean, I feel like a lot has definitely changed in like a positive way. I feel like our teamwork's gotten even better, which is insane to say, I feel like. I feel like we've just gotten more confident in each other, especially after, you know, how we played at Champs, so yeah.
That's really cool, man. It's exciting to see you know, what's going to happen this weekend. Joe, you were a Challengers player for a single event last year. What does this event mean to you as a rookie or as a young player, as a chance to show your skill? Do you think this is a big deal with the Esports World Cup?
100% it's a big deal, you know? I mean, the prize pool's big. You know, there's a lot of teams here, international competition. I mean, it's a really big event, you know? It's just another big event. I'm excited. I'm always happy to play at these.
What do you think this means to younger players like you were to get a shot against CDL pros and to play on the biggest stage COD's ever seen?
I mean, you know, for my first event last year, I got to play at the Pro-Am, and playing against those, you know, I played FaZe, London, Seattle, you know, playing against those teams that I watched a lot, you know, growing up when I was thinking, you know, I could go pro, and playing against them was a great feeling. So I know how it feels for those challenger teams, those young players. I know how it feels to play against them for the first time.
Cool, man. Well, it sounds like you're very confident going into this one, and good vibes all round going into the tournament. Let's put on like a hypothetical question now.
Yeah.
Black Ops 6, 2 months away. What do you want to see in the game as a submachine gun player? What are you excited about?
I mean, it's always the map. I feel like, you know, a lot of these games that we play have great mechanics, but the maps just aren't always, you know, the best. But yeah, I feel like the maps are just make or break.
Oh, interesting. What about the ARs? Anything there?
Nerf head multiplier, please.
I think you're safe. Don't worry, man. I think you're safe. Speaking of that, there's been a lot of maps where in this game, in MW3, 3 ARs, you know, 3 SMGs, a lot of changes there. Is that something you like as a player? Is that something you think adds a layer of skill to the game?
I think so, yeah. I think having flexible players like that just make the game more fun, because like you said, you see 3 subs, which I know viewers love seeing, you know, Rio, stuff like that. I know 3 ARs is a bit boring, but even just like as a skill thing, I feel like having that, like a player like that that's super flexible, I think it's always great to see.
Always great to see, man. Well, dude, last question for you. Who do you want to play in the tournament? Who do you want to absolutely body this week?
FaZe.
Didn't hesitate for a second. Joe, thank you very much, man. Good luck in the tournament.
As you all just witnessed in the Amazon Arena, Atlanta FaZe is our second team to secure their spot in the semifinal tomorrow. Welcome back, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Nameless and Alley Cat. And sorry, Clayster, I just called you Nameless. We've been arguing back and forth about fantasy football. Talk to me, though, about Atlanta FaZe here, Clay. And also, congratulations. Scrap said he's the best trash talker, but you're number 2.
I'll take number 2. I'll take that gas from Scrap in that segment we just saw. Atlanta FaZe came out here and dominated the Boston Breach. I mean, let's be honest here. I don't even know if Boston Breach is still going to be an org. Maybe they're #orgless throughout this tournament, but they did represent.
Some would say.
Some would say. Atlanta FaZe really just had to make that comeback map 1, and after that, it was smooth sailing. I feel bad for Awakening. He went 40 and 27 the first map with 30 untraded and just went -27 from the rest of the team. Like, can we get this guy some help? Can we get Giga some help, guys?
You're up 106 points and you lose the game. Gotta finish stronger than that, Boston, but also credit to Atlanta FaZe. And who kept him in that hard point? He is our Bravia MVP. Allie? You want to announce this one?
Yeah, I'll announce it. I mean, it's Draza. I mean, that one's pretty. I don't have my.
Is he coming?
I don't have my key.
Is he coming?
I have my key with his face in the middle. But it was Draza. After that map 1, when they went down versus the Boston Breach, obviously it took everybody by surprise. It was as if Gigawick was 1v4ing, but it was that second set of rotations. Draza realized their position, and he was like, all right, that's fine. I'll match his pace. And he was in takeover mode. After that second set of rotations into that P3, Draza ends 35 and 22. He had a very slow start, ends up cleaning it up for that map 1 win, and then the rest of the series, like Clay said, just wasn't close.
Well, we also have to kind of call out the Atlanta FaZe interviews, talking with Sim, talking with Abizi and Celium. We were asking them, what was the reason you went after Draza? They said, we've always stuck at hardpoint. We wanted to get better at that game mode. I feel like Draza is that X factor, the man who can give you the multi-kills to swing hills at times.
Exactly. He is one of the best slayers in the game, and I've always rated him incredibly high ever since he moved from Alaska and was in Challengers. Draza brings a level of energy and passion to the game that I think these FaZe guys maybe got a little lackadaisical on with winning so much and how successful they've been. They needed somebody to come in with that hunger, and I think Draza brought just that. He's got the clean shots, the clean movements, and the clean kicks on every single tournament.
Not only that, he's probably top 3 in trash talkers if we're going to talk Scrap, you, and then him. He added a level of confidence to this Atlanta FaZe team. Typically, their other force in the past have been very level-headed, very IGL-based, where Draza, he comes in, he's like, we're better than everybody. We better start acting like it.
Incredible stuff across the board as Atlanta FaZe takes care of business. They lock it up on invasion control and they power through to Championship Sunday. Can they keep the vibes up? That is the question. If this man keeps playing the way though he did against Boston, I think Atlanta FaZe is going to that grand final.
They talked about improving their hardpoint, and look at what Draza did right there. 1.59 in hardpoint. That means he's getting quite a few kills all around the map. There's a cool looking AR we got.
It took us a minute to chisel him out there, but we got him on.
I do have to give a shout out to Celium though. In that invasion search and destroy, he had a 1 versus 3 that really swung the momentum into FaZe's favor. And I gotta wonder what Snoopy was doing. Purge had his cross, and Snoopy got off bomb and just ran out in the open. I see stuff like that, and it actually it upsets me. And I'm not even playing, so I can't imagine how his teammates would feel.
Somebody hire Coach Clayster Falcons. I heard you just gained $7 million. Send a contract his way. For now, though, we have to see, where did the fans weigh in? What was the total? You guys are 2 for 2 on the day. This time, 82% of the audience getting the prediction correct, Allie.
Yeah, most of us definitely saw that one coming. It was a little bit worrisome in the first half, but by the time we got through that map number 1, it was easy going for the FaZe boys.
Great game so far, and we are only halfway through the bracket. So much more action coming your way, but first, let's see the hopes and dreams of Boston Breach, the new lineup crushed in front of us. And it looks like everybody getting in on the action, Clay.
And after seeing this hydraulic press crush so many keys, I went back and watched a bunch of hydraulic press videos online last night. I love those videos. And everybody gets so hype about it. He was biting the key like it was metal, I guess. But here's the bracket.
Delicious gold medals, Atlanta FaZe crushing up keys and powering through to the next round. You can see, though, we still have 2 more games at the end of the night. It's Optic Gaming facing off against Cloud9 in the World Championship rematch. But before that, Scrap and Toronto Ultra take the stage as they face off against 100 Thieves.
We got another Champs rematch right here.
Yep.
We just saw the segment with Thieves talking about how good it felt to beat Ultra at COD Championships. And they got a rematch in round 1 again, Allie.
It's like a fun little triangle. Like 100 Thieves can beat Toronto. Toronto is the only team that can beat Atlanta, and Atlanta beats 100 Thieves, and the cycle continues.
Well, now they have to face off against each other once again on the biggest stage of the year here in the Amazon Arena. Let's start with our rosters. We got about 3 minutes before this match is ready to go, so we'll make it quick. You guys want to start here with the Toronto Ultra? Let's take a look at this lineup. And Clay, talk me through the team representing Canada.
They have the core three in Insight, Kleenex, and Scrap that played together last year and that brought the same roster into this year and only made one change. They brought in Dylan Envoy from the Thieves. They all have a very clear and defined role, and I really love how they all really own up to that. You know, they have their main AR, they have their cutting AR, they have their objective sub and their slaying sub, and I really love how they all own up to the role that they've been given.
And Ali, yesterday we saw Toronto play, and it was Dylan Envoy earning MVP. Can he keep it going now that we're into the playoffs?
He needs to keep it going. He was the player that had a slow start to the season and had to pick it up near the end, and unfortunately it wasn't enough for them to get a world championship there, but possibly here for EWC if he keeps playing like that.
Keep in mind, Toronto Ultra not just playing for more money as they will double up to $160,000, but also this team is playing for those club championship points. If they win this tournament, you get 1,000 more points. Their opponent in their way, though, goes by the name of 100 Thieves, and we got to highlight this squad. 100 Thieves looking glorious in their white and gold.
I love these jerseys so much, and also just I love this team because it's the on average youngest team that we have in the Pro League, and they were able to have some incredible feats despite the whole roster having to basically start from scratch when the previous one broke up. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now. Some of them are still kind of playing for their spots after some lackluster performances, but they have been in this situation before against Toronto Ultra, and they're happy with this matchup.
Clay, you had a similar swagger when you were 16 years old. These guys are 18, 19, 20, and 21. So talk to me about the lineup. How do you get the Zoomer swagger so early in your career?
I was just about to mention that. We got the Zoomer swag on these guys. We saw Krep the other day. He said, oh yeah, no cap, bet, as he walked by. I can't even keep up. I'm 32, getting up there in age. But I think the confidence these guys has comes from their practice and their tournament results. They just went to champs and had their best placing all year, so they're feeling extremely confident going into the...
Let's go to our fellow Zoomer. What do you see?
I was going to ask, am I considered a Zoomer?
Oh, absolutely.
Am I a cool Zoomer?
Yeah.
I'm only 24, guys. Come on, I'm getting up there. All right, looking at the maps and modes, though, for this, I love the Vista Park point for both of these teams. I think it allows the very aggressive SMGs on both sides to get warm and comfortable early in the series. Maybe opportunity for 100 Thieves to steal one early.
All right, we got 30 seconds till this match kicks off. As the countdown kicks off behind us, get your predictions in right now. stcplay.gg. Y'all are 2 for 2. Let's make it 3 for 3. And here on the desk, I have a feeling we're both going the same way. What do you got, Clay?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going 100 Thieves. I think they're going to do again what they did at Champs and beat Ultra again.
Really? I don't know. I feel like we're going to be leading a lot of favorites this weekend. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra. I think they get it done.
Right and true. When tested on stage, 100 Thieves pulled off the most recent upset, though. How do they do it again? Who are you looking at?
I think they gotta take this map one. The first map is always the most important when you're considered the underdog, so they have to come out swinging this map one and steal it away from the Ultra right away.
It's time to steal the first hard point in the best of 5. Let's head on over to the Amazon Arena.
The last time these two teams met, it was at Champs. They are currently 1-1, so this next series could close the chapter for this year.
Next matchup cannot get any spicier, so let's get into it. Bring me purple, bring me gold. It's Toronto Ultra versus 100 Thieves.
Two Titans enter the Amazon Arena, and only one can make it through to Championship Sunday, while the other's key may just become a placemat in the other's trophy.
So let's find out which key has a better keeper. Let's get to it.
Let's go, Canada.
Definitely feels like it could be anyone's series here with Toronto Ultra and LA Thieves sharing a lot of history between each other and champs. But now the 100 Thieves banner enters the arena. I don't know, man, Jay. This feels like it very well could see 5 maps.
Yeah, it could see 5 maps, but already the strategy from Toronto Ultra was like, okay, the last 4 times that we played Hardpoint versus this team, it's been on the same 2 maps. The 6-star Hardpoint, the Rio Hardpoint.
Yes,
so already in the Vito's, we completely get rid of both of them. We got Vista to start this one, and then that map number 4 being sub-base. And I heard that that's touched on it, like this is a close matchup. So far in the season, 100 Thieves have only been able to beat this roster 1 time. And the one time that they were able to get it done was by finally securing their very first control win versus this Ultra lineup.
And that was on a map that we're not going to see in this series. It definitely feels like Toronto are looking at this matchup as a reference towards what we got in Dallas, where, yeah, get rid of the 2 hard points that we lost both times against these boys, and let's just make sure we're playing onto one of our most rehearsed and our strongest control. So they get the high-rise control. They get a very solid map in Vista, a little bit of a wild card in sub-base. So where's your path to victory if you're 100 Thieves trying to beat this Toronto team right here in Riyadh?
I think it has to be the opening hard point because you want to come out with that intensity because Search and Destroy really hasn't treated you fairly versus this squad on the side of Toronto recently. 3-0 in that category at champs. So now if you are 100 Thieves, starting off hot, starting off on the right foot, the same way that they ended the night last night versus Lord.
Should be an interesting one, but we're jumping right into it for the Vista hardpoint map number 1. Toronto Ultra, 100 Thieves, and it's going to be Ultra in the purple, already starting off from the stronger side with Scrap coming out with 3 in a row. Woo, okay, here we go.
You can already tell that Scrap is chirping a little bit, gets a free 3-3 top mid, and now Toronto Ultra holding down perfection at this P1 hardpoint. That's another 4 dead. Has anyone even fallen yet from the side of Ultra? I do not think so.
Really slow start here from the side of 100 Thieves, and you're right, not a single kill tallied yet. Finally, Kremp gets something to go for 100 Thieves in the kill feed. Now it's down to them trying to find a way to re-break. Good nades coming through. Scrap though off 5 in a row. Just the pistol to finish number 6, but nasty. Shuts down the streak, but Ultra have the final word.
And this is where Ultra start to get aggressive on the map. Flawless so far into this one at the P1. Now they're going to think about that rotation over towards New, and now it's a CleanX opportunity to potentially pick up a cruise of his own. 6-0 start from Toby.
Absolute runaway. This is what you want to see if you're a Toronto fan. No slow starts. Right on in, all action. And that's all we've gotten to this point. CleanX good for number 7. Not going to find the 8th as Kremp is there for a trade, but still, it's one of those situations where Insight's pretty comfy in the hill, at least for now. A couple of trade back shots coming through, and that's enough for 100 Thieves to get themselves some points.
Yeah, it's a good break. But for how long? Because you already see the routes being hit from the Ultra players. They're thinking if you are a Kremp, they have to be attacking me through top mid. You're not expecting a flank to come on in. CleanX is able to take him down, but it's still, for now, 100 Thieves holding on to this hard point. Nasty having a couple clutch kills through top mid is going to spawn Ultra pretty deep away from still this P2. So now with 25 seconds left, you're going to start thinking about that rotation in the back of your mind.
Decent route here from Ghosty. Shuts down the follow-up play from Toronto, and on the same foot, it also actually gives them an advantage here on rotation to do, like you mentioned. So a great bounce back here for 100 Thieves after a pretty miserable start. Now it's just down to, can you get a secondary read on this next push for Ultra, and Envoy will take 3 and an opportunity for a little bit more scrap time to go the way of Toronto.
Yeah, and Ghosty, unfortunately, is only going to be able to find 1 around that mid-map area. So now you have to be ready. Put your irons up. The pressure going to be right in your face from these Ultra players. CleanX again pushing his way through dark, wins a one-on-one, Scrap through the back end, and Envoy finds a 3rd. Last player alive is going to be Kremp, but he's only able to take down 1, but that double still allows 100 Thieves to keep those spawns.
Yeah, there's going to be a 3-man flood coming right up to the front. Insight gets the first cleanly, and a team nade out. Uh-oh, not what you wanted. 100 Thieves were quick to try to find a way to re-break, but instantly shut down, and that's all 4 down. Insight off 3 in a row. Toronto flipping the spawns with still 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, now this is a good chunk of time right now if you are Ultra, because you got to keep in mind that P4 is right next door on the opposing side of your mini-map. Because now with 20 seconds left, you at least force 1 player in CleanX all the way across the map due to the route that Nasty is hitting. You're just hoping that your teammates can find success at that old hill. Dan Ghosty finds a double. They find the break for the final 10.
Insight also on 5 in a row. Stun goes his direction, does not land. Joe deceives inside the hill, should be weak, pistol out, and oh no, Insight doesn't win the gunfight. So big bounce back there for Joe. May not seem like much considering there wasn't much time left, but avoiding the cruise and having a chance to send numbers to do is good news for Thieves.
Yeah, now if you are Envoy, you just want to play your life to the best of your ability and then strike when your teammates are nearby. He's able to find that first kill onto Kremp. Ghosty knows that all the pressure is going to be towards the backside, so him and Nasty setting up the team shots. They're able to find the initial 2, but effective trades coming in from Ultra. They're still able to hold on.
Well, to say we're watching the cross pretty fine here if you're 100 Thieves, but after 2 kills come out, there's no flood into the hill, and Envoy just deals with it 1 by 1. Shout out to our fans from Dubai sitting inside the venue. We see you guys. Rooting for the Ultra, now up 70 points.
And this game is starting to get out of hand. If you are 100 Thieves, you need to have a response over at this next hill, but you got to keep in mind, CleanX still has that cruise missile in the back pocket to break the setup of the 100 Thieves players. But trades are going back and forth. You're still going to have a late contest from Dan Ghosty. Unfortunately, he's not going to win that gunfight onto Envoy. He's on 4 in a row, soaking up all that hill time.
Cruise missile going to get called in on this rotation as well. Trying to put pressure on this 100 Thieves setup. Scrap looking to be the first one forward. He does drop, but it's a simultaneous trade with the Cruise. So 100 Thieves in the hard point for now. Now it's just down to receiving this next hit from inside as Kremp does well from P1.
Yeah, and it starts by maintaining this mid-map control. Unfortunately, Kremp is only able to take down one, but Jodeci is able to fill that gap. How many more can he find? Not anything, and the rest of Toronto Ultra just fly their way on into the hill. So now if you are 100 Thieves, backs against the wall, you have to try to take mid, and they're making it very difficult for you to even find success there.
I mean, look how far out CleanX is taking these fights. He's forcing 100 Thieves to have to stretch themselves so darn thin, and in a lot of these moments off the setup, Ultra are finding a crack in the armor and jumping right through it. So you're going to get a little bit of a mini battle here for the scrap time of 18 seconds on our final hill. Ghosty going to be tested, and Insight with the pistol wins the battle. Follow-up good from Ultra, as now they have a chance to go from scrap to initial from 5-1.
And at least the spawns do flip, so you put 100 Thieves in the advantage position. Here to set up properly around P1, but just still a lot of players from Toronto Ultra hitting those routes. Envoy again on the pinch, able to win that one-on-one gunfight. Scrap through the front end. They are starting off the trade fights perfectly. That's 3 dead. Last player alive is going to be Nasty. He falls, and Ultra, they are slamming right now. Let's just go to a listening with the boys.
Yeah, they could go low. Like, spray me.
One table. Joe.
Yeah, my
in the
low.
trash corner. Yeah, I do low. 2 shot me.
Mid,
2 shot me table.
Outside couches.
They're in dead. Outside couches. No couches. There's 2. Both there. Nice.
I'm still laying there. I'm still laying there. I'm just finessing.
Mid couch. Nade door push. Nade door push. Don't push it.
Nothing rails. Nothing rails.
Mid. One shot. Absolute close. I have the push. Don't push again. Cram. Gun bar.
No contest.
Nice.
Yeah, my mid.
Look for Ghosty and
Weak. Dead once. One more.
Nothing
Could
else
be
you.
careful rails.
Nothing else here. Could pitch betray maybe.
I'm
Rails me.
rocking.
Rails
dead.
No one rails. Rails again. 2. Another one. 2 there. Oh, Joe's weak. 2 there. Last 2 there.
I went still there. Cramp.
I'm going left, right? Yeah, 2 ult, 2 ult. I'll be no, okay? 2 off spawn. Same mid push.
I'm challenging low. Left,
Good
right.
push out, trash maybe.
Mid's open. Mid's
One
open.
mid.
I'll see mid.
Our side mid. Weak burger as well. Him with nade.
Low. One low. Top burger. On our side mid.
Yeah, our side mid. Top burger.
Top mid table.
Mid dead. 2 mid dead.
I'll see
Nice.
top burger.
ATM, let's go. Same time.
I got it.
I'm dropping you. He's laying cold stuff,
Careful block.
2 there. I'm blocking in a sec. 2 at ATM right now. ATM right now.
2 mid. One more. Mid step.
2 mid.
He's on the mid heady.
One's really weak. Cramp. Mid heady, really weak.
There's 2. Hold
still holding there.
We have nades and stuns. We're all
One fellow is dead.
One third nasty.
Come here right now. One's misstep somewhere.
Yeah, mid right now. Mid and their side.
2 mid.
On mid table and then their side.
I'd right. That's your missteps.
Absolute runaway from the Toronto Ultra, still in a position at mid-map, and that may be the hot spot right now for Toronto. They're just continually winning this mid lane.
Yeah, they're dominating that mid lane. Either the ARs are filling the gas properly or the SMGs are just pushing so far in front of you that you have no space to even work that middle of the map area. But finally, LA Thieves find a couple kills in their side. 100 Thieves are going to be able to breach that 100-point mark, but you see the contest. You see the game plan from Ultra. They're thinking about that early rotation to do.
Well, you got Kremp in the back. He has not had a good map as of yet, but could be a pivotal moment here for 100 Thieves to work their way back in, but loses the gunfight. Actually never has a chance to take the gunfight. CleanX just surprises him, and we will rotate back over towards P3 with full comfort and control for Toronto Ultra. Mid, again, being wrapped on by Envoy. 220, 105. Final moments here for 100 Thieves that they can't break.
Yeah, they need to find a break, and they need to find it quickly because Ultra just continuously running up the scoreboard, and the SMGs are always finding these routes. 24 and 15 from CleanX, 25 and 16 from Envoy. That new SMG duo are playing outstanding so far on this map. Number 1, Thieves do, though, work their way through the front, trade effectively. Nasty and Ghosty combine for a couple kills for this 25 seconds.
Spawns are still good for Toronto, though. That's the issue. So 100 Thieves need to win out this next set of gunfights and push across the map. Good start to the first condition, although inside does it himself with the double. 13 seconds of scrap, and now you got to take your eyes over to Ghosty in the minimap. Number 5 in white has to try to find a way to open this thing up, but he's not going to get here in time to at least foil the early setup, but can he surprise as soon as he jumps in?
They're setting up the proper pinches, but effective trades again coming in from Ultra. 2 for 1, 3 for 2, make it all 4 dead now. Only needed 9 seconds to close out this game. 100 Thieves get those back spawns. They have one more opportunity to find a break, but again, the kill feed lighting up purple. Ultra come out swinging in the opening HP.
Comfortable from start to finish.
Very.
I mean, the majority of points for 100 Thieves comes by way of one break, really. Everything else was just rotation, rotation, rotation for Toronto. And hey, we've seen this squad dominate this map before. We've also seen them pull off some heroic comebacks before. And a lot of it comes by, I won't say one thing in particular, but it stands out in the forefront of my mind, their ability to win mid-map and individual gunfights and use that as their pivot point. Whether they're rotating between hills or setting up breaks, doesn't seem to make much of a difference. They dominate that mid lane.
And they had a perfect start to the game. Like, scrap those 5-0. He's not able to earn himself the cruise missile, but then Kleenex is still 5-0. He ends before dropping at 7-0, already a cruise missile earned. Ultra just dominated the left side of the map, and that's where majority of hills pop up. That's where you want the preferred spawn. Spawn over towards that palm tree, so you can get those spawns, and every single hill's there. You get the P2 spawns, that's where you want to be. P3 towards the backside, a lot easier to work your way in. And then right next door is the P4, so those are the 3 hills that they were able to combine, and then at that point, you're already finding yourself up by 100, and you got a cruise missile to break over towards bridge.
I think the other part about this for 100 Thieves, you know, obviously it kind of stands out looking at Kremp 15 to 27. He's the one who's trying to, like, hit a weird route and then use that as a chance to open up hills, but it felt like time and time again, Kremp was not necessarily forcing fights, but was almost too individual, which is like weird to evaluate just by words. But in a couple of examples, I think you can kind of even see it. Like even right here, for instance, like he's by himself trying to open up a 1v3 when his teammates are spawning behind the hill. Like I understand you're trying to be the guy who's on the weird side of these hits, but you got to wait for the full force of the rest of your team to also be there so the pinch is actually successful.
Yeah, because you're not a Superman. You're not just going to fly on in and get it done by yourself. You need these team pushes to come in, and that's where Ultra were simply outclassing them. Every time you're thinking, oh, it's a one-on-one gunfight, no, there's a crossfire setup. Someone's instantly right behind him to play for that trade, and he was always popping a 2-piece at the very end. So if you are Ultra, job well done. You finally were able to take down this squad in a hard point for the last 2 months, because all throughout Chance it was 4-0 in favor of the Thieves. Now you're going into your more preferred mode on that search and destroy, where they did match up multiple times at Champs on Rio SD, but it's 2-0 in favor of Ultra.
Yeah, that's a really strong point. And you know, again, it's one of those situations that this 100 Thieves squad, you have to give them a lot of credit for what they were able to do at the end of the year.
Yeah.
They kind of flew under the radar in my mind, took charge when they needed to, both at Major 4 and at Champs. But coming into this event, I don't think anyone was taking them lightly.
No.
There's no way you overlook them after the performances they had at the end of the year. And I think you're right turning into the conversation about how the map veto process has worked out. Get rid of that, Rio. Get rid of anything else that's been in your way. If you're Toronto, put yourself on more square ground, and we're going to see the same thing show up here with a Rio Search and Destroy.
And what Ultra did last time very well versus 103's roster is show a lot of presence every single time at that B site, but the smoke retakes were key.
Yeah.
Now that we don't have smoke grenades, how are we going to change the game plan?
And I think at the other front, everyone knows that Joe Deceive is going to try to wallbang you.
Yeah, from that A site.
Yeah, we've learned that lesson already. But how about this for an opening defense? 100 Thieves looking to get aggressive over towards the P2 side. Insight is in a world of hurt, but there's been a lot of time killed off this. I mean, that's a significant play for Thieves, but that told Toronto Ultra going to get a post plant that allowed them to play bridge side.
And Toronto have already gotten to read it. They're not pushing that flank. They're not committing on the flank, so Kleenex gains the info and just going to back down and play his life. Multiple players lined up right in front of him. Envoy strikes for the first, but Kleenex finds that second kill.
They've pinched it up perfectly. The read is so good, and now all of a sudden your team working out the last remaining players. I mean, yeah, you bully out the first blood onto Insight, but he gives the comms of, yo, there's multiple here, and a quick call to get the plant in ends up being the success factor.
And the same thing is that Kleenex was there to assist him. Even though he wasn't able to find a kill, he was trying to keep his team in it live, but he realizes, wait, they're not pushing this flank. They are working their way back. So Envoy, you can take a little bit more ground on their side of the map and potentially catch a freebie. Once he gets that first kill, Kleenex strikes forward that second. And then the rest of the 100 Thieves players are sitting there like, wow, this is not what we were thinking in the 4v3 retake. They just get picked apart.
And the two players on the post plant towards bridge are just watching each other's crosses through the window, so it's as safe as it gets in terms of taking a 2v multiple. Yeah, really clean stuff from Ultra. Good adjustments considering the very odd and monkey wrench style play that 100 Thieves trying to throw it around number one. So what is the response here for 100T? Looking towards B for now. You've got some pressure towards Ghosty's direction. Not amounting to much at the moment, but he is the one responsible for this flank where two Ultra members are at.
Yeah, they were playing a little bit slower on their attack because they have yet to earn the trophy systems. Now that those have started to develop, you take top mid away, Kremp is able to find that first flood. Now the bomb is getting planted.
Oh, but Kleenex somehow still able to get, oh, that's a wallbang. I'm pretty sure he does that from Joe Deceive's spot. I was like, wait a second, he's not anywhere near this. So he finds Joe on his own angle, and that now leads to a flood up top trying to contest the exit. Ghosty good for a trade. But where are the remaining members for Ultra? That's got to be the question if you're 100 Thieves in this post plant.
Still a lot of time to work with to dissect what the setup is looking like for 100 Thieves on this post plant. Nasty only at 8 HP. You're going to absolutely send it on to him. Now it's Ghosty left in the 1v2.
He's trying to force the issue, though, and clean shots onto Scrap. Catches him with a pistol out. Where has Insight gone, though? And this read could be perfect. Oh, Ghosty falls. Time should be plenty for Insight to get back for the defuse. And how about just a little bit of your own medicine there, Joe?
And that's 2 3v4 so far from Ultra. They fall short in that early engagement, but the micromanaging to make those mid-game adjustments, to realize what the setup is looking like, and to time those pushes perfectly. CleanX obviously helps when you hit that wall bang to take down that player putting down the bomb. Because then as soon as the next player goes to put down the bomb, there's already 2 players from Ultra attacking you through top mid. Fantastic plays from Insight to clutch on up. One of the most clutch plays that we have in Search and Destroy.
It's going to be really interesting to see if this is going to be just a continual part of the defensive setup of use multiple members, bang out the bottom side of the map, use that A cross through the wall as a way to defend B. Not going to be the case here for 100 Thieves as they largely have a heavy stack in the middle of the map. They're going to get at least some space for Kremp to work off of, but Ultra holding back, waiting for their time.
Yeah, they invested a couple stuns and nades through top mid, and they did get a couple hit markers. So 100 Thieves deciding to play aggressive through this B bomb. Now Ultra slowly trying to dissect what the setup is looking like. This is where CleanX is able to strike this time for the first blood.
Yeah, if you're going to give Ultra the bridge side, they're going to use that to make sure they can cross into the site safely. So they bait out the shots. CleanX finds the free first blood. Now 100 Thieves have to essentially play retake. I say that with some hesitation because there actually is no retake to come through. It's a full flip back over to the A side of the map.
Now this is going to be a lot more difficult to try to retake over towards this A site. You do have Ghosty potentially going to try to contest it, but he is going to fall. Now Jodeci's and Nasty in the 2v4 working this bench.
The only thing that could really stop this post plant is if Insight gets caught on timing. Not going to happen. Good for now 3 in a row. Joe the one to fall. And Nasty just trying to see if he can force some timing. Not going to work out, and this has been perfect from Ultra.
This is looking like the first time that they played at Champs on the Rio, where they were able to dominate in a 6-1 fashion. And so far, 2 3v4 clutches. This time you find the first blood, and the mind games come to play. As you were showing a lot of presence through top mid, and Ultra just hit that rotation back over towards A. Do not give 100 Thieves any opportunities.
Need to see something different right here from 100 Thieves. I mean, because right now it's Ultra, like we said, just essentially baiting out all of these plays. It's worked out really nicely from both sides of the bomb. So what can 100 Thieves try to do to get themselves going here with the initiative on offense? Nades over the top through mid. Most of it denied early. Envoy stun, not quite able to connect. And once more, keep your eye on this double setup down low. This is all about Envoy giving info, and then there's going to be some team shots through the wall here.
CleanX is set up again for it. To do 100 Thieves fall for the trick again. Now this time they are actually deciding to push through their spawn, and Envoy is ready for it. This time he strikes the first blood.
It's not even Envoy ready for it. Scrap is also playing super deep as well, but both players do get taken down. So now there's a lot of space on the map that 100 Thieves can play with. The only question mark will be, is this double tier setup towards the A side of the map going to re-wrap us? And actually, they're going to figure it out by just forcing the fights to happen on the A site.
CleanX might have just played this to perfection. I thought he was going to hit that rotation back over towards B, but he gains info on some 2 players, and at the same time, Insight is able to find one, so it's still a 2v2.
And CleanX is out of there. 100 Thieves are searching for him, but he's gone. Oh, man. And now time's becoming a bit of an issue. Ghosty does have a trophy system to play with, and it looks like 100 Thieves have gained the certainty that they can get this plant down.
So now in a 2v2 scenario, both Ultra players did not decide to engage in those early gunfights. Because now with 40 seconds left, you're going to go for the buddy system treatment. They're both going to try to double stack through their side of the map, and both players from 100 Thieves are split.
Can they get a shoulder? Can they get information on Ghosty, who's still sitting in a very safe position for now? Long-range action from Nasty. There's the opening shots. There's the bait and the switch. Insight from the other side, now on 5 in a row. It's just down to can they find where Nasty is. Now they know. Shots are clean, though, from Nasty. Insight gets through into Garage, but Nasty has the benefit of the clock and just backs away, and he's called the right move. No chance for the defuse to come through, and now it's just down to the kill, which Insight does secure, so Cruise Missile will be earned, but 100 Thieves get on the board.
It's great plays in the 2v2 to allow that time to get away from you. Even though Krep was going to fall in that 2v1, there was only 20 seconds left for Ultra to try to work with. Nasty finds himself in a perfect position to at least get that player crossing out of boxes, and then realize that the game clock is my friend here.
Yep.
You're not going to just instantly try to hop that bomb, and he plays it to perfection to finally secure the first round for 100 Thieves.
But now you've got to deal with a 2-round deficit. A lot more action that needs to give us some, I would say, definition that, yes, this 100 Thieves team can start to turn the patterns their direction, and you have to fight up against a cruise missile. This would be an important round to kind of counteract some of that instances right here. Joe right back over to the top of the A site. CleanX staying safe from a well-cooked nade, to be fair. And that may lead to some false information for 100 Thieves.
And I love when I watch CleanX, instead of running that SMG rival on, being the aggressor through top mid, whipping out the MCW and changing up his playstyle and his pacing. Because he's playing early on for this information. Realizes that nothing is going to be able to connect through top mid. 100 Thieves are going to throw this 3-pan push through that flank again.
Yeah, and Envoy realizes that this is not just one member up ramp. There are more over towards this backside heady on the ledge. Gets the regen out, though. Dead Silence has been already popped. Ghosty close, getting tagged up in the foot. CleanX will finish off the damage that had been dealt. Meanwhile, other side of the map, it's enough for Nasty to get 100 Thieves elimination towards the B side, and that puts a little bit of issue here to Ultra of, where do we go from here?
Yeah, because Nasty just gets that beat down over towards bridge area.
Yeah.
But with only 25 seconds left, you are not going to have the opportunity to even think about the objective at A. So the bomb is going to get planted over towards B. Do 100 Thieves find the timing to work their way through top mid? But you check this corner. CleanX finds one, but the bomb goes down.
Trade is decent, but that's enough for Insight to decommit from that flank watch and now be a part of the play here over at B. Envoy top bridge, tough battle. Decent shots on both sides. Insight will drop, leaving it just now to Envoy. And he will not reload the rival, at least not initially. Now he's fully freshed up. Maybe an opportunity to kind of collapse through, but no, Nasty right there to pick up on the trade, and all of a sudden he finds himself on 4 in a row.
It's great plays, man, from 100 Thieves, more specifically Nasty, playing it super patient. Even though he was baiting his teammates a little bit, it works out to perfection. So he now finds himself on 4 in a row. Was able to initially find that kill once that bomb goes down. Put them in a man advantage, and then winning that one-on-one gunfight on the backside onto Insight. Allows them to isolate onto Envoy, who was already weak around that bridge area. You just go for the double chow. Able to successfully trade and secure the defuse to take your second round.
This is how things could start turning around here. Liking what I'm seeing these last 2 rounds from 100 Thieves. One coming by way of a clutch, the other coming by way of just good map manipulation. And this round, they will stay pretty passive on the opening offense. This gains a lot of free space for Ultra, already playing the middle map.
Great shots from Nasty, not able to get the kill though onto Scrap.
Obi
able to walk away with his life. There's a lot of presence already through top mid if you are Ultra. So if you are Insight, the play is coming to you. How many can you find?
Oh, he's stuck here. Or is he? No way.
Don't forget, he has a cruise.
A very true point, and he's going to call it. Ultra are set up to try to play retake here. Bomb will be planted, though, so it's going to take a little bit of time. Can you find anything off the cruise? Scrap able to isolate for 2 in garage. That's enough now for space to be claimed by Ultra. 4v2 situation. How's the flank watch happen? And I think they've seen Ghosty, sure have. He does not get the time to get into boxes. Diffuse is on, and Nasty will just try to keep his life on 4 in a row still.
And it all comes down to Insight gaining that info, playing his life beautifully, backing up to his teammates, calling in the cruise, even though it's not able to connect onto anyone, but you are forcing them indoors. You set up Scrap to find that easy double in towards garage, and then at that point, the bomb is planted on the backside of that A site, so you can't watch it from boxes. You have to be able to at least contest it from the top side of Humvee, but in a 2v4 situation, all those angles are being covered. Ultra perfect on that retake.
This is a really important round coming up right here for 100 Thieves. Get this to a 4-3 tally, maybe earn a cruise missile, and it feels like a brand new search all over again. However, Ultra on offense have looked really solid. They own 3 of the first blood so far, 4 of the first blood so far in this map. Trophy systems down for Thieves, denying a lot of the opening utility from Ultra, but no one going to take the risk of initially playing in towards mid, but with a little bit more support, now Thieves will step forward.
And look at Insight, though. Again, he putting himself in that position over towards that A site. He's gaining all the info, but this time 100 Thieves send it through top mid. Joe deceives. That young man is roaring with confidence. He strikes for the first.
That's a bold challenge. I don't believe there was anything thrown by Nasty to allow him to do that. He just says, I'm going. And it works out nicely for first blood. Thieves now looking to kind of stack up a little bit more together as they recheck over towards the A side of the map. I don't believe Insight was seen initially, but now Joe will confirm that, yep, Ultra still have some presence here on the side of the map.
And how do Thieves decide to play this now? Because just Insight showing face on that side, they're probably thinking that the play is going to be over towards A. And now Ultra are attacking through top mid, but Envoy is going to get overwhelmed. Scrap is at least able to find one, but more effective trades, more bodies on the side of 100 Thieves, able to secure the defensive round.
That close, though, from Ultra, finding the perfect timing for pushing through and actually over-isolating that backside of the site. But good reactions, good responses coming out of the side of 100 Thieves. So now you're in a 4-3 tally. Nasty, I believe, did fall in that engagement, though. So I don't believe he still has the ability to play for a cruise missile. And yeah, that's indeed the case.
You brought the game all the way back, though, if you are 100 Thieves, as we take a look at the aggressive play coming in from Ultra. When you're always in a man-up advantage, just got to play the buddy system and play those trades. Now its score is going to be 4-3. Back to the Thieves on the attacking side, using all their attack through top mid, and Ultra just throwing those trophy systems, blocking.
Yeah, at least the lethals. Joe still has a stun available, so he could have some sort of a secondary check to see if anyone's playing on these staircases. And Kremp has found a pretty aggressive angle here at bridge. Help nearby. Not sure if Scrap saw any of this as far back as he was. A couple of tags over towards the staircase, and now it's going to be a decision time for 100 Thieves. Do we commit to try to get this bomb planted here, or do we wait to see if there's going to be a recontest?
You can already see Inside is setting up for that wall bang, so the bomb's not going to be able to go down for free. And it's already been 45 seconds wiped off the game clock. Now the play is going to fall into the hands of Insight. His teammates are no longer gaining any info through top mid, but he at least spots one.
Yeah, the frag nade also connects, so he's going to have help from Kleenex on this cross. You don't have to over-chow this if you're Insight. But 100 Thieves show pressure and then re-wrap back. This is looking decent, and look at the route from Kremp. He is all the way around the back, and he'll stop at least some of the Ultra hit from reinforcing.
Fantastic plays to be the island player on the opposing side. You take the space away from Ultra, and you're able to find a double. Ghosty at the same time find Kleenex. So now it's Insight still going for the wall bang in a 1v3, but now his chances become a lot more difficult. He only has 24 bullets left.
Just trying to steal the round right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, this becomes very improbable, and Kremp, off of what was a heater of a round, will take, I believe, 3 in total. If not, maybe, did he get the full ace there?
I think he got 3, because Ghosty got 1.
Oh, good point.
But that one just came down to 100 Thieves playing the mind games right there. You show all-out presence over towards bridge initially to start. You're forcing Scrap to instantly back on down, and then you're putting yourself in towards top mid, and at the same time, you're already hitting that rotation back over towards A, but then you work your back over towards B. So Toronto Ultra were just simply caught off guard, and it all started with Kremp staying alive on that side of the map. Finds his first blood onto Scrap, finds a second trade onto Envoy, and then the final kill. Great shots onto Insight.
Well, Kremp will take 4 in a row with him here now into round number 9. 4-4 the count. 100 Thieves gonna, again, get Joe in position over towards the A side of the map. Insight gonna try to throw some sort of contest, but largely just watching for the flank as already we're going to get the bomb plant coming down. So we got 4v4 post-plant situation. Kremto on 5 in a row. Number 6 up and over. And oh, nice team shots with Ghosty. Will confirm the kill, and now you're in a 4v2.
And I love how they're using their information to their advantage. They're realizing, like, Scrap loves to play as a solo man over towards this bridge side, so we're going to isolate him for that first blood. Now in the 1v3, Insight, you stand no chance. 100 Thieves have turned this game on its head. They are adapting, making those mid-game adjustments, and now they find themselves at game point.
Yeah, I really like the call and changing the timing up for Ultra, but Kremp gets that aggressive read through bridge with the rival, and that completely foils any sort of the post plant. Really well done by Kremp in particular. So now we got, all of a sudden, 100 Thieves really pulling this thing back. 5-4 up now, and a chance to possibly just hit some sort of a go call and just put this map away.
Because it seems like so far Ultra are relying heavily on that wall bang to contest over at that B site with no smoke grenade now. So do they decide to change the pace up just a little bit, and you can already see Envoy switching up that corner, playing mid-connector.
Frag being cooked. They know the trophy system for Toronto is up and over on the middle of the map, so you know you can throw utility here at A. It does land, not enough to get a kill, but it puts the pressure on, and now all of a sudden with that damage dealt, it's going to be a hit over towards the B side of the map. Joe on the cross. Ooh, lots of damage in. Envoy good for 1, not the second. Trades are out. Ghosty also guarding. And now you've got number situations, but is this taking a little bit too long? You've got Ultra hitting the full wrap through A.
Trying to push through the spawn, but Ultra have gotten a read on it because Insight is not spotting anyone on the flank.
Nice.
The man advantage in favor of Ultra instantly gets wiped away as Kremp finds that kill on a CleanX 2v2.
But is he stuck here? Uh-oh, this timing could be everything. Nasty, good bounce back. Pushes Scrap away, but Kremp can't quite center up onto Insight, leaving Nasty by himself, no bomb 1v2.
30 seconds to play with. Bomb completely across the opposite side of the map. Nasty's gonna waste a lot of time just hitting this route. He's gonna crack the door thinking that someone is even close, but Ultra have that crossfire set up.
Maybe gets some timing here on the Insight, but the problem is gonna be trying to find Scrap, and he's not gonna find either of them. And not getting that information is pretty much just win condition here for Ultra, and Scrap will finish it up. Wow, I mean, that really comes down to just individual gunfights. I get the idea for 100 Thieves trying to take Ultra by surprise by pushing an extra step forward, but they actually get caught.
Ultra were just ready for it, man. Ghosty gains the info early on that there's 2 players playing around that site. You just take too long to try to retake through top mid. You were able to find that trade onto Envoy. You put down shots into Scrap, but you got to work that objective instead of pushing through their base.
I think you're absolutely right. The damage that was tallied holds off all of that A hit from Ultra, but instead they try to maybe capitalize on the damage that was dealt, and that ends up being what costs them the round. So round 11, 100 Thieves on the offense. Ultra, 3-1 split back onto the defense. Nades and trophy systems on both sides, largely getting evenly exchanged, as I think everything's been thrown right there besides maybe a stun or two.
This time Envoy has changed it up. Look how aggressive he's playing over towards this bridge side. Nasty able to gain that info.
I don't know if he saw him. I mean, we're looking right at him because he's in bright purple, but I don't know if Nasty actually saw the jump across.
Well, if he didn't see him, then Envoy's going to be the playmaker this round.
Yeah. We're about to find out. Door pops. Okay, Nasty knew. Clean first blood, Envoy isolated, but is 100 Thieves going to get a little bit too cute here? I mean, you've got numbers, you got bridge control, but they're going to re-wrap back over to CleanX.
But this time it's Nasty being that island player to slowly work his way on the flank. He's able to find his second kill onto Scrap. Insight is able to take down 1, but do you have a clutch moment? 1v3.
Here comes 100 Thieves again, pistol out, he gets the isolation. Hold on a second. There is a world where Insight can do this. 1v2 now. Time is running out. Shoulder check, sees no one on. Does he get the read? Oh my goodness. The hunt is on. Insight backing over towards the A site and gets surprised. 100 Thieves pull it back and take a round 11 to tie us up in this series.
Fantastic plays from the boys on the side of the Thieves. They slowed down the game. They started to rely on a lot of individual players to make those big time plays. It was Kremp who really starts it off with that initial 3-piece on that deep pitch, being the island player over towards bridge. But in that final round, Nasty gains that info onto Envoy, plays it nice and slow, doesn't want to really get Soundhorn in that situation, working his way up the steps. He finds the first blood and then continues to hold that position. Scrap's thinking, okay, I can start to work this pitch, but Nasty shoots him right in the bag.
Yep.
That is 100 Thieves tying up the series at 1.
There was a moment in there where, like, my second guess was, like, Nasty didn't immediately snap back over. It looked like he was still looking at that cross, and I wasn't sure if he actually caught the timing of, was he looking center screen or not, because it was a fraction of a second, but the isolation works out nicely. And 100 Thieves continue to just mold and adjust how they look on this Rio search.
And that's why it was a little bit scary for me for Ultra, because they usually find themselves a lot of success on a map like Rio when they have the smoke grenades for those retakes to contest around that B site. But with no smokes, Envoy was trying to make individual plays. He puts himself in towards mid-connector one round. He's at least able to find one, but he doesn't want to give up that bridge control for free. Maybe if the defensive setup was a little bit more split up in a 2-2 split, you allow Envoy to take that positioning while Scrap is watching over him. Nasty's not able to take that advantage spot versus him. But since they were so far spread, not allowing that bomb plant to go down at B, relying on that wall bang, simply didn't work out for them.
The other part about this, and you called this out for just a brief moment in that last round, is with 100 Thieves rotating around the map on offense a lot, that last round, they keep someone in place to watch to make sure no one's tracking behind it. That late, long lurk ends up working out for another key kill that allowed essentially just too many odds to overcome.
Now, so far, this is completely different than what we've seen for both of these teams at God Champs.
Yeah.
Because it was Thieves taking the hard points. It was Ultra icing up in the search and destroys. Completely flipped on its head now, but the only difference now is that we're not going to have that invasion control for map number 3. It's going to be High Rise, where Toronto Ultra spent basically 2 months just practicing on this map, and they're basically undefeated now on it.
And there's still a sub-base still to come, which is another map that, even though we haven't seen a lot of it, historically speaking, Toronto have found some good success on that map. So there are some elements here where we still need to see 100 Thieves overcome some adversity, and it starts immediately as we get into the control change.
Yeah, because they've only been able to beat them one time in control, and that was at Champs. It's 4-1 overall in favor of Ultra. Now they get their bread and butter map in high-rise control, where it's simply going to come down to the slaying. We know how much of a player, how much of a nuisance a player like CleanX can be, especially running that AR. He can also switch it to an SMG at times, depending on how aggressive he wants to get through pot and pit.
Yep.
You are 100 Thieves. You cannot lose track of these players the same way you did in map number 1.
I absolutely agree with you. And I think there's going to be a couple of individuals that we're going to try to highlight eventually as we start to tee up what's to come here with this high-rise control. Of course, still on the backside of that, if we do get to 5, a Karachi Search and Destroy, which does kind of feel like an even battleground between both these two teams, doesn't really, in the forefront of my mind, say it leans towards one or the other. So there are opportunities for this 100 Thieves squad to still rip away this series from what is the favored seed. And again, just continue to prove that these guys should not be taken lightly.
No, they should not be taken lightly. They have figured out how to play Call of Duty together at the very end of the year, and that's the perfect time to figure it out, because you want to be able to play for the big bucks. Put yourself in great placements. But it's just this control map is the only thing standing in front of them, because Subbase has not treated them well so far in the season. They have a 3-7 overall record.
Yep.
High rise is everything in this series.
It's all adversity for 100 Thieves coming into map number 3, but they're going to talk it through, and we're going to send them to a break before we come back and figure out how high rise goes the backside of the break.
Ready, set, go. Prepare.
Welcome back, one and all, as we're always seemingly coming back from a break with a 1-1 count between our two squads. Toronto taking on 100 Thieves, and we've got a high-rise control coming up. Again, the history, like you'd mentioned, Jay, leans very heavily over towards Toronto, reinforced extra by the fact that we're going to a high-rise, but there are a couple of key players for us to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, there definitely are a couple of key players that we got to keep lookout for. And it's going to be the head-to-head matchup between Jodeci's and Nasty. They're both sitting on the same team, but they have been stellar so far this weekend in control. Both versus Lower Gaming, 1.22 for Jodeci's, 1.14 for Nasty. And you're going to have to bring that same exact slaying prowess here because you're going up against an Ultra roster. Like I said before we went to break, they've been basically playing high-rise control for the last 2 months. We went back and actually looked at the numbers of how many times they've played it and how long they have been winning at it. They're actually 10-0 in the last 10 times they have played it. So if you are 100 Thieves, this is going to be a tall task.
Yeah, and you know, I think the thing about those numbers for 100 Thieves is, yes, they look good on paper, and yes, 2 of the 3 controls that 100 Thieves have played have been on high rise, but that was against Lore Gaming.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's a little bit, I don't want to sit there and say, like, you know, we're comparing apples to oranges here, but you're comparing a Challengers Champs team to one of the best teams in the Pro League all year long for the last 2 years.
Yeah, and this is not going to be easy, man, because obviously you have a little confidence. You beat Lore twice on that map, but this is a completely different beast now. You have to be prepared for what Ultra are going to throw at you. Every single play on that side of the map is going to be running an AR. CleanX at times might switch to that SMG, but you cannot lose track of the players because that's when Ultra are at their best.
Jay, it's a small map. You can't lose track of players on a map like this.
Yeah.
I mean, just flat out. Just watch your bases. Make sure those windows stay safe because we know how quickly Ultra can find one wave of kills and all of a sudden they're putting you in a bit of a spawn trap. That's been where a lot of their success has ran and snowballed towards. And you can see the numbers behind that on the season. 2nd place in attacking win percentage, 4th in defensive win percentage, and a round 5 record that is some of the best in the league.
Yeah, Ultra are basically unstoppable with it at this map because in the beginning of the season, their overall record was about 1-3. They did not like to play high rise. They could not figure it out, but then they went into the lab. They put in the work. They understood what spots they needed to dominate and how they were going to be successful at being victorious on a map like high-rise control. 10 in a row has been the streak. Can they make it 11?
Yep. I'm feeling feisty right now, Jay. I've got a feeling that this map is about to get spicy. So let's jump up to get down.
I'm down. You know, I like the boogie a little bit.
I know, I've seen it. Video evidence to come. But it will be offense to start here for the side of the Toronto Ultra. So no trophies to help them out on this initial approach. CleanX looking to get some helipad control, though, and he will get stunned. Kreb, that's the one to actually toss one his direction. Doesn't seem to make a difference, though. CleanX able to reel the first one, no problems, and eventually the trades come out. So good start here defensively for 100 Thieves.
Fantastic start from 100 Thieves because they're holding a majority of these power positions beside that B Street. You have Kreb already finding himself on 3 in a row. Showing his presence over towards this blue area. It's already been a minute wiped off the game clock, and Ultra have not been able to get close to either one of these points, but finally they're on B.
Yep, Ghosty reads a little bit of a threat over towards the B site. Nasty from the helipad stairs, able to help isolate just a touch, and that's enough for Ghosty to follow up. No worries there. First tick completely depleted. Trophy systems now being earned are placing now an opportunity for 100 Thieves for just lock down the map, and honestly, they could get aggressive here if they want to defensively.
And it's going to be a lot easier when you're finding not just one, but every single time a 2-piece off of the respawn onto the players of Ultra, and they find it again. Now CleanX is at least able to get one. He's roaming his way down through Underground alongside Envoy. So he's wrapping back to find that kill onto Joey DeCease. Now Ultra already working out their spawn, but there's only 25 seconds left.
And Nasty's done very well to keep his life. And a lot of nades were thrown his direction. Ultra trying to get the isolation on him. They eventually will, but Scrap finds himself the last one remaining here for the Ultra offense on the A zone. Re-wrap on the way in. That's going to be Kremp to find the kill. Trade from Envoy may keep this play alive, but it doesn't feel good, and Ultra will try to find something desperately towards B.
Yeah, you cannot go over towards A. It's just not going to be easy. You have to try to dominate over towards that B street, and it starts off with Envoy putting himself in a great position. Now with 12.4 seconds left, all of the 100 Thieves players are spawning towards that back right window. They're going to invest the stuns. They're going to invest the nades, and Ghosty with that double. It's going to make it a lot easier for this break attempt.
Yeah, the only thing that 100 Thieves don't have defensively right now is B alley, so they're trying to hit this retake through mid. And hold on a second. Toronto's finding a couple of eliminations. Kremp trying to hit a pinch, get shut down. We got to take a moment here if you're 100 Thieves. Second tick is gone. The stack is in. Third very well. May give them the extra 60 seconds, and Toronto are only down 3 lives all of a sudden.
This is scary now because you don't have any B street control. Everyone forced to iron on up, clutch up in these moments in these kills. So you can sort of put Ultra in a little bit of a trap, but they are trying to dissect the setup of the 100 Thieves players. Nasty strikes for the first, but instantly traded, and you can already see. Joe DeCease not getting caught off guard. I'm watching Underground.
But Envoy gets some space from the Underground stairs, leads to an insight. At least 1v1 over towards the top of the A point, but Scrap now again, the last one left alive. No trophy system to keep him up. Trying to just keep cover underneath the boxes. Not going to work out, and 100 Thieves have reclaimed the A site nicely.
No more respawns left for Ultra. CleanX is at least able to find one through the middle of the map. slow down this round as much as you possibly can. But Nasty, again, finding a clutch gunfight, making it a lot easier for his team. Ghosty from top heli is able to find another one. Now there's only 2 Ultra players left.
And now it's just Insight. How much damage can he deal here with really not much time, nor not much space.
There it is.
I'm trying to drink some hot tea to stay fresh here, Jay, and it's burning my mouth a little bit.
But you are sort of devastated about that round if you are 100 Thieves, because in the final 10 seconds, you still give up those 3 segments. So you will absolutely take that if you are the Ultra. Able to make something shake on the attacking side, but now they're going back to the defensive end, where they do tend to prefer it a little bit.
Sure.
We know how Scrap loves to play. We know how Insight loves to play, dominating those power positions, and then CleanX, he's just everywhere.
See if this amounts to any sort of advantage after Toronto kind of save their first offensive attempt. What do 100 Thieves try to call out here? Looking for nade presence over towards the B alley. Insight there to meet it. Nasty pushed off the angle, but Ghosty will get top propane. There's the isolation, but this is good information for Toronto. Yeah, Ghost is going to get stuck up here as CleanX finds 2 through mid.
And they know Ghosty is absolutely one-shot through top or pain. He's not going to be able to assist his teammate in this engagement. Now the health regen comes in, but it's not good enough. Scrap ready for that fight. Now all the players from the Thieves coming off of the respawn, and you see how aggressive Ultra are getting up on the map.
Yep. And this is not where you want Ultra to live. CleanX on 5 in a row, does not get back into the safety of mid-map, so at least the streak is shut down, but Ultra is still punishing you at the windows.
Just not going to be easy to work out of your spawn. Thankfully, the stun is able to connect. Insight still able to find one. An Envoy there for the trade. Now can Scrap get anything done? Okay. He's able to find one. CleanX find one. Effective trades overall for the entire Ultra roster. But with everyone dropping, 100 Thieves now have an opportunity to work out of their spawn.
But it's got to be good, whatever this is, and there may be more space than you would imagine here if you're Joe Deceives, but Scrap picks it up off spawn. Envoy also making sure this B alley stays completely safe. And just as much as we thought 100 Thieves set up a really solid defense, they don't just get one up, they get essentially triple down on, as there will be no ticks of progress here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's a tough way to go out on your attacking round, especially because you allowed Ultra to walk away with 3 segments in the final 10 seconds. So Ultra do it a little bit better on their defensive end. You had CleanX, who was on 5 in a row. He did end up falling, but I'm telling you, when that young man gets lost in your spawn, he's very hard to keep track of.
Oh, yeah. It's just so surprising because you know it's going to be right at one of the 2 windows. It's just funny how fast they get there. Okay. A lot of work to be done now for Thieves to try to put together another dominant defense, but not let it slip. I think that's the biggest part about it here, as Ultra will have the tick advantage, and Scrap will be on 4.
And this is going to be way different of an attacking round because Ultra now have trophy systems to work with. So they're going to go for the 2-2 split. Early Childs over towards B Street. Ghosty finds that first kill onto Envoy with Scrap at 24 HP. You simply got to play your life.
Yeah, he was trying to get isolation over towards A. Not going to happen. But Insight, how does he just walk up underground like this? Able to see the contestant that he wants, which is Nasty on the outside. Oh! Okay. Heck no! Nasty with the turner up top on the tightrope. And now all of a sudden off the regen, he's going to save the B zone as well. What a map from Nasty.
Fantastic plays. Clutch kill after clutch kill. He usually is the player on this roster doing the dirty work. But he has himself a couple moments, key moments for this team to keep their dreams alive. It's now already 45 seconds gone. Ultra starting to work this overextension. You got a route being hit out of Envoy. Not a single player from the Thieves are going to be aware of it.
Yeah. And that is enough. Ooh, I thought maybe to take care of Nasty, but he tucks himself into a corner, and it's CleanX to eventually find the kill. Still, though, you've got 100 Thieves members in good spots to hold off the hit from Toronto and possibly retake B quickly. Kremp try to get up and over, but cannot track down where CleanX is. Transmit the info over for Ghosty. Joe trying to follow up behind it. It's a pinstripe kill feed. 21 plays 23. 28 seconds on the clock, and Ultra have to resort to playing off B.
And they worked their way into the objective, and they're already working on that first segment. Nasty gets that kill onto Envoy, but it's still Scrap contesting from top or pain. He eventually is going to fall. And now Insight with his hands full on the left side. Joe Deceives is able to catch him off guard. But again, this is what Ultra do. CleanX is just going to get out, make sure the game clock is at a pause, give his team more opportunities.
Well, there it is. Scrap for 2 deep. Nasty clearing out the 8 point, but Gets caught in his own right, and now again, here come Ultra. Shots from Ghosty, decent, but not good enough for the double down. CleanX stun out. Gonna be able to isolate onto Kremp here. Sure will. Scrap wins another one, going over towards B, and here we go again. You've got Ultra on both points at the same time. 2 ticks done today, third on the way. First one done at B. Nasty and the rest of the crew try to get here to contest, but they're not there, and Toronto winning the kill feed.
Oh, this is perfection from Ultra. They realize, okay, A is a lot more difficult to capture, so let's stack on this side of the map. Scrap, all you need is one gunfight towards B Street. As the second segment comes in, it's a double stack. 100 Thieves, you gotta get in.
Scrap has won 5 different individual 1v1s. Now he's just a kill away from beating himself on the cruise missile, but Joe Deceives double. Keeps the defense alive for a time for 100 Thieves, but Envoy in a corner gets the double. Insight will join him, and it's a full offensive capture for Toronto.
It's the late round heroics from Ultra, man. Every single time, if you're 100 Thieves, you are begging for a 2-piece, not just a single kill, because Ultra are so damn good at finding those trades. The fact that Scrap currently is sitting at 20 non-traded kills out of the 23 kills that he has in total is insane. He's the guy that keeps it alive over towards B Street, but CleanX again putting the game clock at a pause with 22 seconds left, allowing his teammates to get back into the play while he's finessing around that point, and then relying on your best player, your MVP of the entire season in Scrap, to just dominate over towards that left side. Ultra now up by 9 segments. Yeah, this might be over.
Yep. I mean, that's just late game heroics. 2 straight offensive rounds in a row. Feels like the situations are improbable, if not impossible. But that's where Ultra apparently find ways to thrive. 100 Thieves. Not able to find the first blood, but Nasty does get some success through the bottom side of Pit, and that turns into a double kill. And Kremp following up means the clock can stop with focus on the A zone.
You can already see CleanX said, don't worry about it, guys. You guys can figure that one out off spawn. I'm going to be the cutoff man. Can I get anything done? Unfortunately, Joe Deceives gets the better of him, and that leads to a 4 dead. So now the Thieves in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
They're going to go for the stack over at this B point. And at the same time, Kremp solo capping for at least 1 segment here at A.
He also wants to make sure, though, that the defense can't get out of the window safely. So it's kind of 2 things at once all of a sudden for Kremp. And in that moment, he does get punished. First tick done, though, on both sites. The second tick likely going to be completed at B, and Toronto are going to take their time, maybe even considering just chalking this B point up a touch, because you got Envoy playing forward. That's enough to take away the middle of the map, but they don't get there in time to stop the 60 seconds already being added.
Yeah, but Ultra, they're not worried about that.
Yeah,
they were playing for the exit kill. That leads to a clean 4 dead. All of the Thieves players coming off of the respawn, and this is when you put yourself in the power position to trap them as long as you possibly can.
Oh, they've got the lanes locked. Inside on one side, CleanX on the other. Envoy playing over towards at least this mid ramp, at least in some ways. Kremp has snuck past, though. Nah, maybe not fully. Whoa, clean shots. Takes care of Scrap up top of the elevator. Trades are good. The play, though, not dead yet. Ghosty trying to force his way forward. Up and over. Doesn't quite get there, at least not cleanly enough to stay alive. And with that, we'll get tied in the lives as 100 Thieves set up their next push.
Yeah, they have a lot of time to work with and a lot of B street control and bottom pit, so the initial 2 kills go in their favor. If you are in sight, holding that cross from that helipad steps, you're just trying to make sure no one is going to jump on for free, but Nasty gets the better of him. Now they're on that A objective, but at the same time, they're already showing presence at B. This can get dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely could. The mid presence is definitely being felt for 100 Thieves on this offense. Nasty, good timing, takes care of Envoy. Second tick of progress, going to be locked. Third going to be on the way with 2 players stacking up. Nice shots for Nasty over the top. Not quite able to finish things off, though, and somehow, some way, it's Insight who sneaks in, finds a double, and clears the point.
That's the thing, man. If you're going to go for that chow, you got to guarantee that kill, because now it leads to 4 dead and Ultra taking the map completely away from you. Now you are forcing them to waste at least 15 seconds even working out of their base. And all the players from Ultra ready and waiting with these MCWs in hand, leading by 1 life.
On headies that are just so difficult to take gunfight-wise. And now Envoy, again, pushing forward, just making sure 100 Thieves can't get out of spawn. Trades are decent. Kremp reads that there is at least 1 member for Ultra in the middle of the map, but this is it. You've got to find a way to break through this and get on the zone.
Final 20 seconds. Ghosty, unfortunately, is going to lose that gunfight to CleanX. Scrap again finds his 30th kill of the map. It's a 2v4 scenario. Joe Deceives and Nasty trying to get something done, but they both fall. No more respawns in favor of the Thieves. Wow. 8-1 in lives remaining. Ultra stay flawless in high-rise control. That's now 11 in a row.
How many months have we watched this map? 8? That still blows my mind how Ultra can still find ways at the brink of losing offensive rounds within 10 seconds of barely even finding any progress. They somehow delay, manipulate the defense to be stretched out so thinly that you not just find good counter kills, you find ways to get the extra 60, and then it's all business after that. That's just unreal offense from Ultra.
Yeah, they did it in the very first round in the final 10 seconds, securing 3 segments. That gives you momentum going into your next defense. Okay, we have a shutout round here. We're going to put ourselves in the advantage position. And then when you guys scrap, just winning one-on-one gunfights every single where around the map. 27 non-traded kills. And while he's doing that, you still have to account for where Envoy's coming from, where Kleenex is coming from, because they were all running those MCWs, but somehow, some way, they were always in your spawn.
Wild stuff, man. We can watch back those offensive rounds and find a million different things to talk about. And the fact that Ultra finds success the way that they do sometimes feels borderline miraculous. But regardless of how it happens, it still happens. And that means now all of a sudden Ultra find themselves 2-1 up in the series with a sub-base hardpoint coming up. And again, it hasn't been a map that we've seen a lot of over the course of the last couple of months, but when we were playing it quite often, Ultra are finding a lot of success.
Ultra enjoyed it in the beginning of the season, and then the opposing side for the 100 Thieves, they do not play this map at all. They haven't played this in about 2 to 3 months, and the reason why is because they struggle very, very badly when you talk about those hold percentage, when you talk about finding success in the breaks. You can put yourself in a position to win that rotation, but versus a team like Ultra, they are going to figure out how to manipulate the map to find successful break that leads to good time.
And I think the thing about it, you know, you throw the optics in the conversation, even FaZe near the end of the year, we're finding good success on Subbase. One of the things we often hear about Subbase as a map as overall is that it's inconsistent.
Yes.
It can be difficult to predict, but our top 4 teams that are out there in the league figured it out, at least into ways that they could manipulate the madness. That hadn't been the case for 100 Thieves. They either were beating teams by a small margin or they were getting blown out on this map. So we'll see how much prep they actually have on this map coming into this event.
Yeah, obviously, since they haven't played it in quite some time, you're still going to be scrimming it every single day. You're trying to perfect your craft going into the final tournament of the year here at EWC. But it's just the way that Ultra is shooting right now.
Yeah,
all the ARs that they have put in every single player's hands, they are very, very comfortable with these long range distance, putting themselves in those power positions and basically dominating one side of the map the same way they did on Vista.
Good map, though, from Nasty. So I think you kind of maybe shift the focus his direction for the first, maybe not the first time, but at least this time moving into a sub-base. I think often the conversation is so easily dominated by what Ghosty does. But I think if Nasty continues to shoot like that in a couple of tight moments, tough gunfights, heady v heady, if he can find a way to win a couple of individual fights, stop Scrap from going piece to piece, kill to kill, maybe there is a chance here for Thieves to actually fight back and maybe send this to a 5th.
Yeah, he had a bunch of clutch moments in that game to not allow Ultra to completely run away with this game and absolutely stomp them. But you're going to need a better performance out of every single player here.
Absolutely.
Now your backs are against the wall. I'm really looking at Dan Ghosty, who I feel like is not really showing that Superman super suit that he's always been wearing throughout this entire season. He's been one of the top 5 ARs throughout the entire season with the way that he's able to get it done. I know that the team is playing around him, but you need him to be that slaying AR to really set the tone on the map like Subbase.
I agree with you. I mean, no one's absent for the conversation. It just feels like at moments throughout this entirety of the year, when we look at this 100 Thieves roster, it kind of starts with Joe, maybe then goes to Ghosty. We talked about Kremp quite a bit, but Nasty kind of flies as the 4th guy under the radar. But after a map like he just had on High Rise, maybe a time for him to spotlight himself. Do or die time for 100 Thieves, trying to get to the top 4. But Ultra standing tall in their way, hold the edge currently in the series as we jump on into the opening moments of Subbase.
Now the good thing for the Thieves boys is that the fact that they are spawning on the preferred side to start off at this P1. Can you make these initial kills count? As Joe DeCease is able to strike first, Kremp whips out that SMG to get aggressive through top comms, and I love that play call, but the rest of your teammates fall around you. Now you have to play your life.
Well, you do have some focus here for 100 Thieves on the rotation. Envoy trying to play some timing, gets shut down. And now things start to kind of stabilize a touch for 100 Thieves, allowing them to get a little bit of time here on P1. But the follow-up fights from Ultra will put the map into a bit of jeopardy here with focus towards the P2 side. But here's Ghosty right into position to find one, and that will allow 100 Thieves to regain on the left side of the map.
That's perfect right there out of the Thieves, because you're going to walk away with this final 10. You are putting yourself on a preferred side off the rotation over towards new. And now you're forcing Ultra to hit that overextension. It's going to waste a lot of time. You can't make these gunfights easy for them. It's now Ghosty playing that power position, realizing where the pressure is coming in. He's going to put himself in a position 2, top 3, but CleanX might have snuck behind enemy line.
Very well may have, and whoa, if he stays up here, that could be all that Ultra need, but instead he changes up the angle. Nasty reads it. Good kill coming through, and that'll be enough for 100 Thieves to, again, still spawn up close and deny Ultra a single point to this point.
And at the same time, Kremp is already showing presence in towards top warehouse. Nice. He's able to find 3 in the feed. Nasty flies in for the 4th, and now the young man is on 5 in a row. We were looking for one of these AR players to step up, but what about your main SMG in Kremp? Whips out the MCW. One off for earning himself a cruise missile, and Ultra Team today have now made the decision. We got to cut our losses.
Well, they can't hit this through warehouse. They know that Kremp is up top there. You can't just push him that direction, so they're going to try to clear out snow by playing through either tunnel or top glass, and they're not even going to do that. You're absolutely right, Jay. They're just going to hold off and put together a very reserved, bunkered up setup behind the next hard point.
It's a 70-0 start for the Thieves, but if you are Kremp, you are playing for this cruise missile here. I would love to see someone hitting that overextension around the left side of your mini-map to potentially block those back spawns and try to contest on the CleanX. But Kremp, is he going to check the corner? He checks it, he spots him, but he's not ready for the gunfight. The effective trade comes in from Joe to Thieves. Ghosty was thinking, okay, now I can fly in and try to contest this.
Spawns are still here, though, for Ultra, so Ghosty has to hold his life, and so far, so good. Dan for 3, pistol out, looking for the full wipe. Dancing with the door, but not able to find the kill. Nasty following up behind. He secures the trade. Spawns are still 50-50 on the left side of the map, and the hard point stays neutral.
And it's the route right there from Kremp, realizing, okay, how do we make this hill a little bit easier? This time I'm going to put myself in that position to block those back spawns. 100 Thieves find success in this break, but for only 20 seconds, this is what you need to take, because we know how effective that P4 can be and how difficult of a break opportunity has to be on their hands.
That is a huge punishment from 100 Thieves. If Ultra's going to give you full time at 2, they're expecting to get 45 plus on 3.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that they get 15 seconds is wild. So now 100 Thieves, next task. How do you break this 4th hard point? Already decent information on the CleanX. That'll work. First kill good. They also have a read that Scrap's playing top P2, so they can just cut this through maze.
And look at how spread Ultra are playing right now. There's only 1 player left on the hard point. Let's just send it towards the hill, because they're spawning all the way across the map. Potentially the spawns are going to be in for the Thieves, but no, Ultra trade more effectively, so they're still going to spawn it on the back end. The break comes in for a small second, but Ultra, more bodies on this side. They get it right back.
Impressive shots from Envoy wide out in the open towards Ghosty on a heady at the pop side of P3. So now you've got time being accrued for Ultra and a chance to possibly still win the high ground battle. 100 Thieves setting up their next attempt, looking for some mid-map control, but Envoy's already here.
And Scrap also finds that kill onto Nasty. He was trying to work his way out of warehouse. You do not want to be spawning warehouse at this P5 hard point. Now you're making sure you're covering all your spaces on where the hell the rest of these players are. Because now it should be the Ultra winning no rotation over towards New. You already have Scrap contesting through top warehouse, and you're forcing all of the Thieves players to hit that overextension.
You even get a spawn for CleanX towards warehouse side, so Ultra will be, again, very confident that their full focus needs to be at the middle of the map. Scrap on 4 in a row, looking for kill number 5. Finds it down low, but can he finish? Yes, he can. Ghosty drops, and now all of a sudden, Scrap's got some help around him as he looks for kill number 6.
And this is basically going to be a tie game now, because you're forcing the Thieves to hit that overextension through that water street. They do not want to work their way through warehouse, because you're going to simply get mowed down. As now Ultra and Scrap earns himself that cruise missile. Basically a tie game now, trading effectively around the middle of the map. Thieves, you just got to flip the map on the opposing side.
But Kremp does get some warehouse control here. This could be big in terms of jumping into the hard point and also finding space to own the last bit of time, but instead, it's going to be Envoy to keep things a bit more neutral. Oh, nice shots from Nasty. Woo! Off the pistol, straight to the MCW. Scrap time goes the way of Thieves, as they technically will win this rotation to hills.
And now they have a lot of presence around that middle map area. Just need to sync it with this next wave of kills to flip Ultra on the opposing side. As with Insight finding that double, they're able to stabilize the spawns for now. You're showing contest through that top 3 story. They know that they're in a 2v4 situation. Players already coming off the respawn. CleanX finds a double, almost makes it a triple, but sets up his teammates for 2 left.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-4 exchange. Ultra going to be able to get a lot of time and also put themselves in prime spots to stop any rotation from coming across the middle of the map. Envoy off a double. Once again, just keeps 100 Thieves completely bottled up. You got Scrap on the other side, top side warehouse, and it's just so difficult for 100 Thieves to work through. Eventually, they deal with Scrap, but now is the difficult task of getting to the middle of the map.
And now it's Ultra's opportunity to potentially have a 70-point swing from this P1 to P2, because the entire kill feed is lighting up in purple. Insight and Scrap, everyone turning turning up at the right time. 100 Thieves backs against the wall, down 2-1. Let's go to listening with the 100T.
I caught me as well. We need to pick a side together.
I'm trying to get a bunker.
Let's see this guy
but-
server.
Trying to get a bunker.
It was fucking envoy. I'm going to bunker.
Yeah, I might be through. I might be through.
I'm going to bunker.
Looking for envoy.
I'll stay in third.
Envoy's one off server somewhere. One shot loading on me. One shot loading and third. Loading and third, bro.
Top caution, bro. Go shoot. Nice one, top caution. I'll see that third.
Nate, God, I can't move. He's not
I'll come out, hold on.
I'm with you.
I just killed you, my fault.
Top ammo, scrap.
Okay, listen, 1/3 stairs.
Nice, good job.
Okay, third stairs, loading in time. He's going to go top left third, okay? Earn that. You can go top ammo, Swan. I'll sing constantly holding us.
I don't see
Toby.
They're playing tight, bro. They're playing tight. Sunday.
I'll be top. Karam?
Well, he's laying down in the middle,
Leave him, hit time. Wait, he's Gossip as well. Gossip's in time.
I don't see him secret.
Gossip's in time, he's on time.
Pitch me plat, scrap. Plat weak.
We have to hold this new, boys, okay?
I think you just flew out Cat's ammo fan.
Probably
Toby, guys. We're missing Toby.
Fill top.
Scrap's the guy in old. We're missing Toby for sure. I'm
Toby. I have low ammo.
Picking up the right, by the way.
Top ammo dead on one chest.
Picking up the right.
I'll fold my gold.
Nice. Inside. You can bump, Jim.
I'll sing. I'm out. You might take the right.
Yeah. Honestly, I'll pick it up.
I'm holding you, bunker.
Can you go on time?
One top server, okay?
Shrinking.
One top server. There's only top stair to caution.
Heard you. One deep server. Yep, we're gonna spawn out.
I spawn out. I'm gonna go. Nothing bunker. I think they're doubling it.
Back ammo steps. 100%. Back ammo steps. Toby dead. One shot. Toby on time. Nice. One more on time on you, Barn.
Andy right. I saw bunker coming up, guys. I'm flooding. Deep right. Scrap. Dead. One more close left.
Need a deep.
Now weak.
You gotta block, Joe.
100 Thieves have statistically not been great at breaking any hills here on sub-base, but as their backs are pushed up against the wall, they've done a nice job here on this hill.
Yeah, it was a 70-point swing. They withstood that cruise missile coming in, and even though Ultra were able to take those back spawns away from them, they flip it right back. So keeping themselves into this one, only a 30-point difference, but now you're forced to find a break in towards P4, which is not going to be easy.
And it wasn't good last time that we were here, as 100 Thieves also had to break. Scrap looking to hit a bit of a timing route. Will be caught. He should just spawn right back up behind the hill, though, so really nothing gained, nothing lost. As now 100 Thieves looking to play off the high ground. Okay, here they come. Really, with a lot of force. That's 3 dead. Cruise missile, the only thing still left. It finds Ghosty trying to play for spawn priority, but Ultra will still spawn out. It just comes down to can Thieves kit Scrap out of the back of the hill and put together a good solid setup from the front. So far, so good. Scrap in a bit of trouble, but he's still holding on to his life.
So all it comes down to how much more can Scrap get done from this angle, because his teammates are trying to approach the front, but they are all falling. Stuns, nades, everything starting to connect. Scrap eventually falls. So the Thieves bringing this game right on back. Withstand again, another cruise missile coming in. Down by 10 points. They have flipped the switch in this game. Everybody's streaking.
CleanX, though, does get it off spawn behind the old time. Traded out by Kremp, but it slows down the rotation for 100 Thieves. Try to get some top priority around Snow. Ghosty late in the gunfight. Envoy right in front. That's going to be enough for at least an initial kill. No one comfortable enough to get into the hard point as Joe makes the play for warehouse control.
And Ultra do not want to be at warehouse. They want to try to work their way on out. That's why you see the route being hit and developed out of CleanX. He's going to work his way to top 3-story. He should be able to find a freebie onto Ghosty, but he is maneuvering. He's moving around the map, and now they have figured out where CleanX is, and they're still holding on to warehouse. The league champs comes in. 100 Thieves breach that 200-point mark.
But now they're just completely bottled up, trying to hold over towards this B-side balcony side. Joe stuck in a corner. Kremp, nasty, trying to keep him safe. So far, so good on that pursuit. Oh, how about the route from Ghosty around the back? Oh, the help is there. The team shots are perfect. It's 5 in a row for Kremp. Joe also on 4, and 100 Thieves will take a massive lead late in the game.
You wanted to slow down, because if you earn that cruise missile, it's basically going to be a GG, but the final 15 seconds in favor of the Thieves. They're going to get close to that 240-point mark. Joe Deceased holding down the power position, and Ghosty finds that double through top comms. Great plays from the Thieves. They have flipped the switch. They are activated. They are trying to force this game 5.
They can finish it right here as well. The only one they need to get out of the point is Scrap. Playing over towards base side. Joe finds the kill. Nasty left alive inside the hard point. As JD gets to 5. Trades are decent. Last one left is Ghosty, but he's taken out of the point. Still 3 seconds needed. Toronto trying to hold on desperately from the front, but 100 Thieves are coming quickly.
They're coming quick, and the stuns and the nades, everything is getting invested. You're even finding a team kill. But Ultra, no, we cannot allow them to get into this hard point. Joe, Nasty, everyone from the Thieves striking in the kill feed. It's 4 seconds until they force game 5, and we got it on our hands.
Heroic as hell from 100 Thieves. It starts, I think, first and foremost, during the listen-in, they don't get a lot of awareness on where the hit from Toronto is coming from, largely because they know they have to survive through the cruise missile. They bounce back, though. They stop Ultra from getting the break on 3, and then most impressively, that break on 4 the second time around.
And Ultra should know on a P3 hardpoint, that is not the hill you want to invest a cruise missile on, because there's so many different angles you can stay alive in that moment, even though they were able to find that break for a small couple of seconds. The fact that when you hit that rotation over towards P4, you are fully set up. Scrap is giving the information with that cruise missile, but while the cruise is getting called out, all of your teammates fall. And then Thieves were able to take their Scrap towards the back end, get themselves back into the game, and then just dominate that side of the map for the rest of that map number 4. That was ice in the veins right there from the Thieves, man. Everybody had their moments. Everybody had a time to shine, and there's no better way for this matchup to end than a Game 5.
And it's going to be on a Karachi search and destroy, where neither one of these teams really look at it and say, this is our map. It's going to feel like a pretty neutral battleground. It's just the fashion of which this map started, though. All of the players you wanted to see start to turn up absolutely did. Ultra playing very patiently, you know, kind of trusting in the metrics that they come into this matchup with, which is they're going to out-rotate you, and they're going to be pretty darn good in their holds, especially against a team that doesn't break all that often. But I think the most impressive part is right here. Nasty Joe absolutely saving the day on that P4 rotation.
That was fantastic, man, out of the Thieves. You have to bite down, you got to iron up, you got to clutch up in these moments. The fact that they made multiple clutch play after clutch play, because they started off 70-0. And then Ultras respond with the P3 a little bit, with the P4 and the P5 to take a nice little comfortable lead. And then they chained that to the P1 and the P2, and then they grew a 70-point lead. But this time the Thieves, they were able to withstand that pressure at P3, a very successful break at P4, chained it to that P5, dominate around those power positions around the middle of the map. And there's the showcase right there.
Yep.
Practice makes perfection. They haven't played the map in a couple months, but they still get the job done.
Clean stuff, man. What entertaining sub-base that was. Both teams really good, heads on their shoulders, but all things told, all it comes down to is another $80,000 match on Karachi Search and Destroy, where, again, it's hard to look at the numbers and point to one team or the other. The history reads pretty evenly, not just on the individual teams individually on this map, but even particularly in the search between these two squads, it's felt pretty even.
And keep in mind, on Karachi, again, we're not going to have any smoke grenades. So it's going to be very difficult to even try to retake over towards that B side, or even take that B side on your attacking rounds. We always talk about it when you get into Karachi Search and Destroy. The way you usually win this, the recipe for success is through your SMGs. The playmakers need to find the timings, need to be able to win those one-on-one engagements to open up the map for the rest of your team.
Well, we'll see if those executable mentions will actually unfold for us, because at the moment it is, again, just an $80,000 match.
Just
casual.
$80,000.
What are we talking about? Unreal seats. But map 5, Karachi Search, is what's on the line, as all of our teams are just trying to take a deep breath, make sure the game plan is ready to go without any second guessing. So we'll let the teams converse as we drop away for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Map 5 coming up after this.
Ready, set, go.
It's an $80,000 map of Karachi Search and Destroy. What?
Every time I do this, you know what time it is. We're going to a Game 5, baby.
Oh, boy. It's going to be a good one. We've had a couple already on the day. This is all about, though, who survives to see another day of Modern Warfare 3 where they will take on the Vancouver Surge, who also had a Game 5 winner earlier today. There's a breakdown of the prizing. We still have so much money on the line, but going from 8th to 4th, everything just doubles up. It's just a flat scale until we eventually get to our top 2.
So the pressure is going to be very, very high.
Yes.
All of these players in this lobby come from the S&D scene. They play S&D wages, just like I said in our first series. You get to a map number 5, you're probably playing for $150, but this is an $80,000 match. It's all going to come down to who's going to make the less mistakes.
Yeah.
And the pressure is definitely going to be on. SMGs need to reign supreme on a map like Karachi. But I'm curious to see, because I'm pretty sure this is the first time we actually see Karachi this entire weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first time.
Yeah, I think maybe the B stream had a couple of matchups that saw Karachi Search, but for the large majority of this main broadcast, we haven't seen it very often. It's been in the picture, but it's mostly been map 5s that we haven't gotten to. I think the Optic had it in a map 2 once, if I'm remembering right. So we'll see how things unfold here. Again, we kind of talked about it before we went to break. Neither team has very many consistent nor demanding results in terms of who holds favor here. So how appropriate to go into a map where it's just who wants it more, maybe. Let's find out how it goes.
All it's going to come down to, Alan, who wants it more? Game 5 is upon us. Ultra V100 Thieves. Here we go into the round number 1. Ultra on the attack.
Opening nades over the middle of the map for both sides. And again, remember, no smokes. One of the things we were talking about kind of casual in the agreement is that makes that B hit so dang hard. And look how much focus 100 Thieves have over to the A map. So both their teams are very aware of that.
And now if you're Ultra, you do not want to contest these gunfights. They're a lot easier for the 100 Thieves players. Ghost is going to gain a little bit of info that a potential rotation is going to be abound. But Scrap finds himself in a very, very good spot around red. He potentially might get isolated, though.
Shots are out, tags are in, but Scrap stays very healthy. Joe still playing the backside of this P2 diner. As Ultra, again, you get to see the frustration here. I mean, there's just no easy way to execute in either one of these sites besides just trying to move the defense around. And Ultra seem to think that they've pulled Thieves heavily towards A, but here comes the rewrap back.
The only way you're going to be successful at this B side is if you take over that bridge control, and it's not going to be easy. 22 seconds to go. Great shots from inside, but here comes Scrap on the pinch for the first blood.
Oh, the timing through mid-map is absolutely exquisite. The one that was responsible for that was Joe Deceives, but it's going to be Kremp who finds the exchange. Bomb still planted, though, and Kleenex, rival 9 in hand, will get some bridge control here.
Now this retake is only going to be more difficult for the Thieves players without that smoke grenade. Have to find their angle of approach. Joe Deceives puts himself in that angle to at least spot Kleenex. They're going to try to isolate onto him, 94 HP.
All he's got to do is just stay alive a little while longer. Insight re-wrapping to see if he can make sure the bomb's not being defused. He's clear. And now you've got Scrap still hitting a pitch up towards top 3rd. Yeah, 100 Thieves have regained bridge control, but now you've got Envoy up top. He just needs to check the bomb here in just a second. Need to make sure he can find the kill, but not going to happen. The coverage is good, and 100 Thieves will get the retake.
That's perfectly played right there from the Thieves. And if you're Ultra, you're just playing way too safe over at Coop side. You have to try to assist Kleenex over at that bridge area. That is the power position that you want to hold now with no smoke grenades in play. As the Thieves successful on that retake opportunity. It all started by isolating onto Kleenex. Kleenex was thinking, okay, I'm stalling out a lot of this game clock. It's already been 25 seconds gone. I know they're committed for me, but they still don't know where my other teammates are. But at the same time, Joe Deceives was able to spot Insight bottom Coop. At the same time that Kleenex falls, Insight falls as well. And then Envoy with an SMG in hand, GG.
Great reads from 100 Thieves going back and forth between A and B. For a moment, it felt like Scrap's route was going to completely destroy any possibility of that continuing to happen. Instead, the quick trade comes out and it wins the round. Now, first blood. Tallied up for Toronto, but the response from Kremp is good. And there's a lot of space here at A. I mean, we're going to throw nades and then immediately try to hit this, and that's going to be enough for a plant for 100 T.
Yeah, we're only relying on the cross, and Envoy sitting nice and comfy in towards bottom fountain, but that bomb is going to go down for free. Now, those two players on that side are just going to wait for the play to develop out of Scrap, who's working his pinch.
And he's been able to find Kremp just down to Ghosty at vending. Decent tags, but no way he stays alive there. So Ultra just as convincing on the retake, if not more so than we saw from 100 Thieves. It just was a little puzzling that they were essentially allowing the bomb to be planted so freely in the first place.
And it all starts with Scrap being aggressive through top AC with that AR in hand for that first blood. Even though Crep was able to respond, still turn it into a 3v3. You get the bomb down. No one was paying attention around that middle map area. Insight finds the first. Scrap cancels the timing on the pinch. And the last player is trapped between a rock and a hard place. Ultra successful on the defensive round.
Love the stun check from deep at mid, too, just to see if there's going to be a play at A. So free to be able to tell if the actual execution was in or not. Also bold to Scrap to go the Rey Mysterio skin.
He's ready to swanton bomb somebody.
Well, he's going to get to top red very quickly on a couple in a row. And whoa, opening shots over to Joe Thieves pushes him off his heady, but at the same rate, Crep gets aggressive through Coop. And that's enough to find first blood into Insight.
I love the way that Crep is playing right now. He is setting the tone, not shying away from the moment. No nerves in his body. He's able to strike for that first blood, but Ultra slowly working up this bomb plant. You can just see Joe Deceased trying to time this.
Good tags onto Ghosty, keeps him down, allows an exit to unfold here for the Ultra post plant. They're going to have to be very cautious if Kremp is not seen. Is he on this pinch still after that first blood comes through? So a very scattered post plant right now for Ultra, looking for information. Here's Kremp trying to find an opener. Couple of shots come through. Nasty's the one to find the kill. And look how deep Kremp still has to play, because they're still not sure if there's going to be a flank or not. But now he's got to come back to the play, and he's being completely guarded. Perfect from 100 Thieves.
And I love the way that Joe Deceased played it. Even though he was just holding down the backside of that cafeteria, he stays alive to not allow any Ultra players to take that side of the map away from them. You trap Ultra over towards red, and like you said, Kremp got lost. He finds that kill on the deep pinch. You're thinking if you're Scrap, okay, he's eventually going to hit this angle, but he works his way back to his team, keeps the man advantage in their favor, and then they trade it out to perfection. All-out defenses so far, 2-1 Thieves.
This is coming after some very successful post plants, though, I will say. At least healthy post plants, maybe is the better phrase. 2 first bloods for Ultra, just the one so far for 100 Thieves, but after the initial clutch up on round number 1, doesn't really feel like the opening first bloods have really resulted in too much favor on either side yet either. Bomb in hand, this time it's going to be Joe carrying. Focus for Thieves, just waiting for nades to come over to the top of market first. They're going to be playing largely through the middle of the map, and Ultra, similar setup they had in the first defense, very adjustable to say the least.
Got a couple trophy systems to work with, so you're able to take a little bit more space around that B site. But the Thieves are just trying to cause a little bit of noise over here at B to potentially pull the players from Ultra who are watching around that mid-map to open up a lane for Kremp.
Well, Envoy's position should at least allow him a 1-for-1 if there is some sort of a heavy-handed cross here from 100T. Insight playing a little bit deeper, a little bit safer. Trophy system will be placed. Envoy still holding solidly. And maybe he starts to make a bit of a comp, because here comes Scrap on the re-wrap back over.
Scrap is going to assist him, but they're in the 3v4. Envoy times it perfectly, and he's able to strike for 2. Insight finds that trade onto Krep. Now it's Nasty left in a 1v3. Only 20 seconds to go. Bomb is not going to be in his hands. And this should be Ultra. Yeah, even the production knows. Yeah, Ultra are winning this round.
I mean, I love that call, though, timing-wise for Envoy. As soon as Scrap gets to top apartments, he says, I know I can try to find a timing play, pop up, see if I can catch one, because I've got teammates who can still hold on to the site. The timing and the execution on that is absolutely brilliant, and it ends up essentially winning the round.
And these attacking rounds just continuously go on to be a lot more difficult without those smoke grenades. You're wasting about a minute on the game clock for both of these teams to even think about that objective, but every single time you go over towards B, there's so many different spots that you have to try to check on your way on in. And if you don't check the right one, Envoy is going to make you pay for it. Starts off with that double with the trophy system to put himself in that position to tie the game up at 2.
Ooh, could be an idea here for Ultra with this trophy system down at mid. Yeah, for some team shots up to where Ghosty usually holds. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Ultra offense. Oh, and Envoy sees the push through over towards junk side as well. So now you've got guns up, ready for this. Joe, Kremp, a bit caught here, trying to see if they can get out. And okay, at least they're able to stay alive and keep this 3v4.
Yeah, this is what you should say. Screw the flank. Let's just go attack over towards that B side, because there was at least 2 players showing presence on that side, and they time it to perfection to catch the isolation gunfight onto Nasty. Now in the 4v2, Kremp is actually able to take the bomb carrier down, so still a manageable play.
Oh, and he knows there's a player in mid. Whoa, what a set of shots out of Kremp. Scrap able to follow up. Joe had been tagged in the process, so bomb will be planted. Scrap was looking for the hunt, but now has to respect the fact that Joe's fully healthy. And he's actually found an MCW to work with here, too.
But still, these gunfights are not going to be easy. No. If you are inside, throw your shoulders, make it a lot more difficult for you to fall. And now Jodeci gives up his positioning. Scrap is going to set up the crossfire.
And I don't think Joe realizes that Scrap is actually maybe the one who took shots at him. Doesn't make a difference. Inside from top bridge. There's too much of a power position to deal with. So Ultra take a narrow edge here, 3-2 up. And initially I thought, hey, 100 Thieves, that little push through junk, it may have actually baited Ultra a bit, but instead of being caught by it, they instead play for the plant.
Yeah, like if you're nasty in that situation, you were holding down that B side the entire time. You just get some really bad Call of Duty timing on that decision to try to push through, to trap them on the backside of that coop area. But it all starts with doing your homework on your opponent, realizing what Ghosty loves to do, using all your stuns and your nades to find that first blood on top AC was fantastic from Ultra.
Yeah, really good stuff. We're 5 rounds in, by the way, and Kremp is 8-3, so he's having a whale of a game. As some opening nades will be tossed over towards the B side of the map, but the full focus for 100 Thieves is all purely towards the opening at A, and Kremp will get to now double digits. Bomb going to be planted, and this is up creek without a paddle here if you're Ultra in the 2v4.
And Kremp is just having himself a stellar game number 5. I know he was beating himself up at Champs, losing that one-on-one all the way into game number 5 to allow Ultra to make that top 3. But if you were looking for something to right the wrongs, an 11-3 start 6 rounds in, this young man is ready to go.
Also carrying a streak of 3 now. Just to keep that in the back of the mind as everyone looks down towards what the call is going to be. And it looks like 100 Thieves are very aware of what they want to do here coming into this next round to see if they can go back-to-back rounds in a row.
Just don't allow that B-bomb to get away from you.
Fair.
The same way you've been playing around that A site, basically giving up the bomb plant for free or showing early contest at that ticket booth area has led to success. But this time they're going to go for the 2-2 split. Got one player sitting on the backside of Palace and the other one in bottom fountain. But all the attacks that are getting invested from Ultra, they're sort of getting a read. This is where the play's coming in and Ghosty strikes first.
I was about to say, there's a lot of space given here for Thieves, but they're still able to throw shoulders from Nasty at Castle and make sure no one jumps through. This is still a very passive but very successful setup as 100 Thieves will get first blood. And now Ultra have to be a little bit worried about what's happening on the pinch here. They don't necessarily know if anyone's rewrapped around the back through junk yet.
Still 45 seconds to work with. You have Nasty in a position trying to contest over towards the B side, but Ultra do not want to plant this bomb at this moment. You do not have top bridge.
No.
Multiple different angles that you have to account for, but they're just going to try to get it down.
You have to commit to it. And this is the right call for Ultra. It gives them a lifeline in this 3v4, now having the clock to your favor in this post-plant setup. Kleenex is in a timing position. This is all about, does he catch intel? Sees one up top. Now it's just down to can he get the read over towards front rubble. Shots are decent, deals with the first but not the second. Ghosty gets 2. Now it's just down to Envoy. 1v3 setup. Trying to play it safe. Does not see the initial cross. And now this might just be down to timing. Stun will land. Shots are good from Nasty. And now it's back-to-back for 100 Thieves with Ghosty on 4, Kremp on 3.
Ghosty was able to find 3 on a round. He strikes for that first blood. They would just prepare for that B push to come on in. You get that early kill. You play your numbers advantage to your advantage. You retake through the middle of the map to find that double. And then the Envoy into 1v3. You had no idea where he was, but once that stun connects, everyone turns their arrows. You get that kill. You secure the defensive defuse. And Thieves take the lead.
And I love the idea after the last couple of defenses. Think about it. 100 Thieves, first round defense up. They get that little double A hit around the back through junk. That gets red. They have to back off. Ghosty was found through the middle of the map. So the call is, let's just play a read and react defense. See if we can catch anyone making an aggressive play, and that's exactly what happens. So now back to the offense. 100 Thieves go. Seeing if they can get to 5. Nades up and over towards top third. Neither team really sending any members to contest this until Ghosty finally clears things out, and now he can make his move for top control.
This time Kremp is playing super aggressive in towards top red. So he's going to put himself in a more advantaged position as the rest of his teammates are slowly working their way up through top 3. But he's just waiting for his teammates to make a little bit of noise before he strikes.
And Ghost is just trying to see if he can bait out shots. He eventually gets what he wants, which is shots out of insight deep through Castle.
Didn't touch him.
No, it didn't. Kremp is still very much so tucked away at mid-map. But again, the question is, what do you need here if you're 100 Thieves to actually commit to get the bomb onto the site? And now Kremp is going to see if he's found a window. Oh, but he's getting seen. Yeah, Kleenex watching the cross, finds the kill. And now you're, again, in a little bit of a dicey spot if you're 100 Thieves.
And Ghost is at least trying to even up the numbers quickly, but unfortunately was not able to find that kill. So now if you are the Thieves,
wow,
3v4, the bomb is going to go down, and Ghost is going to find the perfect time in a strike.
I mean, that is a play call from Ghosty. Bomb now down. Ghosty clearing out Castle, making his way into top bedroom. Re-wrap on the way from Ultra, though. This is just all individual gunfights likely to come through, but time is favoring that of 100 Thieves. 30 seconds on the clock. There's still so much space that Ultra has to clear, and they haven't seen anybody yet. They got to be thinking, where are these guys? Finally, Scrap opens the door, but Ghosty from top bedroom's being chased, and he gets out of there. Hold on a second. Scrap's going to have to be the one to make the play. Ghosty stays alive, bottom shops. It's just down to one. Scrap, 1v2. Not going to be able to pull off the ninja, and 100 Thieves are a round away.
And Ghosty's on 7 in a row, so he's able to pick up that cruise missile. Another round where he's able to find 3 in the round. He starts off with the perfect timing on the flank, puts himself in that position towards Fountain, finds a second kill, cruise missile earned, but the turn and burn onto Scrap with that Renetti in hand. Leads to him being on 7 in a row. Thieves now at game point with the cruise in their back pocket. This is theirs to lose. They cannot lose this scenario.
100%. It's a guaranteed safe 4v4 post plant at worst if you want to save it for an offense. A lot to ask of Ultra to come back through. Double trophy systems down for the 100 Thieves defense over towards the B side of the map. So even that, Ultra's not going to find any information off these opening nades that they've thrown.
And you got to play this round real slow, because you can see how safe Ghosty is playing. With that cruise missile in the back pocket, you at least want to put someone in a position to watch this cross. Don't give up the B side for free. And now you put Nasty in that position to watch it.
Yep, absolutely. Ghosty tossing a late frag just to make sure no one's already broken through the B archway. He is just trying to get a shoulder information. Scrap at range. He wants the battle, but opening tag goes the way of 100 Thieves. But there is a play for Ultra to at least make their way over towards the B side of the map.
Scrap has worked his way in towards Fountain, but this is going to be the time where Ghosty is going to invest and already wasted a lot of the game clock, and the bomb carrier is going to be stuck on the lower side of the bridge. But you're using this cruise missile to simply gain the info. Your teammates got to move.
The bend does not take Envoy out of commission, though. Scrap still holding down low, has found Ghosty off of the retreat from the tablet. Now it's an opportunity for the plant. Kleenex, all trouble, tries to stun himself to safety, and no, Crimp finds the kill, but the bomb goes down 3v3.
Now, if you are Ultra, you got to try to assist Envoy over towards the bridge side, but Scrap takes a good positioning behind enemy lines. I don't know if Jody Thieves is going to check it. He checks it, but Scrap gets the better of him.
Icy from Ultra. Last chance here for Thieves on this retake attempt. Nade up over towards bridge side, not going to land. Nasty trying to clear things out through market, but the Ultra post plant is largely in and around the site. Insight finds one. Kreb tried to do something himself, but not gonna happen. Ultra stay alive. 5-4, no more cruise missile.
They do not crack under pressure, man. They realize the situation at hand. Everyone was staying close quarters to somewhere where they can stay alive from that cruise. But the fact that once Ghosty gets out of it, he's giving all the comms, but his teammates weren't moving. You got to be able to take space away from Ultra in that scenario and at least make it a lot more difficult for that objective to go down at B. But when Scrap gets to Ghosty, bomb gets planted, you have bridge control already to man advantage, and then you lose track of Scrap. What's the most important part? Ultra stay alive.
And there is something to be said, though, about Ultra making that cruise missile ineffective because they were so spread.
Yes.
That, we can't just overwhelm one player or the other because everyone is in weird spots on the map. And so now we get into round number 10. Envoy once again trying to get forward, a different spot for him, but also Kleenex doing the same thing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Envoy's going to the day one corner, but he's just going to switch that one up because, you know, that's instantly going to get checked when you're working over towards that B site. But Kleenex, he takes away ticket control. Still a 2-2 split, and this is what the Thieves did so well on map number 2, the mind games, of where the objective was going to be focused.
Now Kleenex will, again, put himself into a spot where he isn't just isolated away from a possible rotation. So he gets into a little bit more of a passive spot around the backside at A. 100 Thieves showing nothing, not even throwing nades. Oh, and CleanX, he's seen Kremp bottom lights. Scrap's gonna come back over to rotate to help.
Just cannot allow them to take halfway away from you. And just instantly with CleanX getting that info, you're gonna back them down, but Kremp is able to strike across the map for that first blood. That early man advantage in favor of the Thieves, and they're gonna hit that rotation back towards B.
Scrap, if he reads this, he's got Envoy in a spot to win the map, but it's all gonna be down to timing. You see Envoy top window. Scrap has not seen anything. They're gonna trap back over to A. CleanX is gonna say no one's here, so where is everybody? Envoy stops the bomb from being planted. 7 seconds on the clock. Scrap will drop. Can anyone pick up the bomb and plant in time? Envoy will drop. It's just down to CleanX. Bomb will plant. 1v3 setup. 100 Thieves putting themselves safely over towards Coop side, and CleanX is gonna have to make a miracle happen. First shots are decent, finishes it off cleanly, steps away, tries to get the 1v1 on the Nasty, not gonna happen, and 100 Thieves send Toronto Ultra packing.
And I'd be chirping too if I just had a performance like that in an $80,000 Search and Destroy game number 5. Kremp was very, very devastated at Champs when he lost that 1v1 versus Envoy and eventually lost that series, but he rights the wrongs here. 15-5, multiple first bloods, 12 non-traded kills with 2,200 damage. The Thieves move on to top 4.
The definition of a mic drop. Oh, mercy. What a series. And you think this doesn't matter? Are you kidding me? Devastation on the side of Toronto. 100 Thieves reeling with a chance to possibly make it to a grand finals. They're one series away from it. It's the story of a lifetime for this, not just team, but this organization, considering what the start of the year looked like.
And this series was completely different from what they played at Champs. It was Thieves taking both of the hard points every single time. It was Ultra taking all of the Search and Destroys, but this time Ultra take the hard points, but we know S&D wins you championships. The fact that Kremp did not shy away from the moment, had his big time plays all throughout the map, but Ghosty as well, evolving, going on that 7th street, giving themselves some hopes and dreams with that cruise missile, even though they fell short in that round. They just seemed a lot more relaxed than Ultra, and that's very hard to do.
And there it is, the devastation. Commiserations to Toronto Ultra. It's a season that was built as a way to correct the wrongs from Modern Warfare 2. And after a 3rd place finish at Champs, now it's just a top 8, but I mean, you can't take anything away from this squad. I mean, what a series that is. But Kremp, the monster performance is down on the main stage with Barney.
Our closest series yet, and 100 Thieves close it out against Toronto Ultra. I've got Kremp with me, the redemption arc. That must be a good feeling, buddy.
Oh, it feels fantastic, man. Fantastic.
I've got to say, if you can cast your mind back slightly, that second map, that S&D, managing to close it out in map 11. You guys had a 5-minute break afterwards to go back and kind of reconnect and have a chat. What were the comms like when you guys had that break? Give us a peek behind the curtain.
Well, to be honest, our S&D kind of fell off. So it was kind of like we just found our flow again. So it felt really good. We lost map 3, it was like whatever. Like I'm pretty sure I had a 10-win streak on that map. But then once we got to another search, like I got my flow back. You feel me? Like
yes, you did. Now speaking of Toronto Ultra, you know you were 1-on-1 with Champs. Now does this feel like this is the nail in the coffin?
For this season, yeah. But they're great players, great team. So it is what it is.
I like the props. I like the props. Now, speaking of nail in the coffin, this is the fun bit. As we've been saying here on the main stage in the Amazon Arena, it's time for you to claim the key from your opponent, Toronto Ultra. Can we have your key to be handed over to Kremp from 100 Thieves? Kremp, come over here. What you doing? Why are you running away? Come back here. Come on. How does it feel, man? How does it feel?
Feels fantastic. It's a little heavy, but feels amazing. Look at that.
Well, I tell you what, I don't want to kind of load it on a bit too thick, but you've got Vancouver Surge coming up. What's your thoughts about that, man? You know, you're feeling confident supremely, I can imagine.
Yeah, they're a great team. I feel like we match up really well against them, so we'll just take it map by map, and hopefully we win.
Hopefully you win. Kremp, stay right here, okay? But thank you so much for joining me in this post-match interview. What a performance we've had. Give it up one more time for 100 Thieves and Kremp. Let's go back to the studio to round out the day, because we've got one more series.
Toronto Ultra, we'll see you fudging later. On behalf of Chance and Nate Shot, man, that has to feel so good. The young guns for the squad clutching up, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, a shout out to the OG Nate Shot. Bang, bang. That roster for Toronto Ultra, we might never, ever see again, eh?
You got another tagline? You got a third one?
Nothing right now, man. I'm just hyped for Kremp. That kid played out of his mind in the Search and Destroys. 100T, back-to-back huge championships that they are making a dark horse run.
And they take out Toronto now. Clay, I thought you were crazy when you said 100 Thieves can handle the pressure on this stage. They're going to beat Toronto Ultra. You are the Oracle once again. You saw this one coming from map 1.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of the 100 Thieves members last night, and they seemed so incredibly confident. Dan Ghosty looked at me and said, you better vote for us to win again because every time you have, we've won. So I had to give some love to my boy Dan Ghosty and, you know, give him my energy.
Yeah, you know, versus the top teams, they said they're the most comfortable up against the Toronto Ultra. They played them twice at Champs, went 1-1. And then they see them in this matchup, map 1, they got absolutely rocked. We're like, how are we going to respond to this? Well, it's a search and destroy. Kremp starts off slow, bounces back immediately, finding 3 first bloods. And when we get to this game 5, you're talking miraculous plays that only happen at big tournaments like this. And Ghosty in particular, Chris, went off.
Now, can we pause for a moment? In this round, you saw Dan Ghosty on the 7 streak. He used his streak, and you both were losing your mind. You're like, they just lost it right there. Yeah. How did the Thieves stay in it? What went wrong in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, right, like you want to play the cross to the bomb. Look at Coop. Well, they back all the way up to their spawn. They call the streak in, and you just have no advantage there. You're giving away the map control, right? So you lose that. But then in the next round, Ghosty makes a massive play taking space, which leads to their victory. So he bounced back.
In that game 5, you got to give Ghosty a huge amount of credit for his streak, but it was Kremp leading the way, dropping huge bombs. If you look across the series, though, our surprise MVP for a lot of people at home is Byron Plumbridge. Give a shout out to the man, our Bravia MVP. Clay, we're highlighting his role and what he does for the team. He was Mr. Consistent every single map.
When it comes to in-game for Nasty, I've always considered him a very talented player. I had a conversation with Dan Ghosty earlier in the year when they were trying to retool their roster, and I actually suggested, I was like, hey, if you can sort the visas and get this guy over here, his out-of-game stuff can be worked on. In-game, though, this guy is a monster. He showed it this series, even spotting this guy in the round 11. S&D wins championships, and we saw it here with the island plays out of the entirety of 100 Thieves, forming around the map, and I just loved seeing the way he flowed.
Yeah, in order for people to find success in the slaying department, you have to have a guy who's going to make the same play over and over. He's very repeatable, and in the moments where you need him most, like you saw in the round 11, he's going to take his time, get that information, and then he's relaying that to his team like, guys, I think I can work a first blood here, right? So Nasty is one of those players on your team, like, he's never going to get shaken, and he's always going to make the correct play, as we're seeing this montage of him throughout the series.
It's so cool to look at the Esports World Cup, and you look at the teams that are now locked in for the semifinals. We've got Europeans galore. You got Abuza. You got Brezzy coming in into this one. You got Nasty now representing the UK as he sends home some of the greats from Europe in Insight and Kleenex.
Yeah, and I loved in the listen-in on that sub-base, Nasty team killed somebody and goes, oh, sorry, I team killed you. They love and respect each other, and in the middle of an important match, you're apologizing for a teammate. We look at the stats here. He dropped 17K damage, a 1.33 in that S&D, which we just talked about. A phenomenal performance out of Nasty.
And we should talk about that sub base as well. Some huge plays by them setting up the spawn trap, P4 and 5, putting them in that gauntlet. That is a high level play. And if you think on the season, Toronto Ultra, one of the best sub base teams in the game. Some unknown territory for 100 Thieves. But when the going got tough, they turned up.
Ali talked about it. It's rock, paper, scissors amongst the top teams. And for some reason, 100 Thieves have Toronto's number. They win once again. And we asked you all before this matchup, who was going to take it? Our STC play results are in. Let's take a look. 73% went Toronto's way. 27% of the audience and Clayster caught it right. Clay, can they keep going?
Yeah, I think they can. I might know a little bit about Call of Duty, Puckett. The fan vote was definitely one-sided, but in the crowd, in here in the arena, we definitely heard the 100 Thieves fans. There's a lot of 100 Thieves fans out here in Riyadh, and I think they use that energy to carry them through the match.
Shout out to Jamil, one of our Arabic talent managers. He has been rocking his jerseys loud and proud. He will not shut up about it, and I am excited for him. He'll be celebrating tonight. Let's take a look at our bracket as 100 Thieves move on forward in our tournament. They now face off against Vancouver Surge for a spot in our grand finals. That's right, 100 Thieves, Vancouver Surge one of them is guaranteed to be playing in that 900,000 plus matchup.
Insanity. I don't think anybody thought that 100 Thieves or Surge would be competing for the title here. One of them will be in the grand finals against Atlanta FaZe, Optic, or Cloud9, and I'm mind blown, Ant.
I mean, this is an incredible storyline, right? Surge, we've been waiting for their breakthrough to make that run. 100 Thieves, they did it for top 4, couldn't get to that final. It's truly revenge, man. It's going to be special.
And why did Vancouver get that spot at the bottom half of the bracket? They beat Cloud9 in groups. We go all the way back to day 2 in the importance of group play. Vancouver giving themselves an opportunity. 100 Thieves, despite losing to FaZe in groups, now surging forward. This is going to be an epic showdown on one side of the bracket, and on the other, we have the most stacked bracket we have seen. It's a rematch of the grand finals from Worlds, with Optic Gaming taking on Cloud9 for the honor of playing FaZe in the semifinals.
Yeah, and we know how that match has gone throughout the season. Cloud9 are out for blood. New jerseys. They've been losing to Optic on LAN over and over. Can they get over the hump? Hydra wants to be named as the best player in the game. You got to beat the world champs to do it.
3 matches down, 1 quarterfinal to go. When we come back, it's the rematch from just a few weeks ago. Cloud9 gets a second chance at Optic Gaming. You don't want to miss it.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm with Pred of Optic Gaming, and we are playing Who Is. Pred, are you ready?
I'm ready, man. Let's go.
Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Dashi.
That's facts.
That's an easy one.
Yeah, that's quite an easy one.
He's done it. I've watched it plenty of times.
Who is most likely to choke on the team?
Can I pick myself?
Yeah, you can.
I'll say myself.
Yeah?
I'm not going to say my teammates are going to choke.
That's my goal. Who's the best trash talker?
Oh, me, for sure.
Yeah?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think everyone knows that.
Are you hitting the Z key you going in this season, or like you hitting the in-game chat this season?
Oh, no, I actually haven't. I save it for LAN.
Saving it for LAN.
So I'm not a keyboard warrior.
All right. Who is most likely to team kill?
He's going to get so tight, but I'm going to say Dachi. Because he's going to say me if he wants to do it.
Who is most likely to pull off something crazy?
All my teammates can do that, man. Ken, Ant, man. I'm going to say Shotzi.
Who's most likely to go rogue?
Shotzi.
100%.
Yeah.
Who's most dedicated to practice?
That's a tough one. I'm going to say Kenny.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Man, we all make each other laugh, but I'm going to say me.
Yeah, that's good, man. Who's the most improved player?
Dashi.
I don't know why I got really serious there, like, yeah. I don't know why I did that. Who's the most reliable under pressure?
Man, that's a tough one. Because, like, S&D, I'll say Dashi, but, like, I don't know. We're all, like, I'm going to say Dashi, just because of his clutches, S&D.
He's got the numbers.
Yeah,
there.
he's literally clutched, like, big time. He's won us a tournament by from clutching.
Who's the best team player?
I'll say Shotzi.
Who's most likely to get a surprise ace? Out of nowhere. Down and out, count him out, pulls it out somehow.
Man, it's a tough one. I'll say Ken.
Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Me or Dashi. He's going to say me.
He's gonna... Who's most likely to rage quit a game?
Me.
Yeah?
I'll say me, yeah.
In like a scrim, or like, you know, when you break the stat screen at the end of the matches?
Oh, no, I'll say for a scrim. I don't think we've ever done that, like, match. Yeah.
Too pro?
Yeah.
Too pro, bro, too pro.
No, I'm never, too pro for that. I'll say myself.
Mate, thank you very much. That is Who Is. Cheers, Brent.
Appreciate it, man.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Kismet of Cloud9 New York, and we are playing Who Is. Kismet, are you ready?
Yes. Let's ruin relationship. No, I'm kidding.
We'll try, but your bond is strong with that squad, brother. Okay. Who is most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Skies.
Who is most likely to choke?
Skies.
Who is the best trash talker?
Ooh. Recently, Paco's been up there. He's been getting a little loud.
He's been hitting that Z key,
He's been getting a little. He might have a little something under there. I didn't know he had it.
We saw him hit that in talk.
I will say, I still think I have the edge.
Yeah.
Like if I get loud,
it's a little deeper.
Yeah. But his is he's showing me a side.
I love that, man. Who's most likely to team kill you?
Oh, myself.
Really?
Sometimes I'm bad.
Who's most likely to pull off something crazy?
Hydra.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a little talent.
Yeah, a little talent. He's all right.
A little something. He's all right. He's all right.
Who is most dedicated to practice?
I'll give it a Hydra. Yeah, he's up there.
Wow, okay. Who's most likely to make everyone laugh?
Caesar.
Yeah.
These guys, yeah.
Yeah. Who is the most improved player?
I would go Sib. Coming into a new team, I think he proved himself well, and coming into a champs team, so.
He had a lot to prove, and he did it. Who is the most reliable player under pressure?
I would say myself.
My guy.
Yeah,
My guy.
Confidence boosting. Repeat that.
Who is the best team player?
Best team player, myself again.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. We would have probably picked that as well. Who is most likely to get a surprise ace?
Surprise ace?
Out of nowhere, like, nah, he doesn't have this, and he gets it.
I feel like Sib, yeah. He has like random little moments where he's just silent and he's got 3, so. And then he might as well give him the 4th, so.
It does happen, you know, nearly enough. Who's most likely to be late to practice?
Oh. Just say
Yeah.
All right, Sib. Yeah.
Sib,
He likes the little fine line. You know, if we have to be there at 10:45, 10:44, at 45 seconds, he's just pulling up. He's really close sometimes.
Lastly, who is most likely to rage quit a match?
Oh, a match or like
that could be like the end of, you know, like stat screen, like you're out early, or like a scrim.
A scrim. Paco, he gets a little angry.
Yeah.
He's got a little fire to him, a little French. He starts speaking French to us. Yep, no, I'm kidding.
I was going to swear they're in French, but that's not going to happen. This is the World Cup, and everyone speaks it. Okay, man. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate that. My guy. My guy.
What an amazing match we have seen, 100 Thieves against Toronto Ultra. Not gonna lie, it was very intense, and you managed to crush the key. Let's take a look at it. It's actually amazing. So how does it feel now?
It feels good. I'm just glad we won some S&Ds. It was a tense match for sure. I'm just glad we iced up. And Carl's insane, so.
And also good luck in your next matches. You know that you got now to the next step, which is the semifinal. It is going to be also intense. So what's your plan there?
So we play Seattle or Vancouver Surge now. We played them before, so we kind of prepared for how they play. We just have to come with the same intensity we came with today. Don't start out slow like we did map 1, and we'll be sweet. Just keep our S&Ds good, and we'll be fine, honestly. I feel like we can win the match tomorrow easily if we keep our S&Ds good.
Well, good luck, and keep your keys safe here with your hands. Not this one. This one is already crushed. Well, good luck in your next matches. That was it for our interview. Now back to you guys.
Thank you, Atik. Congratulations to a very happy Nasty getting the honor of crushing Toronto Ultra's key. And you got to think, if they go on to win this thing, that key's definitely going in their trophy name list.
100%, right? Scrap talks trash. You got to take his key and put it in there. I didn't like how 100T wasn't behind Nasty.
Yeah, where were
They're showing
they?
some love. MVP coming off a huge
They're
performance.
signing autographs, I'm told. You know, they were busy with the Sharpies. For now, though, we have to transition from the bottom half of the bracket back to the top side, where we have a rematch from our grand finals just a few weeks ago. Optic won the battle 5-1 against Cloud9. It was a 5-1 total. Clay, for anyone who missed, champs, how did it all go down?
It was a walloping. Optic Gaming absolutely dominated New York, who is now Cloud9. They dominated them in the grand finals. A lot of players on that New York team underperformed, so I want to see them perform a little bit better here.
Let's name names, Nameless. Who needs to step up today in the rematch?
Well, if you're talking about the side of Cloud9, I think it's going to be Skies and Kismet. Those two guys underwhelming in the finals there. I thought Sib actually played phenomenal for them. He was shooting, willing them to certain scenarios. But if you think about it, earlier in that tournament, it was a game 5 that Optic was able to take down. So in a best-of-5 format, went the distance and Optic took it in 5.
We've already seen an upset. It just happened on the stage. Will another one occur? Let's start with our rosters, though, and we got to start with the champs, right? They're wearing the rings for a reason. They were the best team in Modern Warfare 3 to close out the regular season and champs, and you can see the two gentlemen in the middle. It was a battle for MVP between Pred and Shotzi.
Yeah, both of them absolutely taking over. You look at that series, and if you're an Optic fan, you've been following them all year, you would say that they didn't even play to their true potential because Dashi underwhelmed throughout that one. He knows he could perform better, but it was Pred and it was Shotzi, the two guys in the front that got them out of the tough.
We got some new jerseys.
Yeah, we got some new jerseys. I was just about to point that out, Puckett. I'm glad you brought it up.
I like that.
This team is oozing confidence after their champs win. You can tell they think this tournament is theirs. They don't care who's in front of them. They're excited for this matchup because they think they're going all the way no matter what.
It was oozing the most confidence.
I think Dashy, did you see him acting? He might have a role in a career in acting out in Hollywood after this.
Kenny's looking good, too. That's the freshest fade I've seen in Saudi Arabia.
Well done, Ken. Optic is looking clean on the other side. Cloud9, not the cleanest tournament so far. You had a bit of a slip-up in your matchup against Vancouver Surge. That's why you're in this position right now. Hydra, always the star for this lineup, but you mentioned it. We want to see more from the gentleman in the middle. Skies and Kismet, an off match back at Champs, but when they're at their best, that's when these guys earned a ring of their own just 2 years back.
Yeah, and in this matchup, so for Cloud9 when they won their championship, it's because they were dominating hardpoint, winning 11 in a row. But in the matchup versus Optic, it's been a struggle in that game mode. So they're going to have to try to find some success there. And I really do think it's Skies. He's the main player I'm looking at throughout this one to find some more kills in the slaying department in order for them to take down Optic.
Cloud9, Optic Gaming, a showdown for just top 4. An epic rematch this early in the tournament, and we talked to Skies about it. Here's what he had to say.
I'm here with Cloud9 Skies. Skies, this is a big one, right? It's the Champs rematch. Is there revenge on the horizon?
Personally, for me, yes, because to be honest, they've had our number at majors, so I feel like we're due to beat them at least once. I'm trying to finish the year off on top at least. So this is a revenge match for us.
Do you think that might drive you to perform even better, knowing that you've got that, you're out for blood, really?
Not really. I just feel like if we just stick to our game, I don't want to have any extra pressure or anything. Just play our game, and whatever happens, happens. Let the game come to us.
Yesterday was a bit of a mixed bag for you guys. Do you feel like you're coming into this in the right sort of momentum after, sending home gentlemates yesterday?
Yeah, I feel like yesterday we didn't play that bad. We just had to slow down in certain situations, but today, we all feel really, really good. I'm surprised I'm not tired yet because of jet lag, because every day I've been getting tired at 6, but right now I'm wide awake, and it's I don't even know, 8 p.m.
Yeah. Do you feel good playing in the evenings when you can get that rest in the bag?
Yeah. My favorite game time is around 3, the third match of the day, but this is pretty late, so I've never played this late, and I'm wide awake, so I'm excited to see how it is.
Obviously, this is just the quarterfinals. If you get through these guys, you're going to get into the semis and then the grands. Do you think it would be a huge statement for Cloud9 if you were to win here at EWC?
I mean, it'd be great for sure because we got the actual Cloud9 name in our name now, and it'd be super cool for the org if we just come out on top first tournament under their name.
What's your prediction for this one?
3-1.
Good luck, man. Thank you.
Yeah, yay. 3-1 us.
Let's be clear.
It's so easy to love Skies, such an entertaining guy and so fierce in the map. Last time we saw him on the stage, though, he didn't have to shoot anybody. He went 13-13 with 3 minutes of hill time in the hard point. He's in all high spirits, but Quay, does that resonate with you? He says, I play my best when we're the third match of the day. If they win this and they move on, the third match of tomorrow is a grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does matter. Every player has their preferred match slot. Some people like playing first thing. Some people like playing last. If Skies wants to play third, I mean, make it to tomorrow, and hey, he might be playing in that third match.
That first match is the best. But yeah, you're right. It does matter, right? The timing in which you like to get on that stage, go about your day, that stuff matters.
On the other side, Optic has played first in the first 2 days. Now they're playing last, something they're very familiar with. Do you think time is going to have an issue at all, or is it purely just going to come down to the gameplay?
I think it comes down to the gameplay. When I think about Optic, like we said, they are full of confidence, and they're firing on all cylinders. And then also, on the side of Cloud9, they played gentlemates twice to make it into this position. Optic's sitting there thinking like, hey, we've had a tougher road. We had to go through the Royal Ravens, who were shooting quite good. We know that we're more confident. We just beat them. We're ready to go.
Optic has not been flawless in both of their series. They finished 3-1, but that's 2 Ws, and we talked to Kenny about it backstage. Here he is.
Kenny, last time we chatted, it was just before everything kicked off on day one. You were talking about that World Championship mentality that you were going to bring it straight into the tournament, and you guys have been doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, we obviously won our champs, and we wanted to come in and be the big dogs.
Yeah.
We started out a little slow in our first match, but after the match, we kind of just talked to each other and was like, we need to get our energy up, get hype, make sure we just kind of lock it in. And now that we're in the bracket, I mean, we have one life, so we're looking to show out.
Does that play on your mind? Because obviously you guys have been to the mountaintop, but still, there's got to be glimpses of doubt that enter your mind when you know that there isn't that safety net underneath.
I mean, with us being the #1 team, I mean, we kind of just have the mentality like go in and do us. As long as we do us, we won't lose. We feel like if we lose, we beat ourselves. Just because, like I said, at the end of the day, we're the champs. There's a little doubt because like you don't have a safety net, but at the end of the day, if you can win out, throughout the whole tournament and play the best teams, I feel like that cements you as the best team.
It must feel so good to just say we're the champs all the time.
Yeah. That's a go-to.
Cloud9, right? You know you've got their number. Obviously a different jersey this time around, but you beat them to win that World Championship.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you've got this in the bag again?
I mean, yeah, we've had their number all year. They're a tough team. They're really like gritty team. So like for us, we're just trying to go in, obviously stick to our game plan because it hasn't been negative to us all year. But just also not get too cocky and too overzealous because they're a team that like can consequence you for it.
The champs are humble as well then.
Just a little bit in game until the score says victory.
All right, cool. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for talking.
Yeah, no problem.
Kenny, a two-time world champion. He did it with 100 Thieves. He's done it now with Optic Gaming, and today he's looking to get another W against Cloud9. This is our final match in the quarterfinals, and at the start of the day, we said this was going to be the tightest. Can it actually be tighter than the 2 Game 5s we see in the bottom half?
Absolutely not. We had 2 Game 5s down there, and they both were exciting. They were intense. And we look at the maps and modes here. We're starting off with 2 6-stars. I'm a little bit uncertain of how we ended up with 2 6-stars here at the beginning, but Ant, what do you think?
And Nameless, I was going to say, there's no more smokes on 6-star. You also saw no smokes on our last search and destroy. How is that going to change things up?
I mean, it changes it up completely. We saw multiple scenarios in that last series where it's like you're scared to jump out through Coop to try to get that bomb down on Karachi, and we know the retake on 6-star relies on that smoke, and Optic have been thriving with this change. I will say, though, in this map that 6-star in Rio, I like it for Cloud9.
Why?
When you can keep that sub in Pred's hand, he's got the battery in his back, he's playing a little bit more aggressive, they tend to fold in those scenarios. When he's had the AR out, they found a lot more success.
I love that call out. Big brains on both sides, not just on the stage, but also in the coaching booth. And we got to get your predictions before the big battle kicks off. Head on over to stcplay.gg. Get your answers in right now. And I need answers from you too. Clay, you've been on fire. 3 for 3 on the day. Where are you going for match number 4?
Honestly, we're at a tournament here. There's no drum cheese. Shout out Hitch. I'm going Cloud9, baby.
I was going to go Cloud9. He told me he was going Optic. Well, I guess we're both going Cloud9 because I think they're going to take this.
Well, if that's the case, I need to know some map counts here, gentlemen. We still got about 30 seconds before we get to the stage. So, Nameless, you're going first. 3-1?
I think it's 3-1.
How's it break down?
And here's the reason why. Sib is the only player on that stage that does not have a ring. He tweeted out after, like, I am going to remember this situation. I will never let this happen again. I think Sib has an incredible series, and they get it done.
And we think about how Cloud9 made that roster change after winning champs. Sib is not the type of person to feel pressure, if you know Dante, but he does have a lot of pressure on him. They didn't win grand finals, and they have a chance here to get redemption for the first time in Call of Duty history. I think he's going out there and he's trying to fry.
I get a chance to hang out with Scump and Hex here in the next few weeks, and I don't want them to be mad at me. Optic Gaming takes this one. Let's head to the Amazon stage.
Yesterday, we did speak about vengeance and dominance, and in our upcoming match, there is both.
Like many of our players have claimed this week, Champs usually draws the line in the sand and ends the competitive year. Well, let's see who's still got it, shall we? Please welcome to the Amazon Arena, Cloud9 and Optic Gaming!
Kismet did call you out yesterday, Optic Gaming. It is your key he's after. What are you gonna do about it?
Stop what you are doing, grab the popcorn and get comfy, because this right here is a repeat of the final at Champs. Let's do it.
Well, it's a lovely warm night here in Riyadh as we go deeper and later into it, and we've got ourselves an absolute treat. The main event of what should be a brilliant day of Call of Duty is upon us now. Cloud9 taking on Optic gaming. Well, well, well. Something I didn't think I'd get to say again in my lifetime, Chance.
Yeah, I thought Invasion Control was going to be the end of it, but here we are, and I gotta say, I love it, man. They've had their number all year long, and now Optic Gaming, look, they've already won the big one, and that just means they get to play with freedom. They get to play relaxed. They get the permanent last laugh on the year because they win champs, but that does not mean that the prize pool, it still justifies the competition. C9, they want their revenge. They are gonna be hungry for it. Question is, can they get a taste?
All right, a name was brought up perfectly. Sib, the only man on the stage without a championship ring, hungrier than ever for a little bit of revenge. Will Kismet have enough beef there to add a little bit of extra pressure to the bite? There's not much of a bark, but that doesn't mean this isn't going to be a ferocious performance. And there, the Canadian Psycho. Will he have the same level of, precision and absolute dedication to the crafting of this key going into this matchup?
He truly does have an eye. He's got that extra vision so far beyond 2020, and I gotta say, just down the line, they're cracking me up about the game because Kenny's having so much fun with it. He's just got to be incredibly toxic on the timeline, calling everybody out. And why wouldn't you? Literal world champion. He has earned that right.
Ian saw it in the interview when he was talking about, we are the world champions. He got to say it twice, and he really said it from the heart. You felt it. Shotzzy, though, we haven't talked about him whatsoever in the build-up to this match, and that's because strictly business.
Yeah, dude, and one of the best, if not the best, just like controller players of all time, let alone in COD. He has stormed the scene since he's joined us.
Has indeed. Well, folks, we're almost ready to go. How are we feeling? Amazon Arena, we ready to get this game going? Absolutely. Well, here we go. We start things off on 6-star, Chance, and we stay on it for Search and Destroy as well.
And that is exactly how I will remember the map being said as well. It's going to be so much fun, man. We even got the desk drumming up some narratives as well, so we're going to leave it all out on the battlefield today. But the beauty of 6-star, it is a lightning-paced map, an absolute square-up, one true money hill of a P3. That is the most important rotation you are going to see, but it is hyperactive in the engagements. Everybody's got to be in the mix. Everybody has to bring their A game.
We're worried about how late the game was going on for some of these players. Sky saying, well, maybe I don't like to play too late into the night. That is Cat, boys and girls. He's a grinder, and we're about to find out who walks away with at least the opening hardpoint seconds, Chance.
Yeah, we saw you, Skies. Those 3 a.m. S&D tournaments back in the day. We know what you're built for.
Yeah, come on, son. Opening time, going to Optic. The battle for the bar is going to be a good one, and so far there's 3 dead in the feed. That gives Cloud9 an opportunity to rethink the opening attack.
I love the showing off of the camos as well. Ken's just rocking the one that he worked hard for, and Pred now pushed out, getting those kills. C9 already feeling the pressure of their spawn.
Yeah, massive work already from the boys of Optic. Kenny looking for the snap onto the second. A nice spree, and he finds himself 3.
Oh, there's the extra.
Oh!
Do it with the pistol. Why don't you? The perfect start for Quavo Ken.
Looking, though, towards the rotation. That's where Shotzi's going to be, but all the Cloud9 as well. Pred on the cut-off kill. Here comes 1, 2. Can't get it, Hydra. Great shots over to Shotzi. Nice work. Keeping the hard point as safe as possible, but Kismet, the man who manages to get on the inside and get the rotation, should see at least 10 to 15 seconds here before Optic can get in for the counter-attack.
Oh, Ken just being annoying right now. Yeah, playing for the spawners, has a guy tagged up. That's going to be Skies that is going to fall for the cruise unless Shotzi steals it from you. But right now, Optic really just need to steal that time. York are going to get it, and they shut down Ken.
Here we go. Big one from Caesar Skies off a spawn straight back into the point. Cloud9 so far locking it down. The lounge is all theirs, and it has been non-stop uncontested kills here. Hydra was on a 4, finally goes down, and you're looking at elite change soon.
Yeah, that is the type of resolve you expect from the C9 team, and now you got the routes being taken as well. So Sib, he has slipped the net, and again, we talked about this being the most important rotation, so while Skies dukes it out for the scrap time, Dashi might try to take it, but you see on the minimap, Sib wins the big one against his former teammate, and they get the spawns.
Yeah, that's big. 7. Well, Shotzi, he's going to be there next, wins it. So all that hard work, is it for anything? We'll find out. Sib off of spawn, right back into the point. Shotzi still holding this alone, keeping the control. And now Optic are back in it.
Oh, and you see just a confident nod in the player cam there for Shotzzy. He knows the play he just made. Potentially a game saver as well. So they're going to have the lead and then some. Skeet shooting now for Ken. The damage output always there. Shotzzy thinking about some easy trades.
There he goes. It's going to be an easy flank as well. There's still one more player there. No worries. Pred picks him up. Optic full control of the bar on 6-star.
And I got to say, that's one of my favorite aspects of Kenny's game as well. He's always there to get that extra damage. He knows where the chows are going to be coming from. Such a heads-up player, and he's leading the lobby with 10 kills so far.
10 kills to his name. Well, this hardpoint's nearly finished, folks. 15 seconds. We'll go over to hardpoint number 4, the last one here on 6-star, before we go back to the middle of the map. And that's exactly where C9 are right now, looking to get themselves back into this, not too far away from the comeback.
Yeah, and look at that demonic setup they have, too. Number 5, Sid, pushed all the way out into the deep pocket of the map. You got number 8, Kismet, pushed out on the opposite side. Pred might take him down, but right now, Optic, no real open avenues of attack. They're working the flank, but Sib, man, they got to get past it.
He's managed to isolate this 1v1 fight, so, oh, look at this from Sib. Massive work. Kenny wins the fight, but still, tons of information passed over. Hydra, 12 and 8, 3 spree in the hard point. What can he do? The answer is quite a lot. Dashy there with a pickup, and out of Kiz, looking to slow down the hit, and he does just that. Can he get the hard point break as well? The answer is no. Optic are in.
And that is a demonic setup C9 had that Optic Gaming break down in pretty much record time, so not too shabby there. And now it's all guns for the green wall. They are coming out hot.
Well, they're looking a bit orange tonight, but no worries. They're still all good to go. 13 and 5 for Kenny. He said at the start of this competition that the Esports World Cup was going to be his. He was going to have a good tournament from start to finish. And honestly, Chance, a man of his word.
Yeah, and again, we talk about this as a map for the shooters. Kenny right now delivering for the team, doubled up the score of their opponents, and now flank rolling through, and Hydra gets the best of Pred in that moment. That reaction time, I mean, look, I know it's the French phenom. It's still impressive.
It's always impressive. Well, first set of hard points are complete. Optic walk away with a solid lead. C9 now. Full control of P1. Coverage there from Sib and Kismet on the inside of the hard point. Kiz, up into the fight he goes, and this is a fantastic hold on P1 so far.
And a small little moment too, we obviously, or Miles, you had the interview with Pred. You asked him the question, who team kills the most? He kind of laughed. He said Dashy does, but he said Dashy would say him. Pred got the best of them there. The team kill with the Semtex. We have our answer.
We have our answer indeed. Well, Kiz, full spree while we get back into this. Hydra in the PIP. Absolute resolute focus. Can we get one more here for Kismet and get a cruise missile? Again, very useful on this map. The answer is no. Pred assassinates him from behind. Final 10 as P1 is almost over. Will Cloud9 be able to get to the point once again here?
This is definitely the hill where they thrive the most, a 20-point gap, and they do have those back spawns, but Ken, the first one to strike. Optic Gaming will be in the hill first.
Cloud9 looking for the break here. Let's go for a quick listen in and see how they attack.
Nice. No, for AG. He's on the right corner. Nice. Hold the time. What can you do? Team shot. Last guy Kenny.
I'm not dying.
Deep play. Yeah.
I'm not dying.
I can get out of spot.
I have spot. Help time.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. What's the spot? Out of spot. I stay front. What's the go blue? Yo, out of Tiki. Oh, I thought we had him. My bad. Out of Tiki. Heard you. Stay down. Stay over hill. Front square, bro. Front square on the left.
Hand spa.
Very really weak. Rotate. There's 3-0.
I'm rotating.
2-0, sorry. Kenny, first one. He's going statue. Statue Kenny, first one.
I heard you.
I'm gonna go left with you. No, he's blue. One blue.
Con weak. He went back to P1.
Kenny.
Yeah, he's con.
I don't see Mark Con. What's gonna be long? Con, Ken. Challenge you guys. Con weak as fuck. Con dead. I'm one shot. He's gonna be long one. Oh, no, he's came. I need.
The guy for water steps. You want water steps?
Come on.
Last guy want water steps.
One shot, front hop.
Have her up in the back. I got need to challenge shit.
Let's bully him.
Have your iron.
He's close corner. Try
We go right. We got shot twice. Water. One shot. Back up.
Time dead. One more behind the
nice. One shot, bro.
Nice. Stun hill.
One shot.
Wait.
He's behind the bar. Front bar.
I stop the seal.
Damn.
I need your outer. Outer. Watch out. Absolute outer. Two of them. Outer and hop up.
Last year. Lobby. Last year. Okay.
Yo, challenge Shotzzy, bro.
Even in the far reaches of the world, the Let's Go Optic can be heard from space. Well, with that said, let's go to the other side of the stage for a listen in with Optic Gaming.
I fell out the map. Alright, close up. One's bar.
Absolute half full. Make sure we get you.
I'm going I spawned kind of deep. Somebody should late play low key. Late play right.
I'll play somewhere.
We'll give you office, Brandon. Yeah, it could be. I'm going deep.
I'm in.
Take your time, man. We're deep.
One shot. Push ups.
Won't give you office, Brandon. I stun office for you.
Who says that?
Yeah, in office. At the steps. I'm in office. All right, top office, top office. He went window.
You shoot him bad.
In the window office, top office, Caesar.
He went you. Dante.
What's our office, Caesar?
Nice.
Top office somewhere, bro, Caesar.
Last two curve.
Hey,
Nice.
Office, Caesar, still. Office. I can't get him office yet.
Yeah.
Low office. What's up, office?
Nice.
Oh my God.
I have mid.
Absolute.
I have mid.
They keep me check out. I hear you, Brandon. Nice, I got you. Get the foot there. I'll be white, AJ. Get me
One more white, Ken.
I got you.
I naded him, Ken.
I got it.
I have poo.
I'm not blocking. I'm naded.
Poo, Ken. Poo.
Two. 1 P1 on me. Close up, DJ. Weak, DJ. Last two, two, three. All three. All mid.
Ivy. Sit down.
All mid.
In the curve.
I made it 2 seconds.
This side, Dante.
Nice.
Nice, guys.
I had mid.
I have third side curve.
Wait.
Go. I'm on Dicky.
No, we're good.
World Championship caliber communications, folks. That's exactly what it sounds like. Back over to the boys of Optic, who climb over 200 points.
Yeah, Optic Gaming right now, their own personal hype men in the comms, but the small talk also on point. So they're doing everything, and Pred continues to piece. You know, he's roaring in the comms as he gives you 4 in a row, and the P1 time is gonna feel
There's
good.
number 5 as well. Pred on a tear. Number 6 now. Kiz is there for it. All down, though, in the mid-map. Third set of rotations might be the last one. 39 seconds to go here, and Optic can find it.
This is a dominant lead as well. You feel that momentum building, and if you didn't think they were gonna win, there's a clean 4 down. Optic have run away with 6 stars.
C9, they're out. They've got to find a break here to stay alive, and it's not looking fantastic. Shotzzy forward he goes, picking up number 4 in a row. Pred there in the feed also. Final 15, you can still win it, and Shotzzy, a 5 spree now. IDs the spawners, 10 seconds for the win. We're gonna see a P2.
This is going to be it, man. Optic Gaming, you just get to see how much of a flow they get to play with. Full confidence in one another. No pressure on their backs. These guys are on cruise control. Optic Gaming, what a way to kick off this series.
That is a sensational start. Pred on his feet as the Amazon Arena rocks with a map 1 victory to Optic Gaming.
So funny in the comms, and again, these guys playing with freedom. This is a victory lap of a tournament. They just get to have fun.
And it feels like it's truly, this is the parade. This is what they wanted. After you win the big one, what happens next? You get an incredible opportunity with the World Tour. Kenny, ear-to-ear grins. And he has to feel good about that performance. 30-9 for Kenneth Williams. Great damage output as well, and it was piece after piece for Pred. Map 1 in the books. OG up top.
And I really do like the listening we had too. Just those little small moments from Pred of like, yes, he's getting hype, yes, he's roaring. Anytime he gets 1 kill, let alone a 2-piece, he's gonna let you know. But he has those moments and he's, hey, Ken, I'm picking up water. Oh, because he's there, let him know where he's coming and making sure the communication always on point as well. But for Optic Gaming, straight down the line, everybody performs. Kenny gives you a little bit extra. And on the flip side, Sid and Kismet struggled just a little bit. Sid, typically a shooter, well, suffered in this matchup, struggling there on 6-star.
Dashi as well, the king of the hill, the objective player of the year, 1:44 to his name, as expected. But everyone there on Optic looking good. C9, it was a decent start, but it was not quite enough to finish. The stamina certainly ran low, but what a way to get things going for Optic Gaming again. I think there's a lot of consideration chance coming into this matchup. We talked to no end about it. Pressure, though, for Optic doesn't seem to be there.
Oh, no, these guys are feeling great, and even for the moments, you think the most pressure is going to be on those P3 rotations, but Shotzzy started making some hero plays on both of those rotations. So C9, so much extra emphasis on those back spawns. Those are the moments where he thinks Sid is making the rotation, getting his teammates to spawn, but Optic Gaming, out of time for time, able to just hold it from the front. So even when things are going poorly for this team, able to thrive in the chaos.
Chaos is a ladder, or if you're Optic Gaming, it's sort of a, I don't know, it's like a little jungle gym. You just fly around it whenever you want. Great start to the map for them. Cloud9 bounce back opportunity right here. We're staying on 6-star for the Search and Destroy. And again, we've seen both teams have their fair share of victories here on the map throughout this MW3 year, which has felt like a lifetime, me personally, Chance.
Yeah, it's going to be so much
I didn't do half of it.
Oh, there you go. But for these guys, it has been 9 months of a pure and utter grind. Granted, 6-star was a later addition to the year, but still the amount of repetitions these guys have, second to none.
And even in this matchup alone, I remember Kismet just sort of dominating that little underground route that we have over towards that A bomb site, really taking him to task, but Optic obviously have made the adjustments as well. Just the other day, we get a some play on 6-star, and Dashi had an absolute feast on this map, so got to be on the lookout across the board. Clutches will occur on this map.
It's going to happen, folks. And we are expecting players like Dashi to be very, very clutch in the 1v4s and the 1v3s, you name it, those high-pressure moments. We expect it of them.
Keep in mind, though, Dashi was not the clutch player of the year. That award went to Caesar Skies Bueno, who has invested in those clutches. Be on the lookout for a good old 1v1.
Oh, my goodness. Here we go. For the new ones amongst us, it's first to 6 here in Search and Destroy. As the opening trades come to a close, Kenny quickly recovers that bomb. Oh, and tries to make the move forward towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, if you're slightly off with your movement, which Shotzi rarely is, Civ, one of the players that will absolutely punish you, but a 2v3 clutch opportunity already from Optic. But an awkward way for Civ to shut him down. And I will just throw this out there. I might have been one of the guys that voted for Skies, honestly. I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe.
So I make the joke, but I might also be at fault.
Nice start there from Sib, 2-0. The C9 walk away with the opening round. Again, solid start to the trades there. Leave Optic's game plan a little bit shaky. They capitalized on some great shots and a tiny little mistake there.
Yeah, but Sib, again, the bounce back, a little bit of criticism. One of the poor shots that we saw on the hard point. Well, immediate bounce back gives you 2 in the round, and especially the gunfight win against Shotzi, or at least maybe not gunfight, just catching him out in the open enough to seal the deal.
We've seen it happen so many times. You don't finish that kill, that player gets away, and if they live to fight another day, it's a bad thing for you. Now, though, for C9 over towards the A bomb site, slow but sure. Kismet, the lone man, over towards B.
I'm very concerned about the flank as well. You're going to have Kismet be distance, and, well, Civ in the meantime does get picked, and that's the player with bomb. So Ken wins a difficult gunfight, and the island player there from Pred, from up top rather than down under, he gets you.
Hydra manages to find one. This immediate reposition is lovely, but I don't think Shotzi's going to take it. What a snap from Hydra!
Good trades, 2v2.
The advantage is now dissipated.
And Optic, we're looking for some information too. Very spread, each player for one bump site. Pressure gonna be on Shotzi first.
This is a dangerous moment, but it looks like C9 might be leaving each other as well. This could be 2 separate 1v1s across the map.
Oh, a plant here. Oh yeah, Shotzi. And look, they're just not together. An uncharacteristic mishap there, but Hydra, natural habitat.
He's got to finish this quick. Oh! Please tell me we got the slow-mo reaction of Hydra's face there.
Yeah, blown away in and out of game.
He knows that that was a funny one. But Shotzi, you thought he was in trouble. The hunter certainly became the hunted then.
I was so close to doing my best Hydra impression. Not the time to embarrass myself. I'm also jet lagged.
Well, this is a quick highlight of Hydra's play. Again, he wins a massive 1v1. The second snap was really the difference maker, though. And it was all right, we didn't get to see it, but that's fine, boys and girls. You can always rewind if you're on YouTube. Here we go, though, again towards the A-bomb site for the boys of Optic. And they are thick together.
Oh, those nades hurt, too. That absolutely stops Optic Gaming in their tracks completely. An amount of map space right now that C9 has. I mean, they know this play is going to be over towards A. They're going to be playing for this retake.
Yeah, the problem, again, is Hydra is going to be so far from this fight. By the time the guns get going, he's not going to get into the action. We could be looking at a 1vx situation for C9 if it doesn't go their way, but Trophies doing what they do. Kiz, oh, I can't take that fight.
Hydra needs to start getting active as well. Sib, at least he gives you one.
Brilliant shots. Skies. Are we trying to get on the board here? We're trying. Shotzi with a bomb recovery. Wants the fight. And still a slow journey from the right-hand side of the minimap for the boys to make their way into the battle. Pred pulls Caesar Skies from life. Sends him to the next round.
It's all about the flank, though. 2 players working the flank. Pred, it's an interesting angle.
We got here
One
late.
got through.
We got here late. Is it going to pay off for Kiz? Maybe. And again, Hydra nowhere to be seen. And there it is. As written, 1v3.
Yeah, nice play just to get out of dodge, and this is a 1v3 that is effectively hopeless to clutch. Phenom at his best, but yeah, there you go. Instantaneous trades, Optic Gaming on point.
Okie dokie. C9 go down by 1. Optic. Momentum starting to feel a little more real. That was a very, very calm round for them. Mistake-free moments, Chance.
Yeah, I just like Optic Gaming not going for the bomb plant straight away, pushing out the site, knowing you don't have the intel just yet. So perfect play calls there. And I think Cloud9, truly one of the teams that sort of set that trend on 6-star as well. They're happy. If they have extra time on the clock, they will not rush things.
Again, no smokes to play with either here on 6-star. Only on Invasion we're going to see the smoke grenade used. A gentleman's agreement, and we're all gentlemen here in the Call of Duty world.
Ooh, we might be testing the shot at Dashi.
Good enough for me. Player managed to get away with their life. A little bit of a reshuffle here over by the pool side. It's going to be Kismet. We saw him lose a fight in this exact same spot in an earlier round. But for now, slow things right down for Optic on the defense. That 2-2, Dashi through mid.
Play G on one side, Kismet on the other. And Shotzi is also taking enough space over towards A that's why Dashi's going to wrap back. They're expecting to be hit to roll through. And there you see those Optic arrows starting to get active.
Oh, is the Predator. Catches Kismet loud in.
Good wins.
Second man goes down. Here comes number 3. Skies manages to win it, and it's getting awkward. Over the top goes Dashi. Last man Sib.
One frame at a time. Yeah, we have seen this story before.
Yeah.
Not the first time in this one. It is truly unfortunate. Now we're going to have to wait for some sort of call to get made. You see Sib in the player cam just knows, he's like, this isn't, can't deal with this right now.
He's unable to sort of summon the referee here, but I do think, I mean, we can all see what's happening, but until a referee makes a call, we're going to play this round out, and it's essentially going to be 3-1. Again, we will wait for an official ruling from a referee before we call anything, but either way, a very patient round played by Optic their chance, and when it came to an opportunity, they took it.
It is constant as well. Optic have so many different ideas in S&D that they can be playing with, but all fun here so far. And this is for, again, just a top 4 matchup. Loser goes home.
And that position from Fred, though, from the inside, that little bit of foliage, just enough to cover his player model, but again, I do think that in that kind of situation, you're probably going to see the diamond before you see anything else, but it does look like we are going to going to try to restart this one, folks. Whether or not the scoreline is 3-1 or 2-1, we will confirm that ASAP, but you saw it as well as we did, and in the interest of competitive fairness, we are going to pump the brakes on this lobby, rebuild it, and get things going once again.
Yeah, LAN is somewhat of a myth, I believe, around these parts.
Well, we do it elsewhere, but it's a little different out here. Just a little different.
Well, not technically.
Referees on stage there, just getting everything set in stone. But so far, an exciting search and destroy. 6-star has been one of the most welcome additions, I think, to the MW3 season. Actually, all the new maps. Vista, Rio, they're all great.
And colorful, yes. Absolutely fantastic, lovely addition. Frankly, in a sense, I mean, save is definitely too strong of a word, but really gave a massive benefit to the year for sure.
A shot of life into the arm of the map pool always helps. That guy's loud.
How many continents have we heard this chant in now?
Three continents. At least 4? Where? North America?
Oh, I don't want to test my geography skills right now.
Not tonight. We do have confirmation, folks. It will be 3-1 Optic when we get this lobby back up and running.
What continent are we in right now?
This is the, I mean, I think this is technically the Asian continent, based on how large it is.
4.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I've got a computer in front of me. I'll find out.
There you go.
There you go. Chance, tell us about 6-star.
I heard about tectonic plates a long time ago. I know so much more about 6-star than I do tectonic plates. Again, I do like the map. You know, one of the bigger themes that we've seen over towards that B side is just the smoke retakes and the fact that they're not here. We have seen a ton of sort of like B pushes in the flanks that are rolling through to get to those top window positions and put the pressure all the way on the flank rather than just cutting in through you. So we're spreading the map a lot more. We saw it in a previous round as well from C9 being on the receiving end of it. So yeah, a couple different looks, and these teams have had 2.5 weeks to sort of make these adjustments and get the feel for it. But these guys, especially in the land of professional Call of Duty, are used to adaptation.
Yeah, the very best survive and adapt, and that's a tough one. I mean, I've been talking to other players from other games, you know, here at the Esports World Cup, and not everyone gets the blessing of a brand new game every year. So again, only the finest survive in the Call of Duty world. You have to improvise and adapt, and that's exactly what these players have done. True testament how great you are at COD if you do go from game to game to game and maintain that brilliance. And I suppose that's like teams like FaZe consistently been so solid. But while we speak about other teams, folks, getting the lobby still ready here. We'll take a quick look at the bracket once again. And I was right, it's the Asian continent. It's an absolutely tremendous piece of land. Looking at the bracket though, folks, FaZe waiting in that semi-finals. The winner of this match will move on to play them another sweet best of 5. 100 Thieves, Vancouver Surge. That's gonna be a lot of fun as well.
It is hilarious. Surge get the one quote-unquote upset, and then it just makes that bracket look just absurd towards the top with 3 of the quote-unquote top 4 teams, but obviously 100 Thieves had something to say about that. Very impressive for those guys to see them get their revenge against Toronto, get that win, and really ice up in a game 5. So happy for those boys on that end, but I know the top side and bottom side of the bracket looking like a tale of 2 different years that we have seen from those squads.
I mean, it almost could be a point standing, right? that bracket from top to bottom, first place all the way down, but Boston managed to sneak in there. Wow, they already changed things in a different universe. They were 4th or 5th there in the standings. Not this year, friends, not this year. So when we come back into this game, we're very close to getting the lobby absolutely set in stone. 3-1 Optic will be the scores. For those folks at home, for those folks in a watch party, and for you here in the Amazon Arena, 3-1. We thank you all for coming out. It's been a fantastic tournament so far and a great day of games. Upsets galore and nothing but exciting Call of Duty. We're only in map 2 of this one as well, John.
Yeah, it's a tournament that can, in sort of awkward ways, really put the pressure on, but I know C9 certainly a team that has a phenomenal competitive mentality, great coaching staff as well the whole way around, and a squad that has really grown. Civ, in a sense, was a gamble, certainly from the community sentiment, especially with the way C9 started their year. They opened up a major one, getting 12th. All of the doubt that is then placed upon them, and I mean, overall, still had a phenomenal year. Second at Champs is obviously something that is going to sting for those guys, but ultimately, incredibly impressive Call of Duty, and obviously, they're looking to stamp their year with a dub in the end, but Optic Gaming, the largest of green, and now a little bit of orange wall that they have to get past. Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't. Not in the same way, but we're so used to that. That was the season stats for 6-star S&D, and as you can see, C9 at 7-7, but statistically very good at it. 3-5 for Optic there, nothing too impressive, but as we do know, they sort of saved that one in the bag, pulled it out a little bit later in the season, and really started to run away with it. Here we go, folks. We're almost ready to get back into this one. 3-1 will be the score for Optic Gaming. C9, a lot of work to do, Chance. Will they be able to sort of cool off? You know, they've had a little bit of time to refresh themselves. Will Optic be in the same sort of flow state when we get back into round 5?
Yeah, sort of an interesting vibe from this tournament is we have actually gone from map to map at lightning speed. I know these sort of resets sort of kill that momentum, but what we're typically used to in the Pro League is those 5 minutes between every single map. We have been rushing through, so anytime a team has had the hot hand of one map, oftentimes they have been able to carry that through. Optic Gaming certainly we're seeming to shape up in the exact same way with the 3-1 lead that they have. So, I mean, Cloud9 happy for it. Admittedly, they lost the round, so definitely not happy. Look, you're down 3-1 to Optic. That just, it sucks. That's not fun.
Get this man on the desk with analysis like that. I mean, it could not be cleaner.
Also jet lagged, you know?
Dude, tell me about it, brother. In we go, though. Another round.
This is the strat, the biggest one that broke Optic down initially, and Hydra strikes, not for 2, nearly.
Wow! He bounces a concussion off of Kenny. Oh, Caesar manages to land one in a pred, which kills him.
They're doing style points for these kills.
Adley Ho, Neighborinos, big shots in a Shotzzy now. Are they able to press the advantage?
Oh, what a read!
No! That should be illegal. Kismet, he was weak.
And shout out to the crowd, educated. Everybody knows, literally globally, that Shotzzy is a superstar. There has never been a doubt.
We got some big C9 fans in the house. It's very loud Optic fans, and hey, absolutely. I think folks out here are watching the flank.
Again, just the most obvious thing ever. My favorite Shotzzy story is when he was coming in from Halo. I was being told by Halo guys, they were like, you don't understand how good this guy is. And I was like, nah, I seen him playing Black Ops 4. Like, he's good, but like, he doesn't know COD. 3 tournaments later, I was like, that might be the best player I've ever seen. Like, the Halo guys were just right.
they were just right.
Look at him go.
Look at him go. Pred picks up the second here. Sib and Caesar, they're in trouble. Optic are all over the place. Shotzzy.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting in the wings, and now it all comes down to Skies. Mr. Clutch, can he do a 1v4 in a state like this? I don't even know if it's actually possible, Chance.
Frankly, if he gets this, he deserves that award.
Oh,
that
yeah.
would remove all doubt.
Hand it over. It starts with 1. I don't know why. But it did start to feel pretty impossible there, Chance.
It does not matter how hard you try against Optic in a 1v4. Nothing cooking there.
In the end, it didn't even matter. Well, Search and Destroy, we came back into this one pretty quick, and we're rolling through these rounds at record speed.
And frankly, the way Optic are playing, the amount of freedom, you think they were just hanging out in a Lincoln Park. Nice sunny day outside. Everything is great, and they are just one step closer to a victory. One more round, and they'll go up 2-0.
Here we go. They started the search pretty quick. And I'm not even kidding. I mean, we've ripped through this one. It's map point.
Yeah, C9 right now looking faint.
We'll see how numb they are. There's the opening salvo shots, pushing Shotzi away.
I literally hear a bird. That is a phenomenal whistle.
Yeah, very loud. Opening salvo. Hydra v Pred. The 3-man stack here from Cloud9, trying to buy at least one, avoid the trade scenario. But there are 2 players over by the A bomb site who might be able to get this down.
Oh, Dashy's taking space, too. Dashy's going to be flinging in the middle of the map. He's going to have everybody in his sights. There's number 1, ironed up for number 2, but Hydra there for the trade.
Damage dealt, shots, he's going for the kill! That's it, the map is over! Optic Gaming. Map 2 barely, it was a flash before our eyes. C9, nowhere to be seen. Clear skies ahead for the Optic boys.
And I think Optic Gaming might be a little bit confused. Might need to go across the stage and check on their opponent, see if they're okay, because on that map, they were not shooting back.
Dashi looks a little disappointed, you know? Like he wanted more out of that. You know, he just looks a little sad. Like, is that it?
Canadian Psycho.
Yeah, man. That's pretty next level. Yeah, he's just like, damn.
Bruce Bale?
Damn, dude. We're really done already. Meanwhile, Cloud9, again, a degree of discourse, and the way the first 2 maps have gone, it has been very fast. You do start to wonder, is this really a sort of worthy rematch? They've not necessarily shown up in the way that they wanted to. C9 staring down the barrel of a vicious 3-0 here in the quarterfinals.
Blown them out of the water on 6-star, and I mean, shout out to Dashy. Call him Bruce. Call him the Canadian Psycho, maybe just the machinist.
Oh, nice.
Storming through this game.
Nice. Nice. Chance has got a hay bale full of good references there. Lovely stuff though in the highlights here. Again, not necessarily too clutch, but just the pieces there from Optic all fell into place. This was just before the reset. Pred there, great work alongside Shotzi in that moment, and this is a big tag from Hydra. Semtex doesn't work out. The concussion did. Not that it mattered though. As C9, as much as we wanted to sell this as a fantastic rematch, you know, between the champs finals, it has not been that clean so far for them. Cloud9 absolutely have to pull out all the stops here on this upcoming game of Control. Otherwise, it is a top 8 finish here at the Esports World Cup. You weren't wrong, Chance, about Optic playing loose as well. You find that championship ring and your opponents who gave you a solid run for your money in that finals, just, yeah, feeling the heat, quite literally here in Riyadh.
I mean, Killa has known this for the longest time in Call of Duty. Confidence is king. Delusional confidence is even better. And Optic Gaming just get to walk around with the swagger of being world champ. So don't make it any doubt about it. C9 capable of making the bounce back, but Optic right now certainly looking like they are in final form. 6-star, steam rolling, and Karachi has been their playground. An absolutely destructive team and a force on that map, and be on the lookout. We might have a hot 3-0.
We might have a hot 3-0. Who knows, folks? Well, that Karachi control is not too far away. When we do get into that, I mean, part of me thinks that it well could be. C9, though, a team you can never count out. We talked about the mental fortune, we talked about the coaching staff. It's all there. All the pieces are there to try to make this game go a little further. We'll find out if they can actually get that job done. On the other side of this break, don't go too far, folks. This is the Esports World Cup.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, folks. We're ready to get into map number 3, and so far, a blowout, Jones.
Not even close. I mean, 250, 140 something we had in the 6-star, and then a 6-1 pretty dominant win in S&D. Optic, I mean, just quite literally on this year, they have had their number.
They have, absolutely. And so far at the tournament, we can take a look at the stats for both of our squads. And this is how things have gone down so far. 2-1 records in the map count. Team KD, it's just a slight edge there to the Optic boys. And this is control as well, folks. So the attack record and the defense records, there's a clear-cut difference there, Jones.
And everybody knows in many sports, defense wins championships, unless you're Optic at the World Championship. In this case, damn, that did not roll off the tongue. In which case, they won on an offensive round on Invasion. I got to slow it down for that.
It's all good. We're going to slow things down and go to Karachi, play game of control. This could be a hot 3-0, boys and girls. Cloud9 have got to find it. They've got to turn it all around, and this is the map to do it on.
Cloud9 versus Optic. I'll go no further with that one. I apologize, fans.
In 2024.
That is crazy.
We're back, baby.
Yeah.
We are back. And this game of Karachi is going to really dictate a hell of a lot. The next round of the tournament as well. The winner of this goes on to play Atlanta FaZe, who are sitting in the wings, licking their lips.
That is so much fun. I'm calling Shotzi Masterclass right here.
Here we go, into the point. Well, Shotzi eats a concussion to start things off. C9 down low. They'll be on defense first and foremost. Shotzi might have, no, he didn't get spotted, he's gone.
I think he did, but before the call-outs can roll through, he's just already there.
He's double back.
Oh, no. Oh, welcome to your spawn.
You know, Sibs, 1E back there, a minute to go here. No one's actually been able to get into the point, so we're watching Shotzi go on a sort of walkabout magical mystery tour, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is the objective. Finally, we get a player inside it.
I mean, look at it. He's just controlling the other team. Every single player off spawn for C9 has to take the long route just because Shotzi's here.
We're staying on board with Shotzi. It does look like one of his ranked play videos. As he hops around.
Oh, dear.
And seemingly spawn traps some of the best players in the world. Alongside his teammates now, one segment down at A.
Poor Skies. This is like round 4. Just watch the kill feed for a second. We'll see what happens. Sky, he's just dodging them. He's not taking the gunfight. He's running away. And the rest of Optic, as you pointed out, no success actually going to the A zone. Finally, they clear out Shotzi, and C9 have, in fact, stabilized.
We saw a lot of fun there, but absolutely amounted to nothing. Kismet. Oh, okay, one more bullet. That's fine. We can go chase this one down. Great shots. 21 seconds to go here. If we can get yourselves over towards this side of the map, the A zone is really where the party's taking place. Hydra's the man who's trying to contest towards it, but very slowly we are getting the job done here. Dashi there with the overtop coverage. Sib and Hydra trying to pick Shotzzy out of the point.
Oh yeah, I would never feel safer if Dashi was the one top third looking above me, because if you're on his screen, he's getting the tags in, but it's the flank coming in from Skies that actually makes it to the zone, and Skies is able to pick up two. Dashi right now just trying to hunt everybody down, but he is doing the correct thing. You're a main AR, you keep the power position.
And they're doing a very good job of balancing on the knife's edge right now. 10 seconds on the clock. Dashi still up top, 4 spree. No one's been able to evict him from here. He's still sitting up top, finding the slays, and with that, A is captured.
And shout out Waldo. I love that extended view there from Dashi. That is beautiful stuff, but now we swing over towards that new zone. Shotzzy continues to be a menace. He dodges everything, stuns, bullets, death, and now he's getting active, but Skies off the car, able to rip him. But the streak from Dashi continues, picking up from his fallen foes. 1 kill off a Cruz.
How handy Cruz would be. Sib sees it. What a reaction. Sib finding the kill there. Kiz to back him up. Lovely work from Cloud9 there on the defense. A single life differential now tied up. Now the lead back to C9. Can we find another from here, Kiz?
Everybody's spawning close, though, so you get a 4-man wipe, and you got to keep it moving as they are. And now Kismet blocking spawns. The comms for C9 right now in this round have been flawless.
And this is big work out of Kismet. It's a 4 spree and a ton of pressure. Now 20 seconds once again for Optic. We're in the red. Beautiful shots. Dashi managing to punch a hole, but it might not be enough time to get across the map. Look at the setup here from C9. Perfect coverage. OG out of lives.
Yeah, Ken's going to have to find a way just to make a dive bomb over towards this zone, and that's the introduction, but the trade's instantaneous. And C9, that's what it's like at the pro level with 2 teams at the highest. You have a Shotzzy in your spawn, and even if the spawn kills aren't successful, C9 is having to spawn up and run over towards the dumpster and take the longest route of all time to go and defend the A zone, and they make it work. That is such a well-orchestrated effort, and they turn that into big plays through and through. Credit to Skies, able to get 10 kills on the round. No, that's Kismet. I read that wrong. Sorry.
Kismet 10 and 6. Solid even damage across the board, though, from everyone there on C9.
My bad, Kismet.
My bad, Kiz. We are very familiar with your game.
And I said Shotzzy Masterclass. Wow, did I jinx him?
He went 2 and 8. That's wild, man. I mean, the eye test, you really have to see the bigger picture. C9, they are back in it, and they're alive and kicking. Let's do a quick test and see how they're feeling with a listening.
Top bed. I have her bottom red.
Yeah, he's actually dead.
Nice, bottom red. Watch your team. Watch your top bed. Bottom. That shit on.
Nice, that's him.
I have A2, I have A2.
Top set.
I'm going P5 to point. I'm going P5 to point. I heard you. I'm going P5 to point.
I have A2 now.
Top leg, guys. Top leg, Kenny.
Top leg.
Kenny, absolutely dead.
Follow me,
he's out.
One more top leg. One more top leg, I think.
Stop fireback. I'm saying. Spawn out. Top bed, guys. Top bed.
I have top bed. Don't worry. He's not top bed.
Look at single.
He's not top bed.
I think A1.
A2.
He's Balk.
Balk?
P5, going front door now.
2 dead.
Front door.
Last two there. Last 2 B.
Where?
I have the whole left, guys.
On me, P5.
Get listen, push out. He's gonna be vending. Kenny, or fucking Shotzzy's gonna be vending.
I'm seeing him dark. Dark.
Shotzzy dark.
Watch your right.
He might pinch ramp.
Yeah, he's gonna pinch ramp.
Yo, one stop, Jins.
Watch your
ramp. I don't have ramp yet. I have it now.
To quote my friend Chance, damn!
That's a great comp. I mean, hey, that's not bad. And C9, as expected, flowing. Maybe a small mishap. And
this is the round
they made, instantly corrected. And yeah,
that's the round.
Damn.
C9. Welcome back to the quarterfinals, gentlemen. 1 round away from the win.
Just had to get either woken up or just away from 6-star.
6-star was not very kind to them, was it? Goodness. Well, they're 1 round away from a victory here in Karachi. 4 minutes and 37 seconds of in-game time. Congratulations, boys. You really want to get to Rio.
It is not over until it's over.
That's very true.
I would stop talking with all the caster curses that I've been dishing out, but that is my job. So here we go.
It's part of the fun. 14 and 8 from Kismet. He is on the revenge tour. As Riyadh tries to will Optic towards a round victory. We'll see if they can find the attack here.
I don't know why it took me this long to think of it, but you just had C9 get that round win with 12 kills. I don't know what the minimum amount taken is, but 12 is not bad.
It was very low indeed. Well, kills are already looking a lot better for the Optic boys as they managed to get themselves into A, the first segment, complete in a moment. With that, though, you've got a lovely position now for Shotzzy on the other side of the map. Lying in wait, for the rest of the boys to find their kills, and he's not going to double back towards the objective and go for the zone capture. He might do now as he does lose a teammate on A. So there we go. Objective prowess, but Cloud9 have adapted very well, and they have reacted quickly. Here we go, Dashi on the coverage. Will he be able to take care of everyone? The answer is no. Shotzzy, the next man in the zone. Can he stay alive?
Yeah, that is two-time world champ decision-making, by the way. Shotzzy was completely out of the play near an objective. Takes him 10 seconds to figure out, and he's right on the zone.
3 mans now for C9 towards that B zone. They will take care of the second segment and make sure that nobody from Optic is anywhere near it.
Fred loves that position.
Also loves shooting up against his old teammate. Sib staying alive. Might do better than that. Oh, lovely shots there from the Predator. Finds his 9th kill of them out. Optic swarming over the B zone.
This is an awkward situation, though, because C9 have the presence here to actually stop him on the defensive end. And if you get caught in the cycle of forcing over towards B, the game clock is just going to start ticking down. So Optic might be forced to reposition and go towards that A zone, but it is not fun taking that route. Number 2 and number 4 taking it as we speak. And again, not ideal. 34 seconds. If they get stopped, it's going to be a problem.
This is a very, very difficult moment. Lovely shots from Pred there. That's going to be the 2-zone capture at the same time. A's on the way out. Kismet's got to win a big fight here, and if he can, that's all good, but that's it. A's gone, and B halfway complete now. Kenny now reinforcing 2 members of Optic over towards the B zone. Massive wins out of Sib.
How the turntables. Now it's going to be Shotzzy flying at you from the back line. He gets red on the mini-map, but Sib's going to be the guy forced to look for those trades. You see the Dolphin diving in the background, but where Shotzzy falls, his team right here to pick him up.
Sib may have been spotted out here. Oh, no, nice damage to Kenny, not enough for the kill. The back alleyway battle now. They line up. Kiz gets a pair.
That is habit. They die hard.
20 and 11. Not the year, it's the record that Kiz has got right now. Lovely shots, the KD flowing, over a minute to play, and then making the B zone safe.
Yeah, what a map he is having so far. Pop that dead silence and soar forward. It's straight into the arms of Dashi. Like an angel, he gives you 2, but Hydra right now, the thorn in their side. He's forcing the deep spawns, but Optic have now opened him up.
Less than 50 seconds remain. Skies wins it. 2 players below him now. Kiz expecting the hit through bottom side of red. Sib with the big comms. Trophies are down, and Shotzzy cannot escape. Sib has got him round the neck.
In 7v5 as well. This might be the victory lap, and yeah, my bad, Shotzzy.
Sib has certainly had him on a leash this map so far. Hydra now on the pickup once again. Final 4 lives of Optic, and you can say goodbye to Karachi Control. This was all C9 from start to finish.
Kenny gives you 2, and Shotzzy gives you the next one. They have an opportunity.
It's not over yet. My goodness, over to Skies. On the inside, Dashi with the big tags. Nothing there out of Skies. Contest is on. Reinforcements arriving. Kenny! Kenny! Can't get any more. Sib's there. Dashi goes down. 3-0. C9. Signs of life in control.
So close and yet so far, ladies and gentlemen. We might have ourselves a series.
And there is a steely focus on Kismet's face after those first 2 maps. That last one, 24 and 13, pushing 5k damage as well.
That's clinically absurd, by the way. That is a Titan in the lobby in that matchup. Kenny kept up in the kills, but the damage output was clinically insane, and Kismet gave you 20 on the defensive end. Miles, ask me to predict something for map number 4.
A chance? Could you predict something for map number 4?
No, I will not. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
There we go, folks. Map number 4 not too far away, but 2-1. C9 make a game of it. That was a very, very surprising turn of events. Everyone was putting their feet up, pre-booking the cars home. Absolute madness. Well, C9 says, no thanks, boys. The forecast did not necessarily have this many clouds over Karachi, but my word, did they find it.
And look at that scoreboard, too. How often do you see Hydra go -7, only 11 kills? Almost no production, and Kismet the hard carry. But 99 Kiz, he shows up every now and again just to remind you. And it's not like he needs to. Again, just as a teammate, as the guy that sets you up, Kismet, I mean, very few players are comparative to what he actually brings to the table. Guys like Envoy come to mind of just what they can do for a team. They make everybody better. Kiz is a monster.
Yeah, an absolutely outstanding teammate, and it goes to show moments like that. Highlights here, folks, from that very, very fast game of Karachi Control. 3-0 Cloud9 back in this one. Again, this is a best of 5. It's a one and done, folks. So if you lose, it is over. We're playing for top 4. The loser gets top 8. Still a fantastic prize pool to be going home with, but not necessarily the case. All of our players, they are truly hunting for glory here at the Esports World Cup.
And obviously a lot of credit towards Kiz here at the EWC as well, but I think C9, just their decision-making they had on defense, it was multiple times they were having to deal with sort of the spawn traps and always making the right call. Just don't deal with Shotzi. You don't got to worry about it. If you're taking the long routes, it's all good. You can sort of leave him on an island and fight the 4v3 elsewhere. The timings might not be great, but you can get it done, and that is JP, Krez, and Sender on your screen, two phenomenal coaches. Both of these teams.
Pair of world champions. Respective years. As you can see, we are almost ready to go, folks, into our next map. And I mean, I was just thinking about this chance, but another thing that Skies brought up in that pre-match interview, the first time that the boys here have been wearing the black and blue and they want to show out for Cloud9, they want to bring home a chip this early on. It's been, what, 3 weeks since they've been wearing it now, so this is the place to do it. They've got to get through that Rio hardpoint first. We go back to Karachi for Game 5, and that's the only way. I mean, we're going to see a C9 win, so we've got to find ourselves there, hopefully in a moment, because let's face it, folks. I mean, I've got no skin in this game. I don't want necessarily either of these teams to win or lose. I just want to see a great series of Call of Duty, so I'm all about that Game 5.
Hey,
I'm all about it.
So far, so good, and right now I'm just stuck on the color schemes. We have the green wall in orange and the subliners who have been yellow for however many years, now in blue and black. So we're mixing things up like crazy. If someone is colorblind, then they didn't even notice.
Yeah, I think a few folks would be dialing in and being like, well, I need to adjust the settings on my device, on my laptop, my television, dare I say it. But for right now, it's absolute pandemonium in-game as well. 2-1 the score so far as we load into Rio. Now, this is guaranteed to be a spicy one, folks. We've seen these teams go up against each other in Rio. Optic love it. C9, absolutely no stranger to it. And at the end of this series, one of those keys from that stage is going to be underneath that trophy. Smashed and shattered, along with the hopes and dreams of glory here at the EWC. Here we go. Map number 4, Rio hardpoint.
And for what might be the trolliest aspect of the tournament, that walk of shame to hand deliver that key to your opponent. Not a fun thing to do, and it's slightly annoyed we didn't have to see Draza or Scrap walk into one another.
Imagine the handover.
So good.
We can use AI to create that moment for our viewing pleasure. For our viewing pleasure right now, though, ladies and gentlemen, it's right into the hard point for C9 and Pred doing the best he can. Shotzi on the flank. Shotzi on the flank. Can he get 3?
Yeah, you can't always get what you want, but Shotzi can, and well, now he just gets to play with his food, gets 2 kills, and now you gotta find him. He is in your spawn, causing all sorts of problems.
3-0 so far for Shotzi, a perfect opener for him. As for his teammates also in that hard point. 30 seconds to go, nice work out of Kiz there. Rubber9 in the right place at the right time. Finds a nice big one. Shotzi closes the door, nice manners. Civ on the other side, hello. Oh, what a win with the MCW.
That's a huge win as well. That might quite literally be for the spawns and rotation. In the meantime, C9 are also collecting that time, so might be able to take the lead here on P1. Kenny gets caught on rotation, and Kismet, yes, he gets overwhelmed, but happy for it. He'll spawn up over towards New, and you have C9, again, one of those demonic map spreads they have for the rotation.
They haven't accounted for Shotzi, though. Just sort of flown through the back.
Yo,
wow.
Never mind.
They let that one happen.
You know
what? Demonic setup.
Play tighter setups, maybe. That should be the key.
I mean, Optic Gaming brought the Exorcist because that demon is long gone.
I mean, 5 kills already in just 2 hills. Shotzi out here piercing setup. Sib, though, shooting. Bounce back with a nice 2-piece and attempting to keep Kenny at bay. So, COD giveth and COD taketh away.
Right back in this hard point we go. It's end-to-end Call of Duty right now, ladies and gentlemen. Breaks on breaks. Fred now going forward. Another break on the cards. 1v1 done. Optic. That's their point.
Yeah, big gunfight window. Shotzi hunting him down, flying straight at him. Shotzi, why don't you?
Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like Shotzi? That didn't come off the tongue, did it?
I'll take it. It's fine.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, new hard points nearly open. Shotzi once again, 7-3. He did not look great on the control, but he looks absolutely fine in the Rio. Sib, though, has seemed to have his number in the 1v1s. They're really important They just seem to be at the right place, the right time with each other for those fights.
Yeah, they've been having an absolute battle, and in the meantime, look at the positioning on the mini-map. Well, Pred gets one in traded, now all guns forward.
Forward we go. Kenny's trophy eradicates Dashi as Kismet over the top. C9, big breaks, 3 down, spawns flip.
I mean, that is a steamroll as well. They just walk on through to the other side, and now Optic Gaming, this is too much time. That ain't scrap, that is 40 seconds of absolute gold.
Absolute gold there. We're rocking in Rio. Pred with a big win on the Kids. Over we go. Dashi beats Skies as trades on trades. 20 seconds still on P3. Optic are going to have another hit of this, maybe. Looking towards the rotation as well. Bottom side of the mini-map. Lead change in a moment.
Oh, they just won all the gunfights as well. Well, final 10 seconds collected. Hydra's going to give it to you, but on the rotation, Pred is going to be behind you. Player in garage, guy on the van, and Shotzi pushed out for the flank, and that's where the action's happening.
Here we go. A wave of Cloud9 players through the right-hand side. Shotzi, look at this spot. I don't think we've seen that. Ah, okay, Skies. He's seen that one before. He knew how that one ended. 2 for Skies. Dashi picks 1. Straight into the point we go. Deal with Pred, and you've got the point, boys.
There's Pred on a 4, and Pred on a 5. He wants the hill time as well as that cruise.
Where it's so easy to bring down Pred. 5 spree for AG. Another kill gets a cruise. Super handy here on Rio.
And he's going to be baiting out Shotzi here as well. You see those 2 errors on the minimap looking on the cross, and, well, Shotzi makes some noise, and Pred times it perfectly. If Pred's got to bait somebody, he's going to do it right.
Sadly got Tika, so we're going to see how this one goes. That spree's a little different.
Oh, good call.
Can he get it? Kismet walks right into it, and there we go. Doesn't manage to make much more of that life. Skies ends it, but 12 and 6 for Pred, 10 and 9 there for Shotzi. As pressure now mounting for Optic Gaming, they've got lovely pressure across the map. But Hydra winning a couple of big fights, and that should be the point on opening.
Yeah, Silky Smooth, as always, jumps into the zone as soon as it pops, but too much pressure on him, so he gets picked out of it, and Skies gets red as well, but clean shots coming through. The MCW close range occasionally can fry.
There we go. Kismet comes in with a wham-bam. Can't get any more out of it. Hydra down. Break complete. Optic in.
And they are trying to feel themselves a little bit. We had Pred go on a tear. Now it's Ken's turn, collecting the time and on a 4.
Well, he's nearly there. Over the halfway mark towards that cruise missile. Shots at range against Sid. Not an ideal fight to have. Damage across the board. Kenny got bullets into everyone. That's going to help his teammates out, or is it? You've got to deal with Kismet. Shotzi now trying to pick up the rest of the trades. Good golly, Miss Molly. Shotzi down.
This has been a game for Shotzi. If I think he's going to win the gunfight, he loses it. If I think he's going to lose it, he just fries you. But either way, first set of rotations is in, and honestly, C9, if not for the botched P2 hold, they'd be in the lead, but you make a mistake against the world champs, they punish you.
The Rock and Rio hardpoint continues. Shotzi v Sib, back-to-back fights, endless gunfights between those two, and it has been a lot of fun. Tons of intel passed over. We're going to watch Shotzi dance around back over towards P1. Contest situation now. Big win. Looking for the second. Not going to be there.
Yeah, Skies can't do anything about that. And now Shotzi, this is just freedom time. Let the kills come to you.
Oh, they do. Kismet brings a little bit more than the kills. He takes it. 30 seconds to go here on P1, and it's still a 26-point game.
Oh my, yeah, every single gunfight. So tough to predict it. That is a 4-man wipe. Cloud9 again coordinated their kills to perfection.
Yeah, the toughest thing on Optic right now is their trophy systems. They have been getting absolutely bodied for the last 40 seconds. Final few moments of this hardpoint is going to go their way. Skies, what a win that was. Sensational shots. Not necessarily impressive from the C9 KD perspective, but they have got a wonderful bit of game flow right now. Can they get towards P2? The answer is no. Optic are in. Now they got the back control.
Oh, huge win from Shotzi as well. Not the best nade I've ever seen, but he picks up at least the first player off the flank. But this is the moment where spawn gets weird. Shotzi's going to spawn out. Number 4 is going to spawn in the back. This is chaos on the minimap.
Pandemonium. Here we go. C9. A 2-man advantage right now on the spawns. Nah, Dashi's got the back alley covered. Wins a big one. Towards the front side of the hard point. Can't win it. Sees a Skies. Well invested in holding the hard point. Can Kenny do something about it? Oh my, nearly gets 2.
Oh, great damage, Elise, but the long term I saw was going to pay off for the spawns. There you go. 30 seconds left, and Sib trying to make a dent. He absolutely does so.
This is a battle right now on Rio.
We're watching two teams absolutely slug one another. Endless attacks onto these points. A very valuable 15 seconds, unless Pred can cut it down. And Sib, exactly that. Loses the time, 10 to Optic.
I mean, these guys almost barely have to calm. They know where every single spawn is rolling through. They know the tendencies of their opposition. These two squads right now dialed in.
Perfectly rehearsed. They've done this so many times in their head, in the build-up to champs even, and now you find yourselves in this sort of dream-like state, playing each other in the desert. My word, folks, what a tournament this is. What a match this is. Optic trying to get in towards the point. C9 full control. Caesar pressing the advantage. No, doesn't get it. Sib on the pickup. Now you've got the point again.
Dashi Al Gai there for the 2, and now Hydra flowing in. This could be the 6-3 for him, and finally we might actually see a cruise missile in this game. 4 different players have had the attempt. Can the French Phenom be the one to give you that something extra?
Oh, we might have cursed it. He's got away with his life, and now he's on the flank. It's going to be dirty shots. He's got his guns up. There it is. The stage will erupt in a moment, folks.
Yeah, and that's Cruz for 1, but that is hill time for Optic. In the meantime, they were able to get the break, so C9 right now playing the long game, but with the lead exchange, it only lasts for but a moment. Optic Gaming holding on, but just barely.
With the skin of their teeth. Some folks call that enamel. Toothpiece there for Optic. Here comes the Cruz. Hold on to your butts.
Oh, that is not the start you want to have. You call on the Cruz, you say, boys, you need to stay alive. Everybody falls. The second he calls it in, that's a wasted Cruz. That is hill time for Optic.
We fought so hard to get that one as well. These lads must be off the spice. 40 seconds to go. Optic will be passing the 200-point mark soon. Can Skies get involved? Can Sib get in there as well? As Kenny finally brought down one avenue of attack to go from. Guns are at the ready, and Optic, it's a firing squad. Woo-hoo-hoo, over the top. Dashi, team kill, and Kismet somehow picks them all up.
And off that team kill, well, Kismet will be the one to get back in the mix. Kenny trying to make that frontline impact, and Kismet continues to shred. Movement like that in the hill, we call that the Chalamet.
10 seconds to go on this point. Optic, this is it. Can they find a big win? This final hard point could be the one to close it out. Kismet and the boys of C9 are in position now to hold on to it. The counter-attack is in. The hard point is open for business at Cloud9. They're putting in the hours.
They got a long way to go, but that is the kills they needed to start this hill off right. And now you get Sib in prime position on a 4 spree and easy cut-off kills. Kismet can't give you 2, but you almost expect the trades.
Sib now has got a big task ahead of him. Oh, wins the fight. I don't know if Pred got the regen, but either way, Sib's on a 5-6. Beautiful work. Another cruise and another attempt to hold on to the point.
And if things get spicy, he will call that in. And, well, Shotzi on the flank, red again. C9, these two squads, how many times have they played this map against each other in scrims? They know everything.
Here's Sib, endless kills. Everyone on a spree, and now Cloud9 very much back in this. Shotzi battling for P1 control, winning the gunfights, left, right, and center. The third gets it.
This is going to be cruise missile time. Sib there to get the entry kill, but I assume for P1, it might drop this bomb.
We've got an opening window. Kiz looking for the perfect break. No damage. Optic hold. Trades there on point. Here comes Skies. Kenny locks it down. Dashi there. Hydra on the other flank. Can't get the second. Kismet finds one. Here's the cruise.
It was no cruise, no break. You got to do it on try number 2. Nothing.
When the smoke clears, who's going to come out on top in the battle for P1? Stuns are down. Lethals to be thrown. Here come the tacticals. Over the top, it's Pred. Kismet there in the feed as well. The contest continues. It's 2 for Kiz. Pred on the retreat, but the contest is still on.
And the pressure is on right now for C9. This could be their year.
Pred, can you find any more than one? The COD gods don't smile upon him and his teammates. No, they're there. Hydra, 10 to go, and it's over. The battle for this hard point. No, it's an open field. Look at Shotzi. Caesar reads it. We've got a game.
This could be the last map Cloud9 play in MW3. They got to hold on. They got 38 points to go.
One final push is potentially all it will take. The rattle of gunfire. The MCW getting the job done over to Shotzi. He climbs it again. It's a masterclass. The pistol, though, doesn't work out. 2 members of Optic now on the point.
They're going, they are going. Last lives off spawn. Dashy there to give you extra, but C9, they have the break. You can slow it down, you can stabilize, you hold this front line.
Front line is all you have to worry about right now. Dashy brought down. Beautiful shots from Sib.
Look at the spawn for number 7.
Oh, 7 and 6 and now one from behind. This could be huge. You've got to hold all this time, but the spawn's perfect awareness. C9, keep on fighting.
And you got to contest as well. If you're Optic, you got to contest for a second. They've done enough to force it to do, and they've done enough to win this game.
It's game, it's over, it's done. They can feel it. We run it back. There is one undulation in the road, and that was a Karachi control, but otherwise a smooth journey for Optic into the semi-finals.
Death, taxes, and Optic Gaming with Cloud9's number. At least in MW3.
At least in MW3. Terms and conditions apply. No shortage of Optic fans worldwide now. They are undeniable. They bring down their old rivals. And I have a feeling, Charles, I mean, the New York Subliners, may they rest in peace. This is the beginning of the rivalry with Cloud9. And what a fantastic way to start that saga.
I mean, we could point that narrative if we want to, but it's up for Cloud9 maybe next year to get that response, because it has been a lopsided victory from Optic, at least in this game. But the world champs continue their run. They've made it past stage 1 of the single elimination bracket. And I mean, quite truly, just unfortunate for Cloud9 to have to match up against the champs in round number 1.
Yeah, that is a tough one. Well, Cloud9, top 8 at the Esports World Cup. Optic now move on to the top 4 position. They'll play Atlanta FaZe with the most ridiculous.
So that is so good.
The most ridiculous bracket a COD fan could ask for. Can't wait to see how that goes down tomorrow. What a sensational matchup that was.
Yeah, EWC, it's going to be full of terrors tomorrow. Going to be so much fun to watch these guys square off. It is always a battle, and they've traded off year over year. Who's had that edge?
Yeah, the edge certainly there. Well, that's all from Chance and I. It's now down to the stage. We're talking to Dashy.
The emotion, the drama that we have in here at the Amazon Arena, and once more, Optic Gaming proves they are on top of their games. They are taking it here, and joining me, Dashy, how does it feel to be Cloud9 on this stage?
It feels insane. I mean, the crowd here is insane. We appreciate you guys. Yo, the green wall is really global. Yo, you really got to tip it. But shout out to my teammates, man. We're playing some really good COD, and man, that's a great team over there. So nothing short of our best game was going to beat them. So,
talking about good COD, what happened at the SND, the control? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they're a really good control team, and obviously, I mean, they just came out hot. And sometimes, like a team like that, they come out hot, like stuff like that could happen. So it is what it is.
It is what it is. And talking about that, let's get to the drum a bit here. We have the captain, Hydra, from Team Cloud9 to deliver the key. Be careful what you wish for. Cloud9 aiming to crush the key from Optic Gaming, and now the reverse, the Ono card basically happening here. How does it feel to crush that key particularly?
I guess it feels nice, but I mean, we're still trying to win the tournament, so we're still trying to crush some more keys. Let's just say that.
All right, walking into the semifinals, you guys have a target for the keys you want to place underneath your trophy if you win?
Probably just the teams we beat. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see along the way. It's still early. You know what I mean?
Oh, still early. All right, back to the studios. It is early to talk about it. Let's see what our talents have to talk about this.
Congratulations to Dashy and Optic Gaming. Not only do they beat them at Champs, they beat Cloud9 once again. But Cloud9 started to heat up right towards the end of this matchup. Nameless, it was a good thing they sent him home in 4.
Yeah, man, it was getting wild there towards the end. And none other than Dashy, who clutches up with a massive 2-piece at the very end. Some high-level Call of Duty we all just witnessed, but it's Optic Gaming once again beating Cloud9.
Clay, you mentioned it. Dashy's been competing for 8 years. He just got his first ring, and he seemed pretty humble in that post-match interview. He's not counting a first place yet. He knows they got a tough road ahead of him. What did you see, though, from Optic Gaming that could give them an edge?
I saw just pure confidence. We keep talking about it, but after a Champs win, this is unlike any other season where we do have another huge tournament after Call of Duty Champs. So whoever wins that ring is coming into this absolutely firing, and we saw it displayed here. I mean, the first 2 maps, I don't even know if we can consider them close at all. Sure, Karachi Control, it's Karachi Control, guys. And then this Rio, at least Cloud9 did not go out without a fight. I mean, it came down to the very last moment.
It's really interesting to see how, like, after a championship, how the confidence plays a factor in how they approach the game, because majority of the year, Kenny didn't have those takeover performances in the hard point. That first map, all Kenny, like straight up dominating. And then the search and destroy, no smokes, completely different game plan. Shotzzy goes off. We get to the game 4. It's a gritty game, but in the end, Optic.
And I want to point out the play call from the IGL on Optic Gaming. They went for that last 7 seconds on that hill. It was very, very risky. I might have called a rotate right there. And they said, no, we're winning the game here on this P2. We see the reaction out of Pred. He's saying, go home, get out of here. Brandon a little reserved because, like you said, it's still a little early in the tournament, you know?
It's just the round of 8, baby. Let's all settle down. We're not on Championship Sunday yet.
You know what's crazy, Chris Clay? I like the play call from Cloud9 at the very end there. That's just a testament to how good Optic is to be able to adapt on the fly.
They went down too big too early if you're a Cloud9 fan, but you showed some life. Unfortunately, this is the end of your run in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at EWC 2024. Optic moving forward, but it doesn't get much easier. You got Atlanta FaZe waiting for you in that semifinal. Before we get to that, though, we got to crown an MVP from this match, and our Bravia MVP is...
Is it going to be?
We had a lot of highlights. I have a feeling it's going to be the Australian. It's Pred.
It's Pred.
Of course. I mean, he came over from Australia last year and really made noise in the CDL, playing for Seattle Surge, and then comes over to Optic this year, and honestly has been performing exactly how they wanted him to, Chris.
What I find most impressive is the amount of pressure this young man has on his shoulders, and it's not just from the fan base. Everyone was saying in the offseason, Optic, please pick this man up. Hottest free agent out there on the market.
Yeah.
Optic dropped the bag. They bring him onto the roster, and it wasn't always easy, but Pred saying, I put the pressure on myself. I want to succeed. He gives it his all, and he showed it again tonight.
Yeah, well said, Chris. I mean, you know, in the offseason, he could have went basically anywhere that he wanted.
Anywhere.
Right? And it's very difficult to say no to like a team like FaZe or a situation where you feel like you're going to win multiple championships. He goes to Optic where there's so much criticism. And for a lot of this year, he was being criticized, saying he plays too aggressive in the search and destroy. Pred's the one costing us games. Never shook him whatsoever. And this guy continuously improves. And now Optic, their best year they've ever had in the CDL.
And he earned a couple nicknames throughout this year. You know, Cred AG, Lay G. He had all these people criticizing him all year long and really showed up at the end of the season and continues to dominate here at the Esports World Cup.
Not just in game, but also on the ping pong table back at the Players Lounge. Pred is taking on all challengers in a search. Shut up, haters. That's a 1.5. Hold that W, Pred. 13,000 damage across 4 games as well. The man, he's a slayer.
I'd be so confident if I was sitting next to Pred. He's always talking trash, backing it up, and he's gassing his teammates up as well. Anytime they call a play, you know what? Pred's down. He's got your back.
Is it too early to ask for a Pred scrap super team? I'm trying to turn this into the WWE. Optic, I won't break you all up yet. Congratulations to Pred. He earns our Bravia MVP for his excellent play in our quarterfinals. But we had so many awesome games and a lot of great predictions from the chat. Clay, you almost went 4 for 4.
Almost.
You went with Cloud9 at the very end. Did the fans do it as well? It's time to find out. No, 81%, including what felt like 95% of the crowd here in Riyadh, all believed in Optic.
Listen, I don't blame the people, all right? I understand. Optic, they're now 5 straight matches against Cloud9 on land. They have won.
Dominance.
But Cloud9, it just felt like they were getting somewhere, right? Like with the revenge, with how Sib was talking after that match. Optic's just too good.
Great stuff here from Optic Gaming. That's just the quarterfinals, as we mentioned, and we got to update you on the bracket. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up here at the $1.8 million event. Optic Gaming, again, their third 3-1 victory. Atlanta FaZe, their third 3-0. Toronto Ultra bounced by 100 Thieves, something only Clayster saw coming. And, of course, Vancouver tested against Carolina, but they won that Game 5.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the 100 Thieves and Vancouver Surge match. Those two teams, we've been waiting for a breakthrough. One of them will be in our grand final. And then obviously the classic match, Optic versus FaZe at the World Cup. Come on, what are we talking about?
The E-Classico, baby.
Love to see it. Let's take a look at the best moments from day 3 before we sign off tonight. Thank you all who woke up bright and early in the States. The folks who tuned in this afternoon up in Europe, you saw all of the action, including plays like this from Draza. FaZe brought him in to win the hard points. He did exactly that against Boston with these multi-kills.
Yeah, and they needed him because Awakening on the other side was going nuts. They were down 100 points in this game. They rallied a miraculous comeback to get the momentum back, and it was Draza, the guy who's trying to get that sweet revenge and make a run.
I always love seeing the reactions after somebody does something cool in these games, right? They're always locked in, and as soon as the round's over, they're just, oh my gosh, here it goes. Inside doing plays, unfortunately, did not make it out of that round of 8 to continue on in the tournament, but still, he was doing his thing up there on the stage.
By the way, Kremp, super negative in game 1, bounced back huge in all of the searches. Let's keep it rolling, though, to what Kenny was bringing to the table. This is how you set the tone at the start of a series.
Yeah, I think he started 24 and 13. He was just lighting it up, and you could see how turned he was. Absolutely locked, laying down the comms and the gun skill.
They're building a whole city for esports. That is Qadea, and of course, those were our Qadea plays of the day for day 3, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. For now, though, let's check in on the macro level. Who's our top 10 Slayers right now? Who's got the best KD in the tournament? No surprise for me, it's Celia McCarter. Continues to hold down the #1 spot with a 1.45. He is always there, and you can see right behind him another AR and Scrap. Unfortunately for Scrap, Toronto is done, and the FaZe crew right in the mix as well. But everyone's saying it online. I'll say it here on the microphone. FaZe has not been tested yet. You've had the easiest run in the tournament. Tomorrow you play Optic Gaming. This is going to be a showdown of the ages.
Yeah, you finally get your first true test of the tournament, right? They've been kind of breezing through, just playing whoever's in front of them. You can't control that, so it's no knock to them. But tomorrow is when things get real. They're going up against Optic Gaming for a spot in the grand finals. It's going to be a tight one.
I got bad news for FaZe. It got kind of loud in there in that stage. There's some Optic fans coming out here in Riyadh. They were getting loud for them, so FaZe is going to have to surmount that as well.
And of course, history was made today as we reflect on what the Falcons accomplished. They invested in the best players around the world across multiple titles, and mathematically, they have secured the club championship. Let's relive this one more time. A CEO, a player still competing here at EAFC, one of the best to ever touch FIFA, continues to live on, and you saw the tears in his eyes when they announced that he is keeping the club championship trophy here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's so cool, man. You know, they put together an amazing roster across a bunch of different titles that showed excellence throughout these weeks that we've been here watching all these games, and definitely deserved it, and they won it by a wild margin.
An extreme margin. And I was looking at some of the other teams trying to make it into that top 10, and Toronto Ultra, G2 Esports not going any further in Call of Duty. So who knows who's going to get into that top 5.
I just love the hype from these fans.
I love it.
They have been loud since day 1, week 1. We saw it with Warzone. It continued here with EAFC. And they will, of course, celebrate all night long tomorrow and all next week as the club championship is officially the Falcons. The question is, who else is going to join them? The piggy banks are about to be overflowing. $7 million goes to Team Falcons for winning the Esports World Cup 2024 Club Championship.
You can't forget that beautiful trophy as well. We've been looking at it every time we walk into this arena. Deservedly so, Team Falcons.
Great stuff on the day. And we got to take a look at Pred crushing the key now. He's backstage. It's all smiles, I have a feeling, from the man rocking an orange jersey for the first time. They're 1-0 with this one on.
Yeah, not too bad. I was a little confused about the orange. I might have to get a little more information why they're wearing the orange. It's something a little different.
Yeah. It's an ode back to the old Huntsmen. They had orange in their jerseys, right? It's the lore. You got to know the lore behind it.
I think Optic's coming out with their own Mountain Dew flavor, but you let us know what you think is happening here as we take a look at what went down backstage.
And here we are with Pred after you crushed the key. I saw you enjoying it.
Yeah, honestly, look, these guys, you know, New York, Cloud9, same thing. They yet to beat us at LAN. So yeah, it's great to end the season knowing that, you know, my friend Dante Sib hasn't beat me yet at LAN. So yeah, this felt really good, man. But yeah, now honestly, shout out to them. They're a great team, and yeah, man, mad respect to them.
Do you consider having their keys on the base of the trophy?
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna put them at the top.
Okay, good luck. And then that was it for our interview. Now back to you guys.
It's not done. They get the last laugh here tonight on Saturday, but Sunday they start off bright and early. If you're wondering at home in the States, that is 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. in the UK and the Central Europe. And what a showdown to open things up. That is just our first semifinal of the day.
Yeah, people are going to be waking up over in the States getting ready for an absolute banger. As you mentioned, E Classico, Optic versus FaZe. I can't wait.
And of course, 100 Thieves Vancouver. Our second semifinal will follow that matchup before we have our best of 7 grand final to decide it all. Who is walking away with the $600,000 in the Esports World Cup trophy? Who puts that key in the trophy? And which keys do they select to be cemented in history, Clay?
Yeah, Dashy was being a little humble up there. He's like, oh, I don't know whose key we're putting in there if we win. He's putting Cloud9's key in there 100%. And some final thoughts on the day and of the tournament in general. Some of these rosters really experimented with changing players out. We're talking Toronto Ultra, we're talking Cloud9, and they failed, in my opinion. You know, one of the only teams that's actually seen success is Optic Gaming after they retooled their roster coming into the season. So a lot of questions to be answered.
100%. You know, I agree with that. But also, I just got to say, it feels special in this place.
It does.
We're in Saudi Arabia. It's the first Esports World Cup for Call of Duty, and we are going to crown a champion tomorrow. The first of anything is always sweet, and to be that first World Cup champion is going to be amazing.
We want you all to share your experience. How do you feel the event is going down? Simply scan that QR code, head over, answer a quick survey. We would very much appreciate it. And on behalf of everyone on the talent team, shout out to the chefs here in Riyadh. We are about to have sushi at 1 a.m. in the desert. This is so dope. What a special place and what a treat it has been for all of the players to make it out. On behalf of everyone that's worked on the show, thank you for tuning in. We will see you once again. It's 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Time in Europe, 1700 here in Saudi Arabia. We'll catch you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.